How are you guys feeling after looking at what happened in the full finals? Are we seeing more positives from it? Are we feeling good mood right now?
Yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction, right? Sometimes I'm too result oriented. I think like we had a chance to win against G2, we had a chance to win against Navi, and then we didn't. They had a good momentum. So in theory, we lost to the two teams who won the final, and they played really great that event. So I think overall, as a leader, I'm happy we're moving in the right direction, thinking of the bootcamp we did before Malta. So yeah. In the end, we won results, but I think this is a key event for every team when it comes into the AMA invite, so it's really good to go deep here.
I saw something posted on Instagram that I had to ask you about. I think it was like the day after you were eliminated from full finals, maybe the day after that, you were on the PC back to grinding again as well. What were you doing? What was Carrigan cooking?
I mean, just keep playing. Since the play break, I played a lot individually, even though I feel like it's going a little bit better individually for me. Just need to keep pushing forward, need to be better. I think tactical we are ready for these events. Yep. So it is using the time now to play individually a lot, and that's why I just went straight to PC after we lost. Also took a day off, right? But just keeping in that groove, keeping in the mindset, and this is how it is, right? You can't stop. Like if I stop grind for a day or two, somebody else is grinding more than me, and then I'm behind again.
Is it harder to do though, as obviously as an IGL you're doing a lot anyway, but then also you're getting older, you've got a wife, you've got a life, there's more life changes happening at this point as well. Do you feel like it's getting harder to do?
No, I think I'm really good at putting some responsibility to my wife. She's good at taking it as well, like taking care of the house and everything, right? And all these small details, but sometimes you need to help as well. I think it's all about where I'm mentally. She's really good to reading the room, so when I go straight to PC, I'm just there for myself. Yeah. So I think it doesn't change with age. I think it just changes how motivated you are, right? So like I said, I feel like I'm a better path now than I was 3 months ago in my individual level. So I want to keep it as high as possible and trying to gain more momentum individually. And like I said, sometimes it's about watching demos, watching games. This past week have been about keep grinding hard and being ready for the tournament individually, at least.
Is there a level you kind of see yourself where you say, okay, this is what I want to hit, this is what I want to feel on an individual, not leadership, just as Carrigan shooting and playing? Like, is there a groove you feel at this point?
Yeah, I mean, there's different things, right? We're going to have different goals. I don't want to say them here. They are pretty high, and it's always hard to reach them. But I think I had the same in 2022. Did a lot of goals individually, and in the major final, I hit a goal I had with the stats I wanted. But as an IGL, it's much more than just stats. It's how I feel the game, how I see the rounds. Most important for me is having impact. In some rounds, I don't care if I die all the time. I think it's part of my role in the team to gain a lot of information, but also winning rounds by getting double kills and so on, and playing some anchor roles good, even though it's rough sometimes as a leader, but it's part of the role I have.
Do you find it's rough sometimes as well when you go up against some of these real, like, explosive, young, heavy, like you just feel like, okay, what am I supposed to do in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when I'm playing anchor role for a whole half, I don't talk much because nothing happening, and then I go T-side, and then I have to take out straight duels. Yeah, now it's time to play aggressive. So it is strange sometimes, and I think that's something you're talking to the team. I can try to activate myself more on CD sides, especially on B Mirage, right? I can just hide A or do something else to get more into the game, because not so many IGLs are playing anchor roles these days, so they're always active. So it's something I'm trying to adjust in our game plan and trying to activate myself more. But yeah, I think it's always hard when Dong comes around the corner. I always said if I kill Dong and die, I did my job.
Yeah, that's it. We're taking that trade all day long. That's good. What's interesting to me here when you're saying things like this, and I know you would probably hate to do it now, but we need to do some like study documentary on you with this, because your mindset is so unique. Obviously, it comes over years of doing it all. I would say, and obviously you're not going to say about yourself, I would say there's no one else like you. But do you feel like this is something where more players could make their careers longer, make their things have a longer longevity if they had the kind of mindset you have?
I mean, I realized 5 years ago my mindset wasn't the best. I was just thinking a lot about playing, not thinking much about how I went into a game or how I perceived myself. So I knew if I wanted longevity, yes, the skill is there, but there's only there's a limit to my skill, and I thought always, okay, there's no limit to my mindset. It's only about myself and how I perceive myself. It is a battle sometimes to stay positive or try to analyze everything in detail, right? Sometimes I just have no chance in the game. But I think just as what I realized 5 years ago, if I can be the strongest mental leader, I know I'm going to have a longevity as a player, lead the right people, lead as an example for my teammates. So I think I did a great job by realizing that's something I can change and something I can prolong and be better at every day, where the skill, like, I can do everything I can, but everybody's getting so much better. And if you look at my games this year and look at my games 5 years ago, I am way better as a player. But the problem is everyone is getting way better as well, and it's hard to keep that as a leader to kind of focus on both things. But I'm happy where I am. As long as my team is happy and the way I lead, I think I'm doing a great job. But I can always do more on the server, right? I'm not stupid.
We're talking a lot about your mentality, but I want to also look at the fact that with what you did at Blast, was that important for the rest of your team as well? Because especially with some of them being hungry and they want to win as well and they're used to winning, could you start to see that it was starting to be like a knock-on effect?
Everything is a knock on the face all the time, right? We won Chengdu, and maybe that was a big relief for our team, and then we never got back into like the winning ways. And I think since 4 or 5 months we haven't beat a top 5 team, so we all know that. We have seen that everywhere, that we didn't beat a top 5 team, and then we're so close to being G2, and then we don't, and then we're so close to being Navi, and we don't. But it's about keeping looking forward, keep staying positive, and realize how I said to the guys after Blast, we have played the best CS we've played in months.
Yes.
So it doesn't always get in results, but just try to stay positive, and at some point some of the teams are maybe going to drop 1%, and we're ready to try to abuse that. But we just have to focus on ourselves. There's not much to do, and yeah.
It's Rio now, but is there a mentality of also hitting the strive and peaking for the major?
I mean, of course, you're looking at the schedule, right? I think Cologne was a really important event. Then we had a boot camp and trying to adjust and not focus so much on the result itself, but coming into a major, this tournament is important for the seeds. So if you want to have a easier road or a better situation at the major, this event is most important. So yeah, it's really important also just getting more arena, and maybe if we go even to a final this time, it will say we are going in the right direction, right? But yeah, so many quarterfinal exits, and at least we got Simmons and Blast was, I think, important on paper for us, and at least I think this time we move up the ranking, and the last 3 months we only dropped down places, so it's going in the right direction.
The right direction, that's what it's certainly all about for you guys. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Good luck on the rest of the media day, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Frozen, in Rio, you're looking ready. You're looking very fresh as well. You seem good sleep, everything good?
Yeah, no jet lag, surprisingly, so, feeling pretty good. Yeah.
How did you avoid jet lag?
I adjusted my time zone before I came here already.
Okay.
And yesterday, needed a lot of caffeine to get through the day, but I think just the first day is always the hardest.
You powered through it, that's for sure. That's what it sounds like. Here, though, I am expecting a different phase from what we've seen in recent times because of how well you guys did at full finals. Is that what you're feeling?
For sure. We had the rough times, but after every tournament, I feel like we are trying to improve things and we are working on things. And it is good that you can see the improvement as well in the game. So that makes me happy. And I think we just have to go up from here. We had our rough times, so now it's time to have a good times.
How does it feel for you being the newest member to FaZe when you've got to go through all this, right? Because you come into FaZe and everyone's like, yeah, this is going to be it. We're going to be winning everything. It's going to be all, and probably your expectations are pretty high as well. How has this been for you personally to go through on a journey? That's a very loaded question. I'm sorry.
It wasn't easy, Yeah. You come to a team that is going to every grand final. Mm-hmm. We continue to go every grand final, right? And we miss a little bit of a percentage to actually get the trophy. Hard to say what would happen if we, would have got one of those trophies, Katowice or Major or whatever. Doesn't matter now. But in general, I feel like, there is always ups and downs. Yeah. Community is always going to say now it's my fault.
Of course.
Wouldn't happen with wouldn't happen with Twitch.
The one sole reason, definitely you, of course, yes.
That's how it is, And I'm fine to take the blame, I don't care really. I just want us to be good again.
But for you, on a personal level, are you finding it like it was getting hard? Was it starting to get you were starting to feel the pressure mount up?
I don't think pressure, I think it was just like the feeling of disappointment, I would say, because, you're doing so well at one time and then suddenly in 2 months goes by and you're like, how can we play this bad suddenly, when we're doing that good before? So I think there's a lot of questions in the head, I think, at that time. But I think at this point, it's just all about playing the game. To be fair, not overthink anything, and especially not listen to HLTV.
Do you feel like you've kind of got this understanding now, though, of where you want to be and like the team understanding the problems?
What's up? Yeah, I hope so, man. Personally, I feel like I kind of know where my place is at the moment, and I'm also a guy who's trying to analyze everything, so after every tournament, I will try to speak my mind of what I see and, share it with the boys. Yep. Let's see I want to see what their point of view is on the things. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think at this point it's just more about looking at the positives more than the negatives, because when you're having a tough time, it is easy to see all the negatives, I feel like. So, yeah, now we're just taking it step by step, like all the positive things that are there should be important to us. And yeah, just look for the better days, to be fair.
I'm sure the better days are coming. You said about when you bring up a problem, you're talking to the rest of the team. Do you feel like everyone in the team is good at doing that? Do you feel like you have a good way of doing it and you can all be on the same page?
I feel like, the talking aspect could be a little better, to be fair, but I think that's also something that was there before I came to the team. Okay. So for me, it is easy to speak my mind, I feel like. But, to the other guys, I feel like, they've been together for so long that some things don't really necessarily have to be said, I feel like, Exactly, they understand each other. So for me, again, I will always say what I feel like, So for them it's a little bit different, but I feel like, we are finding the middle ground, just talking about problems, having good discussions, and finally coming to improvements.
Well, hopefully the improvements come real soon for you, man. Thank you very much, as always.
Thank you.
How's it going, dude?
Great, thank you. What about you?
I'm doing great. I heard you guys got in a little bit earlier so you could play a show match. How did that go for you?
Well, it was okay. I mean, it's the due to do when you're a professional player. Sponsors are there, and you need to do stuff for them. And actually, that was fun. That wasn't a bad thing to do.
Does it impact your flow of practice or how you prepare for the event or the jet lag? Does it help in any way?
I think coming a day earlier is always good, as we have a 5-hour difference from Europe. I think it's good to come a bit earlier. Anyway, we were off after Copenhagen, so the practice didn't change much. We were just resting, and that was good after 3 weeks off from home.
Well, you brought up Copenhagen, so I'm going to ask you, how devastating is it? Like, the way that you guys lose, looking at it, seems like it's really tilting and aggravating. How do you guys kind of deal with those emotions on the stage, and how are you going to overcome that type of thing for this event?
Well, what's tough is the last 2 months we lost 2 games, and 2 games we should have won. When against Eternal Fire we have a 12-9 lead and we don't convert it on Anubis. Same against G2, 12-9 lead on Mirage City side. Well, it's really frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like we didn't play good, but we had enough to go through, which is pretty embarrassing, but that's how it is, and we can't go back in the past anyway. You need to do more further, so pretty devastating, mostly for me because I played really like shit the last 2 games, but that's how it is, and we just need to step up and go as far as possible here.
When you feel like you're playing personally not well, does that affect how you call some plays, either the start of the round calls or any of the mid rounds as well?
Well, it depends. A bit more lately because I think I did probably the best tournament individually as IGL in Cologne. I'm talking not IGL but pure player. So I had maybe more expectation in my head towards myself, and I played really bad. So probably it affected a bit of my calls in some ways. I think I didn't. I left. I'm an IGL that leave a bit of freedom, but not too much. And I think I gave a bit too much the last few tournaments. So I need to get back to my own and call the way I like to do it.
Well, you guys look really good when you're on form, and I love watching you guys play your CT sides as well, how you move around and fish for the info, and then when you feel like you know where the enemies are, you take the space on the other places. It works really well, so hopefully you guys can regain that form. Anything you want to say before we go?
No, in a way I'm disappointed about us, and I just want us to do great here. We won last year here. It was the beginning of everything, I would say, for our season last year. It's just before the Paris Major and everything, so we really want to do something great here, and it's always nice to play in front of the Brazilian fans, so hopefully we're going to at least qualify for the playoff.
I'm going to try to grab Flamesy in a second here. Anything I should ask him in specific?
No, nothing I'm thinking about. I don't know.
Nothing embarrassing or anything?
No, too many things embarrassing for him, so I'm gonna say anything.
We're talking about you. We're seeing if there's anything embarrassing we can talk about you.
Loads of stuff, but what? He didn't say anything?
He said no. He had nothing. He's a great teammate, great wingman. If you guys were out at the club or something, he would be backing you up, trying to get you anything. You like going clubbing?
No, I don't. I actually don't go clubbing. I like bars more. I like to speak with people, so I don't like when. Well, I'm also a really bad dancer, so.
Yeah. I'm not a great dancer either. Yeah, the bars, the quieter, you can have a conversation. That's better. But I'm also older now. I've done the whole clubbing scene.
How old are you?
I'm 34. How old did you think I look like?
I thought you were like 29, 8. No, actually, it makes sense that you're 34.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask why. I know the answer.
When was I by power stuff?
10 years ago.
10 years ago, and you were 24.
I was 24. And well, hopefully that you're able to stay a little bit out of the scandals and not like me. But what is scandalous is how you guys have been losing some of your matches recently. It's been really tough results. Is this? How do you feel like personally about the way you lost to Eternal Fire and G2 at the last two events?
Well, I feel like G2 against Eternal Fire, we didn't have enough power to push us. Like we didn't. I wouldn't. It sounds bad to say, but just like be honest. Like I didn't feel like we actually wanted to win this match as much as they did. So they came way more energized, they were way more loud than us, and to be honest, they also played really well. And also we didn't play our best maps on those two maps we lost to them, and it was so close still. And against G2, actually, G2 are a good team, and I think what stopped them for a while was just Navi. Like let's say in the major, in the semis, like a lot of the times you don't face G2 because G2 have been taken, like they've been handled by Navi. So for me, it was like we sort of need to get the hang of how to play against them, like to get back into it, and I feel like we didn't play them as much. We played them like three times, I think, this year. One of them, Monesi just landed like 2 minutes ago. We insta-plugged his PC, so it wasn't that fair. But we just need to sort of play more against them, because I feel like the fall final one we just lost due to, like we, obviously our T-side, but we kind of lacked understanding of how we need to play against them, how we need to beat them, instead of just win, like just playing any other team we face, sort of.
It sounds like you kind of play up and down to the level of the expectation you have of a certain team. Does that affect your game plan for, hey, we're going to go and face these guys, we're going to play a different style than we normally do? That sounds like it's very inconsistent. How do you feel about that?
But I think it's not like changing style. I do agree with you that we sort of, but it's not something like we come and anti-strat differently. It's something that is just like, we as players see the tournament, the stake of the tournament, sort of the opponent, and sometimes we don't have the fear and the stress and the nerves in us to push us. And I assume you know it as a player that you sometimes want to be nervous. You want to feel like, we might not beat them. It might be like a very close match. And right now against like some of the enemies we faced, not now, but like in the past tournaments, that was something that we lacked. We lacked like proper fear and proper understanding, like how we want to be consistent, because we want to play the same against any team. We want to give up the same energy and everything, but we just didn't have it in us. But on the note you just said, I think that like we don't do stuff differently. It's just that like sorry, we don't change the styles per much, but we do see that, like let's say we anti-strat a certain team that they play really aggressive, that we don't want to play. We don't want to fall in their traps, right? So we might change our face and then get back into it later on the game. And sometimes we might see a team that it doesn't make sense to play how we play, but we'll still play like that because that's how we want to do that. But it's something, like just prep how we anti-strat, how we think this is going to work against them. And sometimes it's also experience against this team, like that, okay, these things still works against them. Like we're better skilled than them, don't be scared to play to their strength, even if we're... So we just not change the style, but we just twist how we get into stuff.
When people talk to you and they call you by your gamer name, is it Flamez or Flamez?
Well, Flamez is whole. If someone says Flamez, I'm like, this guy.
What if they're Canadian?
Their fault, their problem. Flamez was the original thing. Flamez was like in Israel how people used to pronounce it, and now myself I pronounce it till to this day Flamez. Flamez, if I heard that, I would be like, mate, this guy's taking the piss intentionally. I didn't know it was even a fucking Canadian thing. And Flames used to be like European. The casters always used to tell me that Flames sounds easier to pronounce when you're doing like any good play and stuff like that. So I used to my first tournament in Endpoint was Pro League, and Sponge was casting, and Sponge was like messaging me on Twitter, what do you want, Flamesy, Flames? And I was, I want Flamesy. And then I wanted Flames. And then I wanted Flamesy if I play good. And now it's just, you can choose, but not Flameshead.
Okay, I'll try not to do the Flames Ed, but I'm not on the cast, so we'll see what happens. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Have a good one.
Alrighty, I think we have one of the last teams arriving for the day. Eternal Fire is jumping out of the shuttle, and it is one of those teams that are super interesting to follow at this tournament. They've been looking super solid. Last time we saw them at Pro League, they were doing well for themselves. It's a team full of hard hitters, you know, a team full of a lot of personalities, and a team I want to talk to. You're coming into Rio, you're coming in great shape. How are you feeling?
Feeling great after we finishing in the Pro League in second place. We are really confident, also with the last results in the previous events too. So I think it's gonna be great, and also we want to be playing in front of the crowd. And this is first time here for me personally. My teammates are just played before here, but in Belo Horizonte I think before. Yeah, I'm really excited and I'm really happy to be part of this tournament, and I hope we can go to the final and see the excited crowd and everything.
Yeah, because we've seen that crowd in that arena. It gets very loud, very passionate. Is that something you dream about, to play inside that arena?
Yeah, I am. I hope we're not gonna play against Brazil team.
Okay, yeah. That'd probably be a good idea. It's a long travel here. How are you feeling in terms of, you know, your body, your custom, jet lagged?
Like for today, it's not great because also we missed our connection flight.
Right.
So we had to take another flight in the 7 a.m. morning. So we just arrived today. It was really long flight for us. It has to be supposed to like 15 hours, but we came here with the 25 hours, I think. So after this day, tomorrow, I think it's gonna be fresh and new, like, you know, gonna be like great day tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. So a little tired now. We gotta get the makeup done, gotta get the pictures taken, and then sleep tonight, I guess.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Listen, best of luck, man. You've been looking great as of late.
Thank you so much.
Go have fun. Interesting. Eternal Fire, they want to play in the final, they want to get to the playoff. I would probably back them to get to the playoff. The way they're playing right now is it's at a high level, you know, and as you saw, Voxic right there, feeling comfortable. I would be scared if I were any team playing Eternal Fire.
You happy to be here, Ricky?
Yeah, I'm a little tired, but it's all good. I'm like 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, wow, did you land this morning?
No, I just haven't been sleeping good.
Oh, no. Okay, that's not what you want.
Yeah, it's all right.
How far is it for you guys to travel here?
For the rest of the guys, it wasn't too bad. For me, it was pretty bad because I flew from the West Coast and I had like a 7-hour layover. So I'm just like, yeah.
Dude, that's trash.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. I mean, it is what it is. So.
How long was the flight time?
The total time in the air was like, it wasn't that bad. It was only like 14 hours, but it's just mainly like me shuttling from my house to the airport and then waiting at the airport and then the 7-hour layover. And, you know, just that's the more tedious part of the journey for me. But for the rest of the guys, it was fine. It was more like just total like 15-hour travel day for them.
But you're here and that's the main thing. That's what we want to see. You made it, yes. And how's media day going for you so far? What have you done?
It's chill. I'm basically already done. Yeah, we had SSD set up earlier today. I did a social with Grim, and then just had some pictures done, and Colex. Yeah, we just had Colex done, so it was easy.
Easy. Very calm day. So what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
We got 3 scrims. I'm going to try and stay awake. It's the hardest part of the day for me. But yeah, I just have some practicing before the game. See how good the FPS is after these updates. A lot of people are complaining. I see people are streaming with like 80 FPS, which is kind of interesting, but it's cool.
You're quite into looking at all the smaller details of Counter-Strike though, right? Where do you feel we're at right now? Because I haven't been able to play the new update since it dropped, so I want to get some feelings. Marcy was just telling me about it. What do you think?
I think after this recent update with the animations, it's like a step in the right direction, but in terms of the amount of performance we've lost since, like, especially the update after Katowice or during Katowice earlier this year, we lost like 100 FPS from that. I think we've lost another 100 from this one. Oh. So it's like, I don't want to say I've lost full faith in the dev team, but this is, in my opinion, it's getting kind of ridiculous. Like, in terms of like where the game's heading right now, I think it's like so many things that are, in my opinion, need to be changed, but obviously it's not up to me. So it is what it is. I just gotta play.
You do have to play with the update and whatever they throw at you. You just said like there's so many things you'd like to see change. Can you share what do you want to be changed? Yeah,
I think if Subtic had less like delay, visual delay in terms of like yeah, the shot you're hitting is based off the frame you clicked on, based off your FPS, but it's like if it visually takes this long to actually see the kill, it feels really bad. And I honestly just missed 128 today because we actually had a lot more FPS that from, like these sub-tick updates made the FPS worse in my opinion. So I think, like just in general, I miss CS:GO hit reg. It's like, I don't know. We've tried it for like a year now, and I don't know. We didn't have this many like problems with 128 tick in my opinion. So I just kind of just missed that.
I know it's slow, but do you feel like we're going some steps in the right direction? Do you think they're still trying in some way, even if like yes, the FPS drops and there's some mistakes that happen? Do you feel like we've gone further forward overall since the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, there have been updates. I think the Katowice update during like February of this year was good. I think that was definitely like the best update we've seen from the game so far, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. I think they're obviously just working on deadlock. So, I mean. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's not my control. So whatever the dev team does, whatever the dev team does.
Let's talk about some positives, though. You guys are still fighting, competing, and doing very well, but we still see some highs and some lows of it overall, right? It's a mixed bunch when we get to what Complexity has to offer. How important is it for you guys to get the playoffs here?
We need to make playoffs. I need to play in front of a crowd again, like a big crowd in the arena, especially here in Brazil. This is my first time in Brazil. It's going to be really exciting.
You never, oh yeah, damn, I didn't even think about that for a while. Never in Brazil. So this could be a special one for you. And do you feel like you guys are ready for it? Do you feel like you're coming in strong?
Yeah, as long as I'm awake, we can do it. Get some good sleep and then frag out.
On that note, he goes to bed. I'll continue filming the lobby. Hello, JT.
Doing the lobby right now?
Yes, we're doing the lobby right now. Can't escape this. How are you?
I'm good. Just a little tired. It was a really early morning today.
Early morning and late night gym. How was that?
The gym's cool. I mean, I haven't been to the gym in a while, so I wanted to start up again. So I guess I just started last night.
I see you quite a lot in the gym though. You go.
Yeah, but I stopped for like a month. When I was back at the apartment, I didn't go at all. So yeah.
Too much chill time.
Yeah, I was just laying in bed and sleeping most of the time. So yeah.
And Counter-Strike practice, surely?
Yeah, whatever we could get in NA, we were practicing obviously. So just putting in some work as well.
What is it like right now in terms of NA practice? How is it for you guys?
I think the teams aren't that bad, but the problem is there's not a lot of teams. So like if the NA teams have a qualifier or events or anything like that, then there's pretty much like nobody to practice against. So sometimes we're like forced to take like a day off from scrims just because everyone else is just busy. And of course we're not playing the qualifiers, so we kind of just left with nothing.
It's kind of a good thing and a bad thing. Don't have to play qualifier, but also then don't have anything to play anyway. What do you do on days like that?
Sometimes we'll take them off. Sometimes we'll do a review and some theory and stuff like that and try and just speak about the game and see what we can do. And sometimes we'll just play like lower level teams that aren't on the qualifiers. And it still ends up being good practice most of the time. So it's not really like too much of a big deal.
How is things in Complexity right now overall? How do you guys feel after Pro League, for example, the game against Liquid? Are you kind of down from that situation?
I mean, we wanted to do better at Pro League, so obviously we're a little bit down on that, but it's not the worst thing. I think we can do really well here. We're still a pretty good team, in my opinion, and I think we should be able to make the playoffs here and do well, and yeah, that's kind of like the expectation, really.
That's good. So your expectation is still going to the playoffs. What do you think right now is the problem for you guys in terms of going this step further? Because we see these glimpses where we say, okay, this is Complexity we want to see, but then sometimes you guys fall short, and you've said it yourselves to us. So what do you think it is?
It's definitely just like consistency between all of us. Sometimes us as individuals aren't as good as we are other days. So it's just about raising our floor and making ourselves better and making our C game just a little better where we're not losing against teams that we shouldn't be.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to go and bother this man who's got a fresh baby face right now. So thank you, JT. I am pointing at you. Why? Oh.
I'm joking. I'm just joking.
By the way, I really like the non-beard look. You look good, man. It's kind of like with the glasses, I get like a Superman vibe from you, like Clark Kent. You could be the Norwegian Superman.
I mean, that's not a bad comparison. I appreciate that.
you take that. What did you think of the Nico table smash,
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best table slam I've seen in my life. I mean, it was definitely he had to do it. If he didn't do it, it was that was a must table slam.
Do you feel like there was unfair criticism towards your slamming of your chair compared to his desk slam? That was praised?
No, not really.
You don't care?
No, I mean, I think there was fair. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think his table slam was like actually like it was a must. You had to do it, and like most of mine were like it's like I probably shouldn't, you know. Yeah, I mean it's so I feel like it was deserved criticism.
So when it's that bad, when you feel that bad on like the 1v5 that he could have pulled off, that kind of warrants it, right? Is that like ultimate frustration?
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
So how are things for you right now? How are you feeling on an individual level? How are you feeling coming into Rio?
I could have felt better probably. I mean, it's not been playing my best the last tournaments. I mean, I feel like I have my ups and my downs, and I've been feeling okay, but could have been better, could have been worse.
When I talk to you, when we speak, you always seem quite, I would say, not worried about the outside world, not worried about you. You can play your game and the stress doesn't affect you so much. But do you think there's a part of that comes into your game where maybe like you're not playing to the level you want to play to on a consistent basis?
I feel like I don't care about the outside anything. It's more, I think my biggest critique is myself, and I think that sometimes limits myself, where I get too angry and disappointed in myself. So that sometimes can hurt me for sure, but like other than that, nothing's gonna affect me.
Nothing's going to affect you. I like that. So you can go through it all with no problems. But how do you look at getting the best version of yourself out on the server every time or most of the time?
I feel like you just have to do the correct amount of prep and just be ready for each game, and just when we do enough prep you're gonna be confident because you know you have done the work, so just keep doing the work, and that's gonna make me feel the most confident going into each game.
Does John tell you do refrag?
I mean, refrag is the best way to warm up, so I mean you can use code Elish, I think. I actually don't know.
No, I have no idea even. A good sales pitch. It was going really well at that point. He was really selling. I was like, don't quote the code, we don't know if it'll work or not. But how do you warm? How do you get yourself ready? What's your training look like, individual side?
I mean, we do our normal prep with the team, and then I just do my normal aim bots, or before we travel to the arena, I do my DM session. Then I get to the arena, I just do my few hundred, maybe 1,000 kills of aim bots with only the up. So it takes a while.
No pistols?
Sometimes I pull out the deagle, but mostly the up.
Favorite pistol as an AWPer?
I mean, it has to be the deagle.
Why still the deagle?
It's versatile. It's like if I aim at the head, I'm gonna kill them, right?
You have to hit the head though.
I mean, that's the least of my worries.
5.7 though? Fan? Not a fan?
I'd rather have the P250 to be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
Still?
like I'm not sure about the 5.7 or the CZ. I'm still like on the fence, but right now I'm using the 5.7, but I'd rather buy the P250.
Really?
Yeah.
And what is it about the P250? Is it just like the nostalgia part? I don't know, because like P250 is good, I'm with you. Yeah. But the 5.7's benefits on many occasions. Like, look at how many anti-force you could play with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. It's just a feel with the weapon, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I get more like insta headshots with the P250, and then I don't have the same feeling with the 5.7 yet. So maybe I have to play more with it.
1,000 kills with just 5.7.
I think I need to worry about my mental health before I do stuff like that.
That could be a worrisome thing, right? If he starts just only 5.7 the whole way through. Well, I'm going to count how many P250 kills at least you get throughout this tournament. Okay. Can you give me a prediction?
P250 kills. Depends if Johnny drops me one in pistol rounds. So
Johnny, come. How many times are you willing to give him the P250?
I mean, it's more if Elige wants to let me give it to him, you know.
Okay, so you might not get it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that. That's completely fair. Completely fair.
We understand it. Thank you very much, boys.
Thank you.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Something like that. making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and we're seeing who can grab those final spots in the playoff. 4 of those spots have already been taken though. 2 teams today, maybe Furia, maybe Na'Vi, maybe Vitality, maybe Heroic will be going through to the semi-finals, and the other 2 will sit in the quarters. When it comes to teams we've seen eliminated here so far, 9Z, Complexity, Liquid, and the big shocking surprise in G2. G2 are gone, they're on their way home. I saw them today, this morning at breakfast. They are not looking happy, but it's all about the bounce back for sure. Later on today though, and what games we've got coming up for you, we're going to be looking at Virtus Pro going up against the wonderful Astralis right now, who need to have a good fight. Then we've got Eternal Fire taking on the Mongols. This is a matchup we know over and over again. And the banger of today for me, Maus taking on FaZe. Can Maus finally overcome FaZe? It's certainly not going to be easy, it never has been, but now could be the time to strike. It's all happening here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio.
Oh yes, 3 more teams already feeling the wrath of Rio just yesterday, and now 2 spots in the playoffs do remain. My name is Ferris Biz, joined by Pimp and Steel to be opening up the day. I can't believe some of the names that we had to say goodbye to yesterday, Jacob, but it makes sense when you have basically every single one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's a very stacked tournament with only quality teams and no easy games. However, for G2 to come off such a high in Copenhagen, winning the tournament, beating Na'Vi in a best-of-5 final, and then come in here and play some of the worst Counter-Strike that they probably have ever played. You know, we spoke about it yesterday. Nico having the worst ever tournament in his life here in Rio. You had Snacks continuing the streak of 32 maps without a positive KD. There's a lot of, negatives surrounding a team right now that just won a trophy a week ago.
When doing the eye test on G2, it's almost like they didn't deserve that win this last week anyways.
That's what it feels like.
It really comes down to Nico, Monazy getting a lot of these clutch situations. When you do the eye test of the team and look at how they're actually setting up all the rounds, it just doesn't really make sense. And, it's a disappointing result in the grand scheme of things on paper, but they need to fix a lot of things going out of this event.
Good luck.
Before we get into the games, do you guys like games?
I love games.
You love games?
Love to play games.
Thank God, because you have no choice anyway.
Okay.
We're going to play a game of 2 truths and a lie. So there's going to be 3 statements that are going to appear at the bottom of the screen. Okay. And you have to decipher about specific players which 2 are real, which fact is fake. We're going to begin with G2, and Nico is our player. Statement number 1. He has never had a year rated below 1.10. B. He's won an event every year for the past 8 years in a row. So every single year for the past 8 years, he's won a tournament. C, his worst ever event performance would so happen to have it, Jacob, be today or yesterday. Currently, IEM Rio 2024. You already alluded to that being true.
Yeah.
Is that true?
That is true. That is true, so that's not going to be an issue at all. I don't know about you, Steel. I feel like this is tough.
My history over the last few years is a little bit hazy, but I'm thinking he's probably not won an event in Brazil before. It would be the one I would go for unless something recently happened when I was on hiatus.
I mean, we've been here twice before.
I think the graphic is slightly wrong. We did make an amendment this morning, so go with my cue card. Ignore the third one, and his worst event performance ever was...
That is the truth.
I think that's truth, yeah.
That's truth.
That's true?
He's a winner.
Yeah.
That's correct. Okay, so which one is the lie out of never had a year rated below 1.10 and winning an event every year?
It could be tricky because ever since he turned, into Nico, I'm pretty sure he hasn't been having a year below 1.1. But I don't know if his debut year was a little bit lukewarm or if he only played 11 games, and somehow had a 1.09 rating. I feel like if you're behind this game, that would be like a trick question that you came up with.
Hey.
For the last-
SEO got the stats. Big man SEO
If
did
it's for the last
all the hard
8
work.
years, that's 2016. Now, define an event. Does it mean like an S tier event, like a big?
Just any event. Just any
Like it could be an
event.
online BS
Totally
Cup.
could be an online BS Cup. But does Nico
I
go
feel like-
to online BS Cups?
Well,
Not
8 years
really.
ago, he might have.
Yeah, totally.
That was
Very
free phase, right?
Yeah. When did he leave Mouse? He still played in Mouse in 2016. I played against him in 2016 when he was in Mouse. So did he win an event with Mouse in 2016? I don't think so.
When did he start playing the game?
14, I think. He broke through in 14, 15. I played against him in 2016. He was playing for Mouse. But that's
I
the
bet
beginning
by
of
the
it.
time he was playing
Jacob.
pro, he was probably already winning stuff. He was already above 1.0 rating.
Okay.
It's
So do you think he's had a year where he was below 110 rating?
Oh, 110. Oh, I thought that was 1.0. Yeah, let's go with that one.
Okay.
That one's the...
That's false?
That one is never a year below 1.1. That is false. So he's won an event every year the last 8 years.
You think
no?
so?
I don't know.
Rock, paper, scissors.
On
Well-
three?
We're getting the cock sound.
Okay, which one are you? You
That-
are...
I think that... Okay, yeah. Okay, that's what I...
Yeah, that
wanted-
noise does indicate that you were
Wait,
wrong
I was
still.
wrong.
Jacob, you were
I was
right. Yeah, he didn't win a trophy in 2021. Every other year, within the past 8 years, he did win a trophy of some
Do
sort.
you by any chance know what he won in 2016?
You know what? It really is escaping me right now. I'll get back to you,
Okay,
Jacob, because we do have another player to quiz you on. This time it is Big Man Shuey. Statement number 1, his only LAN trophies are at EPL. B, first team was Isako Bors. Or C, he's played in a major grand final. Which one is not true?
Wait, he did play in a major grand final, no? Didn't he play for Gamer Legion when they were in that grand final Paris major against Vitality? I'm confusing something now, am I? Was he in Gamer Legion? He was in Gamer Legion, and they were in the final. Yes, so he's played in a major final. Okay, that's the truth. If not, I'm a massive
That is correct.
idiot. There we go. Only trophies on level with Mouse are EPL titles. I'm entitled to say yes. And that's the truth as well.
The studio players, right? But I have no idea what about Isako Bors. How do you call them?
Forgetting that
Isako
title?
Bors,
Isako.
Polish team.
Like he's a streamer, Isako, right? Personality within that scene. First team was Isako. That depends, because my first team could be 3 different teams. Because when was it really a team?
We're talking
It
about
was a
pro
real
team, salary
salaried,
team.
Salaried team,
actually getting
okay.
picked up, proper, legit, had a boot camp to that extent.
So did he go from Isako Bros to Mouse Academy, or did he start Mouse Academy? Because he emerged, in Mouse Academy. That's the first time I saw him play.
Now, land trophies. Okay.
LAN trophies. What
I'm just
else
thinking,
have
are we
Mouse
forgetting?
won?
Yeah, that's the
have
thing.
Mouse won anything else? Or has Shuey
I'm
won
going to say
anything else?
the first one is true. He's only won.
Is that your final answer?
That's mine, yeah. 'cause
That's your
I'm
final
fine
answer.
with
Well,
losing.
you're wrong.
Yep,
They also
again.
won Bet Boondarcher. Can't believe you
Of
forgot
course,
that.
Joss.
Of course, and that was
And that's
even
what
too long ago.
pushed them up to number 1 for
That is true,
maybe 4
actually.
days.
That is actually true.
Yeah.
And then they bombed out.
So
I
his
should have
first
known this
team
one, actually.
was Isako Brothers?
Isako Bors.
They've just been so
Isako Brothers?
Yeah, well, sounds better,
Brother Ooh.
They've just been
yeah, that
so
was
bad
his
lately
team.
that I forgot that they actually
Ouch.
won a few things in a
Oh.
row. Yeah.
Whew. Holy
You didn't have to do that.
Yeah. Kick him out whilst
I
he's
had to
down.
redeem myself a little bit.
Fair enough.
Right.
You got more
okay.
for us?
Yeah, I've got 4 more. I've got plenty more. We are indeed going to do Xantaras, and we are actually going to do this one.
Okay.
Statement number 1. He has a longer +1, 1.0 rating streak online as opposed to on LAN. So online, he has a longer streak of having
Facts.
above 1.0 rather than LAN.
Probably.
What are you trying to say?
B, he has always rated 1.0 or more at majors. Or C, he's only had 1 year of higher LAN ratings than online.
I mean, he used to play in Big quite often, right? And Big were the online kings, especially when he was
True.
there as well. So I feel like there's a lot of, bias in towards this online conversation. I bet you the first one is true. I bet you the third one is true. And I don't know about the middle one. I don't think so then.
I think I'm going to go with him on this one.
Yeah, final answer?
Eternal Fire back in the day, Space Soldiers, Big, they were all onliners. I'm not saying Centauros is an onliner because obviously he's great now, but he used to be good
He used to
online.
be.
So you're saying the one on the left is true?
Yeah.
It's actually wrong. That is the lie. He had 23 online, but 37 on LAN. So there was a period
He
where they
redeemed
were actually
himself.
turning
Yeah,
up.
good for him.
There you go.
Good for him.
Will they redeem themselves today, though? Do you think that Eternal Fire can do the marathon of what's going to be that low bracket?
They've been in pretty good form recently. I don't see any reason why they couldn't. They won the last head-to-head against Mongols, so...
They only played one bad half this tournament so far. That was against Astralis. One half where it didn't go right for them. Loser best of one. Apart from that, looked pretty solid.
And CS is all about form, recent form in the last week
Recency
or two.
bias, yeah, we love that. Totally true. Let's talk about a brother who has sadly fallen, not fallen himself, Elige. Statement number 1. His nickname was inspired by his favorite StarCraft 2 player,
Facts.
Select.
I think I've heard that story before.
B. Played for Liquid in 2 different esports, so not only Counter-Strike for Mr. Elige. Or C. He has won an S-tier LAN trophy within the past 5 years.
All right. There was a rumor that he was playing a bit of Valorant for Liquid. No, you should probably know this.
I mean, it would have been StarCraft before CS.
StarCraft,
if anything.
but competitively?
Competitively,
I don't think so.
Well, it wasn't.
He's never been signed as a professional player in any other game for Liquid than Counter-Strike. Maybe he's messed around a little bit, touched Valorant, touched StarCraft a lot, but...
Unless the contract is like ambiguous and it's like esports player and then it lets him flow between them.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
But then again, has he won an S-tier event on LAN in the last 5 years? Complexity? What have they won?
5 years. That's a lot of time.
In the last 5 years, well, probably with Liquid he did it, because they did win occasionally.
He was still on Liquid in 2019, right?
Yeah.
And moving maybe even into 2020.
No, he's been in Liquid throughout his entire career before.
They had to have won something in 2019.
Yeah, but
we're talking about
complexity.
S-tier LAN. LAN, S-tier.
The last
that's
5 years.
important.
So that means that he's been in
Because
complexity
COVID
for a year
times
now.
It doesn't say anything about complexity. It says 5 years.
Yeah, in the last 5 years. But
yeah.
he's been in complexity for a year. Have they won anything the past year?
I think they got second place in Sydney.
Sick.
Does that count?
No,
Okay, I'd like you to commit to an answer, gentlemen.
Okay, first
Put
one
your
is true.
jibber jabber.
Third one is true.
Okay,
Third
middle one
one's-
is fake.
Middle one's fake. That is incorrect. The last trophy that he won was IEM Chicago 2019, but that does fall outside of the 5-year bracket that we are talking about.
Well-
yeah, by the numbers. Yeah, he did indeed play. I think it was StarCraft 2.
Yep.
Prior to
Not contracted to Liquid as a StarCraft player.
Well, I don't know. Oh, it was Overwatch.
It was
Sorry.
Overwatch.
It was
Overwatch, so you're all wrong.
I'm totally
Yeah,
lying.
sick.
Everyone's wrong. Thank
You're
you,
wrong.
SEO.
He played
for
Overwatch. Why would he do
correcting me.
that?
I
Anyways.
don't know. Should we ask him?
Why
Well,
do
he's not
people
here
play
anymore.
Valorant, dude? What the
Would you
hell?
like one more?
Yeah.
I've got 2,
Hit us.
but I will give you at least one. Okay, let's talk about Twists. Also, Fallen Brother on Liquid.
Okay.
What was your take from that game yesterday? Just quickly.
They're not ready yet they're not ready to beat the top 5 teams just yet, but they are a good solid team that have a decent foundation to work on, but Liquid is not ready yet.
I think the foundation is still being kind of dug up or discovered or whatever because they have a long way to go. I think they have decent pieces for the system that Twist wants to be able to build, but I think it's going to take a lot of time to get there, and they haven't had the time to do it. And right now, it looks rough from tournament. I mean, they look better now on their T sides than they did a week ago. I was giving them a lot of grief for that, but it's still just so inconsistent about what you're going to get from them.
Kind of sad that every time they face FaZe or Twist face FaZe, always
Sucks
get beaten.
to suck, man.
It really.
It is the way it
Jesus
is.
Christ, Jacob. Okay, statements as we can see on the screen. A, his career rating is higher than his rating as an in-game leader. B, his first match on HLTV was actually against Stewie 2K in 2015. Throwback. Or C, he was the first Canadian to win a major. Josh, you should know that. Is that true or false?
You never won a major.
It was Rush, Tarek, Skadoodle, Naf, and who was on? Rush.
Yeah.
None of them are.
Wait, did Rush win a major? No, he didn't.
What?
Did he?
Rush was on the
Oh, he won a major, yeah?
C9 roster with Tarek. Tarek's do Rush, Ska.
Skadoodle.
That is Ska. Ska is Skadoodle.
Oh,
That's
sick.
short form.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't think there's any Canadians on that.
No.
Are you,
Has
yeah.
Twist won a major?
Well, the problem for me is Americans, Canadians,
Rush ain't,
same.
Rush ain't
you know.
Canadian.
Rush ain't Canadian.
Rush
No,
ain't
no, no,
Canadian.
no, no.
Nah.
Neither is Stu or Skadoodle
Nope.
or Tarek.
So you're saying that one's true?
Well, has Twist won a major? That's the first question that we should be asking. Because I'm pretty sure...
Yeah, he won with
FaZe.
Yeah.
So then...
I'm pretty sure the storyline was that he was the first Canadian to win the major and the Inter Grand Slam, maybe, as well.
That is indeed correct.
Yeah, that is true.
That's indeed correct.
Okay, first match on HLTV was against Stu 2K. That could be the case.
When did Stu join C9 in like 2016? Yep. And I don't know if he had any HLTV matches before that, but like Twist was on... When was like that TSM roster?
Around the same time.
I feel like Twist has been playing with like SKDC and stuff like that beforehand, but so is like Stu.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Twist has HLTV stuff from before that. I think that is false.
Which means that his rating as an in-game leader is higher than his career rating, which could be the case because he got off to a pretty good start and the sample size is very small.
It's very small sample size, and he's been playing really well.
Could that be a trick question?
His career rating is also taking into account when he was playing in like 2014, 2015, 2016, when he maybe wasn't as good as he is today.
Good.
Is that your final answer?
Okay, first one, truth, middle one.
The first one's true.
I think the middle one's a lie.
That's incorrect. It's the other way around. His career rating is 1.10. His in-game leader rating is 1.13. So that's great.
Okay, so Stu was in Splice back then.
Stu was in Splice back then.
And Twist played for, God knows.
Tectonic.
Sick.
That's
Tectonic.
a little throwback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously sample size, in-game leader versus his career. There's quite a disparity there, but you're right. He did get off to a good start. So maybe
You
that's
replaced me in Liquid. It was a pretty good replacement.
You played on Liquid, Jacob?
I did.
No way.
You didn't know?
Do you also cycle?
No, you never.
I cycle a lot and I played on Liquid.
Okay.
It hangs on my wall. My bike hangs on the wall, and the
Did you by
Liquid
any
just
chance
hangs
lose
on the
some
wall.
weight as well? Sorry. Final. Sorry, I'm feeling mean today.
Will the real slim? Okay, no mind.
Okay, speed run this one. One more player. We got Rops. Obviously, still could make it through to the playoffs. A, he was a content creator in Call of Duty before a pro in CS. Crazy. B, he has been an HLTV top 20 every year since 2018. Or C, he has won more HLTV MVPs in CS2 rather than CSGO.
Fake truth.
Fake truth.
It's incorrect.
I'm so good at being wrong. It's amazing. It's actually impressive.
He has won 2 in CS2. That was CAC and Thunderpick, obviously with FaZe's great start to CS2. He won 3 in CSGO, all ESL Pro Leagues. Season 10, Season 15, Season 17. And guess who's not working EPL next year?
Wait, so he was a content creator in Call of Duty? I thought he was like a movement guy, you know, and...
Define content creator, because like if you have a YouTube channel with like 10 viewers, is that content creation?
Wait, way to punch down the little man.
Have some respect, man. Content creation
I'm only at 100 viewers these days.
I'd like to go and explore this, maybe, during a break or of some sort. Should we go to a break and then get into the actual games at hand? Because we got a banger, right? We've got a marathon for one of these two teams. It's going to be Eternal Fire taking on the Mongols after this.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Mm-hmm. So what is it, my son, that is troubling you?
Fear. Father love. I fear for my teammates. Returning to a place of such misery. Emzinho, that poor boy, still wakes in terror. 910, the way he crumbled, he should rename to 911. I thought we'd have to call an ambulance.
Fear not. The Mongolian resolve is firm.
Yes, Mongolian blood is strong.
Now we're talking.
Things have been better since Katian got kicked. We even won our first S-tier LAN.
CCT tier.
All is well, except for poor Yapian's town.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They too have suffered.
He was shouting and smashing the walls.
Yapi even comforted us.
So unlucky. Kicks happen every week, and yet somehow they get hit with a nickname.
Unlucky? Father, you think I forgot? I am familiar with your content.
Heroic is sad to announce that Stabby and Jown.
And perhaps it is you who should confess your sins.
Stabby and Jown. Stabby.
There is a little bit of Stabby going on here.
Third time could indeed be the charm for the Mongols. They've been to Brazil 3 times, but had the playoffs evade them every single time so far. But today, Jacob, it is going to be quite the marathon. Not only if they take down Eternal Fire, that doesn't guarantee them a spot in the playoffs. They've got to play another game later on tonight as well.
It is a marathon day for potentially both of these lineups. Obviously, the Mongols coming in as the underdog versus EF. And as you said, winning the first best of 3, that in itself is going to be a big task for both of these teams. But awaiting them is one more best of 3 if they want to stand their foot inside this arena to be part of the playoff.
It's been said to death almost. There's no team here that doesn't really have a fighting chance to make it through. And a few of the top dogs fell down early. Some are not even in the event anymore. Some are waiting in wake in the lower bracket to take out the other teams. But by no means, Eternal Fire and Mongols, like these are both playoff potential teams. Eternal Fire looking a little bit better, though, with recent form.
Tell me a bit about these two teams' history versus each other, because they are quite familiar with one another throughout 2024, right?
Yeah, you see it on your screen right now. They've played each other quite a lot. Eternal Fire have struggled, historically speaking, against the Mongols. I think in pretty much all of these matchups that you see on your screen, they have been touted to be the favorites, yet the Mongols keep on delivering in this domestic matchup, so to speak. I will say Eternal Fire have progressed a lot more than the Mongols as of late. We saw them in Pro League play good Counter-Strike, beautiful Counter-Strike. So I would again once more say that EF are the favorites, but as we know, this matchup is living its own life.
Yeah, when I look at just this history of the head-to-head, and where you see Mongols just destroying Eternal Fire ways back, but now it's like as recent as a couple of weeks ago, Eternal Fire turned things around. And when you look at just the recent form, how they've been looking here, yes, Mongols was pushing Vitality a little bit on one of the maps at the very least in a double overtime on Inferno, but Eternal Fire are just looking like they are here to mean business, and maybe they're leveling up. You've seen the resurgence of certain players as well coming back into form. Woxic, we haven't seen much from him for a while, but now he's like, oh, switching hands, we're good.
Yeah, speaking of Woxic, let's get some more thoughts from him, courtesy of James Banks.
The victory, how did that feel for you guys as a team?
I think it's feel amazing after you starting to bet against Australis and you losing and you are about to go home. If you lose one more after we traveled like more than 16 hours, it was sad to make it if you lose that. But in the end, when we won against the last champion and also number 2 in the world, it's like gives you more confidence and happiness as well, because like you can beat anybody then,
Now, lastly, Mongols. You know these guys. You've played them a hell of a lot. Would you say it's quite a tough opponent for you?
Yes, I think yes, because we won only one time and they beat us in 3 times, I think, in different tournaments. We are, I think, more confident to play against Tier 1 teams and more understanding their play style and everything. But the Mongols guys, I think they are like a bit unreadable. Also, like personally, you understand, for example, like G2 Navi or something like, or Vitality, what they're gonna do in that round with that utility or something. But you don't understand these guys. Like they are unexpected players and they are really improved themselves. Like from the start of the year till now. There is tough opponent like other teams, and we are respecting them. I think they are respecting to us too. We'll see. Like last time we beat them, why not again?
Why not again? I like it, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, Woxic.
That's super interesting that Woxic still thinks that these guys are really tough opponents, considering the opponents that EF have taken down recently, right?
Yeah, you could say so. I think for my money, at least, to be completely honest, when I look at the Mongols, they've stagnated a little bit. You know, it's an interesting team. It's a team that's been taunted to be obviously coming out of the Asian region. They're trying to adopt the European way of playing Counter-Strike, combined with their own, I guess, flamboyant way of constantly being in your face, fighting, etc. Something that should suit Eternal Fire well on the server. The way I look at it is the Mongols have stagnated. Eternal Fire has becoming a significantly better team. They developed. So I feel like these two teams a year ago were on the same trajectory, but is no longer the case.
I think it's an interesting angle that Woxic brought up. They are able to take down so many of these teams that are, playoff bound. They pushed Na'Vi to the limits in a BO5. They lost 2-3 in that series, but they've beaten out teams like Vitality and Furia and Maus and like all these other teams that are, potentially booking their places to the playoffs, or they already are there. Whereas they're saying still it's easier to play against those guys than against Mongols because Mongols does random stuff. And they do random stuff. I mean, we saw it on Inferno yesterday as well. There are a couple of times where they will disrespect smokes and just go through it. And if you're not ready for this stuff, then it's going to happen. You're going to get caught off guard. So this is, in one of these situations, just literally one by one pushing through smokes. On this round specifically, it's just Blitz there, but he just doesn't have the timing for it. And on this round, first it's 9-10, he gets one in the back. Then Vitality are thinking, okay, surely nobody else, right? Then it's one more coming through, it's Senzu, and then it's on top of that, a third player coming through the smoke. So if Eternal Fire's not ready for randomness, shenanigans, just things that aren't really high net positive plays, they could get caught off guard by something really silly on a crucial round. It could be a swing round, and that's what they're talking about, because a team like Vitality or Na'Vi, they're not going to do a play that's as risky as that.
I think players often, don't quite understand the difference between it's tough to play against an opponent and it's stressful to play against an opponent, because I would argue it's super stressful to go up against the Mongols. But when you look at the Mongols' results and the lack of results in terms of beating some of these playoff contenders that EF are beating right now, yes, they do random stuff. Yes, they do stuff that is stressing you on the server, but most of those rounds and a lot of those rounds, you're also getting free gifts, back into the game. So more so is it stressful to go up against the Mongols, but in essence, is it harder to beat them? Not really.
Who do you think the pressure is on the most in this particular matchup? Because for the Mongols, sure, they're consistently making it decently far through the groups, but I feel like actually breaking through to the playoffs, something we haven't seen at an IEM.
No, they remain competitive in pretty much all the games. I think when you look at the history of all the IEM events they played, they always do some sort of a good job pressuring a team to the brink. We saw it with Vitality yesterday, but they don't get the W's. Where I feel for EF, they're coming into this tournament with one goal. We heard that on day one in one of the interviews. They said, we want to be part of the playoffs. So in terms of internal pressure right now, I'd say it's on EF.
Yeah, I would say when we look at the two teams, it's just like Mongols is more like that gatekeeper, and then Eternal Fire right now is more of a dark horse where they could take out the championship winning teams out of the tournament right away.
Well, we do have the veto rolling in. We're going to be beginning off on Anubis, Mirage, pick of Mongols coming into things, Inferno, if we do need that third and final decider. And I think we are just about ready to be diving into the game.
Anubis, Mirage, Inferno, Chatty B, and we got Eternal Fire versus the Mongols. How's your initial feelings, vibrations? What is the vibrational frequency you're operating on coming into this one?
Speaking of frequency, obviously the sheer amount of times these guys have played this year, but in the most recent head-to-head, it's where I start to lean towards Eternal Fire. I think one of the issues for the Mongols in this matchup is the fact that EF ban out Ancient, and I think that EF have been looking overall, and as the Death was just discussing, better against the better names. Yeah. So it would be tough to see them falter in this one, but yeah, yeah, their last 2 best-of-3s have gone the distance.
I'll tell you,
maps required.
I'll tell you what was tough to watch falter was the Mongols on Inferno versus Vitality, forcing it to overtime, unable to overcome a big name like Vitality. Mongols find themselves in the lower bracket. Eternal Fire sent here in a best-of-1 versus Astralis. At 13-11 was their only loss so far, beating out G2 as we witnessed yesterday. So we can get started. Anubis, our first map.
Yeah, same map pool as just a few weeks ago at EPL. So we'll see if Mongols are able to crack through on the map pick of EF on Anubis. It's, I guess, one of EF's home maps for sure. Something they like to pick into, something that they look very strong on tactically. Wakadia, quite... Oh, okay, don't worry about Wakadia. We'll focus on Senzu. We've got Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and MC bringing you all the action. And Senzu with the opening kill. The B-hold seems quite strong on paper for Mongols. It's Techno and Senzu, right, as the 2 defenders there, and then they have Mizzino as the A anchor, Blitz as the mid player, 910 as the rotator on the AWP.
I have a really ignorant question. Oh, but I'll throw it in a second because Senzu's nailed a really nice second headshot, takes down Madja, and they're testing him, but he's not giving it up. He's happy to take those fights, will fall back on the reload. Mizzino's found Woxic as well, who is going to be a huge win condition for Eternal Fire throughout the day, is he not? 5 alive, though, for Mongols. Woxic in a phenomenal form. And I wanted to ask, why do almost all of the pro pistols, like especially on the T sides, they tend to be quite spread out and not so direct as, like, you know what your Puggy calls it. It's like, all right, we're going A, we're going B, we're going mid.
I think especially on a map like Anubis, for example, it's nice to kind of feel out the CTs and see if they want to go for any aggression, because I think a pretty standard approach would be heavy A main, right? And then as soon as there's some pressure elsewhere, those A main players might push, so you might want to set up a trap, force them into that. But they just got picked apart here, so I don't think that's what EF were expecting whatsoever. Maybe hoping for a little bit more respect in that regard. But yeah, Anubis is the type of map where, the CTs have to take risks, and that it doesn't change with the pistol round, which is one of the more high variance rounds.
You were having a really interesting conversation with Yanko just the other day about Anubis. I was overhearing the conversation about how this map, by design, forces the CTs to play not anti-Counter-Strike, but something different to the typical Counter-Strike.
It's definitely, look, this is the most two-sided map that we have in the pool, and it's one of these maps where the CT puzzle solving that has really come into fashion over, the last 3 or 4 years now, and the constant, I don't want to say hyper-aggressive moves, but proactive moves, like the heroics, or reactive to the information that comes their way. I feel that you need to be making these steps on Anubis. You can't really just sit back and defend in a default fashion, because the Ts, if they go through basic protocol utility, will have those advantages, which isn't something that you get on most maps. The CTs should have the advantage of holding bomb sites, right? The Ts are meant to work hard to attack, to take this space. They have the better weapon, obviously the AK-47, to make those type of fights easier, and the CTs are having to lock things down, use that util, which is getting more and more nerfed. But I just think the idea on this map of probing for the aggression, whether you follow through or not, is a good start to slow down a T-side default, but it doesn't necessarily give you a lot other than time. You still need to win out those fights where the Ts, in a lot of these occasions, feel quite favored. I think everybody at home, if they've played any pugs of any variety, will know just how difficult it is on the B bomb site once the lurk smoke is dropped out, right? It feels like you need to play 3 players there, but then you're getting harassed in con.
Dark gets mollied, your lurk smoke lands, and you're suddenly feeling like there could be 4 people knocking on the door. Techno, this is very aggressive, but as a product of the T-Stairs smoke, he's allowed to maintain info of canals up until a point.
Yeah, still risky, right? But both teams kind of negating a bit of vision here, and as I was saying, slowing down the default. Now, looking to play ahead of that was Mizzino. We saw this yesterday from EF, actually, when G2 would go for the A main control from Malbs with the standard util set. They would edge and play ahead of the smoke for info. We'll be crawling up connector, so Techno are going to backpedal and play with Senzu. The 2 of them are starting to press towards a B main push. This is a good call for info. They'll have Wakadia. Never mind, it was mid where the fight came first. Now they push out B main, kind of a pincer maneuver.
Wasn't ready for the con occupation so quickly. Madja just surges forward. Calix will too to try and clear out this B anchor, but Senzu's solid. Good work from him, staying dynamic, keeps control of B. The bomb not in their hands. Mizzino, he activates on A. But 910, he does have Madja's cross. They don't know it, but they have the bomb. It's at the top of B. Dark, God, they get the fights. The fights just come to them. Lovely patience on display from Madja. The trade is there from Zintaras, and Eternal Fire will get their first gun round.
I like the idea from 910, right? Isolate Dark so you could hard clear that angle, but just doesn't win out the fight. So a couple of them looking a little bit wobbly. And that's going to be EF striking with a round that it felt like they were the ones getting, pushed and pressured. But I like that, right? Mid and B main, as much as they don't feel connected, very much are. Right? Because if they're going to leave one player just watching the mid and the B push, that guy can be isolated while they're, taking connector or working on the A main presence. But we have another buy. Blitz quite literally just has a USP, so he's going to have to pick up a rifle. Flash forward, 5 for Zentares, traded by Senzu. Wakadia sends him packing for now. Blitz really needs to come get that gun.
Yeah, they're not working with much, are they?
You can see it.
Yoink!
Well, that's probably best case scenario.
I mean, yes, apart from the fact that that was the last smoke grenade the CT side has at 1 minute 19. Going to be hard to keep this the wolf from the door.
But look at the gamble right now. Senzu's been called away to deal with middle, 9-10, and Senzu both towards camera, Mazzino towards A main, and we can see the EF rotation, which is looking like, hey, we don't want to test B. We've seen what's over there. Let's retool, regather. They've still got a couple of smokes, flashes, and molly, so they can execute into this site, which will give them the advantages. Mazzino can maybe split them with the remaining incendiary.
Oh, yeah, and he is in a position to kind of catch wind of their presence. You can see the flashes from Woxic. He'll smoke heaven and flash them out. Mazzino going to be safe from those. He's held onto his incendiary as long as he could, but drops it out towards the pillar. And that's his first test. Does well in combination with his teammate, but unable to do much more. Senzu, another multi-kill round.
Madja's ditching.
He's piecing.
Well, Blitz is also rotating back. That's Woxic down. Now Blitz is going to be there on the B side to greet Madja with open arms.
What an incredible round from Senzu. Madja, you're going to try and plant. You're not going to get much further. Blitz will flatten him. And we will see a very quick response and a return to the victory for Mongols.
Now pick your poison. It's a read or a gamble.
Both.
Right,
both is good.
And they played heavy mid so they could respond quite quickly. And you could actually see the util as we just copped the opening trades. Now, the util coming in, it wasn't too suppressive. I think that, did EF throw 2 mollies to back cake? Because they could have done bricks as well. I'm not sure exactly how many they had. I know one was fountain.
You're right, yeah.
But if they had put 1 bricks as well, it would have given them a little bit of easier regarding the aim map. So we'll just be EF down to some upgraded pistols.
Cool little flight path from Wakadia. Might catch 9-10 off. Might being the operative word. He does not. Doesn't even blink. Just
got danger close though, didn't he?
He did. Mazzino, the A anchor. I mean, I'm always on A anchor watch on Anubis just because it is such a difficult bomb site to be responsible for.
Yeah, it's like we say anchor, so but just by nature of that term, you feel it's a passive position, but it's not, because if you just give over baskets control for free, and I'm not talking about just exchanging utility, right? You can still, if you're not peppering them, if you're not making it difficult, if you're not having rounds where you're playing on the edge or you're flashing in, you have to take fights at certain points. So it is a tough position for sure.
But just having the luxury of when you're doing something like that, having a blitz, able to support you with some util and maybe a headshot. Catches Zentares in mid. Woxic with that bomb, just going to run in willy-nilly, hope to catch Mazzino unawares.
5 staying alive. That's very, very nice for the Mongols. This is the CT side. This is a map that they played against EF in their previous matchup. It was like 21, 22 days ago, just back at Pro League, and that was within the playoffs. I think the match before that was in Cologne. That was in the play-ins. So a bit of a rivalry brewing between these two. The fact that they've played in 5 outings in 2024 alone, and both national teams on the rise.
Yeah.
It's nice to see.
It is really nice to see, especially considering we're on the kind of, the international team.
Space Trace Station, I think it's called.
That's it.
This is a full B go, Alex.
Yeah, but they're going into Senzu's domain. Let's see if he can keep the frags flowing. 9-10 can't. Misses his chance. Nice from Wakadia. Down after 1. Techno, MP9 damage onto Calix, more damage. A leg shot finds Zentares, but the defense got no hope now. The nade looking for Calix won't find him. Nice little change of pace, and he's actually going to push the issue. He might catch Mazzino here. Quick reaction from the Mongolian.
Well, now tantalizing, 2 players low, so do they have a look in on this?
Be one hell of a retake. A 2v4 retake is a crazy request. Smoke and kit present, though, and we'll see if Mazzino gets any further to the fight in the open.
Look,
down goes Calix.
He's playing for the save. He's in middle.
Oh, he's in dark now. Yeah, they're going to potentially be able to bait them out onto the bomb. Time is of the essence, though. Blitz takes him down. Now they can get on it. Zentares, low HP. Blitz to provide the covering fire. 1 bullet does it. it, and a 2v4 retake. Blitz and Mazinho regain control.
Tell you about getting ahead of yourself there. Woxic pushing into spawn, look inspired. I think they're expecting to save 100%. You've got Zentares go and walk about the players low. They've got to lock down and focus on securing that round. They were 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. 9-10 misses the opening shot. They trade efficiently in towards the site. Mongols felt done. You're thinking the save's in play, and now it's 5-1.
What's the logic of Zentares running canals there? You said to save?
Like he's thinking they're saving already.
Oh, I see. And so he's just trying to get out of there, maybe try and catch someone on the rotation to save.
So
yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was walking through middle, and then when the kills came in, he dropped back through canals. Right? You have Woxic pushing up as well, which is quite telling of, hey, I'm going to constrict the way back in. The missed shot initially from 9-10, it cost them, right? The way it's meant to go is 9-10 gets the opener, then Senzu's the trap card. Well, Senzu goes down first, then Techno falls. 9-10 gets something done. It's all about Blitz. It's all about Mazinho on that retake. And a bit of a fumble, a bit of a gift there from EF.
Yeah, shout out to your A anchor if he can regain control of B like that as well. Mazinho, that's a big delivery. Eternal Fire going to feel hard done by there. They managed to break through, got the frags they desired.
Interesting purchases in EF. Well, this is heavy mid.
Yeah, 9-10. Could be caught out by this. Easy. Lovely.
But they did it dry, like no smoke to boost over. Of course, that's going to catch you off guard.
I'm worried about Blitz. Unjustifiably, because Zentares brings the fire. Oh, and the bait and switch. On the reload, Mazinho swings out. They move forward to punish, and instead just get completely double dinged. Lovely.
Well, this is perfect. The man that I wanted to talk to about the curious purchases, look at the finances for everybody else, right-hand side of your screen. Calyx bought all the way down to 0. Sure, you get max loss bonus in the next round of 3,400, but if you're going to do that, you know you're going to be operating with a Galil or something lighter. So I assume with that type of a buy, he's expecting a plant, because then he would have been in full buy range, no dramas.
I see, yeah, but I mean, I guess he's fallen into that trap of everyone else has got a rifle. I want something cool.
I just feel at this point, like EF have let the first half of this really get away from them. So right now, this is where we get to test the pedigree of the team. They're going to need to take a couple of deep breaths, and that's not a Taz joke by any stretch. That's quite true, right? Because this is blink and you miss at Counter-Strike. There's certain games that you find yourself in, and the rounds just go, and you never even really feel that you get to play some of those rounds, and that's also indicative by the lack of kills. So definitely going to need to kind of slow and change the tempo, play on their own terms right now, EF, because they're already 5 rounds in the hole. This is CT side Anubis.
It's almost, I mean, I think the tone was set in that pistol, right? Like yes. 5 alive, you did nothing, gained nothing, second round conversion clean. You then get yourself on the board, and Mongols immediately respond. The only round EF have won was the 3rd round of play so far. Now we get all the guns out. It is going to be that Galil for Calyx, as you foretold. Blitz knows his angles, not going to give Woxic a freebie. Ooh, clear of the smoke. Techno just dips back into the con smoke and now returns. Will he isolate Madja here? So there is a timing on that smoke. Fade, he can go and isolate, and he will. Nice aggression. Aggression? Or aggression?
Well, that's maybe how they say it in Mongolia.
Yes.
But either way, Mongols look extremely well prepared for a lot of these little moves.
Like that smoke kind of gave Techno a real indicator as to what they were cooking. I love how stubborn they've been playing con. Senzu, now Techno.
So many nades left as well.
Well, now you wait, and you're vulnerable to mid, you're vulnerable to A, you're vulnerable to all these other aggressions, and no, how about a B main clear? Woxic's holding though, oh, missed shot! Missed off shot leads to 2, Techno shuts down B. Bomb on the floor.
Mazinho's pushing A.
And Mazinho activates loudly, a bit too loud if you ask me, as
all the info, though. That's
and
all
Calyx
the info.
Both spotted.
The fact you already have the bomb down, you can piece this round together, and it should be all yours for number 7, Techno. Will he catch Zentares steps through spawn? No, well, he's saving.
How about a reload?
I think the reload
may
have actually been
possible. Heard. Yeah, he's very cautious.
And his mouth looked like it was moving. Oh dear. You're not clearing this, Zentares. Not at all. Okay, Techno takes that one for free. And
he's in
Calyx.
Spawn!
Yeah.
What's he doing in Spawn?
Well, this is fantastic from the Mongols, isn't it?
Bro, I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, you could frame it both ways. It is definitely fantastic from the Mongols, but as you said, Eternal Fire, it's very funny to observe it from, the third party, but it's just getting away from them. Like this game, the first gun round, very quick, blink, you miss it, second gun, now suddenly, oh, it's 7-1.
And there's only one glaring issue is giving up the 4v2 retake off the B bomb site.
Yeah.
But the ramifications of that are huge, right? And you're seeing that dispelled within the finances at the moment. So EF will buy back in behind the Calix save, and obviously so, the max loss bonus is working in their favor.
Like, how many Woxic Orbs have we seen?
Yeah, well, that's another factor, and how many Woxic kills, just
that
one
was
at the
one,
moment.
right? Yeah.
They're always playing ahead of this Dark Smoke. There's going to be a mid-crawl right now from Blitz. He's got oversight of 9-10, just holding on to a curious angle, so Blitz is going to activate. 9-10's going to widen his, and he's ready for the boost this time, or at least he acknowledged it for a second.
Ooh, goes down to Blitz. Nice from Zentares, but at least a 4v4 foul.
Gotta get fed up with that if you're 9-10. Oh, well, that wasn't the intention. But regardless, Blitz stands to it. Is this going to be another peter out for EF?
I mean, looking at the absence of map control, you have no idea if they've pushed B. You know you've lost mid. And they're going to re-aggress to try and take back that B main control. It's fair enough, it's smoked. They will have full control.
Senzu's kind of cheating away. Well, he was. He was just playing in Temple. So maybe just being called over. If they double Dark, I think this can be quite strong for the close. Wakadia keeping the options open for a moment, but this definitely feels like a B finish. I'm going to wish he played double Dark now, isn't he?
Oh, but Techno catches Bacardia crawling. Now the rest, they can focus all of their attention on the main point. Oh, and it's going to be Calix. Finding Techno makes it awkward. Mazinho's already arrived here. Bomb to be planted by Woxic. A 3 versus 3, spamming the smokes. They fade up, and now Eternal Fire need this round. But Blitz catches Magic poking his nose out of Dark. It's very uncomfortable for Calix and Woxic now. Senzu tucked out Glyph. Blitz gonna find the final frag here onto Calix. He's got pressure from behind him as well. He has to stay swiveled around out the edge of the smoke for the first. Finds Mazinho, tagged up, body bagged up, and 8 for the Mongols.
Damn. Love that from Blitzer as well. You're not going to expect that if you're Magic because the AWP 9-10 was dead quite early within the round. The fact he goes all the way around the world to take that long-range duel and wins out that fight. He's just like, what's this guy doing, man? Like, he's meant to be the quick rotator towards the B site. And this is how it opened with this very avant-garde looking mid setup, right? They're standing dry in the center of middle. So they've done their homework, Mongols. Second of 3 tactical timeouts used as Faber wants to get on the microphone, but this half is just going down the gurgler. 4 is all that's possible for Eternal Fire. And that would mean 3 consecutive. Residual cash up the wazoo for most of the Mongols.
But it's not, you know, looking at the Mongols' reactions, they're not, you know, they're not counting their chickens before they hatch here. An 8-1 CT half on Anubis, they're already feeling pretty damn good, but it's not like, it's not ear-to-ear smiles. It's map 1. It's an elimination match. This is just buckle down, keep it going, try and keep this in lightning in the bottle for as long as we can.
And this is a tough series for the Mongols, for sure. Winner of this has to play another best of 3 later today. So the quicker you get it done, probably the better for the energy sakes. Oh, they've blocked each other through middle there. So the CT smoke has actually just landed in the middle of red. I think they bumped each other, which is quite classic. So that's a first, mistake that's kind of been made from the Mongols. Techno lucky to get away, and well, going to be feeling a little bit of pressure overall. Playing 2 towards A with 9-10's AWP posted up. Gives Mazinho the ability to float. Respect the A4. They're really slowing down the tempo and the pace
this
right now.
Off the tax timeout, right? And maybe Faber just said, like, we can't be having an opening death in the first 20 seconds. Zentares takes a heavy lick from the nade, but does manage to gain doors control. I saw the patch notes. They talked about pixel gaps on Anubis. I assume that's the doors get pixel gap fixed. I haven't checked for myself.
Is this one from last night?
No, it was a couple of nights ago.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So there's no longer that door angle. Good, good, good.
This is 3 players in A main searching for info. They've got full mid control right now, EF.
Mazinho goes first. Oh, the timing is terrible for Madja. He just pulled out his grenade. Calix desperately searching for a trade, and he becomes Mazinho's second scalp. Awkward now, very awkward.
EF just don't look themselves at the moment. They had 2 flashes for the finish there. And look, I understand the timing of that seems quite awkward. But Mongols are doing such a great job. Now they drop down, they head towards B. It's Senzu and Techno here, Blitz on the way, but this should be a shutdown. That molly, perfect.
15 seconds. I mean, now you're running channeled into Mazinho. You'll get another one. Okay, Mazinho, rocking and rolling with 3 kills. Okay. And the 9-10's looking for you, Zentares, and might even find you. Spots him. Spots him. 0 on the clock. 400 Voxels and Taras has to work with. Oh, it gets worse. I didn't think it could.
I think EF might still be asleep right now.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, from the type of Counter-Strike we saw them play yesterday to this today. Ooh, this is going to require them to dig deep. Perfect. Like, every time Mongols have gone for these type of swings or these picks, they've had really jarring timing.
This is what the desk were talking about, you know? Like, you never quite know what the Mongols are going to do next. These, like, dry timing peaks. I mean, for Madja, you're just terrified to switch to a nade. Every time he's whipping it away, he's getting caught out. Dry peaks. This time going for aggression. It doesn't work. Oh, it really doesn't work. They really have lost all sense and logic. Let's just buy Mag 10s and rush B. Turns out Mongols are ready for that as well.
And it's not like Eternal Fire have been lacking opening kills. I think they've got 5 in total so far.
Oh, geez.
Right? So it's not like they haven't had opportunities. They definitely have. Just a thing of beauty to watch right now. Woxic left in a very tough situation. That might be an understatement.
I think it is, yeah. I'm not going to use the impossible word, but I would say highly improbable situation for Woxic. Finds himself 1v4 without the bomb.
Sound as catchy as Kim Possible.
It doesn't.
It was Kim Possible. What was the other guy?
I'd never made that connection before. Like the Kim was kind of the im.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was just because it was possible.
Well,
like she's Miss Possible, you know, because she makes it possible.
Yeah.
But no, it's Kim Possible, impossible. Oh my. Whew. I always wanted a naked mole rat as well.
What was the other bloke's name?
What? Ron?
You're thinking Harry Potter now.
No, Ron. The blondie.
Was he? I thought he was a ginger.
I thought he was blonde.
He might have been blonde.
Maybe the Australian version. They changed the hair color. Or the Irish version. Either way, this round was very easy to dismiss for Mongols.
Ron-stoppable.
Ron-stoppable. Oh, unstoppable.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're doing things. Wow, it's actually changed my whole perspective on the Kim Possible universe.
Mazinho about to be tested. Round number 12. They're all coming his way.
Wait, what's his util sitch? What's the sitch, Mazinho? That was my text tone for a while. He actually got delayed by a smoke, and that's pretty good from Mazinho. He has got support in 9-10, who's bringing an incendiary and an AWP over.
Kinda crazy. Smoking normally shortens people's lives.
Yeah, and yet this time it's kept Mazinho's going.
All right, guys, we got one util set and an extra smoke. Let's make it land.
It better land. So will the AWP shot, though. Oh, he stopped right perfect on the money. Then he dumps his util, and you go, I don't want to commit into an AWP, but we've got...
I don't want to go anywhere right now.
Where do we go? Madja, what do we do?
Might be home quickly.
Yeah, bloody hell. I mean, Blitz might get caught out here by the pacing of this. I don't think he will. Oh, ahead of the smokes is Madja. Zinho and Techno have found frags everywhere, though, and Ricardia can't hit a shot either. What is going on?
I don't know.
I haven't seen Eternal Fire be this slow in a long time. I mean, Mongols, they've got themselves an 11-round haul on the CT side of Anubis. This is unheard of. Join us after the break as we continue to unravel the Eternal Fire mystery. As expected, right? Anubis, you'd expect to see a team come in with a large haul on their CT side. 11 rounds on the defense from the Mongols, and it really did look like Eternal Fire forgot who they are, where they've come from, and what they've been doing as of late in the Counter-Strike world. We're ready for our second half. First map in an elimination series, and the Turkish side, coming into the harder side, have just one to work with. How you doing, Chad?
I'm trying to set up a gag right now.
Oh, you doing
just
a
give
gag?
me a second.
Okay.
There's a gag coming.
All right, I'll let you cook.
You just wait maybe like another 20 seconds.
20? Okay. Slow, methodical pistol.
Come on, this gag has to pay.
I can't imagine what it is.
Come on.
Rushley and MC, of course, our observers.
It's got to be there so soon. Ah.
Yeah?
It's not going to land.
Oh, okay. Well, I like that you're trying.
Wait, hold up. Maybe I can.
Centaurus is going to get one. Maybe a second. Senzu's up there, and woo, Mazinho's not shy. Had the bomb on his back, still brings the fight into the site. Now Mazinho to plant. Woxic behind the temple. Smoke and Mongols hit every shot they take. They're coming into this game with a 36% win rate in the last 3 months on Anubis. And yet, look at how high they are flying now. Woxic and Madja to retake, and there is a kit. Hang on, he could do something. He could, and he has. While flashed, his own flash, he gets the kill. Woxic has contributed as well, puts it onto Blitz with no kev. Ooh, don't fancy his chances here. This is a must-win. Going for the full hold on the defuse. And Blitz a bit late on the hold. Oh, dear. They'll take the pistol, snatch that one away. Blitz sure gets some kills, but that was a necessary pistol converted. Nice retake.
It's time to wake up, Eternal Fire. The time zone got me. So I had it set.
That's clever.
So I had it set as if I was on the Wi-Fi, and then the Wi-Fi died, so then my time zone changed
back to Brazilian time.
To Brazilian time. So
but it is
the
time.
gag was about the alarm going off, and
they
don't hit the snooze button, it's time to wake up.
Oh, it's great. It's better when you don't have to explain it.
Yeah, it is. Well, they won the pistol.
Yeah, which is, I would argue, a compulsory step. If you wanted to be competitive on Anubis, I think also this one. Wait, why is...
I just saw a tchotchke.
Yeah, they're tchotchkeing for sure.
Go back to the AK on Senzu, please. We need to investigate the tchotchke. Look at the little
They've
sausage.
updated the physics now, so they wiggle more.
Great.
not happy about that? Oh, he's put a bow on the dig logo. I think that's actually really cute.
Oh.
Actually, Senzu, 10 points.
Well, I think he got dropped that, didn't he?
Gryffindor. Whoever's crafted that. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Zentaris deleted, and Madja, his next victim. He's played it to perfection. Be open. Senzu's made it so. How awkward, how uncomfortable. Ooh. Hang on, he's blocked the temple smoke a little bit. Gives him something to play around, perhaps.
They missed the molly towards back plant, so Calix gets a second life. Yes. I'm not talking about the game.
No, but I think he's probably wishing he's role-playing right now, because the role he's playing is dying. 12 in the second round.
Out of all possible outcomes coming into today, this was not the outcome that I had seen.
I didn't foresee.
I was reading my tea leaves before I come in and do it, and a 12-2 scoreline on Anubis, Eternal Fire's map pick after the type of Counter-Strike they played yesterday.
And after the last time they had a head-to-head where it was a 4-3 mapper, right?
Yes.
A Pro League.
And competitive.
16-13, 13-9, 13-11. And here we find ourselves with... Counter-Strike has been very volatile as of late. It's about how you perform on the day, and Ricardius definitely finding a little bit of form on the way out.
Laser beam on the MP9 will not get to retain the AK-47, and that's likely the death knock. Alex, you win the CT pistol, you lose the follow-up. There's probably nothing worse.
No, I think it is categorically the worst outcome to the start of a CT side.
So the best things about this game, how good Mongols have looked.
I can make it even worse.
My gag, what was the third?
They won the pistol, but they also all died in the pistol they won, so they couldn't have any less money.
True.
They couldn't have even any worse economy than they have now.
You should get that blue sky up. You'd be talking real truth.
Yo.
All right. Well, right now, it's like a par 3. It's been a really nice drive from the Mongols. The ball's landed just on the green. It's rolled close towards the pin. And right now, they're just going to putt it in. Just going to take in a couple of deep breaths, and they're just going to bend in the knees. Nice
grip, really focused. A bit of Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore action. Getting your hole and, well, I guess your home. As only 4 more kills to find. Going to shred them to pieces, one by one. Eternal Fire will fall. And coming up next, we have the map choice of Mongols. That's going to be Mirage.
Interesting.
That's all the info. Seen the last 2. Let's run towards B. They can have the guns. That's fine. 910 can stand here and block. It's going to be desperation. The bomb is on 910's back, so he is going to have to actually hightail it. Might be Blitz, the one to scoop them up from behind. No, Calyx seems aware, but he is going to get blindsided. Hello and goodbye. Xantares, the final victim. And there you have it. Mongols 13-2. An insane victory to kick off the Survival Series for their life here at IEM Rio.
You looking at any players in particular right now that you think are doing good work that you're trying to steal from?
I mean, I think I'm the same as Device actually, where there's just a lot of different players. Like I have like a list of like players where if I see like their demo pop, because I like follow the POV channels. If I see them pop up, I'm watching them for sure. Like Frozen, Queserado, Malbs, Xantares.
Yeah.
I was watching like Wacadia for a while too.
Sure.
So I don't know. I feel like just anyone that looks sick.
There's a lot of hard hitters.
Nico, like I don't know, just anyone. Even people that aren't in my role, I like watching a lot because when you play like the role that I play, which is like the playmaker role, you can just kind of be everywhere, and you have to know like what's going on like all of the spots. So you have to be very knowledgeable about like what's the meta on like this spot, what's this guy like doing. I mean that's kind of more anti, but you know, some people can like define like the meta. Like when Rops was like playing Insane at the beginning of CS2, you know that every single lurker is watching him. Like for sure, everyone's watching him. So if you just watch Rops, you're gonna know what like another person's probably gonna copy, and you're gonna want to do like those moves yourself, which can like open up different things.
And then you're playing Rops in 5 games straight. Everyone's doing the Rops moves, and you gotta worry about that.
Yeah, so there's just like a lot of stuff that like you have to like keep on top of, and you're always just like applying moves from like every single spot that can be really helpful.
Well, turns out the Mongols are on an absolute speed run on Anubis. Gentlemen, do you want to hazard a guess as to just how long that map took to conclude? You know, give or take the break.
25
here and
minutes.
There.
23.
Thereabouts, 27. It took for the Mongols to take down Eternal Fire on their own map
include
pick.
the halftime break of 3 minutes?
I did take that away, but let's just take a couple more away, because that was insane. I can't believe that's EF's pick, and they got 1 solitary round on that T side. That's wild.
That is wild, especially when you consider that, as you said, it is Eternal Fire's pick. We saw them play Anubis yesterday, you know, against G2, where they dominated them, where they looked like the by far better team. I think this was a bit of a wake-up call for EF, and another slow start, another bad half, so to speak, and that's what seems to be the sentiment for them so far this tournament. Either they play exceptionally well, or they don't play at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It looks like they need to have a really good start and play from kind of ahead a little bit. If they're playing from behind, the things that happen with their economy, and I don't want to sit here and take anything away from Mongols because they played great. They had some really good moments. I think you're going to talk about one where they have good reactions, but you know, in terms of opening duels and everything, it was pretty like 50-50. So what actually went wrong?
That is the question. Maybe you've got some answers for us, Jacob. Let's dive into our Katia playbook. You've got round number 8. What's the story of this round?
The story for me, to begin with, is the Mongols playing well. We have it right here. It's round 8. They already got off to a good start. Score is 6-1. You see, we are now roughly 45 seconds into the round right here. And you can see how they're constantly moving around, constantly being proactive. They're moving down towards this connect area. They're putting down a smoke, which essentially is keeping these two players at bay now. You have Centaurus and you have Calix standing out behind this smoke, which means that they're now isolated from their teammates. They wanted to do a push in towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, if you're the Mongols, you could just wait around, but no. They want to be proactive. They want to push out. They want to constantly be on the move and constantly try to, work on the mid-round aggression that we so often speak about when we're on the disc. You see them coming out right here. Sensu's taking up a raw duel. Both of them are swinging out. A flash is coming in a little bit late. You can argue that the timing of all of this is a little bit off, but just the fact that they're constantly on the move. Messinio as well. Maybe he's pushing the boundaries a little bit too much, but as soon as they get those 2 kills over on the B side, he's pushing through the smoke on A. Again, they want to get information. They want to stay proactive. They constantly want to stress Eternal Fire. Voxic spoke about it coming into this game. It is annoying to play against Mongols because you never really know when they're pushing their smokes, when they're being aggressive, but that's one of the trademarks of this lineup. Constantly moving, constantly being proactive, and you gotta be able to punish it, otherwise you lose.
And just to add on to here, this is the type of example that Mongols is doing a move. They secured that B main area. They have that bomb down. They knew players were outside connector, and the only place that these guys are going to be is like right in front of Messinio. So this is a bit of a unnecessary, but they're winning so just massively. And this is a play that you probably wouldn't see coming out of a team like Na'Vi.
It's kind of similar to what you touched upon when the Vitality game yesterday, right? Whereas on the opposite side of the spectrum, Vitality were actually able to deal with it. What was lacking from Eternal Fire in terms of how they were able to, not put down these aggressive pushes, these, pushing for info plays?
Well, I don't think they did themselves any favor when it came to the economy. And, even going into the last round of the half, you're down like 10-1 or whatever the scoreline is. And instead of purchasing more Galil so you can have nades, it's just like 4 AKs with, maybe a smoke between the 4 of them and then one player with a MAC-10. And then they're trying to play out these rounds like they have options. They don't have options. When you have no nades like that, you can't do anything. And so, we have one of those rounds here where it's like, okay, they're Eternal Fire. They want to group up and they want to go towards A, and Xanteras is leading the pack. But if you have no mollies to flush out certain players out of positions, you don't have any flashes, what happens is you walk into an op scope, and now you get blocked out by a molly, the rotation is going to come. So what do? You go to the next spot. Okay, we're going to walk up again here, and then we're going to look for an opening. But what's going to happen is you're going to walk into an off angle, nothing to flush them out, and then you're going to, either get blocked or you have nothing to actually work with. And it's one by one, you just fall apart. And it stems from that first death that Xanteras got, but that stems from the economy. Not even the economy, it's just how they prioritize their buy. They have the money to purchase the nades, they just choose to go for 4 rifles. You're looking at a 2-10 Woxic, a 5-10 Xanteras, a 3-8 Wakadia. Like, you guys aren't killing anybody. Maybe a couple more smokes and flashes are gonna allow the other people to get kills instead of everyone trying to be a hero.
Agree with that sentiment, Jacob?
Yeah, very much. And I think it's also a symptom of how the first half, was looking for EF. Obviously, going into the last round, I agree, the economy was not looking great, and not prioritizing grenades at that point is just a stupid mistake. But at that point, you already feel like you lost it, I'm pretty sure that from a playing mentality, and you probably know that Josh as well, if you're Xanteras, you're thinking to yourself, give me an AK, I'll get it done. If you're YK, he's thinking to himself, give me an AK, I'll get it done. And once you're in that mentality where everyone feels like they have to be the guy, they have to be him, then nothing is going to work out, especially on a map like an
Who was him, though, in this map? Who was your most valuable player of this map?
I mean, Sensu had a fantastic start to this game. He was beasting it. I think he had 15 kills, 7-8 rounds into the game. So for him to come alive in that fashion, that was very impressive. I think as a whole, the Mongols played some of the best Counter-Strike that we've seen them play. Again, I feel the playing field was made easy for them by EF by not playing up to par, but take nothing away. Some of these individual moments and some of this aggression and the proactivity that we saw from the Mongols, that is good Counter-Strike. That is quality Counter-Strike.
It's at least oppressive Counter-Strike, and Eternal Fire couldn't deal with it then. They have one more chance, really, to prove it. I mean, realistically, if they lose next map, it's just, that's it.
Should we talk about next map? That's going to be Mirage. That is the Mongols' pick. Unsurprisingly enough, you might have thought this was their pick. No, this was a pick of Eternal Fire. What is the story for both these teams coming onto Mirage?
I mean, if you're Eternal Fire, you gotta shake that off. And obviously, we've seen Eternal Fire play Mirage at a very high level. Again, against G2, it was looking good. You know, they looked like a team that knew what they wanted to do. They looked like they were well prepared. And it could be, again, EF just coming very slow into map 1 in a game. And I wouldn't necessarily count them out. Obviously, you gotta get some of those individual playmakers working. We saw Santeris when he was playing against Astralis. His first half was a 1-12 scoreline. EF are not winning games if Santeris is not playing well. And sometimes, as much as you want to make Counter-Strike about strategies, you know, approach, mentality, state, individually speaking, if you don't have your star players playing well when you are a team at the level of EF, you're not going to win. And you can dumb down Counter-Strike to that level sometimes.
If we're going to talk about star players, we need to talk about just like the start that they get to the half. It can't be that they're getting blown out and they never get to stabilize their economy to prioritize whatever buy they need. But this is a pretty decent map pool for both teams. Both teams are going to play well, but Mirage is a map where, similar to Anubis, you can create a lot of these chaotic situations. There's so many lanes to work with, and that's what Mongols is going to be trying to do. So Eternal Fire, they just need to be able to shoot back this game and get a good start to the half.
Mirage does await us after this break. Eternal Fire's tournament life hanging in the balance. We're going to be diving into it in just a few.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Spirit forces are gathering. Donk's eyes fixed on Malta. His strength will return. Counter-Strike stands upon the brink of domination. No one will escape it. You will unite, or you will fall. Bring forth the mouse, Senzu.
So it is true. It is a gift to the foes of spirit. Why not use this mouse? Long has my cousin, the steward of G2, kept the force of spirit at bay. By blood's hands are your lands kept safe. Give G2 the weapon of the prodigy. Let us use it against him.
You cannot wield it. None of us can. The one mouse answers to Dong alone. It has no other master.
And what would a 0.9 rating know of this matter?
This is no mere 0.9. He is Karrigan, first son of Sonic Thorn. You owe him your allegiance.
Karrigan? This is Dong's bane?
And heir to the throne of G2.
Sæt dig ned, Devilas.
G2 has no king. G2 needs no king.
Karrigan is right. We cannot use it.
You have only one choice. The mouse must be destroyed.
What are we waiting for?
The mouse cannot be destroyed, Krim's son of Pronax, by any skill we here possess. The mouse was forged in the fires of Vertigo. Only there can it be unmade. It must be taken deep into the fiery chasm and cast back into the endless shaft from whence it came. one of you must do this.
One does not simply walk into Vertigo.
Vertigo? Never again. What about Train? Or Cobble?
Or Dust 2? Dust 2? Its wooden gates are guarded by more than just ops?
Have you heard nothing what Maniac said? It must be Vertigo if the mouse is to be destroyed.
And I suppose you're gonna be the one to do it? Op? IGL? What's next? CEO? And I will be dead before I witness another Astralis era.
And it should be Fnatic? The fate can't be in the hands of Swedes.
We should take the mouse!
Never trust a day.
I'll take it. Should be us.
Ta ut gröten i halsen och prata.
We should! No! We should! Why not? I don't do this. I did. Name of
Astralis should take the fucking mouse. I'll take it. I will take it.
сонсоогоо юм уу? Вертиго гэсэн шүү дээ.
Vertigo?
You have my offer.
Well, they're going to need Woxig's Orb if they want a chance to take this the distance, because Eternal Fire are on the ropes, absent, without leave. We don't know where Eternal Fire are, but they're not in the server, at least not in the first map. Anubis, a complete wash, and we're ready to see if the Mongols can keep that form coming into map 2. It looked drilled, it looked prepared, and it looked good for just one of the two teams in attendance for this affair. This best of 3 continues on map 2. Eternal Fire, they picked Anubis. It did not work out. And yeah, flying home could be up for debate at the end of Mirage.
Yeah, Mongols really took today seriously, didn't they? There's 2 best of 3s on the table. A second to be played against Astralis, or VP. That's the adjacent match going on the B stream right now. And the winner of those games will lock themselves in for the playoffs. So the Mongols think, hey, if we can get this one nice and quick, we get a bigger break, we get more prep time, we get ready and raring to go. As they are looking ready and raring to hit this B bomb site. Madja and Calix to receive with the rotation miles
Crazy
away.
goosh.
Oh. Okay. They've showed, they've gooshed, they've baited, and that rotation that was miles away has sauntered on over. Or maybe sprinted on over.
Yeah, but now what do? You start to probe out a little bit. Madja poked his nose out mid for a moment from short side. And he's right to consider that they are going to be pivoting through middle. 3 of them go that way. Blitz finds himself bomb ramp.
Unless he shows the bomb.
Come on.
I don't know. They've done some crazy stuff this game.
I mean, this is a crazy call anyway.
The fact he's clearing like this on his own before mid-take. I feel like he wants to show the bomb. He does. He wants to show the bomb. He wants to show the bomb to a ticket player.
And
these guys are playing some crazy counter.
It's pretty cool.
He's going to get cut off at the pass by Wakadia, who's just been drawn back now.
By a decoy.
What is happening? I love it.
They don't know. Look.
Oh, they're waltzing up.
There's a cat mid.
Hello.
Madja just looked away! Oh, there's the penny dropping. There it is. Okay, we got the info. Now we need headshots. Techno runs over the B defense, and Taras and Calix are here, but don't forget that goosh earlier. Calix gets finished off. Senzu the one to do it. Techno now was going to find the head of Zintares. And the B side's lost. What a crazy pistol.
You know, yesterday when we did EF on Inferno, when they had Madja pivot back towards A and throw the window smoke from towards A to like show the trajectory, so then when Woxic sold the fake, it seemed more convincing. But this is this type of Counter-Strike is the stuff that I'm sure, what can I say? The people who are living at a higher plane, you know, they've taken themselves on a journey of spirituality of Counter-Strike are doing. All right, guys, so we're going to go B. We're going to show ourselves. We're then all going to rotate back. We're going to pivot mid. We're going to let the in-game leader with the bomb go and clear A-ramp on his own, because the expectation is they'll be playing ticket on the pistol to show the bomb to force the rotation again.
And then we burst out mid while the guy Con is distracted.
It's crazy CS.
Super cool. Oh, man, yeah. But you were right. Eternal Fire had some of those equally as kind of spiritual plays on their Mirage just yesterday.
Psychedelic.
Psychedelic's a better way of putting it. But yeah, let's get into it. Mid completely conceded, and a very heavy ramp stack. It already doesn't bode well for Eternal Fire. It is just going to be Madja on B. 4 players ramp. Not also a little avant-garde.
Well, this is something with EF when we had them coming in earlier in the year, and we were getting to cast them, I think, at the Copenhagen Major. You and I were very impressed with their second round force buys, and them always having some good ideas and ways to snap traps. And that would have been, well, one way to do it towards a ramp. But now they are being inspired to rotate again.
It's like they're playing with X-Ray on. Okay, well, they've left ramp. Let's go ramp.
Check them PC.
Yeah, right. Calyx, good luck. Have fun, mate. One man and a 5-7 versus the Senzu aim. Hang on, he's hit the headshots. Plural, bomb down. Zinho comes up Palace unannounced. They have jungle control. Techno can control that. CT is going to be a problem, though. And not for long. Zinho delivers. Zentara's found Techno, though, so jungle now open for business, and Zentara's is peppering, but with an MP9, it's not the weapon for such a long-range engagement.
But it's got the bomb. Now he needs to get back. Calyx is repositioned. Great round from him so far.
Oh, my God, he tagged him. Just a lick of damage on the jump with the MP9.
19 seconds.
Yeah, Blitz is going to try and punch
Hello.
him, but Calyx from behind will catch him, and so this one takes shape nicely for Eternal Fire. 4 alive. Second round forced by. This is a sign of life from the Eternal Fire boys.
Get out of there, Mazinha. Try and save that Galil the best you can. Hunted after time would be worst case. And we'll walk away with 2 AKs and a Galil, and they are just around the corner. Mazinha, you are crazy for hanging around. Damn. All right, well, they find the final Galil. There you go. Something to be proud of if you're a Turkish Counter-Strike fan. Calyx, the man on your screen, the hero of this one, the 5-7. Perfect range. Bang, bang. Shuts him down. Bomb loose. Throws the round into disarray for the Mongols.
God, he had to hit a good shot on Blitz as well, otherwise it could have been a different round as well. Low HP on Calyx. And so we get into our second round. Mazinho saved Galil, the biggest gun they've got, and he might lose it. Oh, right at the start. Yep, Zentares wins the war of attrition.
Yeah, good to see the confidence that they're showing to take those type of duels. Sure, that's Zentares you're fighting there. Mazinho's done some damage, but I don't think they convert off the back of that. Molly has missed. It didn't flush Blitz out, but it's not going to matter. Wakadia still sweeps 2 under the rug, and now it's just Senzu and Techno. And we'll call this one done.
Believe so.
Okay, EF, 2 rounds. That's as many as they had on Anubis. And we saw them have a good victory on this very map against G2 just yesterday. So we know they're no slouch. I think last time they played against Mongols on this map, it went the distance. So hopefully we do get that competitive affair. And it'd be great to get over to Inferno. You don't want to see a blowout, especially after good CS that we've seen from EF so far. Killback's not bad. How much more can they get for their trouble? Senzu's getting a lot of room up connector. You can see Calyx just with X-Ray tucked in very tight on the site. So there is a gap to work with. Zentara's having to respect it because of the low HP that he sustained earlier within the round due to Mazinho. We have 40 seconds left. The bomb's still in float. The Woxic flank is the potential difference maker. And Techno seemingly aware of the possibility. So timing will be the difference.
Yeah. Chances of this bomb going down really low considering Calyx's position. You're going to clear CT. You might catch Zentares. It's all about the timings. He's not ready. He still gets it.
But Calyx has to be somewhere.
Calyx is still unfound. Oh, no! Techno mantles up just 2v2. In time. He's managed to equalize the 2v4. Not another 2v4 fumble from Eternal Fire. Oh, it's falling apart at the seams. One more to find. Senzu gets the info, can get away as well. Through the flames is Magia. Weathers the storm for 50 HP. A 1v2 demanded of their captain. Good damage actually onto Senzu with that initial spray. He's got 17 bullets to find the 2 of them. Mantles up, spots out Senzu, swing out! Oh! What? 1 bullet in it. Magia could have come up clutch. A really solid attempt, but that is a big whiff from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, forget 2v4, that was a 2v5. That is insane.
Wakadia gets the 2 guys mid after Zentares wins the duel on Mazinho.
Against the saved Galil, which is then picked up by Techno. He finds Wakadia through that cat smoke.
Crazy round.
Crazy. Senzu then gets the Galil, right? Because Techno picks up something else. Senzu's able to waltz up. Zentares was playing safe, right? Because he had to because of low HP. Gets caught on that. It was timing the difference maker, wasn't it, for both teams?
And Calyx being so passive on A had nothing to report to Zentares. Oh,
well, you were feeling so good.
Yeah.
Right, you were like, okay, now we're here. We're playing good individual round, Calyx. Let's go, boys. Let's get into it. We've won the force fight.
Opener, but
all they have is a Galil.
All right, boys, we're locked in.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, indeed. I mean, the Senzu Techno duo, they're both very much online today.
Oh, dear.
They can wipe the slate clean if they win this one.
Well, the force fight wars will continue back and forth.
Sure.
I think it's tough to execute A with only 1 smoke.
Historically, but maybe.
Oh, he dropped another. He's got 2. Never mind.
Missed shot from Woxic. Oh, not going to make the same mistake twice. Nails the headshot onto Senzu. Damage onto 910, just standing in the open, inviting the scout to keep taking pot shots. It's Zentaris to clear out Palace. Oh, the pre-aim was good. Nearly caught the Tetris advance. Vicardia deleted. Good pre-aim and pre-fire. 4 bullets. Oh, they're going to advance. This is perfect from Madja. Madja, real opportunity. Oh, it's beautiful from Madja. That's the aggression. That's what he didn't get in the last spray, the last round. A massive multi-kill, and you say forced by wars. Yeah, this is going to be a bleak one for the Mongols.
Damn, I can't believe we've gone back and forth like this. Mara's turn to call a tactical timeout. Maybe just to have a look at where the finances lie. But I think in these 2 rounds that they've lost, this one there was a few scout tags, right, to soften up players. A nice shot there from Woxic. The fact that I think they identified there was a scout early within the round, then still went back for that type of an A execute is somewhat questionable, because the scout towards ticket is a pretty common theme, especially as the round trickled forward. Yeah, but as you mentioned, this was great from Madja. Eyes on the prize, denies the plan. Could have been a real boon for Mongols into this force by an extra $600. Could have given them a whole lot more level of investment. But you got to try and bring their energy, and now we've had a good play from Calix and a good play from Madja.
Where was 910 looking, though? He had a teammate stairs. His other teammates planting. CT was the only open runway for a disrupt on that bomb. He does get caught out by it.
Okay, well, they do get an AK into the mix. Mazinho was able to drop that to 910.
Oh, well, Scout was already. Put him on notice. Might want to juggle that over to a healthier member. Makes sense to put it onto Senzu. Vicardia, the short player. There is a nade towards Tap. Senzu now knows he's got the green light to occupy that safely.
Pretty timid hold. Popcorn smoke will land window as well, so they can start to flush this out. Do they want to occupy and maybe play through the fade, or is this to help them get up catwalk? Well, through Con as Vicardia spotted. The information going both ways. Zinho now low as well. Senzu pepper to 40.
Yeah, really uncomfortable here for the Mongols. Would be one hell of a good flash to push onto Zentares, but he's handled it with class. Down to Blitz. Nice rifle recovered. There's no way another 2v4 could possibly slip out of Eternal Fire's grasp, given that how little Blitz and 910 have to work with here. Crossfire strong. Calix converts. And 910 just the last to fall here. He was the first to take damage from the scout. Maybe Woxic can finish what he had started. Misses his shot. And Madja hunts him down.
All right, well, that should be it for the Force by Wars. Needs to be an eco from the Mongols now. Yeah, for the first team to post consecutive rounds. So well done. Lose the pistol, win the Force, lose the Force back in a 2v5 fashion. And then are able to post 2 on the trot. So this is good signs of life from Eternal Fire. This is what we need to see, right? Because losing the 2v5 could have been the unraveling. At that point, the game could have
after
gone
Anubis,
yeah, exactly. So it's great that they are showing some fighting.
Whoa, Woxic, a nasty death. It's Glocks. Just Glocks.
Well, you can't get that back, and they're well aware of that. They're just going to rotate immediately around the world, pack mentality. W keys pressed down as Calix plays forward once more. Perfect weapon for the job.
Farm up some cash, get the Woxic Orb flowing. How many's he got? I reckon 3. Just the 1. Damn, they're doing a lot with just blocks. How are they hitting Zentares? Why is he 1 HP? A single Desert Eagle, 4 Glocks, and another kill. Blitz has made it a 2v2. Good God, no way. No way does this get any more dangerous. It's fine. Everything's fine. Vicardia's taken down Tekno, the only healthy member of the squad, but Blitz is somewhat of a chess mastermind, you know?
He's going to do it again. He loves the around-the-world maneuvers, this Blitzy boy. Well, let's see if the window of time stays open for long enough to get the bomb down on that B site. He will have to hit absolute scorches of shots. If they allow him to get in and plant, then even just to win the round is going to be insane. Madja's coming over.
Oh, I think
Madja's
he gets to the window. He gets to the window in time, but he's paused. So there is a chance that this plant goes down. Here's him now. Madja knows. Does he go ahead of the Vicardia play? Or will he wait it out? Ooh, on the mantle. Blitz fakes it out, though. Short should come and collect any second. Magic gets him. But, I mean, getting a plant and 3 kills out of essentially an eco, that's pretty damn good.
The value for money there is insane. They invested $700 into a Deagle and managed to get all of that. So fantastic work for Mongols to keep the pressure up and keep EF a little bit shaky. But they will grab 2 AKs to carry through. The defuse will be there. Should be enough money to get the AWP in the hand of Woxic. Don't you worry about that. He's got 7.1k. So all good in the hood. A 2-round differential now starting to take shape for EF. But now we get into the full gun rounds.
I get to do some research and find out who's done that cool Dignitas bowcraft. Trying to work out who's bought it, but they've all got their knives out.
I'm looking on their backs.
Okay, yeah, nice. Like a black lamb or something? Anyway, we should probably focus on the Counter-Strike.
It's Mazinho.
It's Mazinho, of course it is.
He does seem like the
He's a cutie.
guy.
Yeah, he's a cutie. Woxic's going to be holding for Blitz on this underpass progression. Let's see if they account for it with a flashbang. That smoke implies it's possible towards Khan. Woxic knows he's on a timer, gets out. Wicardia tapping away to prevent any potential punish. Senzu there, well played. Wicardia collects a nice opening kill. Senzu, one of the highest flyers alongside with Techno, cut short.
Wicardia's aims looked good, right? Remember that MP9 round? I know they haven't had a lot of rounds on Anubis, but he did have one where he was like making it look like a laser beam, and he's looking confident in the fights he needs to take. So at least that's something that you can put a bit of stock in. Yeah. And EF, if they work back in on this map, there's no reason they can't win on map number 3, right? They're back in the game well and truly. So I'm looking forward to the resurgence of EF. The Mongols take advantage of the hard work from map number 1. Blitz on his lonesome, selling all this mid pressure. It's going to be a B pop into Madja.
This bench position.
He's on his own, Alex, completely.
Yeah, Wicardia unable to provide any help. Oh, Mazinho, little rascal. Crouch peeks the window to get the elbow angle. Spots out Madja free. Blitz down to Wicardia, so they have info as to where Wicardia is coming from. 910 does not want to give up the ghost here. Techno hearing steps on market. Timing everything. Flash to distract, covered by Woxic. Well, huge frag. Eternal Fire, they're coming back into this bomb site. They will take it by force. 910 yet to frag. This could be an opportunity. This could be one hell of an opportunity. Mazinho catches one, need the double kill. Woxic's ready and holding, gets the conversion. A smoke to play around and time on his side. Mazinho, what can he do? Can he come up clutch? Woxic opts for the M4, dips nicely, avoiding the hunt, but Zantara just in the nick of time, secures a 5th.
Damn, these rounds are close, aren't they?
Very close.
And the devil's in the details. I love that. The Mongols are in a position where they're down a player, so you feel like you do have to make an aggressive move to try and level things up. And they did it with a flash. It wasn't just a dry swing. But the fact that Woxic's sitting there holding that line, those are the little nuances that you like to see. Eternal Fire prepared for that aggressive maneuver. Wicardia getting the better of Blitz. It takes a lot of potency out of this B split. Mazinho was great to find the first and do more damage, but it's all about that. I think that, well, it's not a trade kill, that ability to negate the market push. So a close one.
Really close. And I think Mazinho could feel that that was attainable, that was possible for him. A little bit of a frustrating round to concede. Round 8 ahead of us, and already a 5-round haul for Eternal Fire. 4 consecutive CT rounds for the Turkish side, and the AWP on Woxic. See if he can find more contributions with it.
I don't want to see the Mongols get into a similar position as they were against Vitality. Remember on Nuke where they were just like buying rifles and they had no utility? It's essentially what Josh was just highlighting about a lot of the buying decisions Eternal Fire were making late within the stages of Anubis. I don't want to see... This is fast. This is in your face. Senzu up cat, already putting Wicardia on notice.
Oh, and he's ready for the Zantara's challenge. Massive opening. From opening death to now an opening kill.
Oh, he's still stuck in the vent room though, Wicardia.
Oh, how is he alive? Techno's dead now. Madja finishes him off. Senzu a second one. Calix reveals his position, so he's locked in. 910's got him dead to rights. If he tries to leave, Mazinho on the reload might incite the swing. Perfect. Perfect round from Mongols. I reckon Senzu's got another one. Oh! 4 for Senzu! He is in form at his very best and gets 910 a free AWP for... A free AWP for free.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, for 910.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's free.
It is definitely free.
Yeah. The best things in life are free.
Like Oxygen.
I was about to go to Oxygen. Love that. One of my favorites.
Now, they haven't completely ruined the finances on Eternal Fire just yet. Woxic can still get an AWP as well. That's been dropped across thanks to Wakadia. He'll have MP9s for Madja and Calix, and the likes of the A1Ss for Wakadia and Zentaras. So your mid trio, Zentaras, Wakadia, and Woxic, have what they need to defend. They are now lacking util to try and push out. So Zentaras with a single incendiary. Do they want to molly behind the mid box, maybe run up mid and take a fight, try and force the issue? Because Mongols were very heavy there on their mid control thanks to Senzu. Your anchor players will have the MP9s, but I feel like you need to do something a little bit out of the box. I don't think you can go into this round as a standard round when you're limited on util. Because if you play a standard round, you go through the paces. Okay, they smoke window, we molly here. Like, do we pick from cat? Do we slow down the default? Do we just smoke continuously the block con? A lot of those options you don't have.
Yeah.
So you need to do something a little bit different right now if you are Eternal Fire. And they're starting the MP9s both on A.
Yeah, look at this start, though, from Mongols. This is not a standard round. 4 people starting towards the B
But the Orph's are ready for this. So if they were hoping to exploit Madja, Woxic's ready. How good are the flashes? Or are there any?
Crouch peek into the AWP. They were not expecting an AWP here. Good read so far from Eternal Fire. And Wakadia is going to be set up for success. That's an interesting molly to limit his AWP angle.
Well, they pulled the plug immediately, didn't they? You can see Blitz just hightailing it, the rest of his team hanging around for a couple of stray shots through the boards. But Madja plays forward. This unknown element, traditionally the B anchor, is now all the way up, and he might get some sound cues if they're not careful.
Good luck, Madja. Just a crouch peek. They weren't really expecting anyone there. USP gets another. He gets more than he was worth. Oh, and Zentara is here. You're never ready for that. Lovely play from Eternal Fire. They are just shaking off that Anubis.
Senzu showing some frustrations there, and that one sucks a bit, doesn't it? Well, you've kind of been booked in that scenario. We talked about the lack of utility and the lack of weaponry. Well, they used them to their absolute fullest, didn't they? Dry contact into the AWP on B, forced back into Madja, who you're expecting to likely be over there as a supportive element for Woxic, not so far forward in Palace. And all of Madja's best rounds so far have been with the MP9. Remember that 3K he had just tearing out? So what are we talking? 5 of his 9 kills are with the MP9 at least. This is a competitive game now. Pathing in front of that cat smoke is Senzu. And he's been found by Zentaras.
Sure, it's not easy working mid against Zentaras. Oh, and working B against Madja, apparently. God, he's got the angle. Puts Techno down to 30. So scoop up the bomb and try and retake middle. Smoke's on the window, smoke on the con. Smoke would be on the con if Blitz's big head wasn't in the way, and it does lead to his demise.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, we all know how those rounds feel. TS gets a bit quiet. Everyone just takes a breath.
Oops. Well, now they've got 7. Okay.
Oh, fuck it, guys. Just play for picks. Just play
for well, I'm a little bit concerned for Senzu. I like the confidence that he's continuing to show, but he's given away 5 opening deaths so far.
Any opening kills? Couple?
He has one to his name. So he's hemorrhaging in that department, which, look, if he can get traded upon, great, but otherwise not ideal. Woxic taken down. Techno, this would be a 1v5. You did a 1v4 the other day. I don't think so, sir.
Techno 5K. I think we're asking a little bit too much of him with 30 seconds left. At least the bomb's on his back, but there's a whole crossfire, a whole team, bar 1, set up to receive him. Calix goes looking, 20 seconds, as he does try and isolate. Fair play, Calix will collect. Triple kill from Calix in this one.
And now mentally, Eternal Fire are completely back in this.
Yes.
They're completely back in this series. They've woken up. They're actually now making some really good calls. The individuals are on point. Everybody's contributing. At the top end, we've got Zentaras with 10, but at the bottom, we have the likes of Wakadia and Woxic both with 7. So you can see it's only 3 kill difference. Everybody contributing. It's not a carry performance. It's a good Counter-Strike now. And Mongols are the ones who are showing some weakness. Mongols will be partial buying. They will be able to full buy into the final round of play coming up next. They get max loss bonus. So what can they do with these Tech 9s? Well, nothing. This time, another opening death. This time it's Blitz.
Madja feeling pressure. Saw something.
Saw enough to draw a rotation. Woxic and Zentara is coming.
Oh, missed shot from Woxic. Madja finishes what he started onto Techno. Multiple bodies. Tech9's going to flood the side, but look at the response. Everyone's here to handle it. Long range now. It's nice from 910 to actually get a second there. Not able to get past the Bacardi a hold. Big smile on Faber's face because, I mean, Eternal Farm right now are in position to find a 9th on their CT side. Mongols pick.
Yeah, it
it's
could
funny.
be 2 just drubbings on each other's picks. Like normally, if you change, you swap maps, you expect it to be a little bit competitive. And it's, oh yeah, they prepared really well. This is almost 2 complete dumpsterings. And Mongols obviously dug their hole early, right? They won the pistol, but lost the follow-up. Won a 2v5 to get back into things, but then it's really all been downhill since there. Back to B again.
No Woxic this time. Maybe it's just the same call and hope the AWP's not there this time, but a deep smoke. Ooh, are you brave enough?
I think you go through.
Are you brave enough?
Definitely go through.
Madja, he hears you coming, jumps up. I love it. Well played by Madja. He is holding his own on this B bomb site. 910 will catch the support though, and down goes Madja. Okay, well that looks great for Mongols post plant now.
EF have good util and they have to give this a go. Let's see, can they pull it off?
Torres, he has that smoke which gives him some options to push through this window. You can see he's going to mantle out. Tries to isolate 2 players towards that van position. Apps occupied. Oof, nice shot from Woxic. Actually takes down 910. Now Mazinho's gone. It falls to Senzu and Blitz. He hits the necessary headshot. Short is still a threat. Zentaris to play next. He's gone across. This is huge. What a shot from Senzu! A wrist-breaking insta-flick, insta to the head, and now no time really for Calyx Smoke and Defuse. His only option. Blitz should have him. Blitz has it. 8-4. We wrap this one up. Changing sides. We'll be right back with the second half of our second map. Can Mongols end it in 2? 2 teams enter, only 1 keeps their head above water. An elimination series, Mongols versus Eternal Fire, and a 13-2 shellacking brings us to Mirage. The second half, and it looks like Eternal Fire have shaken it off. Taylor Swift style. Frustrations now bubbling to the surface for the Mongolian side. Elimination up for debate, and Eternal Fire fighting for survival in the second half of our second map.
A bit of a topsy-turvy look at these opening 2 maps of Counter-Strike, but Eternal Fire, they might just be able to run this one home in their private jet. Going to be a whole lot of util available for this A execute. We're talking 3 smokes, incendiaries, flashes, the whole shebang about to come Mazinho's way. He's over towards Ticket. His support network is stacking B, so this will have to be a retake for the side of Mongols.
Yeah, this util is going to be perfect. They've got Molly for everything. Molly Dark, or yeah, throw it simply. 2 smokes into the site. Mazinho. Oh, he tracks Zentara. Is trying to be evasive with his movement. And now another tap from Senzu could get them situated nicely. Good tracking. Everyone's hit their headshots. Oh, it's fallen apart for Eternal Fire. Okay, Mazinho. 4 quick clicks of the USP, and they shut down the Eternal Fire technical pistol.
I thought what we were going to see there was a full execute. So the up-down smokes for bench and stairs, CT as well, because they had a 3rd smoke, the double mollies. I didn't mind for the balcony and under Balcuse, and then the flashes and get the plant in. I guess what they were hoping for was to do the up-down smokes, fight towards spawn, maybe flash and duel that, but then use that smoke late maybe to go deep connector or jungle so that they could have a second layer to suppress the CTs on the retake. There's also that deeper smoke that we see them throw that lands over towards like CT, so it keeps them, like it's on the
right, so you can't actually peek CT.
You don't even get a chance to fight over towards Ticket, so maybe that was where that was destined for. I think we have seen that from EF before.
You get a headshot there on the drive-by.
Well, Mongols have to convert this round, don't they? And I don't say that in the sense that this is like a must-win round. It's the fact that they're up against Glocks. So it's almost a given.
Yeah, we saw the 1D 4 Glocks get 3 kills and a plant for the Mongols in the first half.
Well, we'll give everybody the spiel.
Oh, yeah?
And that's not the Jessica Biel, that's the spiel.
I respect the Jessica one.
But here's the runway now. So EF have taken the full eco. They are going to buy into the next. So the scoreline will read 8-6. When EF purchase, if they lose the round, Mongols will be able to make the scoreline 8-7 with another EF partial buy on the table. And then we'll be all tied up at 8-8.
Just like that.
Yeah, so this round right now for EF is their chance to extend things and put a lot of pressure on Mongols and likely get themselves towards that magic number of 13 as quickly as possible. So this is a hugely important round for EF if they want to keep their hand on the forehead of the Mongols as they're swinging helplessly.
I like it. Yeah, Looney Tunes style. Let's see if the AWP of 910 can be a difference maker. I haven't said his name a lot, but he has been in, yo-yo form. Sometimes he is the MVP for the Mongols. Maybe now is his chance to start connecting with that AWP. He's not going to see anything action early. He started off towards B with a heavy A start. Mazinho, he's been looking good today, and he continues to deliver an opening, but damn Wicardia indeed. He gets 2. So all of that from Mazinho for naught forces a reaction out of Techno and 910. What's the finish, though? This is where Eternal Fire, they've got so much time, it could be to their detriment if they overthink this. Just cunning noise at the moment. Top mid, occupied but silent. What's the mindset behind Woxic Imagine, but like just being undetected top mid? They're just hoping to catch a timing late?
Well, it's likely when the smoke's fade that they'll clear for info when they see nothing, right? They're going to stack a site, assuming that they're on the extremities right now. It's still lots of options just by the sheer amount of time remaining on the clock, so it's only temporary information, even though it is bad information. They know that it can be, well, they're even going to telegraph it, right? So the fact that they're throwing out nades here, top con as well as window. So this ushers them into the potential of the B split. And that looks the most likely. 910 with the AWP can deal with market. Techno's actually ahead of the con smoke.
He loves playing in front of these smokes. He's been doing it on Anubis as well.
They're coming back. They didn't like whatever they felt in the waters.
The Palace smoke, perhaps? I don't know. Okay. Back to mid, back to Techno. MP9 for him. Blitz just fell off. And they accelerate, completely overlooking the Techno position. Double kill for Techno. Oh, it's fallen apart at the seams. Wicardia, what can you do? Nothing but save. The decision made for him, trying to keep hold of that AWP for his boy. A jump shot attempt from Techno. But they've taken it. They've taken this round by force.
I can't quite believe that. Wakadia's trade and then the follow-up on A-Ramp was a thing of beauty. His aim was on point there, and you think that's enough, and maybe overcomplicating it. And I'm curious, based off of that smoke that you mentioned, if this is a tell that Mongols blocking that, means that, okay, they're likely they're stacking somewhere else because right, they're blocking A, it means they're maybe hedging B, I don't know. But either way, Overcooked and the Pooch are Eternal Fire, and now that partial buy, as mentioned, comes through with the dressing of the Woxic AWP dropped across.
Not making excuses, but I do think Madja was lulled into a false sense of security, saying blitz, pull back from triple to CT. I think he just immediately got the bloodlust of, I have a window, I have timing. Little did he know, there was an SMG waiting. Madja, there's some timing, favor of him. Throwing out the HE, punishes Techno, and might get into B site for free. Drops in.
Bomb's coming.
This is very threatening. This is very threatening, and it would have been more so had that been a full damage headshot. Instead, still very healthy as Senzu. 80 points of health. The nade looks destined for damage. Ahead of the smoke is Senzu. 2 in the apartments, 2 on the site. By no means an easy retake.
All 3 through Cat now.
Chunks. Converted now and save.
Beautiful. There you go. A saved orb, and it's an opening kill, and then a Tech9 kill from your in-game leader, and it's an open bomb site. Really well done from Eternal Fire. An important round. An inspiring round. Zinho will get one for his troubles, but sure, you'll take that. That was the partial buy. This was meant to be Mongol's free opportunity, or the closest thing to tie things up 8-8. Now EF will just eke their lead once more. 9-7 as Centaurus. The Martyr goes down with the bomb. But some trouble in paradise for the Mongols. Finances aren't looking schmick. They're going to have an issue. Now, this was the boost and the opener. Great work from Woxic. This is what you need to see. That's great. I love that. The orb was saved, and then you go for an opening move to facilitate the orb. Right? And then you hit the shot.
Yeah.
That's the dream recipe. It's actually a tactical timeout from EF. So I suppose this is potentially discussing where the finances are at for the Mongols and what they could expect within the buy department. So they had 2 players saved. Zinho's dropped a Famus. 910 has dropped an A1S. And being able to buy themselves in this is Senzu with that perfect amount of cash. 3,550. Because if you ever want to silence them 4 and Kevlar,
3,550.
Right, 2,900 plus 650. That's all you need.
That's it.
It seems so much cheaper than it ever has been before.
It definitely. I've always been surprised, when I look at our money and then we end up with 3 M4s, 2 MP9s. And, we're actually okay.
And it's great when your players have a bit of residual cash and they can drop you flashes. Oh, you got a spare 200.
Yeah. Give me an extra one.
Shout me a flash, bud.
Okay, let's get into what could be a 10th for Eternal Fire. There is a solid defense set up. Woxic has to fall back off the Incendiary, but shows the AWP early towards B this time. Techno not going to be too concerned.
Well, clear of the smoke for the second time really shows the intention, and EF used that as their opportunity to waltz on out and grab this top mid island box control. Bomb still down in T-spawn, so no real moves from EF to be expected, but from Blitz, well, he expected a favorable fight. Wakadia looking sharp, having a great game.
Really? I mean, I think the flash was on the money. Wakadia maybe just quickly turned it.
Well, we've seen EF overcomplicate or lead themselves into the stack before. Let's see.
Advantages in gun rounds are more scared than when they're on Tech 9s at this point. Centaurus, however, has extended their advantage, catches that ramp aggress from Zinho, is looking for info, gets a bullet into the chest.
This would need to be insane.
Yeah, no chance here. No chance at all. Good spray combined with the flame. That's protocols. And it does look like 10th has been made a reality.
Smells a bit like Inferno, doesn't it?
Delicious. Italian.
Just around the corner. I'll take a quick look and see what's going on during all the action of the B stream while we have this save.
VP... No, not VP. Yeah, VP Astralis.
Yeah, VP Astralis. Winner of that plays winner of this later today. That'll be the final game on the B stream.
No days of practice, they said, coming into this one. Astralis, that is.
Well, that's convenient.
Ooh, looks like a close one over there.
Yeah, I won't spoil the result.
No.
Map 1 has concluded. People can go and check it out if they so desire. We have Furia versus Na'Vi as a seeding match coming up next.
And for the final A-Stream game of the day, it'll be FaZe versus Mouse. That'll be for one of the final slots within the arena. And, well, traditionally, I think FaZe always have Mouse's number 7 series in a row, I believe.
Yeah, their bracket, they've had like 2 teams that really can't beat FaZe back-to-back from Liquid.
The big brother syndrome, I think.
Yeah. Really interesting interview over on HLTV.org with Rain talking about what it's like to play against Twist's calling and its similarities to that of Karrigan's.
Understandably so, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. And in Twist's interview afterwards, he was just talking about how he felt like he knew what they were doing. I'm sure that's even more compounding your frustrations when you know what's up, you still can't beat them.
Well, I like this call from EF, but they are going into both the saved guns.
Oh yeah, Senzu's con.
But if you're to full execute with all the bells and whistles, it should be fine. How are you meant to play through this?
Ahead of it.
Good luck.
Gosh, it is bells. There are whistles. There is everything you need, but still finds Wicardia. 9-10 Zorb, does that slow them down? Madja spots out this Mazinho towards the dark position. Finally brought down. Calix will clear it. Senzu hiding in plain sight. They Molotov this earlier. They may not account for it. They don't. His back was turned. Calix is found, and now Senzu with 10 bullets goes in for another. Zentaris denies. It's taking shape for Eternal Fire now. 9-10 Zorb was noted on this site. They can't find it. And now with Woxic finding the Deagle of Blitz, it's full on to 9-10. A missed shot's awkward. It results in a Woxic double. Triple in total, and 11 for Eternal Fire. Yeah, Inferno gets ever closer.
Yeah, it felt dicey for a moment there, didn't it? But as mentioned, it's just tough. You have a full execute against 2 saved guns, and it's going to always be difficult unless an individual on the Mongols pops off. And it would have had to have been Senzu, or it would have had to have been 9-10. The shot from 9-10 was great. But the fact that he now falls means there's no AWP moving forward for the Mongols, and that's likely to stay the case. Probably going to see Eternal Fire shut this one down at 13-7. All right, 3 ready to peer out top mid. Madja setting up Zentaris and Woxic. Wicardia in through the underpass, and Calix Palace actually leering forward quite aggressively. So Calix is now noted. He can back off that pressure. Means that 9-10 and Mazinho need to be on notice and helps them get a gap up con. So working nicely for EF.
Yeah, Calix. Oh, the Palace player's got an opening kill. There's a nice one back. And a lot of pressure onto this con players. Oh, 9-10 and Senzu combined to completely repel the con occupation. Calix doing everything he can from Palace, but with low HP, it's really on Wicardia. Works upstairs. Oh, maybe spots the cross back. Doesn't manage to connect the shots. Evades the FAMAS swing from jungle. Through the smoke fade. Wicardia's holding for this. He is looking drilled. So well drilled. Actually continuously pestering that CT player. Finds the con player as well. Can Wicardia clutch up for 12?
1 bullet.
1 bullet, not enough. 9-10 has a round. A quad kill from the AWPer with the M4.
Whew. All right. High intensity Counter-Strike going on right now. That's going to rattle EF a little bit, but they should be able to get the buy through. It's actually the Mongols who are going to be a little bit worse for wear. They'll be walking wonky. And the 3rd tactical timeout called. Now, we have seen Faber do this when their economy is on the brink of collapse, like any good leader should.
Yeah.
Taking time to address the issue.
This round is worth more than 1.
Good shots from Wicardia, like staying very sharp under pressure and, you know, in that position, very winnable against 9-10, who you mentioned did have a round, so he gets himself up to 12 kills at Senzu at the top of the server with 18. A full team effort from Eternal Fire. We mentioned this within the first half, and we'll mention it again. We have 3 players with 14 kills and 2 with 13. A full team effort so far.
Yeah, look at that kill spread. It's crazy.
Almost lack thereof kill spread, isn't it?
Yeah, because I feel like Wicardia's had such impact. I think Calix has also been quietly impactful. But yeah, their finances have come together for a threatening buy. Off the back of this timeout, it is going to be a very telling round. Will Mongols have something to stand on into this CT half?
Taking the challenge into Palace. Drive-by onto Calix. The A-Lurk dead immediately. That's going to free up a lot of pressure. Can EF respond and get some space of their own? Madja harassing B. Zentaris taking some liberties towards middle, but you still have to be scared. Only Mazinho was really spotted there. Maybe a second, sure, but ooh, this is risky from Blitz. This is very risky from Blitz.
Yeah, Madja's going to spot it out. And Blitz wins the duel. Good reactions from the in-game leader.
It's just such a long walk as a CT, and you can get caught by anything, a jump spot. Fortunately for him, Madja just walks into his crosshair.
Ooh, leg shot.
That was the bomb spotted.
Bomb on the back of Woxic. Orb revealed. Does put damage onto 910. Oh, what a flash. 2 of them doing the dance, maybe even 3. And now Molotov Central. Wakadia safe from the flame spread, holding jungle for Xantares to progress. Could be a good HE. Doesn't look like it's going to do too much. Woxic down to 70. Susceptible to the lesser weapons now. Hanging on by a thread on CT. If they can clear out this position. Yeah, they do. Find Blitz. And now Woxic catches Senzu. This is falling apart for the Mongols. Very low. The boost is something, though. I wonder if Xantares overlooks it.
Plant triple, though. They're not going to plant default.
Dismount. Audible. Woxic and Xantares with Wakadia. This is the gruesome 3. Going to struggle to get past them. Off the back of a timeout, convincing one for Eternal Fire. Now Xantares peeks through and traded. Mazinho, he's not got much health, so wow, the amount of impact he's having is impressive. Techno has got some to work with, and the kit. Wakadia playing it safe. Wakadia really is the win condition! That's a one-tap, baby! That's beautiful! Oh, Wakadia is in form. Precision, execution, a quick one-tap round done.
That was a 3v5.
Beautifully constructed by the individuals of Eternal Fire.
The 2 players towards CT, Mazinho and 910, were both too scared to play off of this contact that Blitz gets, right? They're both on red HP, so they don't want to swing, and you know that the AWP is potentially watching it. The fact that Senzu goes down as well, so he picks Cat once contact's taken onto Blitz, and Woxic's ready for it. So a really well put together round, and just one more to take us to map 3. EF doing more than surviving, they're thriving right now.
Confidence at an all-time high as well. Senzu, he's backing himself, backing his aim. I like his chances on a potential 1D opener. If he goes any wider, though, I suspect Woxic has got his number. Oh, really testing his reaction speed there.
This type of a round for Mongols, especially after how you lost the last one, obviously you're going into it hoping and thinking, hey, anything is possible, but there's always this hollow feeling in your stomach. You've just squandered a great opportunity to work your way back into the game, and now you're working with MP9s and Deagles. So this is going to be a very tough round.
Yeah.
I don't want to say unwinnable, but the only key is they've held on to 3 smokes very late. Oh, they've called the stack correctly.
Yeah, boost on box for 910, and Senzu going to be spotted out on this bench position. Does go down to the Xantares tap, flash to delay, 30 seconds. Throw that smoke when you can, Techno. Needs Summon to play around, just smokes himself. Oh, 910 too! From that boosted box, 25, it gets awkward for Eternal Fire now. 910, safe from the Molotov on that box. Madja creeping out, Techno covered by that smoke, it's working out for them. Oh, 910's leg visible, we'll find the first and the second. Madja to throw the knockout blow on Mirage to secure the Inferno, and just Mazinho detached from the pack with a couple of seconds to spare, and surely there's nothing here for an MP9 in a dream. Not bad on the damage department. Eternal Fire, they're not going down easy. They will not go down with a whisper. Instead, they shout Mirage. They take us to a third Inferno to separate these 2 teams and to send one home.
Sons of Gaben, I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k elo.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from Spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall. and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stand you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom!
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
Eternal Fire back in action and back in this best of 3. Whatever issues they did encounter on Anubis, Jacob, certainly shaken off now coming into Mirage, and we got to see that ferocious form that we know and love to see coming out of here.
Yeah, that was a much better showing from Eternal Fire. I think me and Josh, we requested the players to step it up. We requested the players to join the server and have a fracking output, and one may say that every single one of them did that. You know, it was a very linear performance coming out of all 5 players. They were all in double digits. They were all following each other. So in terms of raw firepower, EF showed up to the task. And I think when you're playing against the Mongols, who again in this game try to be proactive, try to constantly fight and force the issues, you just need individual players who can shut it down, win the duels, and turn around the rounds. And I think that's the vast majority of what happened here, Mirage.
Look, I didn't make any requests. All I said was this is what they need to do if they want to be able to win. And that's pretty much what happened. It got to a little bit of a rough start as soon as Mongols took that pistol round. It was like 4 spies back and forth, and you know, going on to round 4, this is a huge pivotal moment, and Major has to kind of make a miracle happen. It keeps Eternal Fire in the game, so it comes down to 3 versus 3. This is Eternal Fire 4 spying back after, you know, winning round 2, losing round 3, 4 spy round 4. They get this. It's a huge momentum swing for them, and then what ends up happening is Mongols has to do a really bad 4 spy of their own. They lose, and then Eternal Fire gets that buffer, gets that round, gets that head start, because now you get to see them getting the nades, and that helps them with, you know, with the retakes or with stalling the enemies out and denying the map control, that molly behind that mid box. It helps them get in control of the situation.
Yeah, I think the momentum shift is exactly what Eternal Fire needed, right? Because I think during map 1, understandably so, when you get embodied 13-2, they seem very deflated. It didn't seem like the same energy we know and love from them. And then that moment from Major, I think that was a spark. That ignited them and, yeah, kind of set them up for success on this map.
Felt like they were coming out to play after that moment, because you can also argue that had they lost that round, had they not been successful with that 4 spy, it would have been another terrible start, and you're probably looking at the Mongols walking away with the first half. So I very much agree, it was a key round and a pivotal moment for them.
And another thing to look at is Mongols didn't really shift up what they were doing. We even saw it on this, like, what, second to last round. I think it was Blitz just runs into the apartment, the palace on A with an MP9, gets that kill on just like whoever's in there. I think it might have been Calix. It doesn't matter. He keeps pushing through. They have the 5-on-4. He has all the space he needs. He just keeps going through, and he ends up, you think, oh, Major's going to punish him. Easy. No.
And yeah, it should have been easy, and so should this round. You know, I think this is another key round, another point in the game where the Mongols are fighting their way back into it. They win the pistol in the second half. They convert. They're almost about to equal the game to 8-8 again, and then they, for some reason, as you said, my issue with the Mongols is that they only have one way of playing. It feels like they're not really testing, you know, different playstyles. We saw the round as you described right here, where you walk into Palace with an MP9 and you go for the fight. We also saw right here when you're going up against Deagles and a 4 spy, Tech 9s, you name it. They do the exact same things, you know. So sometimes you gotta alter your playstyle to sort of match what you're facing from the opponents and sort of match the, dare say, vibe of the game, vibe of the round, and the economy that you're facing. And it feels like the Mongols are constantly forcing the issue. And, you know, it would be fun to watch through one of their demos and see, do you actually change the playstyle, you know, based on whether or not you think the opponents have bought or not? And it almost feels like they don't. And I think that's a big issue for the Mongols.
It's a double-edged sword that they live and die by, though, where, you know, that's what makes Eternal Fire more scared of playing them than one of the top 5 teams. It's because they're unpredictable. It's because they do things. It doesn't really make sense from an outside looking in. Like, if you're a coach for this team from one of these, like, either European or North American teams, and you're trying to, like, change up their play style, you're probably looking at them like, what the hell are you guys doing? But that's what makes them them, and that's what's got them this far. So how do you even attempt to start changing that?
Right, for all the finance bros out there, you weren't so content with the economy usage in that first map. Was it better on Mirage? Raj? Do you feel like the way Eternal Fire was kind of approaching this?
It was better because they had more to spend, so they could afford their big rifles and their armor and their nades. It's when you have to prioritize, are we going to get 4 AKs or are we going to get 2 AKs, 2 Galils when you get to that T side? And same thing with the CT side. If it's just an M4 armor smoke, you're probably not going to have a great time. But as soon as you can afford flashes for each other, an incendiary to lock out that top mid box was like a big thing that Eternal Fire was doing all throughout that half. Using the mollies to stall at B. Major really needed to rely on that to buy time for the rotation to come in and assist him with holding that site. So yeah, I mean, absolutely.
I think that's one area where I want to give credit to Eternal Fire, especially with the A pops as well. We saw that the Mongols players were constantly mollied out of positions. They were trying to play firebox a lot of the times. There would always be a Molotov. Whoever played on the balcony, on the top of balcony, would constantly be under fire as well. So in terms of, buying your utility and then using it properly, and using it with a vision or with a purpose, EF did much, much better. But as you said, you also need the money in order to do it. There's certain rounds where you can afford to buy, but maybe you don't have the 3, 4, 5 Molotovs at your disposal, and then you got to alter your playstyle. And that's what I mean with the Mongols. It does feel like it's, as you said, it's one way of doing it, and there's no balance in between it. And from a European perspective, I hate it.
Right, tell me how the Mongols are going to be approaching Inferno, because historically been a really strong map for them. Is that true within recent times? Is there still that same domination from them?
I think we got the confirmation yesterday that if you can push Vitality to double overtime, you can play Inferno. But as you also pointed out in the pre-show, there were certain rounds, where they were pushing those smokes. There are certain rounds where they're dropping the ball. So yes, Mongols is a good team. They are a decent team. But for my money, if they want to take it that step further, it just needs to add a bit of balance or a little bit of predictability within their own unpredictability in order to sort of take that next step.
And I think looking at just the map of Inferno, Eternal Fire is no laughing matter on this map either. These guys really like this. It's almost their playground. And Inferno is one of those maps where you almost don't even need that much util on that T side as well. Just like a key smoke at the top of that half wall at Banana, which we're going to see all the time. And then you literally, if you let the time just slip away, you could walk around with rifles and make it work on that map, actually, unironically.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of the names that Eternal Fire have taken down. Na'Vi, which is kind of wild in that best of 5. Vitality as well. Did take down Mongols last time they faced them at ESL Pro League as well. Anything we should be looking out for, Jim?
Obviously, the T side from EF, it was struggling massively against Astralis. Major said it to us on the desk that they couldn't get anything going, and he was put off by the aggression from Astralis, especially in the boiler area towards apartments. They were constantly being annoying and constantly being disruptive to what Major wanted to do with EF. And if you're the Mongols, hopefully you watch that game. You're maybe learning from Astralis and trying to replicate some of that pressure.
They probably like pushing through those halls anyways. I'm pretty sure I've seen Mongols doing any sort of push you can think of it on that map. They've been doing it. They'll be okay.
I think it is time to get into the action, but not before we head things over to a quick break. The fight for survival does continue on the grounds of Inferno.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
We all look back to the early days of CSGO in 2014, 2015, 2016, maybe even 2017, I think, is when I started really feeling towards the end of 2017 that teams are putting it together to start taking this a little bit more professional, a little bit seriously. So without divulging anything crazy, I mean, the atmosphere around professional Counter-Strike in the early years A lot of partying, a lot of late nights, even before match days. Not saying anyone sitting in these chairs right now, mostly from the talent, obviously. But I mean, that's an evolution that you guys experience of looking around and being like, okay, everyone's partying before their playoff match today, and then 2 events later, it's like, oh, everyone's actually in the room and they're going to be up at the gym at 10 in the morning and they're going to be eating a meal like provided by a nutritionist. Like that had to have been a crazy evolution to live through.
Yeah. First of all, we didn't have practice rooms, so
true.
What we
couldn't do anything.
Yeah. You were just. I mean, I was talking to people about it. Like some of the guys in my team, they don't know that.
Yeah.
Like, what are we supposed to do? We were just at the hotel.
You needed a gaming laptop. Yeah. That was all you needed.
They even started giving us PCs, which we're very grateful for as well.
But I think for us it was in 2016, start 17, where we won the first major, where a famous guy called Casper Witt came to an event and he like saw a lot of other teams also partying and drinking, also the best teams before games. Famously, one team that played a major final that was partying like until the.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And he was like, if we can just like, there are so many easy percentages to get in this business, which is a growing business, and if you just take yourself serious as a team and as an individual as well, and apply some of the basics from other areas, as Elise also said, you will gain so much. And I think we were at least one of the first teams that started like just doing simple things like eating breakfast together, going for walks, being a little bit active, not drinking, like doing stuff
Shocking
together.
that would be an improvement.
Yeah. and it really just like pivoted. So that's at least what I recall. And I thought it was funny, like back then, because it was like, how can these guys be the best team in the world? How can they even sleep?
It always sucked losing to that too.
Yeah.
Like, you know that they were at the bar like a couple hours ago or something, you're losing to them. It's like, dude, this sucks.
And imagine how good they would be if they like,
yeah, exactly.
If they took a chill.
Like, they could be so much better, and I think that's cool now. Like, everyone is like trying like their best to do that stuff. Everyone's doing what Astralis did back then. Everyone's like eating at the same times, going to the gym. Like, I see so many teams at the gym now. I think that is really cool.
By the end of Inferno, we will have eliminated one of the Mongols and Eternal Fire, and another best of 3 will be required for the victor if they want to get themselves through this rather stacked group stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio de Janeiro. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall, and we're ready to get ourselves situated. Knife round was won by Eternal Fire. They have elected to start on the defense of Inferno. And Inferno, a conversation for both of these teams, right? Is this at the tippy top for both?
I like both of these teams, Infernos, right? They have good approaches. We got to cover off that Mongols game against Vitality, where you know, Senzo had to bring out the secondary AWP top bananas. Iowa was charging up. But also we did the Eternal Fire versus Astralis game on this very map, where EF had their best of 1 loss. So we have a little bit of, let's say, recent tape that we've digested over the last couple of days, and we'll see how they clash. Obviously, the head-to-head. This is a nice little rivalry brewing between these two. I think this is their 6th outing against each other in 2024 alone. And here's that knife round that Alex was just prefacing. Now, I think that people might make the argument of, oh, why don't you start on the T side? You know, Inferno has a bit of a T-sided lean. I think for Inferno, for me, I would always start CT side anyway. Like, I think maybe it's just ingrained in my boomer brain.
But also coming into the 3rd map, I feel like just starting CT, getting a nice little foundation set. Mongols, you immediately come in and you have to be the ones that set the pace. You have to be the ones that make the decisions, commit to the sides. And Eternal Fire can play a more reactive counter-strike.
Well, the pistols have been going in the favor of the Mongols more than Eternal Fire at the moment. They've just picked up 1 so far, the Turkish side. So we'll see how they kick off proceedings. I think some of the issues and some of the wobbles, especially as we looked at Mirage, was losing the Force Spy, and the Force Spy was early within Mirage that really hurt the Mongols and gave Eternal Fire some hope. The desk highlighter, I think Freya said it nicely about the spark was Majo with that MP9 round, getting them back into things. So we will see if they're able to carry that through, because it is a shame to lose either of these teams, really. But as we've discussed, IEM Rio 2024, a very stacked event, a lot of big names, and already 4 locked in for the playoffs. 2 to find, final day of the groups. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. Eternal Fire, 2 pairs of dual Berettas, a full utility stack for Madja. See that with 9-10. Defensive flash at the ready. Blitz and Mazzinho up through second mid. Matt just got one in his hands right there. It's just highlighted. I'll try and keep up with Rush as the other way around. Sorry, Rush, who do you want to show next? Okay, setting up Zentaris top banana. That's what Rush likes.
Oh, nice. Two-man B defense. Boost to clear out the sandbags. A bit premature on the HE.
Are they going to be tricky again? Remember last time round it was the B contact and then the bomb show and it was all over the place.
Yeah, well,
they're doing the bomb.
It's funny you should say that, Chad.
Okay.
It's funny you should say that.
Glitzy Boy and that of 910 are going to set up a full B fake. The B fake's just lost its potency, I'd say.
What, as they throw out the CT smoke and they are smoked off themselves? Woxic. Oh, Woxic does nothing. Mazinho going to be clotheslined by Calix on the drive-by through sight. Wacardi can tuck into Balk. He's safe from this long ramp. Short threatening as well. Calix has got to be worried about two different angles. Wacardi can activate. Long range, though, on the dual Beretta is not easy. Has to be very precise.
910, where are you planting, Chief?
Yeah, Senzu's got it covered. Fortunately, he hits a nice shot towards Zentaris. Wacardi can't really disrupt the plant, but wants to survive long enough for Madja to join him. That Molotov makes the decision for him. Ooh, unnecessary amount of damage taken by that. Madja comes up through short, needs the one tap, doesn't find it. Techno plays the long game. Senzu to be cleared out, stays dynamic, mobile on that box, and just going to fall into place for the Mongols. It's Senzu and Techno with 5 kills between them.
Okay, so out of the 5 pistols played so far, that's right, I'm just checking. 4 of which have fallen in the favor of the Mongols. Just want to double check. Yep. It is 5 pistols. Yeah,
that's
you play
5,
6 in a best of 3 series if you go all the maps. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice little opener here from Senzu. We were discussing some of his troubles on Mirage as well in terms of giving over opening depths, not finding the exchanges. And I like the fact that Mara has called a tactical timeout because we just said in the previous map they won the pistol but lost the force. So the fact that the Mongols have taken this time out to discuss how they want to finish, not to trip over their shoelaces, I think this is very important. EF have done a great job at making these rounds threatening. It gives Faber a chance to contribute to whatever the conversation is, but as we can see the buys taking shape without heads-up display, you've got UMP for Calix, 3 MP9s for Wacardi, Madja, and Zentaris, and Woxic with the Scout. There is one piece of utility purchased, and that is a smoke grenade. So this is going to be a curious deployment. Is it a stack and you hope that they come towards your side, and if they do, you can make mincemeat. If they don't, you go for the save? Well, let's find out. Wacardi and Zentaris both starting over towards A early. Woxic, Madja, and Calix over towards B. He plays up on the boost immediately. Okay, so this is a little ploy that they have in mind.
I think you could, yeah, you can boost on each other's head to see over the smoke. Yeah. Okay, well, they are heading B, and Woxic will bait them in. This could be a solo scout, right? He fires off a shot, tucks into the site. You start to accelerate, you throw your smoke, and they can see right over it. And a free frag's collected. Oh, dear! Double found by Calix. Woxic even hits a headshot. And after the timeout, after not wanting to trip over their shoelaces, they find themselves very far up Struggle Street.
Deep smoke that is going to give them a little bit of a buffer zone. 910 and Senzu, you need this one, boys.
I do like the deeper ruin smoke. It gives him something to play off of upon the fade. Senzu can hold this. Jump spot from Zentaris confirms Nubox a threat. Do you want to just go for numbers? There's a banana. Presence 2. And here they come. Oh, Senzu racks up a double. Can live now, play time. 910 will activate, and that's lovely. A 2 versus 4, well handled by Mongols after a very effective opening ploy from the CTs.
I feel like they have your number, don't you? I know you win the round, sure, but it was so dicey, put under a lot of pressure, stressed. Senzu and 910 get the job done as they get into the side. Now, this is it from Calix. Able to use this UMP to great success, dropping off, grabbing Mazinho. And even Woxic able to hit a banger of a shot, but Senzu knows that he has to fight. Can't allow these SMGs to run him down. Takes the jewels, keep them at arm length, and force Eternal Fire down to an eco. So well done from the Mongols. Good attempt from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you can see these rounds to get a bit more fun. It's like you're going to the water park, you know? You get to go and just have some fun and game.
Poor Wacardi.
Yeah, that's not fun, actually. That's the opposite of fun.
Mazinho made the step, made him turn. Blitz then comes out, caught between the two of them. As Senzu and Techno are investigating B, and they're finding nothing. I think they might money man one of these players in just to see who's home on either side of the map, because if they
waltz into B, they'll see sector clear. If they send anybody out on towards A, they will at least be able to identify a couple of players, unless Calix hits an absolute banger on the 1 dig. Well, the Zeus just recharged. Solar powered. Now that would be a really violent weapon, wouldn't it?
What, the power of the sun?
A taser, right? In real life. Imagine a taser that doesn't need a battery. It has a solar panel. I feel for the voltage, they did a crazy battery, wouldn't you?
Yeah, or you put like a magnifying glass over the charger to magnify the suns.
I'm no scientist. It could work.
Yeah.
Let us know at home.
Our kind of science is the, you know, like the jam and toast and the cat sellotape together. You seen that?
So they're perpetually spinning because the cat always lands on its feet and the toast always lands on toast. Yep. Mr. Blitz.
How many's he getting?
One.
I don't fancy his chances at the multi, to be honest with you. Neither does he.
Well, he's happy not to give over anything. Well, he knows they're going to be bringing out the rifles into the next, so does he really want to hold on to the MAC-10? Or
Cash
does he
would
want
be
to give
nice.
it a look?
Cash is nice. Get some bucks. Quick 600. I'm very surprised he's actually holding on to this MAC-10.
That's really restrained.
Yeah.
All right, well, Mara should be happy with that. Took the time out early. They were able to get past the problem. Woxic into the AWP immediately. This was the awkward moment for Paul Ricardia.
Just accepted his fate.
And understandably so. Understandably so. He's hit some good shots, just not with the Zeus.
We get to see a half-wall smoke thrown up by Techno. CTs have thrown a quick one of their own towards Deep Banana. And the battle for Banana, a very common conversation, a very necessary conversation around this map. That Incendio, he does actually give them a line of sight onto the jump spot of Zantares. Second wave, same angle, still available. Oh, stack nades, good damage. Very good damage. Madra and Zantares, worse for wear. Force the issue. They're going to force this fight. Madra, good work. Ooh, Senzu gets away with murder there. Finds the headshot.
Now, just remind everybody, if they didn't catch that Vitality game, the amount of HEs that Mongols were lobbing top Banana onto the heads of Flamesy and Apex was insane. See if that's a common theme and if EF are ready for it. They pivoted. It's a 2-2 split of the defenses.
Techno wasn't ready. Woxic, a quick scope, tracks the blitz swing. Oh, man. Oh, Woxic, he's having an absolute field day! It's a quad kill from Woxic, locks down the site. Oh, left, right, good night. Nothing here for Senzu. Oh, boy.
Does he even give it a look? That's probably the bigger question right now. He might just waltz into the scope of Woxic. It's still trained. It's still ready. And he could pick up the ace in 1 click's time.
Oh. Denied. Senzu takes him down, but a whole lot more ahead of him with 20 seconds left, and doesn't even look like he's going to go.
Well, they will be able to get that all back, so that's not a problem. Mild damage, I'd say, as Senzu scampers out of town, but that's a statement from Woxic, maybe the intent and what we hope to see from him for the remainder of this map. But beautiful work, and I just love the defense on A. Playing forward for info, understanding that Banana have been harassed, really good timing, ready for the swing. But not only that, Calix from Pit, once Woxic takes contact, is mollying apps, so there can be no leak, there can be no way that he can die from another angle. It's just a good understanding of the situation. Here's the first, and then the desperation, Woxic gets back. Blitz going wide, trying to open up that angle. The MAC-10, not the weapon for the job, and Woxic just continues to light him up, knock him down. Now, not the end of the world. Mongols can buy.
Woxic's EDPI is still, even after lowering it, crazy.
Did he acknowledge the left-hand interview, the left-hand change in the interview?
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. But yeah, he's definitely found his footing ever since.
Well, it's a Banana control fake into an apps pop. And this is the right call because EF only have 2 players on A right now, but it's the same 2 that stopped them last time.
What have you got for us, Calix? Woxic's gonna need to help him out or not. Does it on his own for the first 2. Now Woxic's ready. Collects, catches Senzu. Ricardia's present. This is shaping up nicely. That frag from 910 does sow some seeds of doubt, and a chance onto Zantares could have opened up more. Blitz is so low with that bomb, so it really does fall to 9-10 to take this head-on collision with Xantares, and he'll lose that one out. That's the first kill we've seen from Xantares into our 5th round of play.
Yeah, Madja, he gets a chance to get on the board as well. If Blitz wanted to peer around that arch side, Madja was in library, but he's going to dip on all the way back. 50 seconds remaining. I feel like you would love to get a plant here, but I don't think that's going to be allowed. Xantares has already rotated back over towards B. Blitz on such low HP, and they've dealt with the A play yet again. There you have it. Xantares removes him, and 2 rounds for Eternal Fire, and Eco coming forward for the Mongols. But that's the A defense of Eternal Fire standing stoic in 2 occasions. One was the AWP of Woxic getting 4, and this was Calix doing a great job, ready for the apartment's waterfall. Molly tells him they're coming, and then the flash does absolutely nothing. Great work from Calix. He's a hero AK. It's been invested by Senzu. He's 8-1 right now, so he has a little bit of extra cash to splash. Let's see if he can make a round of this. Light util, there's a harmful banana smoke that's been thrown out as well. You can see Madja there jumping just to make sure that nobody's close. Dancing with death, but has Xantares not too far behind him. And up mid they go again. You can't be going dry into this. If you swing dry into the AWP again, Woxic will just collect you. He's looking sharp. It's a flash. To go.
Quick react from Woxic. Flash coming through. Arcadia eats it, so Senzu's allowed to get himself an impactful kill. If Calix can pass this test, they're absolutely fine, and he does. Locks it down. Nice nade to find him. Bomb actually could be scooped up. Can 9-10 come up clutch? He's known for a clutch shot too. But an open plant. He's going to have his back turned. He's not ready for short so quick. And spotted out, turned around into Madja. You can hear how much that one means to them. A threatening round. See, they saw the AK on Senzu, but it was just that hero purchase.
Yeah, you feel for Wakadia there a little bit, don't you? Because he's called for the flash, or his teammates communicated there is a flash coming, but they're too close. So he's actually staring directly into the sun in that moment as they round the corner. So it did get threatening.
I heard deep apps somehow.
I swear I heard banan.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we're both just going to go with our...
You didn't hear banan?
I didn't hear banan. I heard like deep apps.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll find out which one. Our Turkish isn't very good, believe it or not.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Well, Calix starting over towards B is telling us something a bit out of the box.
It looks quite banana, actually, Chad.
So they've come on over and they've used their A players to throw out the early util. Now this will be the second wave. Xantares setting up Madja and Wakadia, and forward they pop.
Ooh, nade's good. Senzu will take 70, or work with 70. Here comes the flashes back. Good flash. Headshot found. Madja just staring at the wall on a white screen, but now they are going to overlook you. Wakadia, trigger discipline, but Techno too good. Too good from Techno. Oh, wow, the bait and switch, it nearly set Wakadia up for the masterful multi.
It's crazy with the diligence on Techno, because Senzu's literally already past that position.
I want to see it, yeah,
right?
I'd love to see like Techno's thought process.
But Wakadia found himself in that position the other day, right? Where it's like 3 of them were running into the site. So, look, I'm not saying that that's like Techno watched the demo and made, maybe, we don't know. I'm not in the prep by any stretch.
After Anubis, I'm not writing out that they are heavily prepared for this series. And the head-to-head, right? You said they played a lot.
They have played a lot this year. So it is a nice little rivalry brewing between 2 national teams. And they both play good Counter-Strike, which is nice to see, right? Obviously some different flavors with the Mongols, but understandably so. Well, Senzu does get that kill, and 9-10 takes away the AWP. Snatches it for himself. Money, a conversation for EF. Xantares, the only one in the true area of a buy. Everybody else might be able to get out MP9s or something lighter. And there it is, just the backside sticking out of Paul Wakadia. Tactical timeout called. First for the Turks. Maybe he doesn't like where the conversation was left off before they're about to get out of freeze time. So they have been able to... Okay, so here's the flavor. Xantares dropping the AWP for Woxic, he can glass cannon. Woxic had enough cash to drop an M4, so he drops the M4 back to Xantares. So now they have an AWP and an M4, 2 MP9s and a Deagle.
I did some maths. Woxic's sensitivity is 3 times that of Zywoo.
Oh, okay.
And 2 times that of Donk. 2.5 times as much as Donk. So, I mean, Woxic Sense, I just wanted to put it into perspective for everyone, just how high it is. It's 1.5 on 1600 DPI. That is rapidement en français. Let's get this one started and see if Woxic can continue to keep delivering. He is at the top of the tables once more alongside Calix. See if Mongols can get 9-10s or to start filling the feed. They've started very passive on Banana. They're essentially giving control to the Mongols.
It doesn't surprise you to see them turn to B after they were shut down on A in 2 consecutive rounds,
no, you're right.
So the fact that they're giving this one a go, and to be fair, Magic even prepped for it. He literally had a 4-player B start that they couldn't convert. Great flash.
Off the line. Smoke forced out. Okay, mission accomplished to start.
Now, again, I would still execute B. I know there's an AWP, and I have everything I would hope for. Smoke coffins, smoke CT, molly triple, molly new box, flash and go. Keep it simple, stupid.
Torres is going to be summoned over here. They wait for the flash now. They start to say that as their go signal. Good shot from Woxic. Catches the first man in. Now aggression from Magic dealt with. It's Zentares overlooked. Catches one, but it's only one. Senzu immediate trade. That trade has really opened up the bomb site now and should convert the round. Nothing left for Calix as he arrives late Banana. Even a smoke on Senzu still, so yeah, his options nullified.
More damage might be okay, but it will have to be the Eco going forward for EF. So 5-3, the score will read in about 30 seconds' time. And that should become 6. And I like the fact that Mongols did keep that simple. It didn't overcomplicate it. They have had a tougher time against these mixed buys. Calix, we've seen you 5-7. On Mirage, it was sharp. Can you grab this one? And an AK would be nice. Well, the frag's there. Now we can dip. So what was going to be around with potentially maybe some P250s and the 5.7 now is an AK-47 that they have to worry about. So not out of the waters Mongols just yet. It's very important, right? These little details. Obviously, VP, back when they won the major here in Rio, that's when they're at the height of showing just the devil in the details, the economy and the different flavors. Well, this isn't on that level, but it is still a threat that has to be worried about. Woxic under all that pressure still does well to get one, but traded the space taken, and well done from Mongols with just a simple B execute. Into a second tactical timeout, so back-to-back for the Turkish side. Calix has dropped the 5.7, he's kept the AK, but it's about how do they want to use it. And look, this isn't a knock against Calix, he just is one of the more anchor or more passive players within the team. So how are they going to try and facilitate him? Because traditionally he'd do his best work in more of a static position, but you need him to be dynamic unless you can force them into his side of the map. If this was on Zentares or Wakadi, it'd say, yeah, look, let's flash, you can take a fight, you can get in the thick of things. But how are they going to use this with Calix?
Gonna send him in. Ah, I like that. A little boost to stop the apps crawler, or maybe disrupt it if Mazinho's not careful.
But this is one. Look, I know there's less options without utility on a map like Inferno, but if they just execute B,
what can you do?
Yeah, it should be a cakewalk.
Worst case, there's one AK-47. Best case, there's none. However,
they have to be careful. They're making a lot of noise in middle, and the bomb's on Blitz. Also making a lot of noise top Banana, so making no secret of the progress, Mongols. Contact?
Some really helpless rounds so far for EF in this half, isn't there? 2 ecos. Eco with a safe rifle. But all the same, like Wicardia trying to defend a bomb site with nothing more than a starter pistol.
Yeah, look, like the way that the way that the game balancing has obviously gone with Valve wanting more weapons to be viable in certain situations, these rounds have become more and more threatening over the years. But I think they're still, especially against the light versions, and I think this would probably fall into that category, that there's still that air in a lot of players' minds that we need to be winning these rounds, or not we need, we should.
Yeah,
you back in the day in Source and 1.6 going up against full ecos, even early CSGO days, you know, you wouldn't feel like you'd have too many issues, but now there's so many variables, shotguns, SMGs, right? Like half wall mag 7 on this map, like if you can't clear that position out, it just munches through players.
Valid.
But the buy for Eternal Fire is still rough around the edges. Wicardia with a famous Madja with an MP9. This is going to get tough.
Why is Ace so open right now? I guess they've got the faith in Woxic.
And B has just been the bigger issue, right?
Yeah.
If we look at the sites they finished, it's been a whole lot of the B simulator for the Mongols. Feeling that A pressure, they do block top mid, and that sends them packing.
Again? We might just go back to B. There's the retake util, so getting that out of the way is going to be feeling like an achievement for Techno, okay?
Feels early though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And he's actually going to play ahead in front of it. Oh, there's a gaping void in your retake util.
Almost perfect as well. Sure, if you come out, you're going to know that that position is a possibility, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't delay whatsoever. They get top banana control for free, essentially.
Yeah, now you've got a good idea about the setup. Oh, Techno, he's going ahead. He's giving it a go, pushing on the flash. Oh, what a flashbang. 9-10 sets up Techno. And now the B side, it should be lost. Yeah, Madja had a chance there. A very small
Spins
one.
on a dime. Save.
It's a Techno round.
Well, that's going to be 7. This is a blistering half from the Mongols. How many more can they get? How many more can they lob onto this tally? We've had dominant affairs. Anuba stayed that way. Mongols made a bit of a comeback on Mirage, but right now, running away with things. Remember, this is for survival, elimination for the loser. The winner moves on to later today, the final best of 3 on that B stream, taking on either Virtus Pro or Astralis. Not sure if that game has concluded. We'll let you discover that on your own as the viewers. They're taking everything with them. What a hunt this has been. Wakadia should go down, and he will. Blitz makes sure of it. Goodbye, Senzu. I want the frag. And it has to just be the partial investment.
Oof. Yo, that was a really high priority save. Good high priority hunt for the Mongols. It really sets them up for an even more brutal T-side haul than it already is. This opening from Techno. He had such a good understanding of the setup. Takes a risk through that smoke thrown by Xantares. And I think 9-10's flash really does just seal the deal. Good team play from Mongols. And B, I mean, how frustrating from a CT side perspective. They chose to start here, Chad, and have just found themselves just a Groundhog Day of misery.
It has been tough. When you think of the 3 rounds they've won, one of them was like a Calix Apartments double, the other was a Woxic 4K Orb. Techno, that's so much information. Blitz, I know you want to help your boy, but you got the bomb. You got to get out of there. You got to get over towards A. Bomb's now loose. That's a misplay from the in-game leader.
Yeah, he let it go. 9-10. He knows, and so does Mazzinho. Oh no, it's fallen apart. And a real steal from Eternal Fire. Xantares is ready for you, 9-10. You better be quick, because Xantares definitely is. That's a massive round. Calix, again, the hero for Eternal Fire. 13 frags. In the absence of Xantares, in the absence of Wakadia, it's Calix that is keeping Eternal Fire in this game.
Blitz really messed up there, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't have to. Like, Techno was calling quite a few players banana, and this is just a poor decision from the in-game leader of the Mongols. If the bomb just starts... I know they don't know everybody's banana, but if he played with the rest of his team and they drop like a molly or one of his teammates drops a molly to stop that push, they can reset. The moment get the better of them. This could have been a very commanding half for the Mongols.
That's really aggressive from 9-10. Look at him go. He's got brackets control ahead of the util, and his teammates will profit from that. It's Blitz that slips through. He's actually heading straight for the arch smoke. Held by Wakadia. Wakadia gets a necessary kill. That's his 3rd, but it's very important. An opening kill, final round of our defensive half for Eternal Fire. Techno, actually unscathed from the initial banana utility. Woxic might be peeking into 9-10s. Oh, there we go. Dead Orpa.
What's Wakadia meant to do now? Not only is he low, he's smoked off. If he plays through, that's crazy, but I kind of love it. Matches over towards the library, so they could do this bait and switch setup. When the smoke fades, Magic can try and draw attention to set Wakadia up for a kill. 48 seconds left on the clock. This does feel like it will be the A finish. Matches left Wakadia to his own devices. He's tucked in sight, so a very deep crossfire. Wakadia. Ears out, goes down.
Good awareness from Mazzinho. Just keeps tabs on the potential.
Wrapping A.
Yeah, let's see what Calix can get done here. He has Madja as well tucked on site. Madja to take first contact. Calix to peek off of it, but it's no, he doesn't even bother. He doesn't even bother. Would rather have the element of surprise and makes a bit of a meal of the first frag onto Mazzinho. Missed Molly, but no worries. Techno catches Calix and Xantares bounds into library. Senzu reads it And we've got an 8-4 half. We'll be back after 2 minutes, and we will be talking about potentially Eternal Fire's end in Rio de Janeiro. An 8-4 half. It could have been even more for the Mongols on a very successful T-side campaign. They're up against Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire coming in pursuit of glory, and yet could be very well eliminated by the conclusion of Inferno. Looks like some wires have gotten crossed over the first half of Inferno. Got Chad Sponge Birchall joining me with Cardia head in hands with 3 frags to boast. Madja just the 1.
Maybe understandably so, seeing it between Xantaras and Madja as the B defenders.
Yeah,
that's
true.
where the weakness really started to show its head. Mongols tried A, Woxic said no thank you, and then, well, they went the B bomb side an awful lot.
Woxic and Calix as well. Take a look at the score. You can see 14 frags from Calix. He was one of the main reasons they even got that 4th. Catching Blitz.
Can it be 5 out of 6 pistols for the Mongols, Alex?
5 out of 6 would be a crazy stat. Eternal Fire, elusive pistols in this series.
Julius
look at the
well,
restraint. Techno has not thrown that smoke out. He's waiting for more.
Yeah, you have to buy this from us. You can't have it for free.
This is why people start throwing decoys to try and bait this smoke out. Now he waits, gets them smoked off. Flash, turn, dual Berettas, primed and ready. Techno, he's playing a dangerous game, but a very alert one. Turns the flash as well. Can he get frags? He gets just the 1. But Senzu! Senzu! Sends him back to spawn! Beautiful pinpoint accuracy with a USP.
Damn, he is sharp, isn't he?
Bro, that was like 4 bullets, 4 kills, 19 frags total.
He just has a massive smile on his face at the end of it. Let's catch that one again.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
shooting
7.
gallery.
Woof. The first 3 were perfect, and it gets the 4th as well.
Look, thank you very much, Techno, for slowing them down and allowing the flashes to subside so I can stand and deliver up to 19 kills. I'm sure he'll be appearing in a few more Mongolian rap songs.
Yeah.
Oh, Senzu Bean, bringing life to the Mongols.
For real, for real. Oh, man. Team play at an all-time high. It looks like Mongols won't be having any issues with their B defense, I suppose.
No. Well, Nico for EF as they let the 10th round wash over them. Zinho takes down Wakadia. Just 4 more to find, unarmored, uninspired, and unlikely to get anything done in a round like this. The meat grinder of top middle starting to wear into action as Blitz. He wants to start getting into some frags. Only 5 to his name so far. As he peers down mid, sector clear. So guess what, Mazinho? You're the man who has to mow them. And for A4, could be on for the ace.
Oh, there's 3, there's 4, and 5. Mazinho teaches us how to count, and we get up to 10. An ace to send Eternal Fire into what will be their first gun round. And I mean, you know, we talked about pistols. You talked about the fact they've won 1 out of 6.
Doesn't help the cause.
How about some gun rounds, though? That's a nice one. In the absence of pistols,
you'll take gun rounds.
You'll take gun rounds.
Fair enough. There tends to be more of those than pistol rounds.
Yeah, so let's see. It's not like it's, you know, too light on util. Everyone's got themselves a smoke and a Molotov priority. Let's see how this one takes shape. Starting 3A, and an interesting phase smoke that they'll be throwing some bullets through.
Yeah, quite aggressive stance on top mid. They're posturing so they can throw nades down the gullet of Woxic. He will take a decent amount of damage from the second. Zentaris does have banana control, and it feels like Mongols are happy to give it to them. Now they will relent middle. So a nice transitional defense on A. Posture forward, show some face, now drop back into something a little bit safer as this B setup ready and raring to go. Techno's got the same package for the retake util.
There's already quite a clear contrast between the two teams and their approaches to this. The retake util. Thrown out. Zentaris has that same gap. Now Mazinho did catch the Calyx app's presence, and they are aggressing into Zentaris now. A re-aggressive sorts. Beautiful control of the Tech 9. Yeah, tames it to find the head of Zentaris.
That was a bit of a classic over towards apps. Something that you can do to alley-oop your apartments player who, you know, traditionally finds themselves sitting on the balcony or in the pit or over towards porch side. Set them up with a flash. That's something that's a nice way to get them activated.
Oh, even that flash catches Woxic. Yeah, for getting outplayed here.
Yeah, this is over. It's so hard to even have a conversation about a comeback.
It's like we're back on Anubis.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a 2v5 scenario. In the next round, it's 2,900 as the loss bonus. There's 27 seconds left on the clock. So you lose this as EF, you go into the next round into a partial, and that's 12 for Mongols. And then at that point, you're going for a buy round to defend your honor and having to win a whole bunch straight. It's going to be 8 consecutive needed. Wakadia announces his presence, smokes towards spawn. Senzu playing it safe at the back of the site on low HP. Will let his teammates take contact first. You'll take a plan.
Will you take a round, though, Senzu at the back of the site? Wakadia! How has he done that? While Woxic was punching in the digits, he finds a double.
Is that their turn for a 2v5 victory?
Oh, mate, just as we were saying, this game looks like it's all done. Mongols have now perhaps let this one slip away. They don't have a kit. 10-second defuse ahead of them. This has fallen through their fingertips. Smoke on the bomb, that will cause panic. That will cause panic. That sound combined with the smoke. Woxic's getting run down, does get sprayed on. Wakadia with the low HP. He could ace clutch to save Eternal Fire's chances. He has to run him down, swaps out to the MP9. Mazinho holding it, gets the kick, gets the defuse. Wakadia did everything he could. Oh, 4 kills, 2 of which on 2 HP, but it's still not enough to stop the defuse. Oh man, that could have been it. That could have been their ticket back into the game, Chad.
I feel they never should have been in that position, but Wakadia worked so hard, you felt like he deserved it, didn't you? Catches on the boost.
9 seconds.
Then this is where Senzu tries to activate, but the smoke shrouds him, gets dinked, still gets the kill. Wow, that's a massive fadeaway. Catches another through the smoke, but this is just asking too much of the poor guy. Can't get it all done on his own, and they will secure 11.
Oh, that would have been so crazy. That would have been so huge.
That plant, though, it does mean they can buy. It doesn't have to be the partial.
Yeah.
I know it's hollow. I know, but
that's what we're working with right now.
Yeah, I mean, you just give them a pat on the back, you say nice try, and let's try again. It's a whole lot better than it would have been. As you know, the reason you were kind of putting the nail in the coffin was because of your understanding of the finances.
Never have been in that situation, right? The fact that they are able to get so many kills. If they are able to somehow win this round, which they have a better opportunity to do so now, maybe they can start to whittle Mongols down. But this has just been a class performance on maps 1 and 3 from the Mongolians.
Do it, Senzu. Leave it alone.
Do it, Senzu.
He's worried it's going to bait out his position. The chicken staring at him. First it was gloves, now it's chickens. There's a chicken looking corner. There's a chicken looking corner. 9-10 opens up onto Zentares. That's problematic. Suboptimal. What can Macardia get done here? So the setup looks pretty potent. Smoke mid now. And Senzu has this boiler cross covered, so the setup is really locked in. Jawoxic coming in through midline up there, util for and what looks like a long take. Macardia has to kill Senzu. Senzu needs to go down empty-handed, otherwise this one is going to be 12. Oh, okay, Madja. Just the one, though, because Mazinho, quick to react. He was ready on the corner. Oh, Mazinho, the multi-kills from the Mongols keep on coming. Okay, Woxic, maybe it's your turn to come up clutch. 2 players relatively low. It's Blitz and Mazinho, 1 bullet away from death, and maybe he could find himself a couple of kills in 20 seconds time. He's got very few options available to him, and he doesn't clear his corner. 9-10 converts, and a wealth of opportunities to keep their head above water, to survive, not even the day, but to survive this first best of 3 of the survival tour.
Yeah, so some great moments from individuals within this series for the Mongols, but overall, good Counter-Strike, some well thought out Counter-Strike, pistols falling in their favor. And we go into the final round, and sure, Eternal Fire can get another pretty tasty buy.
That camera as well, you saw it. Zentares fumbled the first jump onto the logs, which meant his crosshair wasn't ready for the 9-10 peak. Like, oh, nothing's going right. Nothing feels good.
Well, you really, this loss will sting because the game wasn't close on maps 1 or 3, and 1 being your map choice. Sure, you did great work on Mirage. You're showing that's not a weakness that teams can just peek into with ease anymore. G2 go down, the Mongols too, but it's about the result at the end of the day, and this was a team that was just in the ESL Pro League Grand Finals. And yeah, everything seems to be falling apart at the moment, just the little details. No, it is just Mazinho at 9-10. And they are bearing down on the Cherub's position.
Will it be Angelic again from Mazinho? He's been generating a whole lot of successful holds on the A side. Safe from the flashes, staying active. Nice kill from Zentares, but traded. Mazinho's going to fall off. Oh, he's got support. Eternal Fire, stick a fork in them. They are done, out, eliminated from Rio de Janeiro. It's brutal. Mongols throw the knockout blow. Convincing. 13-2 Anubis, 13-4 Inferno. Eternal Fire not putting up a fight. They're not defending themselves.
And they're going to take the most recent victory in this nice little rivalry brewing between these 2 national teams. Back and forth they've gone throughout the year. Plenty of games between the 2 of them in 2024, but this one's going to leave a mark. Eternal Fire, it's a long flight home, and a series that didn't really feel like they were in whatsoever. Mirage was good, but the Mongols, they were better. And guess what? They have set up a rematch against Virtus Pro, the team they took down in the opening stage in the best of 1, 13-10 on Mirage. That'll be the final best of 3 of the day.
We get to hear more about how exactly that game went wrong for Eternal Fire, or oh so right for the Mongols. The desk standing by to break things down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, the Mongols live to fight at least 1 more series, as Chad mentioned, going up against Virtus Pro once again for a spot in that playoffs. But for Eternal Fire, maybe I had higher hopes after I thought they found their footing on Mirage, and then this happened.
One thing is losing, but another thing is losing without feeling you were anywhere close getting anything done. You know, as Chad and Alex said, you know, 13-2 on Anubis and then 13-4 here in Inferno. You feel like you were never in the game. So I think right now, Eternal Fire obviously devastated about leaving the tournament, but even more so the fashion they do it in.
Yeah, I mean, we expected more of them. I think they expected more of themselves. Past track record, everything that we brought into it, the recency bias, everything just goes out the window completely because you would think it would be at least competitive. Even if Mongols were to go and take the series, you'd think there's more of a fight. But the score lines are just so one-sided.
What do you think went wrong mostly for Eternal Fire? Was it the same kind of symptoms that we saw back on that Anubis?
I mean, some of it, yes. Some of it does come down to the purchases, but it's not even that. It's like Mongols did play really well, and I don't think we can subtract from that because I was so focused earlier on what Eternal Fires wasn't doing well, but Mongols was playing really well when it came to getting, especially the trades, moving around together, the risks that they took and the confidence that they took. They were able to make certain duels happen, and then they didn't get punished. Eternal Fire, maybe you could say they dropped the ball in terms of trying to punish the rest of Mongols when they did go for any of those greedy plays.
I also do want to give credit to the Mongols for some of the individual brilliance that we saw. Messinio, the last 2 rounds, people maybe not realize it, but the last round, the quad kill with the M4A4 in that position, he's just instant goosing every single player he's seeing. You saw Sensu throughout the entire series having fantastic showmanship. So I feel like from an individual point of view, the boys from the Mongols were far superior in that regard. And normally you look towards your Santaris, you look towards your Voxic. He also had a quad kill in the first half, and you thought to yourself, okay, now he's restarting, he's coming into the game. But as much as I want to make it about, the Mongols playing better Counter-Strike, being the better team, they had the better players, the better individuals, and performance at a much higher level.
When it comes down to certain situations as well, when it comes down to the clutches especially, it really does come to that. And we highlight a couple of them from Eternal Fire, some big swing rounds, some big moments, especially with the MP9s on some of the Force buys. But overall, it is the Mongols players that are coming out on top, especially, you see a smoke diffuse as well. It's like, you could probably reload your AK with that 6 bullets in it before the guy gets back from killing your teammate and gets to the bomb. But instead, you're going to go and shoot those last 6 bullets and switch to an MP9. And it's those types of mistakes. Maybe you can argue whatever, something else is going on. But, I mean, Mongols is reaping the rewards of you fumbling around like that.
Yeah, you weren't so happy to see that one go
No,
down.
I wasn't. No, I really wasn't.
There was a few expletives. Let's crown a United States Air Force Aim High. It couldn't be anybody else other than Senzu, particularly for that third and final map. Just incredible impact across the series as well.
I mean, when you average 102 ADR over the course of 3 maps, one of them which you lost, that's amazing from Senzu. He was firing on all cylinders all the way from the get-go on Anubis, onto the second map as well. He was the one trying to keep them alive on Mirage, and here on Inferno as well, had a fantastic showing. A lot of these highlights you see are from pistol rounds as well. And I think Chad and Alex pointed it out during the cast as well. The Mongols won 5 out of 6 pistol rounds. And at that point as well, you're giving yourself all the conditions in order to win a series like this.
And when we're talking about Eternal Fire kind of needing to be playing from ahead, playing from behind, it's really difficult. We did see a lot of instances, especially on Mirage and even early on Inferno, where it was back and forth a little bit. I know that Mongols was able to stabilize on the Inferno game, but these Force buys from Eternal Fire get so close. You see them up like 4v2 or whatever with the MP9s. You're like, oh man, is this going to be another swing round? But somehow Mongols still just gets a good run going for them. And then Eternal Fire is never able to really bounce back from those types of moments. So the pistol rounds, starting with 5 out of 6, that's a really good buffer to keep Eternal Fire down and not able to get back up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does mean the end of the line for Eternal Fire here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. So let's get a few closing thoughts.
The highs of Counter-Strike can be very high and the lows oh so low, and I think that's kind of what you're feeling right now, Maja. Can you just talk to me your initial thoughts and emotions after this loss?
Yeah, I think we're starting the day very badly on Anubis. Like, they just dominated us from the beginning and to the end. Then on Mirage, we bounced back. Yeah. It was pretty good, but in Inferno, we didn't find solution on B. Also myself, we played bad. Today was a bad day. We lost. It's part of the job, to be honest. Like, losing, yeah, it sucks losing. Yeah. I have my responsibility also in this lose, but I think we need to see the big pictures. I think I'm sad, obviously, but I want to see also the big pictures. We're doing great. I think we are on a good road, but sometimes we fall down like the Astralis match T side, and today the City side on Inferno. Yeah.
Why was this game so one-sided on every single map? Like, your Anubis, it didn't seem like you guys were connected to the server. Then on Mirage, you came back with a fire. You heard you guys were loud. Everyone was there. And then again on Inferno, it fell short a bit. Can you explain like the up and down emotions through these series?
Yeah, on Anubis I was super angry because like we throw so many free runs. Like we go on B, we're 4v2, but we're chasing them, etc. So I am a little mad about them. I told them like, please, like we need to be focused and not throw such runs like this. And I think just Anubis was not in the day. Like Firepower also was not on point. They was eating really well. They shot, and I think after that we discussed well. And on Mirage, it was way better, I think. And on Inferno, like I said, the city side we didn't find solution on B. Like I think they came 4 people on B, always double molly, double nade, and we didn't find solution. Maybe retaking, but when we try retaking, they just pick flashes, and we was too blind. Like too much things to fix. Too much things to talk, but I think in the end, to be honest, they play better. We have to say it. I have to say it. It was not the Ether Fire that I was used. It was not the teams that we played yesterday, like against G2. But in the end, just sorry everyone. Apologize for that performance. And like I said, part of the job, and it's important sometimes to take responsibility, like now. And I take the responsibility, and we're going to discuss as a team and see what the future, because there will, again, tournament, like in 1 week we have a tournament in Poland, then there is major in China, so it's just keep doing, and yeah.
How are you going to then get ready for the major ahead of this, right? You said also you have a tournament in Poland, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, so you got multiple.
Yeah, we try to go to the ESL Poland. We accept it to get warm for the major. Okay. So that was the call for us. So we're gonna go to the Poland. I think it's Poland in a few days. I think 25 October. And like I said.
Thank you very much, Major. Best of luck going forward, man.
Sorry about that.
Eternal Fire may be out here, but hopefully a bright future for them because they have been on the rise.
Yeah, obviously seeing them in the grand finals as ESL Pro League Season 20, I think that, put them on the radar for a lot of people that maybe were underrating Eternal Fire. Do you think that's maybe come back to bite them a little bit in this tournament?
It's all about, in Counter-Strike in particular, it's all about managing your expectations. And I like to say it a lot, you have so many powerhouses out there, so many great teams. Not everyone can be the best. And by no means is Eternal Fire supposed to be in every single grand final or in every single semi-final. Obviously, it sucks to go out now before the playoff, and they should rightfully be disappointed, but it's not a result that is ringing any alarm bells in my head. Obviously, the way they lose today is disappointing, but in terms of the result itself, it's okay. It's Eternal Fire. They are an established top 10 team, but no more than that.
It's also good that they've already identified some of what the problem is, because that's when you suffer an immense loss like this and you already know kind of where to start looking at that Inferno B site holds and, dealing with the double mollies and the double HEs. It's very difficult to take control of Banana, and then when you get pushed back into that site, and if you don't have a good setup to deal with what comes next, then you get exposed. And finding out solutions for that ahead of the major is probably going to be good, but obviously losing a chance to be in the playoffs here isn't a great thing.
Yeah, less than ideal. Let's talk about the matches that we just saw on that bracket, because simultaneously on the B stream, Astralis getting eliminated by VP, which does indeed set up that rematch with Mongols VP later. What are your thoughts on that, Jacob? I know you love to talk about the Danes.
Not really, but not really surprised either here. Astralis still new project coming in with Cadian as an in-game leader. I think they have shown, a couple of games here at this tournament where you can see the progress being made already. Cadian having to find himself as a rifler. We saw him struggle a lot against VP, having one of my crossed out on that one. And I gotta be completely honest, the way Astralis are approaching this whole project, it's a long-term project, and for now to have any expectations in terms of them making the playoff would be unrealistic.
Yeah, it's like they had this old, just rusty chain on the bike, and it kind of fell apart there when they pedaled a little bit too aggressively, and now they're gonna have to go and get a new chain and assemble.
Go get some WD-40 in there, there's all the solutions.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the teams that could be making it to playoffs. Obviously, with the winner of VP versus Mongols, they'll be joining the other 4 teams that are already in the playoffs. Who are you hedging your bets with, Jacob?
That's a good question. I think VP have looked lackluster for a long, long time, but they can grind out these games. They can grind out a best of 3, and the Mongols have already played. If there's one thing I do want to say, the Mongols won fairly easy today against EF. They didn't spend that much energy, and it wasn't the most, hard-fought game, so maybe they conserved a bit of that energy and have a chance against VP. I'll back the Mongols for that one.
Well, we got qualification games going down later on tonight, but after the break, it's going to be Furia taking on Na'Vi to see who's going to be heading straight to the semi-finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Jesus, that's big.
Oh, wow. That is quite something.
Can you imagine playing with that?
Oh, surely that's not enjoyable.
Now that's a good size.
Yeah.
Nice and small.
Maybe not small enough.
Ladies, I couldn't help it over here. I think I may have exactly what you need.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and show us?
Sure. I'll send it over. I call it the White Hammer.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
You're so disgusting.
What?
Who plays with a white crosshair?
Terrible visibility.
Let's play later. I'll show you.
I ain't going anywhere near that thing.
Tactics kind of work in like a circular fashion where it's like, this is working, it's working, it's working, people figure out it's not working, and then it's all of a sudden back around to where it can all of a sudden work again. Do you find yourselves ever looking back and thinking back to some things you've done in the past and been like, that might be able to have impact here?
Yeah, I mean, in the oldest rallies, and also, I think, just in my opinion at least, like, if you have a really deep strat book and like, you know how to play the map, it constantly also changes to which team you are playing as well and which round you are playing, and now you have less rounds, so you have to be, I think that it's a like circular motion, or what you say, like you have to cycle the rounds correctly against the right teams, and you can't really, how do you say, like you don't have enough rounds to play the whole map in a MR12 as well. So you have to have good intent with what you want to do in the certain games, but you need to know how to play the map in all different ways of playing the map if you want to be the best on the map. Okay. That's at least my opinion. Ancient is a good way of like looking at it. The way you focus around the mid, and like then the CTs will not play A, and then you have to be like, you need to play the entire map, but you can't do that in a best of one. So you need to, when the other team is like looking at you, you need to be able to play all around the map to play it as the best team in the world. But some teams can also just play like the risky rounds and just win some best of ones of that.
Right.
That's where I think like MR12 is way different. Like if you have a.
So you're saying you feel like MR12 has sort of forced you to shift, maybe not the meta, but the way you think about which tactics you're going to run. And the way you think about
also with the defaulting part, like it's a little bit harder with less rounds to do the defaulting part now, but also defines like some of the wins is just like pure individual skill, at least in CS2. Like it seems like not the skill gap is a little bit smaller from the individual standpoint. So and if you can take over a few rounds in a MR12, you can basically win a map of that.
Well, in a matchup that won't feature anyone being eliminated, we do have Na'Vi versus Furia to set us up proper for our second game of the day. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. It's Rio. We are coming to a conclusion of what would be known as a group stage. And for Na'Vi and Furia, success was found well early on in this tournament. And so now they battle for that seeding spot in the playoffs. I got Yanko in the middle, Steel in the end. What's up, Yanko?
Yeah, Trace, we got the best team in the world against the best team in Brazil. And I think Na'Vi, for them so far, just taking care of business.
Yeah.
Really pretty much in that game against Liquid, finding revenge, for the doubleheader at Blast Groups, booking a spot in the playoffs, and from Furia taking down FaZe and Mouse to be in this position. I think that's quite a impressive result for them so far here.
Let's start that conversation around Furia. I don't need that. I don't need that where I'm going. Let's talk about Furia, though. Yeah, it's just a prop.
Okay, talk about Furia?
Yeah, let's talk about Furia.
All right, what do you want to know about them?
Well, I guess, is it surprising that they've made it this far within the bracket? I mean, yes, it's great for a hometown team on home soil, but in this case, did you expect the Furia to come through here and first of all beat a Mouse and then beat a FaZe?
I think the fashion that they were able to accomplish this in was really good, and it exceeded all of our expectations because they took out FaZe and Mouse, which are, maybe you discount Mouse a little bit based on their recent results. But if you look at like more big picture about Furia, about Na'Vi, because that's the team that's growing up in question as well, it's like you can see the difference in where they end up in tournaments. And Furia doesn't really make consistent, playoff performance standings. They rarely even make the playoffs. So for them to do it in this fashion where they're going in, they booked it, and they potentially have a chance to go straight to the semis with a win here, that's pretty impressive. And you look at the flip side of things, like you have Na'Vi, second place, first place, second place, first place, second place. On the other side, Furia, it's like they're getting dead last at a couple of these events. They're getting middle of the pack at a couple of the events. It's just all over the place. They have no real kind of they haven't carved out a place where they belong yet. So this is exceeding expectations so far.
Yeah, and doing it on home soil, yet again, is got to be a big one, not just to achieve and then get there and achieve that goal of getting out of the group stage, but for Furia to come here and continue that composure. Is that a tough ask?
Well, we'll see, They've been in playoffs both times in Rio at the major and last year, and they got eliminated by Heroic both times in the playoffs. A different looking Furia this time, a much better looking Furia, right, with Fallen at the helm. Finally, they're playing some proper Counter-Strike, right, and things make sense when you watch them play. Serato has back to his, top of the line form in a way, and you see other guys contributing as well, finally getting used a little bit to Fallen's system, and it's all looking much better for them.
So you're saying it wasn't quite a work of art before?
Yeah, far from it. I think it's safe to say. And Skulls being back on a Brazilian team after that short stint in Team Liquid, he's feeling more comfortable. So yeah, I think this is the best opportunity for Furia to actually go really deep in a tournament and do some damage.
And for the side of Furia, there's always just one name that always comes up when it comes down to any matchup, any statistic. When it comes to Furia, it's a Serato that we keep our eyes on.
Serato, it's the magic of Rio for Furia. Playoffs again for you guys. You've got a smile on your face, but I want you to try and explain to me, because I know it's Brazil and it's home, but it doesn't seem to matter what shape you guys are in before the tournament, you deliver here. Do you notice a difference? Can you try and tell me in words?
I think it's more like, of course, Brazilian food. It makes us happy, of course, and I'm pretty sure this arena reminds us of major IEM Hill. 3 years already, almost 3 years. So it remembers us a lot of good vibes. So it makes us really happy because we want to see it again. And I think this year will be better than the other years.
Okay, so you've definitely got a good feeling. I also want to touch on the fact that it's been a long time since we've seen you take down teams like FaZe and Mouse, right? How important were these wins to you guys as a team?
Yeah, it's important as fuck because we came from not playing good against these teams, and in this tournament we bring something new. I think it's the Brazilian vibe or something like that, but I think everyone is confident because we are home, we have our family with us, so it makes a lot of difference for us, mentality, talking, and I think it's different, and I think we're gonna beat Na'Vi, bro.
Don't worry. And it's very exciting. Okay, so now looking at this matchup against Na'Vi, for me, when it comes to the Veto, it's quite obvious to maybe strike on their Inferno, which has not been looking good, and it's a map you guys are comfortable on. But is there full belief right now for you guys to take control of this game like you've done in the past two series?
Yeah, it will be a bit tough because they play real well. Mirage has 12-1, something like that. So it's a tough match, and we are confident in our luck. And the Mirage, they have a good Mirage, as we can see all the year. So we're gonna do our best and beat them.
There we go. Let's talk a little bit about the last survivors from the Brazilian side here, and that is Furia. What did we get from Serato right there?
Well, he's got that mountain lion in him.
Yeah, he got a little antsy there too. It seemed like, oh, we're just gonna beat Na'Vi, man. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, it sounded like something like that. When you have all these other things. Like, you can sometimes go to a tournament, especially if you're going event to event, where you don't have that energy coming in, but here you're in front of the home crowd, you have your family nearby. Like, it's going to give you a little bit of fire, and then you compound that with the fact that they took out FaZe and Mouse as well. Everything is going in their favor to have one of those kind of like momentum runs right now.
I just can't unhear that.
Yeah. You want me to do that?
No, you did it again. I'm just looking forward to this game because I think these teams have played in a similar way on T side. It's a lot of default, a lot of taking map control, trying to punish reactions from the opponents, try to put pressure across the map at the same point. Really, and for Furia, it's still a work in progress, and sometimes they spend too much utility doing the default, taking map control, not much left to finish the round if they don't find any openings, and then it doesn't look the best sometimes. But yeah, they don't go for that Inferno pick, as James alluded to. They actually go for Nuke here, which has been a map they picked a lot in recent times.
Yeah, so with vetoes in front of us, Nuke, Mirage, Dust 2, should we need it? Josh, diagnosis?
I can try to give you a diagnosis. I mean, the Mirage and Dust 2 maps could go either direction anytime, any day of the week. Furia obviously feeling like they have a pretty good understanding of how they want to utilize Nuke and deal with it. They're going to have to start on that T side against Na'Vi. So, you know, when we talk about the lack of art and now Fallen taking the helms, you're going to lose some of these really interesting, unique, explosive plays, but then you get a little bit... What?
Shut up. I like this for Furia because they didn't fall into the trap. Oh, their Inferno isn't great, we'll pick it to punish, because they're not the greatest on Inferno. They went with their comfort picks, right, that they felt could be the best in this situation. Dust 2, they've done great so far in this tournament as a decider if we get to it. So yeah, good battleground, Trace.
So, I mean, it begs the question. I think with art in this team at one point, they're not beating Na'Vi. And now, what does it take to beat Na'Vi? Because it seems like everybody has their target on them. It's not an easy feat by any stretch.
I think part of it is letting Na'Vi kind of fall into the trap that they've given up maps and big rounds just by making mistakes. And if they're playing not to their best and Furia is able to punish it, that's one way that they could do it. But if it's going to be on Furia, it has to be about sequentially doing things in steps, not skipping those steps. So if it comes to outside smokes, to be able to either manipulate rotations or get down into those secret stairs, it needs to be step by step, and you can't just forget about some of these players. You never know which Na'Vi player is going to be online at once. It could be Imma this game, it could be Bit next game, for example.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you need and what you look forward to expect. Yanko, really quickly, just really short, sweet, simple, to the point. Does Na'Vi lose this series?
No.
Okay, and I think you might be onto something. We are just about ready to get into the game itself. Josh had picked Furia just, to keep things interesting, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I did.
Well,
I'll own it then, sure.
I think you've nailed it. Gentlemen, I think we are ready to jump into what is Na'Vi versus Furia. Again, not elimination, but for that seeding in the playoff bracket itself. We look at Nuke, we look at Mirage, and should we need it, we look at Dust 2, but I can guarantee you we're going to hear from our commentators. That's Dinko and Moses. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Tricia. Na'Vi versus Furia for a spot in either in the semifinals or the quarterfinals, Jason. I guess if you're a Brazilian fan, you're kind of torn, because if Furia find themselves in the quarterfinals, there's chances of more Furia games in the arena.
Sure. Yeah, still, but you're always thinking of that trophy, right? You're just like, please skip to the semifinals, avoid having to play that quarterfinal, one step closer to the trophy. Let's start a little bit ahead. That would be ideal. I think you got to say this too. One thing that Furia is loving right now, obviously things are looking good with their win on day one over FaZe, over Mouse, 2-1 in the series as well to get to this point. But the fact that you had K-Serato deliver it both in the best of one and in the series play against Mouse, you got to be loving that. K-Serato can just be a beast. Look at all the utility on this T-pistol round.
They got buckets full of it for Furia.
Everyone's got something.
Yeah, they do, and let's see what they can do with it. So utility deployed out towards the A side, smoke out towards main. Couple of shots being whizzed through as K-Serato and Cello, the first two men in. Alexi B tries to get through the smoke, but punished by Cello on the turn back.
Yeah, and now kind of locked out of the bomb site. Molotov up towards heaven, so ain't nobody is swinging to retake or stop that bomb plant. All those nades Furia used, and look at what it's done. There's no damage taken from anyone on the Furia side. K-Serato's barely been touched. Na'Vi have got a really hard task, perhaps an impossible task to retake this
flash
site.
has to be perfect. This has to be one of the most impactful flashbangs ever, and Well, Kesrado is blinded. Ima and Wonderful coming in with a couple of kills here for Na'Vi, but plenty more still needed, and they're getting those kills. It's suddenly only Skulls left in a 1v3 in the hut, and Furia have let this one go. That bomb is not planted for Skulls, and he's preoccupied dealing with Ima, who runs on in, and JL closes it. Na'Vi pull off the retake, and that round started so well for Furia.
You DJ, play that whole round over again. I want to see how that broke down. How did Furia only manage to get 1 kill on the retake? That flash wasn't even the perfect flash that you said it was going to have to be. Absolutely crazy. There's the first, but it's Wonderful coming in from Mini. 2 headshots, clearing them out. Nicely done. I guess so much the attention of Furia taken up towards that Heaven retake that Wonderful just gets to have a nice time of things. But that's got to be frustrating. You get in a 5-on-4, no damage taken, you have all that utility, you get the bomb planted.
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, speaking of frustrating, we were commentating the Na'Vi Liquid game, and it seemed like Na'Vi were very far ahead, and then we got to sort of listen in, and there were some frustrations leaking into the camp at that point. Nipped it in the bud, got through that game versus Liquid, but they're very close to falling to them.
I think that's more frustration of the matchup at hand more than anything, and obviously the frustration that we could tell, and I'm sure Na'Vi knows very much and had conversations. It was not a good day of Counter-Strike for them. They managed to beat Liquid when they were playing maybe like their, let's call it their C+ game.
Sure.
And that's more, I think, the frustration that we were seeing there, and it obviously good for them to kind of tamp it out. Blade had to burn like 2 or 3 timeouts straight to get over that hump.
Just to get 1 round extra.
Yeah, but now you come in reset and refreshed, and you know that was a weakness in a previous series, and you're doing everything as a player to not let that creep up in the future games that you have to play.
Skulls has got his AK out, and everybody else on Tech 9, so Furia have invested into this after getting a bomb plant in the pistol round. Can use the smokes to cross down Secret. Alexi B is already rotated down to B to address those possible problems, and he's got ramp.
Yeah, good Molotov as well. Segments the attack. Skulls wanted to come in for the trade. Fallen's made a move. Oh, beautiful headshot. 1 more down in Secret they don't know about yet, and Lobby is crunched, and the bomb is not going to be making it downstairs unless they get these kills, which they do. Alexi and Wonderful pulled out of position. And have to find a way to get it back.
Look how low Kesrado and Skulls are at the moment. 1 HP for Skulls, Kesrado on 6 HP. This could still go very badly for them. Yuri, such an important fight. And he just rips the head off of Alexi B.
Yeah, but the bomb's still down over in ramp. So Wonderful's got all the chances in the world to close this out. Looks like Fury's going to come up with all 3 players at the same time, or they're just going to try and grab the bomb and smoke.
35 seconds.
Keserado's outplayed him. He's read this so well.
He's looking right up on top, and that MP9 brings him down. Wonderful will fall. Furia's force buy works out, and tied scoreline 1-1.
Yeah, fine work with some of the Tech 9s. Falling in the vents. Yuri obviously over towards single door at Decon. Nice shooting. And I think Na'Vi maybe just getting pulled every which way. Not entirely sure where to be positioned. 1-1, and a 3rd round force buy from Na'Vi as they try and win it right back.
The force buy wars begin. I'll see what Wonderful can do on the Deeg. I can be so sharp outside with it. We had a really stacked tournament this week, Jason, and I think we've had some results that you may not have predicted. The G2 exit, obviously, from first to worst in a week, and then we had also VP of taking down Astralis. Would you call that a surprise?
Not really, to be honest with you.
No, not really.
But more so, not any kind of huge knock on the Astralis lineup. Just it's very, very early on. We don't really know what they're kind of capable of just yet. But certainly the Eternal Fire loss earlier today after the finals.
That was surprising.
And an event where they were looking good in terms of watching the games. Woxic was playing well. Xantar's still playing well.
Yeah, it feels like gone are the days where in Counter-Strike you have one team that was 1 or 2 teams that were just winning every event, and you kind of were super confident they'd be able to replicate that success in the follow-up event.
It's really kind of the story of the second half of the year. We'll get into in a second. Hold the phone. 5-7 at range. Does good damage on a Fallen. Other players are going to start streaming in. They want to go for this fight. Smoked off. Cello might have a chance for some exits. But yeah, it's been the story of this year, and really kind of the story we're trying to figure out as the second major looms around the corner and comes to a close. You know, we've spent so much of this year where it's like 4 teams that feel like could win any event that they've gone to at various points. Na'Vi winning that first major, and ever since then have been challenged. Vitality, G2, Spirit's been up there. You know, like you've had all these teams that have kind of rotated through and had the big event performances. And then you have so many upsets as well coming from like the next tier down. Teams, everyone's dangerous. So like that's kind of for me, the story of the second half of the year is how does this all shape up? Like, does it actually have a semblance of a hierarchy when we get to the end of the day?
Yeah, it feels like that is a long way off. And that makes it exciting for next year, you know? You got that open circuit, a lot of events. I'll be interested to see how everything shakes out going into the new season. And things ramp up to close this one at the major. A 2-1 start for Furia. The Na'Vi force buy did not really get the result it wanted. They saved most of these weapons. It looks like Kestrada could have taken a few of them away, but he didn't go around that corner. So 4 players stay up for Na'Vi. And they'll get a chance to do some damage again, but their buy will come in the next round. And the most likely scoreline now at this point is 3-1 for Furia.
Yeah, but hold the phone for just a second, because Na'Vi with those 4 saved weapons, the MP9 they picked up can drop the Deagle over to Bit. So actually, it's a pretty similar buy that Na'Vi have to the last round. And they kind of gave it up there because they could tell they were just out of position, and they'll just try again here.
And now they got nothing to lose, right? So you can throw everything into it.
Be aggressive. They've got a smoke to slow things down, at least initially. Keserado getting a nice position in Hut to be able to pounce.
He's just going to bide his time. Play it around in the corner for Keserado.
Yeah, they have no idea. JL's looking to posture for that deep fight. Yima had the flashbang to bounce off the wall in towards lobby and just never even made it there due to Keserado's position. So Fury doing a really good job of neutralizing these low half buys and not taking any damage from it. That's all 5 gone for Na'Vi and 3-1 indeed.
Well, this is what they've been waiting for. Na'Vi finally getting out the M4s, the MP9, still in the hands of JL. And I'm sure Na'Vi were the team that were least happy about that final being changed from BO3 to BO5. They have obviously broken the curse being able to win a BO5 final, but not necessarily their strong suit. They'll obviously make it into either the semis or the quarterfinals today, a step closer.
Okay, we'll see if this is going to be an execute. You imagine in a round like this, they're going to have a round of utility to pull out the counter mollies and counter smokes from the defense, and perhaps re-aggress a little bit later. Ima's held on to held his nerve, so Molotov still in his hand at the upper bomb site. If Furia do come back to it. I was talking with some of the other guys because we haven't covered any of the Furia games yet at this event. And it was, you know, kind of looking at it, you're like, as I mentioned, Keserado just has beautiful stat lines. And some of the other guys were telling me, yeah, it's been awesome, but a lot of the story has been like the supporting cast stepping up. Like Keserado, great. But obviously like Fallen, Cello, Yuri, those guys having good performances around Keserado has been the big deal for Furia.
Sort of facilitating Keserado and being able to just provide those extra bells to the whistle. And I think this is a Furia squad that we were very excited about at the start of the year when they made the change, or the start of the season rather, when they got Skulls into the team. Just seemed to make a whole lot of sense.
Interesting. That was Furia's kind of second round of the upper execute, and with the utility that Na'Vi'd been able to save, they stall it out. So Furia's got to improvise over to the B bomb site, over towards ramp room with Bit at an off angle. Good swing from Keserado up close. Alexi's here, can't handle the heat. Only 1 kill.
Yeah, had a chance there with the element of surprise. They might not have expected him to be standing there. He gets away with 1, but not going to be enough. But 9 seconds left for Furia. Ima waiting for the control room, gets annihilated by Fallen, but they need to plant. No, and they've run out of time. Oh no, they ran out of time. Just a second away from being able to pull that one off, and Furia unable to get it done, and Alexi B wins the round by just staying alive.
Yeah, man, he stalls that out just enough. That's a very fortunate round for Na'Vi to take away. Good job from them, and Furia just losing a little track of the clock. Took an extra second to get that bomb close. This was a beautiful find outside, wonderful out in the open. He did have a teammate kind of blocking him, but I think he would.
Yeah, he was already out of time by the time he hit his teammate, but that could have been a problem if there was just enough time, right? There was 4 seconds and his teammate's blocking the plant spot. Ooh, that's a little screaming match going down right there.
All right, nice little push. Blow up in the smoke as soon as it plumes. Timing crunch towards lobby. Keserado hears all this, calls it out to Furia, and backs away slowly. That's going to pick up their pace outside, and this time Wonderful delivers.
Yeah, Wonderful catching Skulls. He's not going to be too happy about the fact that he can't join his teammates down lower. And speaking of down lower, JL has joined, and he's inside of the vent. He's got a kill on Cello with the MP9. Long-range fight as Kesserado comes on top of Wonderful, and it's going to end up with Imma having to trade it back. So Furia down to 2v4. Not a position they want to find themselves in at this point. And it's down to Kesserado to try and do something magical, and it's a good idea to blast open that smoke and take a fight against Imma. He's once again behind cover and has 55 seconds to play with.
It's Fallen's turn to make a play. I don't think he spotted that whatsoever. He might have had a glimpse of his shoulder at the last second, but Bit's going to keep his eyes peeled on vents. Fallen might be in for a rough surprise as he comes down trying to be quiet. Easy kill for Bit. And that leaves it all on just one. So Navi's going to even things up at 3. There's still money for Furia on the T side to buy up into the next round.
Yeah, I thought you said Colin. And I was like, who the hell is Colin? Then I realized that you meant Fallen. That made a whole lot more sense.
Did I say Colin?
No, I don't think you did.
You just heard it.
I just heard Colin, you know? So shout out to you, Colin, watching from home.
Yeah, all the Collins out there in the world, it's a good day to be you.
Other than, you know, opposed to all the other days.
Some days are better than others.
Kesserado, no time to make anything here, so he's just going to get away with another exit on Bit and just retreat.
That's a very valuable kill, though. That third one prevents an AK from being saved by Bit, forces a rebuy, so money's still going to be low. Furia, despite the fact that they've lost the past couple of rounds, they're still in a position to put Navi in a very weird economic situation moving forward.
Furia can continue to keep getting a decent buyout here, so AK's on everybody. And there's still a lot of cash left over, even if they lose this for Furia.
Guys, we can't. It was good. Listen to me. It was a random round because we spoiled their plan. And I think it's not good because we was.
Don't punish, guys. Focus on this one. Fuck that now.
Yes.
Yeah, things get a little crazy. Don't get your point out quick enough, and it's time to move on to the next one. But basically, just saying that was a late round because we stalled out their plan. Something Navi might want to keep doing moving forward.
I kind of like it. It's like, we don't want to hear this right now.
Yeah, we've had enough of the motivational speech. Lost in the smoke. Kesserado going to have to back away. He's taking damage. So is Bit, who falls over towards ramp room. Good challenge from Cello.
1 for 1 to kick off round 7. Fallen's got a lot of space to play with. He's pushing in towards Hell, but JL pushes down Hut and catches Kesserado. But it's on Fallen, who's got spotted. Wonderful knows the second player's there. And it's decent work from Wonderful at Heaven. Under a minute left on the clock. Navi 4v2 again. Found themselves in this position last round. Were able to close it out. And not a kill from Alexi B. Was so close to taking Cello out there, and that would have certainly confirmed the round.
Yeah, but there's no safety in this bomb site for Furia. They're going to get this planted, but they're not going to feel like they can actually go anywhere. Cello this is his only option, and really, it's not even an option. He doesn't know what's on the other side. He's only got 25 HP. Very hard post plant for Furia.
Cello. Double doors swing wide open, goes into the fight against Wonderful, and Skulls is now alone in the site. He's done well. Second headshot's in, and he just cracks open Skulls. That is one hell of a clutch.
There he is. That's a nasty little sequence. You see some of that precision aim from Skulls that made him such an awesome pickup for this Furia team. It's made him such an interesting player over the past few years as he's kind of broken out. That was the kind of Skulls we didn't get to see enough on Liquid. What a big-time clutch.
Dude, that is so sick. Not easy shots either. 2 different elevated positions. Is to take this first, then flick up, and just headshot after headshot. And that fires Furia up. And it breaks the money, more importantly, here for Navi. It puts them down to a weaker investment.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Just not a lot of cash to work with. So it's a decent buy in terms of weaponry. Missing a lot of nades, obviously. Cello's out here with very, very fast timing. So Wonderful's put in an awkward scenario. Oh, Furia's all over the map.
Hello.
This is they've just beat Navi in this round.
They've rode this momentum off the back of that Skulls moment straight into winning the follow-up round. And this really does spell disaster for the money of Navi now, because if it looked bad at the start of this, it will look worse in the next. We're looking at 6 rounds to the T side for Furia.
It's obviously awesome for Furia, if for no other reason. I mean, you gave yourself so many advantages, but also Navi's so good on this map when they have their rifles and they have all their utility of being able to move, like knowing when to stall out, which choke points so you could rotate to which positions. They are so good at reading this map, and you take a lot of those resources away, and it gets a lot more difficult for them to be as mobile as they'd like. Fury is going to get 5, 2-round lead. Bit and Alexi have nothing to do but look for some weapons on the ground.
Yeah, a long way off having anything to do with this round, Na'Vi, and with that, it is more likely that Fury takes 6 on the T side, and already it's a fantastic haul out of the T side of Nuke. Now, this is one of the maps that was kind of early adopted by this Furia squad at the start of the season, if you remember back.
Yeah, EWC, the first time that lineup played, they played like 4 to 5 maps.
And they played Na'Vi.
Yeah. I mean, it was one of those maps I remember them talking about a little later where they were just like, yeah, it was just kind of the first map that we felt good on. Like, as time has gone on, they haven't been as reliant on it, but I think obviously still feeling like it's a map they feel like they can contend with the best teams in the world on.
This is a matchup we don't really get all that often, Furia versus Na'Vi. It's happened twice, and it happens once a year in Saudi Arabia. That's just kind of all that really happens. So good to see it here in Rio. And it is true, we do see Furia kind of just have this jump up in performances when they're playing in Rio de Janeiro. Remember back just over 2 years ago when they were playing in the major, that was a huge moment for them. Making it into the playoffs, you're starting to dream that, you know, this dream is becoming a reality, and then last year, decent work as well.
Boa. Gostou dessa, patrão? Boa, boa, boa. O cara viu a C4 lá embaixo, nós vamos do ponto A, velho. Well.
Tell you what, Fallen's a fun personality when things are going right. He's a good person to have in your camp, keeping all the spirits up, keeping everyone laughing. Queserado, they sent him out behind the smokes against a low buy just to see if he can deathmatch, but look at what it's forced. Bit to make a reaction. I don't know how he's won that fight. A little bit awkward, but thankfully Skulls is there.
Yeah, he just barrels right into him. Important kill for Fallen as JL walks out of main to his death.
They planted the bomb downstairs with only one player with the bomb.
Ooh.
Fallen was lurking outside, Skulls was lurking lobby.
A little bit of risk involved in that, but that's going to work out in the end.
Oh.
Okay, nice shot from Wonderful. That's a better weapon, but he won't get it because Cello was close behind. Drops him, and there's that 6th round for Furia.
All right, let's see what Navi's got now. They have to buy here. Down by 3, 3 rounds remaining in the half. M4's come back out. Wonderful still without the AWP. I don't think we've seen it a single time in his hands on this map quite yet. Navi haven't been able to win enough to get the funds to afford it. So Blade's going to call a timeout, use their first, talk things over, and try and make sure this first half doesn't spiral completely out of control. And it's something I'd imagine he'd want to be on top of today. He probably made a mental note about that after the series against Liquid, getting battered on the opening map of Inferno, and then obviously coming back to win this series. But that first map was a Na'Vi that was very flat. It was not the Na'Vi that we're used to. And I imagine Blade is seeing some signs of that right now that he wants to turn around.
Yeah, catch it now. 3 rounds left in this first half. You can still leave with the tied scoreline, but you don't want to let Furia go into the second half with a lead. And that lack of Wonderful AWP presence is certainly felt, as 5 rifles have to continue into the server here for Na'Vi. It's going to be Fallen, aggressive outside with his sniper. He was leading the charge, and Wonderful just swings right into him in close quarter fight. The M4 comes out on top.
That up on the ground might look like a tasty treat for Wonderful as this round goes later. If he can find a way to pick that up. That smoke, there was a big gap in it. I don't think Yuri even realized it. So free kill for Alexi outside. And this is starting to look really good for Na'Vi. 5 on 3. If you can keep these weapons alive, all of a sudden you can forget about those money issues. Wonderful's in the checkmate position for any play in towards Mini.
Alexi B's got him. Cello is to overextend, but Wonderful! Oh, it's so clean. Great work. 3K in the round, and Queserado left with an impossible situation in front of him.
And Wonderful's already stepping up to find that AWP. Queserado just chilling in lobby. 4th round for Na'Vi, and this one is oh so clean.
Currently ongoing, the adjacent game we've got is Vitality versus Heroic. Winner advancing to the semifinals, loser to the quarterfinals in that game as well. Yeah, Heroic, I think, it's really hard to call where that team is at. Sometimes they just have some really good results and you get really excited about them, and then they have disappointing runs. I just don't know where to place them in the hierarchy of things, Jason. It's hard.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird one over there. It doesn't help, obviously, the now feeling like it's resolved, but the Dexter saga of,
yeah, that was
is
weird
he
too.
able to play? Is he going to be at events? You know, awkward practice and all that jazz. So, yeah, good to see them putting up a fight. Good to see them in the playoffs as that organization tries to rebuild. Fist bumps all around for Na'Vi. Much later in their rebuilding phase, and on the other side of the spectrum, ranked as the best team in the world.
Now this is Fallen taking a risky play outside and ends up just getting beat to his position by Wonderful. He does fantastic work with the rifle.
Nice, how many? Nice. Let's fucking go.
How many? Quick check of the screen.
That's legit.
Yeah, nice little 3K.
JL hyping the boy up.
Out of the timeout. And back to a round win for Na'Vi. Let's see if they can replicate it and start stringing some together to round out this first half. Cello, he's already got some control towards top secret. Although a Molotov might make things a little uncomfortable, so he doesn't want to hang around. Instead, he gets into the smokes, and this could be a problem.
This is kind of cool, actually. Furia show they're going secret. They send bodies there. They let their presence known, and Yuri cannot find the kill in Mini. That's Alexi holding onto it, but Cello still has such an advanced position. And Na'Vi have no idea about this quite yet. I have to imagine, though, with 5 defenders alive, if you're Cello, it is a little difficult to work up the courage to make the move. You feel like you're going to be spotted as soon as you step out of that cover. And really, Furia have nothing on the other players to activate them. K-Serato has some utility. But it's going to be a very narrow window for Cello.
Here comes Bit, getting a little hungry. Pushes himself in towards ramp room a little further. 30 seconds is all that Fury have got left in this round, and they're a player down with some damaged goods.
Oh, it's so smart. It's so smart. The discipline to not take that shot. The real power, the real impact is at this upper bomb site. Oh, Cello might be the round-winning play. There's one, and that's it. Snapshot from Ima.
As it likes to be within the site, and although it did have the possibility of turning into a round victory, the play from Cello not able to make enough happen. And a 5th round for Na'Vi collected as we go into the last round of this first half, but they found themselves decent positioning at the end. Fury just couldn't quite capitalize. Too many targets.
It's going to be a hard one. Cello needed to grab 2 there, but again, Na'Vi, I think with the sense that Furia enjoy finishing at this upper bomb site, like these upper bomb site hits, this site is stacked later on in the round. And without anyone really pressuring ramp room and pressuring secret, it kind of solidifies your confidence in that kind of a call on the defensive side of things.
Couple of AKs put together. K-Serato and Cello managing to afford those. Everybody else on Tech 9s, P250. That's what they got to work with now. Fury going into the last round of this first half. They've already done a fantastic job on the T side, getting 6 rounds on Nuke. And obviously, if they can squeeze one extra out, that would be fantastic. Wonderful getting the AWP out over the last 2 rounds now. We'll take it outside for a spin. Skulls putting pressure in towards high early on, but that molly is going to force them back, and Fury will have to take a moment to pause. Although K-Serato doesn't know the meaning of the word, he's already out in the middle of the site taking fights. It's a headshot on Ima, but quickly answered by JL and Alexi B. But JL did damage, but didn't finish Skulls off. 3v3, a lot of time to play with, and Yuri, he's just having a little walk around main. He can't find anybody at the moment.
He's trying to make a decision, and he's already made it now. Yeah, he's like, do I want to stick around and play behind this smoke and lurk mini, or do I want to wrap around towards heaven with this Tech 9?
Well, this could be a really cool move from Yuri coming in from heaven.
I don't know. They're pushed forward. They're in safe positions.
Yeah, exactly. They're not open to these fights, especially with the Tech 9. Even when you start giving away your position in favor of Alexi B at range with that AK to come out on top. Bit has lower covered. Looks solid now, but that'll certainly help. Fallen with a kill through the smoke at the door. Lexi B taken out.
Yeah, but look at Wonderful. Smart, bold play. There it is. Bomb dropped. One more kill out in the open. They're going to have to come back to and recover this. They've got no smoke for the choke point, so Wonderful just needs to hold on.
Yeah, and he knows they're likely to come through hut, so he just holds, but Fallen baited the shot out of him. Wonderful still gone to the safety of the corner, but Yuri's now arrived to the bomb site. It is Bit put alone in a 1v2, and they leap back, put that bomb down in the site. Fallen now has AWP, and he's covering off the main entrance. Bomb is planted behind the site, and Bit's waiting for a peek, but nothing's coming his way. There's no mistakes being made, and Fallen will pull it back. Furia with 7 rounds on the T side of Nuke. In the matchup that decides who's going to the semis and to the quarters, we've got Na'Vi versus Furia. And right now it is Furia in the lead. Something about Rio de Janeiro and getting the most out of the squad. They are currently leading against Na'Vi at least.
Well, you've been getting the most out of K Serrata that you've had in a long time at this event so far. Beautiful opening best of one, beautiful series against Maus, and now leading the way against Na'Vi. 12-6 for K Serrata. I'd say one of the highlights of that opening half, though, was the 1v3 from Skulls that helped keep them on the map and keep Na'Vi buried for a time. Let's see if Na'Vi's T-side, if Alexi can call them back. It's going to have to be stellar.
Well, it's a stellar shot to open things up, but with that easy shot at range on Fallen.
Clocks, man.
Yeah, they're just so good. The little laser beams in your hand.
They're better long range than the USP, I feel like.
occasionally. Well, JL not enjoying the USP blasting his head off. Look at this from Wonderful. Got in behind Cello at the right time, but he's got to worry about... Oh, Skulls, he did worry about him for a second and then dispatched off.
It's a very worthwhile death for Skulls to take, though, to make sure Wonderful can't just maximize that flank. And, ooh, out of position. Cello considered it. They're going to have to rotate elsewhere. He's going to get up the vent fast, and he's probably... Oh, here's the bomb being planted. One up in heaven, one in the site, one coming back through lobby.
Well, Cello's going to go back and address the problem of Alexi B, or at least attempt to, but he won't be able to stop the Finn. And Na'Vi looking very good to close out this pistol round now. Kesserado is taking a lot of damage on board, and time is starting to tick. Without a kit, Furia needs some headshots to come in quickly. Well, they've got one at heaven. Bit is down. Kesserado now leaping into the site. He's got Yuri with him, but Imma blasting away his teammate. His support network is gone, leaving Kesserado on low HP in the rafters. And the time too far gone, too thin. And Kesserado will climb down and run away to save his Kevlar and the Julies. It'll be Na'Vi with a pistol in the second half and a 7-6 scoreline because of that.
It's both pistols for Na'Vi in this map now. They had the beautiful retake. They did lose the second round of the first half.
In general, that's a very good recipe being made in terms of being able to compete to close the map in your favor. Well, the only time they played this year, Na'Vi did get the better of Furia, but that squad had just come together. But obviously you would expect them to be able to get the win versus Furia again today. Furia have got themselves a bit of a force buy going on, Jason. 5-7s, MP9.
Why not? See if you can turn it around just like the first half. There's the waterfall smoke over Mini. Bits up on top here and around it, but it's given Ima a lot of space, a lot of comfort to slide into Big Garage. So Furia shore up the defense over towards Secret. However, Heaven and Hell are being pressured very quickly. Bit's already climbing up past the aircon unit. And Kesserado with the dualies is going to have a job to do.
Yeah, flash in towards Heaven. Bit goes for a peek, doesn't see anybody. That's because Kesserado intelligently positioned himself around the corner. Minute 5 left in the round for Na'Vi. And they haven't seen anything at all from Furia, so they're worried about a stack. Don't want to walk into any trap that Furia have laid for them. But they're about to get a little bit more proactive through the top of Secret Stars here, Furia.
Biggest issue they got to be careful about is any kind of secret aggression, which is now backing away because the bomb is in Big Garage kind of on its own. It's going to have to cross over. But the Secret players thankfully have gone back, and oh lord, what a flashbang from Fallen. And all of a sudden, this has gone to hell.
Yeah, it's gone to hell real fast. Well, 30 seconds left. Na'Vi still can't turn this back, but a lot of work still to be done. And not a lot of time for it. JL. Oh, he gets blasted. He gets absolutely railed by that 5-7. Another dink to the head, this time of Alexi B, and they're feeling bruised. Na'Vi feeling worried. And Alexi B now alone making the last-ditch effort for a bomb plant. That's the best he can hope for because he does not look like he's got a shot at winning this. They're charging him down. Bomb plants in. At least he secures that, but pistols come on top here for Furia.
Okay, well, forget about Na'Vi winning both pistols because they've lost both second rounds.
Yeah,
it no longer matters that you've won the pistols. Furia's come right back into this, and you got to say, that's great discipline from Furia. Na'Vi actually had so much space. They were in such good advanced position so early on and weren't able to make anything out of them, being a little bit cautious of committing too early. But the discipline of Furia to have that flash in Fallen's hands, clear out Heaven, so perfect. Bit and Ima, they're so blind.
The effectiveness of a flashbang. Yeah, frustrating round for Na'Vi. You can see it really has affected them. And they're sent back to the Stone Age. They only got their default pistols apart from JL. He's been able to get a little bit of extra cash thrown his way. He'll pick up a Deagle. But realistically, a 9th round now for Furia, almost teed up. The first time they played Nuke this year, it was a close game. It was a 13-11 win for Na'Vi. But Furia, even in the early rendition of the roster, were able to compete with Na'Vi right to the bitter end. Let's clean up for Fallen, triple kill until taken out by Imma. Cello's got the rest, and JL will topple. experience look good over a Fury. It'd be nice to be in their camp right now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, why not? I remember, too, this is, as you mentioned, this is not an elimination game. It's for semifinals or quarterfinals, so the amount of pressure on your shoulders is far less than you might expect, knowing that you can't be eliminated from the event. And obviously, you've had a lot of cool things. You win both second rounds. You win the 1v3. Caserato's having a good game. You got a lot of reasons to have a positive vibe in the Furia camp right now. Second timeout used by Blade, still trying to get Na'Vi back into form to avert a first map loss.
They did win multiple rounds. In fact, they went on a great streak towards the end of the half. After the timeout from Blade, he was able to turn it around.
Can you put charms on a knife, Dinko?
That would be, I don't know. I don't know yet. I actually haven't played Counter-Strike since that update came out. So I'm looking forward to finally sitting down and making my guns look like kids' toys.
Yeah,
I can't wait to do it.
You're gonna put them on?
Oh, I'm gonna be dangling,
You're gonna
Jason.
stack the charms?
I'm gonna add some danglers to my guns, that's
All
for
right.
sure. I like when the bean's flicking around on the front of the gun. It looks real good.
Oh, you've really gone hard in the paint there. I admire it. Blind shot doesn't land from Fallen. Smoke broken open. That almost netted him some vision to get one, and good damage onto Ema, down to 51 HP. Softens him up for Cello, who's already in secret, but he's getting wrapped back around from Vents, so that'll be a 1-for-1. And now Furia have an issue. You need to rotate down ramp now, because you can no longer go through Vents knowing JL's in this position. Fallen with his AWP is still focused towards ramp room. No one's addressed the lower bomb site. No one even really seems concerned about the lower bomb site. Not gonna lie to you.
Not getting the most amount of love from Furia. But certainly Na'Vi will caress it with a bomb plant. Here's the plant locked in. And Furia, if they want to win this round, it would have to be a retake on the B bomb site. So let's see what they can pull off. Wonderful still up on the outside area, just having a little look around, isn't seeing anything, and Furia not exactly going for this. So safe call already made. 7 rounds for Na'Vi collected, so out of the timeout into a round win, and it was a bit of a strange round, a little pacifist round, really.
I would just be curious about what the comms were on the Furia side. They had the smoke wall up to give access over to Secret. Cello gets one before going down. Obviously, JL slid out into the smoke by Squeak Door and got down the vent with anyone noticing it, or else Cello would have at least tried to take that fight. But like the comms after that, to think that there would be no one else down low, they might have just said, you know what, we can't really make it to defend in any way. Let's just hope they don't go there, and if they do, we save. But yeah, tactically just out-positioned on the map.
Well, they'll keep everything. So another really solid buy here, and some residual cash left over in behind it. With an opportunity now for Na'Vi. Let's try and build off of that. Use that as the foundations. Outside smoke's thrown instantly from Na'Vi. Bit's already up on top of main roof. Has had a quiet game here, Bit, by his own standard. 4-13. We've become used to seeing Bit have a lot stronger performances recently. Perhaps on the T side is where he can find more impact. So JL gets down the vent very silently, delicately.
It's basically the same exact round as last time, the same exact tactic to a certain extent. This time, however, 2 players from Furia, Fallen and Cello, had pushed lobby and cleared it, and now rotate down low. Deploy their smokes immediately to buy themselves time to get into the best position they possibly can.
Well, they're holding on this time, Furia. But will it be able to be a stronghold? Fallen's got eyes on the decon door swing. The smoke will make it almost impossible for him to deliver the impact required, so Cello steps up instead. His rifle's good. He tries to flick back to the control room, but Na'Vi's splitting it. But it's all Furia. It's the defense that comes out on top. Bit and Alexi B left in an almost impossible situation. Alexi does no longer have a teammate with him and no longer alive himself. Comfortable from Furia in the end once they get players down on B.
Yeah, this time they caught it at the perfect moment. Good utility usage to get Cello and Fallen comfortable. You also slid Skulls over as a third defender into ramp room, which is why he's there so fast to protect Fallen from one final player. This is just a really well-played round from Fury. Last time they got beat on the timings and didn't think it was worth rotating. This round, they had it perfect.
I see a lot of fire right now for Furia as they play for a semi-final spot, but Bit just stops that ramp push. Fallen and Cello get nowhere near their intended position because Bit just lines them up.
And I hate to say it, but this might be one of those chill rounds where it's basically a save for Furia. They might just park 3 players in the upper bomb site and say, please come here. Okay, Serrato's going to big garage. Skulls is outside. Yuri's backed off as well. So a free round for Na'Vi from this point after Bit's opening double. And a smart call for Furia, playing the money game. They got plenty of cash, so don't risk weapons in unwinnable rounds.
Yeah, because you know Na'Vi are going to be a really difficult team to finally close out on this map. You don't want to give them any opportunities. Take control of the money game. Well, that's pretty much the round that 2 players push into Bit. He gets both kills, and Furia have nothing to do.
Yeah, they must have called that ramp push. They were doing it back-to-back again. They did it in the previous round. They looked like they were going to do it again here. And maybe they just didn't have as good a spawns, because Bit's way more advanced than they ever would have expected. So Na'Vi's still going to be difficult to put away. Op in the hands of Wonderful. AK-47's around it going into round 19.
Didn't get to see a whole lot in the first half from Wonderful. Let's see what he can do with it on the T side of Nuke. 2 rounds away from tying this scoreline up for Na'Vi. And that can happen very quickly. Squeaky door blown open. JL searching for the opening fight. Looked like he was close to getting an opportunity there, but didn't go his way. And Yuri, somewhat aggressive at red. He's not seeing any presence from any of the Na'Vi players. I'll retreat now. He takes steps back to safety. Cello might be under a little bit of pressure here. Fallen also, because Na'Vi have players congregating just outside of ramp, just chilling for the moment. But the AWP of Wonderful, that could be the peak that Fallen has to deal with, and he can't stop it. Wonderful nails his opportunity, and now with 1:10 seconds left, Na'Vi up a player.
Cello's already dropped down low, so has K. Serrato joined up with him through the vent, so has Yuri. So complete evacuation of the upper bomb site, and Na'Vi, Alexi's got the feel. He's got the read of it, because he's bringing Na'Vi back to lobby to just walk out hut, and there ain't nobody home. So Bit can provide a little bit of a distraction if he peeks in and gets an engagement. He's got no smoke to make them feel he's committed. A kill would be everything, but Cello's calling it out right now that they're still probing, so still no information that the upper bomb site is about to be taken.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left.
And if it is, it's another save for Furia. There's nothing they can do.
I mean, it is the upper take. So, save call will be made. And a 9th round for Na'Vi. Furia having to hang on to their resources for the next round again. And this is starting to become, I'm sure, a frustrating game for Furia on the CT side, where they don't really ever feel like they're in these rounds, like they have a fight available to them. Now a Skull spotted. It's unlikely he gets away with his life now.
Yeah, the problem is also, if you're so many rounds where you're having to just save because you've been tactically outplayed, at some point, it's not going to be a clean save. At some point, they're going to hunt you down. They're going to find an extra kill here or there. Maybe, perhaps, take this op away. Good nade, not going to kill K. Serrato with plenty of damage, and now he's on his own. And now he's going to go down because the Molotov forces his hand into the open, and he just burns.
Yeah, this is even more frustrating because you made this call to save, you canceled the attempt of the round, and then you walk away with nothing anyway.
And that's, you got to give so much credit to Alexi there in the mid-round, because that's a tendency that he probably would have caught on to in the previous, 2 rounds, or the previous round, the round that lost going to the lower bomb site. He's recognizing, okay, in the mid-round this time, they got downstairs, they put smokes up in window, they put smokes up at the double doors. That's when they set up the defense at the lower bomb site. This time again, Cello drops, and when Fallen dies, he puts another smoke over at the windows to protect himself, and that's the indication for Alexi. Okay, they're setting up that defense at that lower bomb site again. They've probably got 2 players there. Let's make the educated guess, and it turns out they had 3 players there, and the upper bomb site is free.
And now the money looks terrible for Furia. They have to go into MP9s. They're going to leave some cash over for a buy in the next, but this is almost them conceding the fact that this is going to be a tight scoreline. Na'Vi have done very well. Just a battle back in this second half. A team we always knew was going to be hard to put away for Furia. And they're displaying that at the moment. So Kesarado feeling freed up, emboldened by the fact that he only has an MP9, so he gets freed up to push in towards the lobby, and he walks away with 2 kills. Now there is a hunt onto Wonderful, but he turns back and stops Skulls. He's got the read on the roof as well. Wonderful making sure that Na'Vi stay ahead in this fight.
Too much from Furia. Just be content with the double kill from Kesarado. Nobody could pull themselves back in. After the aggression was called for, Yuri also picked off. What a round from Wonderful.
Yeah, he's landed some sick shots in this round. Obviously, a lot of pushes coming towards him. That can be a very high-pressure environment for an AWPer when some of these SMGs and pistols are running you down, and he handles it like a pro. Oh, saves the round for Na'Vi. Wins it on his own and puts himself up to 20 kills. He's having a great game here so far. Scoreline tied up. Remember, this was a round where there was just MP9s purchased for Na'Vi, a couple of upgraded pistols.
It's from Furia. Ooh, good kills at the end.
For Furia, rather.
Would have been nice, yeah. I mean, it is that we've kind of started calling it the Furia buy, the like SMG buy, when you're right on the edge of getting rifles, drop down and do the SMGs. Still plenty of danger, still chances to win those rounds. But it also gives you some money to play with moving into the future, which is why they're able to afford the AWP on Fallen in this round and the M4s on everyone else. What a round from Wonderful. Quad kill. Actually, I think he got the ace at the end, didn't he? Yeah, he killed Fallen at the end.
Yeah, he did. All 5 for Wonderful.
Sneaky ace.
Yeah, sneaky little ace right at the end. Na'Vi in control at the moment. Even Furia's buy has some weaknesses here and that. And up. Fortunate that the timing did not reveal him, and well, not a good start to the round here for Na'Vi. They're down 2 players. Make it 3, make it 4. That's a blink of an eye, and the round is done. Wonderful would have to save them again, and this one doesn't look possible.
Yeah, 1v5, a little bit of a different situation, and this time they're not going to be bum rushing into you 1 by 1. So it might be an extended round as Wonderful climbs up to the roof. Well, I mean, it's been a kind of an odd game, I think, considering Furia feels like some of the gifts they've had in this, both second rounds won now. You have the 1v3 from Skulls in the first half. It feels like they should maybe have a little bit more of a lead, but this tactical outplay.
Guys, I really feel like we need to know.
Okay, let's
guys,
go.
We really need to focus more, really.
Yeah.
Justik, if you want to join us like this, maybe say, guys, I joined you, they can flank or something like this.
They cannot flank, bro.
All right, Alexi getting everyone focused, making sure everyone's calm in what they're doing, exactly how they want to play the round, making sure everyone's communicating how they're going to work with each other. And I think that was even Emid there at the end saying they can't hang with us. Say that? Am I imagining that?
They can't flank.
They can't flank, okay.
It's like, are you sure they can't flank us?
All right.
He said they can't flank you, bro. A little bit of back chat.
Yeah.
A little slap, you know.
It's second time this week we've seen Alexi being the authoritarian figure within the lineup.
I like
to
it.
See. Yeah, very cool to see. 11-10. Money's running low on the Na'Vi side of things. Descended to a Galil on Bit. Mac 10 on Alexi.
Furia in search of map point. And if they get there, Na'Vi's money won't be in the prettiest of spaces, so then Furia are likely to close out Nuke. At least for Na'Vi, they haven't lost multiple players in an instant. It's been a quiet fragging game for a number of the Na'Vi players. JL, 8 kills, bit on 7. Wonderful obviously doing the heavy lifting for the squad at the moment. JL's going to slip out through Squeaky. Good kill from JL. Couldn't get the second. Looked like he was about to. And Skull's unchecked on the rafters. He goes unchecked. And it's checkmate in the end in this round as Skulls dives down on top of Hut. He gets away. And Furia now go to 12. They go to map point. And Na'Vi collapse as they do not check the rafters, punished by Skulls.
A beautiful round from Skulls. The multi-kill, cleaning up players coming out door as well. All came down to him. And one final player that drops into the bomb site after his multi-kill. Good defense on the upper site. And Na'Vi not given a chance to work the map the way they have previously in this half. Furia can handle the executions. It's when they start getting spread around the map and made to be mobile that Na'Vi's able to find the gaps and work them. But things like this, the double play into Mini the previous round, they can handle them just fine.
And this is what we're talking about when Na'Vi lose that last round. They're down to 1 AK. A Galil in the hands of JL, and everybody else is on pistols to try and force another round here. Cello. Flash comes towards him. He's not alone in ramp. He's got Kesserado, and Cello's trying to find most of the attention. He still will get clear Kesserado, but Cello delivers a beautiful triple. Nothing Na'Vi can do to stop that. And JL and him are left in a 2v4. This map looks over. But with JL's headshot, a dream for a second, but that is shut away by Fallen. It's been an impressive map, and certainly times in the second half where it did not look as comfortable for Furia. But they look like they've got the job done now.
Yeah, got to give credit, though. This defense locked down at the perfect moments. I think they played the economy game really well in this second half to set themselves up for this kind of success. They were confident enough to move past the difficulties of dealing with Na'Vi strategically, and at the end of the day, it's individuals, it's triple kills from Skulls and Cello to close out map 1 for Furia.
Cover. Nice. Six. Oh, I'm cover. Hot. You can take off handles. 6 seconds. Nice. 5 seconds. Yes. No! Why killing you, Stick?
Bro,
Good. Nice. That's good. Nice. No time. No time. Good job. Nice, boys! Come on!
Não tá falenzão. Boa. Gostou dessa, patrão? Boa. O cara viu a C4 lá embaixo, nós voltou do ponto A, velho. Opa.
Curioso.
What you do, guys?
Wait, Miha. I think it could be very good round for you to do speedy if the... Hot! Too hot. One more. Too hot. 2 more hot. Last 2 hot. Nice! It fucking happened, bro. I knew it.
So he sneak outside? But where he was?
Yes. He was AC.
one is done, and it was competitive all the way through. That is Furia and Na'Vi here. And what is not an elimination game, but moreover, a seeding matchup for those playoffs we're looking forward to here in the weekend. So if you do find yourself in Rio, that is the big city of Rio de Janeiro, come on out. Perhaps you'll see some cool stuff. Josh, what was so funny, man? You cool?
I just really like your vibe and everything that you bring to the cast. And how you open this up and just keep things loose.
Yeah, and I mean, keeping things loose is one thing. That's why we wore matching shirts, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually planned this ahead of time.
You're the same dude, essentially.
Wow. Now that you said that,
It's
I
like
guess
the Canadian trace.
we can't look away from it. What we can look at is some of the rounds. We got a bunch of rounds. You guys went a little bit clip crazy here, and that's because this game was back and forth, tit for tat, right? So let's go ahead and jump into our first round. And it looks like round 7.
Yeah, I mean, the game was very back and forth, right? Na'Vi winning the pistol round, losing the second round. That happened both halves and really makes the life more difficult for them. Furia, after that, a little bit, Na'Vi gets some rounds on the road, starts winning gun rounds, and then Skulls with his 1v3 really brings life back into Furia, right? It wasn't looking so great outside of that force buy win, which provided them with some easy rounds, but then Skull steps up here and provides a buffer for them for the second half.
But it's not just like Skulls bailing them out, getting a 1v3. Furia, we're actually doing a lot of things well, and you know, if we hop into round 11,
yeah, okay.
I believe, we see things that they are able to do well. So in this situation, Cello was actually inserted outside fairly early on into an outside default, basically. And the way that they set him up here to be able to, basically what we didn't get to see on the screen was a few seconds before this, Furia were setting him up for that by doing a little bit of a fake with some nades, and they set him up there, and he did trigger discipline as he kind of ascended up into that heavens area. He didn't shoot at someone rotating into that mini garage area, let him by so he could get into heaven and line them all up. And it didn't work out in the end. They ended up losing the round. But the fact that they were able to bring it back from a 4 versus 5 low utility and get it very close like that means that they were working hard for the rounds that they got, and they worked hard for the game. It was a team effort.
In that situation specifically, we're talking about not only, yes, you've got eyeballs on these individuals in upper, but also you've got the intel now. I mean, they were, what, 3-4 deep there?
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, they had all the info. They just stacked A because of the rotations. They didn't know what they were going to do. And in the end, it didn't really matter for Cello the way he was traded real quick. Disabled him from doing anything more in that round.
Yeah, you know, as long as he doesn't have a deagle, though, that would have been even more.
It's too soon, man. Way too soon. I mean,
Okay.
They just left yesterday. My goodness. Let's talk about round 14. We continue down this path, and this one brings us into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, and it's another situation here where Furia is on a force buy, and I feel like that was the story of this game, is that there's just back and forth, and here comes a flash into heaven, and then instantly, Quesarado just coming in with his dualies. He saved those, obviously, from the pistol round. He saved his Kevlar dualies and used those to get 2 kills and an AK in this round, and really just turned it around, because Na'Vi picked up the pistol, Furia instantly respond back. And it's this back and forth that we saw constantly throughout the game that got us to such a close scoreline, but ultimately Furia coming out just a bit ahead.
Just fallen flashes, man. I mean, who the hell expects to be blinded top of heaven, right, on T side as you're trying to split into A? So a great play from Furia caught Na'Vi completely off guard, and again, they get that good early start. And against Na'Vi, it's always about limiting the number of gun rounds that they can have in a game, and Furia was able to do that with these force buy wins.
Yeah, and it's not even our last round, is it, gentlemen? I think we do have one more that we can look at. I told you guys went clip crazy here, and that makes sense too. I'm pretty sure we're looking at what is round 5, even earlier on this from the Furia side.
Yeah, so this is just like an example of how back and forth the game was. Wonderful did a little bit of a wide swing there. He was probably looking to see if anyone was scaling up against Miniwall here, but you look at the scaling of how these Furia players are jumping down here. No one's really dealing with that J-Hall player. Multiple people almost get caught. Then where's the bomb at? Oh, there's 10 seconds left. They're still just scaling down into the site here, and you'll see how close this is. But Na'Vi, they have one alive. It's Alexi B. Oh, can't get the bomb planted. And this could have been like the difference maker. This is how close this game was. It was back and forth constantly, lots of force buys in play, and lots of small moments like that added up. It was accumulation of that basically from both sides, just like Na'Vi got a freebie there.
Yeah, they did, but the series is not over, by any stretch. We look at a Mirage. Can it be as close as what we just got on Nuke?
I don't think so. I think Na'Vi made a lot of mistakes on Nuke, something that's uncharacteristic for them in the second round, some of them in the gun rounds too, and Mirage is their home territory, right? Best team in the world on the map. I think this is where they bounce back, and we go into Dust 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's two main points here. Is that one, this was Furia's map pick, so they probably had a decent game plan, and they were all playing really well, both together as a team, but also individually. Whereas you look at the side of Na'Vi in terms of individuals, yeah, I mean, Wonderful had a cool not 1v5, a 5K with the AWP, where he was able to take down all the players, but they were all running at him with MP9s. So, you know, when we look at the grand scheme of things, I would normally give it to Na'Vi for this Mirage game, but Furia look like they are hungry to get to the semifinals. They want to be in front of that stage and go all the way to the end of the tournament.
I want to praise Furia for one thing as well. Like when things started going wrong a little bit in the second half, they didn't panic. They were saving a lot, right? Like when they would give up an entry or a couple of entries, they make a calculated gamble sort of to you know, stack a bomb site. Navi makes the correct read, it doesn't work out. They save the guns, and that eventually enabled them to break Navi, right? Like if they were going all in some of those rounds and trying to win those disadvantageous situations, they probably have to eco once more or twice more, and that's just what Navi was missing in the end to at least take it into OT.
And we're getting Wonderful versus K Serato is, you know, like pound for pound, kind of fun to watch right across the board. Anybody else or anybody jumping off the page when we go over to Mirage? That's a direct question to Josh, but also to you, Yanko. Go ahead.
Do you have one? Off the page, maybe not immediately, unless you have someone.
I think for me, it's Ima on the T side for Navi, right? Sometimes weaving into window and just being a menace there on some of the lurks. Like they do a great job of applying a lot of pressure, sort of executing on the Bob side, then freezing to allow him to work in the space that's been created by all the utilities. So he's the danger man for Navi on the map.
Danger man. Now that is one way to put it. Hey, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to jump back into this game, if you can believe it. We're almost there, but first, and like always, there's a quick break coming up. We have Mirage in between Navi and Furia. Again, no elimination on the line, but with a win, a team will secure their way into those semifinals versus the quarterfinals. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. That's hashtag IEM, y'all.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Tomorrow when we're alright, that's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Jail, the Liquid game was again a close one, but you did manage to take it over the line. What is it about the games versus Liquid that go this way?
I don't know, maybe it's just a natural counter for us. They play a little bit different than most teams. We're not really used to it. We still have to learn how to play against it, counter it, but I don't know. It just felt like we were in control the whole game, but then at the end of third map, it just started slipping away.
Yeah. But it didn't slip away, and that's the most important thing. You've grabbed yourself a playoff spot. We did hear on the voice comms, though, Alexi saying to you guys, don't talk badly to each other. What was going on?
Nothing. No, I don't know.
Was there some stress? Was there some frustrations growing?
A little bit, but that's normal because we feel familiar with each other. And yeah, when you feel safe in a team environment, you might allow yourself to throw out a couple of jabs here and there. But other than that, there's no personal beef between each other.
Do you feel like you guys, though, are getting a bit maybe tired after all this? Because you guys have been on a run and making deep runs at every single tournament, right? So I can imagine the energy's not the same.
I feel like the time we had at home, which was 3 or 4 days, it's not a lot, but we feel much better than we felt at Blast. Okay. Yeah, time with the family, time with your friends. It does help a lot in the game we play right now. So, yeah, we take what we get.
Now, I know you guys do a lot of preparation, getting ready for these teams. You've got Furia, and the last time you faced off against him was at EWC. Can you see a change or an improvement in him since then?
Yeah, for sure. I'd be really sad if I didn't see any improvement in them. But yeah, they're looking solid. They beat FaZe. They beat... What else was they beat?
Mouse.
Wow, they beat Mouse and FaZe. That's two really good teams, and now they're facing their third good team. But it's a bit different.
But it's a bit different. How different is it going to be? You got a smile on your face while saying it, though. Are you worried about this matchup at all because of the run they're having and the fact they're in Brazil?
No, not really, no. I feel like maybe I'm getting a bit too far ahead of myself, but it's Furia. They're a Brazilian team. They're playing in Brazil. Their #1 goal was to play in front of the arena. And now that we've made it, it doesn't really matter. It's semifinals or quarterfinals. Of course, they still want to win, no doubt about that. But I feel like there's a lot of pressure that just went off their shoulders. And yeah, but now they have nothing to lose. So also could be a different story. But I'm looking for a good game, a tough one. And yeah, maybe we take it all 3 maps.
How important is going straight to the semis for you guys?
Honestly, I mean, for us, semis is really good because you get an extra day off, an extra day of prep. But for me personally, I don't really care. But of course, now that we have the chance to get to semifinals, of course we want to get to semifinals. But quarters or semis is not much different. You still have to beat everyone that you face to win the tournament. So.
Good luck, JL. Thank you very much, my man.
Thank you.
A spot in the semi-finals or quarterfinals await, and Furia 1 map up over in Na'Vi. We heard from JL they expected this to be a game that could possibly go to all 3 maps. Well, they have to win Mirage if that is going to be the case. Because right now, Na'Vi behind. It's not like they were completely outmatched. It's not like they were out of the first map of play, Jason. It was just Furia are hitting a good level at this event.
Yeah, individually, Furia hit a really good level to close out the map. They also had some very well put together rounds throughout that. So yeah, a good little surprise for Na'Vi in map 1. They experienced it yesterday against Liquid, and they've got to do 2 days ago against Liquid, and they got to do a similar thing to bounce back here today. Take map 2, force us to a third where you can show your class and you can show us how deep your map pool is. Na'Vi's going to be starting on the T side. Smoke, Flash on Wonderful and JL. CT side is going to be housed by Furia as they defend here on Mirage, but this is a map Na'Vi's pick. They got to be feeling supremely confident coming into.
Yeah, a team that can drop maps but always find a way back into the series. Furia are going to be very aware of that in their search for a semi-final spot here in Rio de Janeiro. But a setup in towards the A bomb site being deployed now from Na'Vi. Smoke's being sent out of their hands as they trickle on into the site. Skulls his eyes on the ramp exit. Kesserado preoccupied with Palace. And instantly it will be wonderful to rip Skulls away. But Kesserado, that is what we're talking about. A triple out of the Julies as he dives down from upper to lower on the wood. There's now 2 players left here for Na'Vi, and the bomb plant surely coming through now.
Yeah, shouldn't be able to be stopped either. Ooh, there's the peek early from Cello. No one's there to trade it. He didn't wait for Fallen, who was coming in behind him. Molotov in hand on Fallen. Good flashbang. Blinded. Retake is going to be slowed. Footsteps heard by Bit, and ooh, just taps away, falls back, and plays the team game.
They don't know both players are there yet, but soon they will, and Bit's going to drop back. Oh, his teammate's gone, so it's all on Bit to try and close this one out. Good headshot, couldn't stop Yuri, who gets back into the pistol round and wins it for Furia.
Nice Molotov work from Furia. Fallen has that coming in and completely exposes Na'Vi in the 2v2, forces them out into the open and prevents them from working together. 1-0 for Furia, who didn't win a pistol round on Nuke. They did win both second rounds, but a pistol is nice if they can convert.
This is great work from Kesserado, as the first out Palace had the distraction of his teammate within the site that pulled the attention away initially.
Yeah, it's great stopping power from Kesserado with those dualies. Just slowing down the hit, taking away the initial thrust of it, and that allows Furia's rotations to be there at a good timing.
Not going to get a force bite.
Yeah, 1-0, and you have the AK on Wonderful. You got the Galil on Bit as well. Deagle's on the other 3 players.
They're going to go for a double boost up into the apartments. Kesserado and Cello put in position there, and Imma looking to try and deal with it, and the Kesserado just getting rid of him. So Imma to go down, and that forces Na'Vi's hand definitely more towards this A bomb site. But instead of making that fully telegraphed, Alexi's going to send a smoke out into mid just to try and keep some eyes there, but everyone that's remaining for Na'Vi will eventually go into this A site.
And they're starting to shrink the map a little bit. You can see the aggression on the mini-map. That's Cello pushing up in B halls. He's got a good stance for it, so K-Serato can shift towards Catwalk. They can have a good glance into the A bomb site or a quick rotation if needed, and it might be because Skull's caught snoozing. Both MP9s forced all the way back. So there's space for Na'Vi to get a plant, space for Na'Vi to get this rifle into position and get some work done.
Yeah, Yuri just dodging the bullets that JL's sending his way, but it's keeping him pinned. Oh, K-Serato has no idea, but he was right on. He was dead on in terms of about to deny that bomb plant. Yuri and Cello, though, coming back in, leaving it all on JL's D-goal from Palace. And, of course, with the damage already done and so many players to deal with, JL can't win this. It'll be 2 in a row from the side of Furia, but at least another bomb plant for Na'Vi.
Yeah, bomb plant, JL gets to keep that D-goal in his armor, so it's not a whole lot, but something that can give you an opening. We'll see what he can do with it. We've seen some beautiful things from JL's D-goal.
Yeah, we know he's got something in his D.
It's got some potential there.
I remember just the first game of Pro CS2, everybody's talking about how rare 30 bombs are going to be. First game that of CS2 that JL plays, he drops a 30 bomb on Mirage. I'll always remember that.
Yeah, that's going to be the takeaway that's there with you to the end of your time.
Yeah, it's just burning in my mind.
Okay.
That impact from JL.
Well, JL, you'll always live. Your legacy's always going to be there in
my brain. Yeah. That was before everything, you know? That was before the major. Yuri with a peek. Up into the underpass, doesn't see anything, and obviously too risky to hang around, so he's going to get away. Back into the connector. So Na'Vi with a heavy B lean. It's Mr. Cello here. He's not alone now. He's got K-Serato coming to join him.
This is right out of the gate. Na'Vi's not messing around, not working the map. And that's a nice opening kill for Bit. A little awkward. K-Serato's still alive, struggles on the first kill, which means the second player is able to trade him off. And Na'Vi have found a way to crack in with the Hero AK-47. They snatch a round away. A surprising timing execute on the B bomb site, and Fury is locked out.
Kind of a cool venue we got set up here, Jason. I like, you know, we can kind of see down a little bit into
we have the open door into the playing environment.
Yeah, we can look down upon the players.
We can hear the teams cheer a little bit ahead of time.
Yeah, we kind of know.
Although I never know if it's for the B stream or this stream.
It's always the B stream, isn't it? They're always, that's what the best games are, isn't it? The B stream.
Always the B stream.
What is going on in the B stream right now, though? We got Vitality Heroic, but how's that going?
I don't know. Are you going to spoil it for him?
Yeah, I am. All right, you got 3 seconds this time, guys. If you don't want a spoiler, turn your headphones off. All right, Heroic winning the first map. They're leading that series versus Vitality. That's surprising.
Yeah, that's not bad. We take that.
Start of the year, that's where Heroic made their name, right? With an upset win over Vitality in Katowice.
True, it's all coming full circle.
It's coming full circle as we get closer to the end of 2024. Halloween's right around the corner. Scary times ahead.
You a Halloween fan?
No, not really. It's probably the least interesting holiday. What about you? As an American, it might be a little bit more exciting for you guys.
No, I'm not so much a Halloween guy.
You got many kids in your neighborhood come around? You just... You know.
I don't actually. It's great.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's a very chill...
I just turn the lights off and pretend I'm not in.
Exactly.
Screw that. Although as a kid, at least where I grew up, you had to sing a song.
Sing a song?
You didn't say trick or treat. You sang Halloween is coming.
Oh, I never even did trick or treat. I just grabbed the candy and said thanks.
Yeah, exactly. We had to sing for our supper.
That's the worst.
And sometimes you just get monkey nuts. Well, Wonderful does well. It's K-Serato. That goes down in the AWPer for Na'Vi chiming in. A little bit of bit droppage. And Cello no longer with us. He's gone. Na'Vi with 2 players early doors here in round 4.
I love watching Wonderful just challenge up Catwalk that whole way. He's just like, if no one's going to slow me down, I'm happy to just take this angle, peek in towards Khan. Nice opening kill. And Bit takes a little risk coming out Palace. That is rewarded. So once again, a save for Fury with these 3 weapons, and Skulls will be able to drop an M4 over to Cello. K-Serato will be able to buy. And that'll be the last chance Fury have to put a stop from this to this early run from Na'Vi.
Questions coming in live from the community, live from the audience watching at home. They're asking if they could put their headsets back on. You can't hear me, but yes, you can. You can put them back on now. That's okay.
Well, JL's on a hunt. He wants to take these weapons away. Get into it. Get stuck in. You know one's going to be in here. You know it's a popular place to save. All right. Doesn't want the fight. 2-2, all tied up.
It's interesting hearing from JL just in between the map break about why we heard those comms the other day where maybe people are getting frustrated at each other, kind of blaming each other. He said that's just normal now. They're really comfortable with one another. We can feel like we can throw some digs, you know?
Sure. I mean, sometimes that gets overblown. Those conversations happen in virtually every match and every team.
Yeah.
As you're trying to get everyone on the same page and minimize the number of mistakes, the number of miscues you have. Good job from Yuri breaking the smoke, finding Ima. That slows down the catwalk portion of this split, but it doesn't stop it altogether. Fallen's ult may do that. Now at range.
In the fire, JL is forged, and well, he's trying his best to make something happen of it, but he's still running behind the bench. He's taking damage on board with every step. There's Na'Vi left with just 2 players. Alexi B, one of them, it's short and now gone. As Fallen chimes in with a sniper, JL will topple the Yuri and Furia back into the lead.
What a great round from Fallen with the AWP. First one's easy, just a standard shot through the window, but once he's out by the bomb site, every single shot he takes, his movement, his decision of where to go next after that shot is perfect, keeping him safe, preventing JL from hunting him down. Fine work from Fallen at the B bomb site. And Furia nursing this lead.
Another interesting point that's often brought up around these games, obviously with this format, you get through the groups and you're qualified for the playoffs. And I think when you have a team like Furia that will have so much expectation, so much pressure on their shoulders just to qualify for the playoffs, the fact that they're already there is that sentiment that so much pressure is already alleviated from the team and they can play with a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, that which is nice. I would say I would take the glass half empty approach to that kind of a concept, because once, you know, it's great for now, but once you get into the arena that you've already qualified for, that pressure comes back in the shape of like 10,000 fans who want to see you win. So yeah, they're gonna have to it's a nice little luxury for the moment that you're just playing for seeding.
Yeah, but
and it's gonna get rough again pretty soon here.
Yeah, but if you qualify for the semi-finals from this game, you got one more BO3 to win and then a BO5 grand final. A unique change at the end of the year at this tier of tournament to get the BO5 finals at the Intel Extreme Masters outside of Cologne and Katowice. Couple of shots whizzing past JL.
Oh, Fallen just give up the angle. Dropped a piece of utility over, and now he's back on it. So any slow creep from Na'Vi in the B halls is going to get punished. Fallen's just got to hold his nerve, ignore the comms from his teammates, that smokes and Molotovs going towards Khan, indicating some pressure towards the A bomb site. Standing pat for the moment.
Oh, good shot from Fallen. JL taken out with a dry peek forward. Here comes the utility though. And Na'Vi begin their onslaught into this B bomb site, but so far so good from the defense of Furia. Another one from Fallen Sniper, and another one chimed in until finally dropped by Wonderful. But it would be a 1v4 for the Ukrainian Sniper. And he smells Yuri. He gets by him though. He runs on by. It wasn't silent, it was quite audible from Wonderful. He goes into the market. Oh, got a good read and a no-scope on Skulls. He's looking for Yuri now on the bench and needed to hope for a hero no-scope. Furia will not be stopped in the end. 4 rounds collected and they're fired up about it.
Yeah, but he made it interesting.
He did.
He made it very
real
possible
exciting
at the end. Yeah, that kill and market, and you're like, okay, there is a universe.
I thought Yuri was going to wreck him when he ran past him in the smoke. I thought that was good night for Wonderful, but somehow he did make it to another kill.
Fallen's been wonderful these past 2 rounds with the AWP.
See what you did there?
He's done it. Yeah, I didn't even really mean to. God damn. Yeah, he's been excellent. I'd love to see him now with this op with a little confidence under his belt. I'd like to see him get some success over towards A, over towards middle. Start making that op really a feared presence on the map to where Na'Vi never know where it's going to be. Ooh, okay. Well, that's about the opposite of what I wanted from Fallen.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he feels that too. Brutal from Bit, but he's dead. He's out of there 1 for 1. Now it's Imma's turn to show us what he's got on his Deagle. That centered view model. Climbs up on the bedside cabinet. Having a little peer down into the bomb site. Nothing presenting itself to Imma at the moment. But the Romanian continues to roam. He's going to get himself out lower and lower, closer to Cello. And he's got to clear him with a big bang on that D, but he misses the shot, and Cello's rifle will prevail. 50 seconds remaining, bomb going back to A, and JL is the space creator for Na'Vi here.
Yeah, but I really like what Fury has done. Just kind of centralize, move to the middle of the map, play retake. Just don't leave your defense overextended, and once you've lost Fallen, don't leave one anchor at the A bomb site who's there to get picked off. You know they're buying in the next round, so the plant is not the hugest deal in the world. And now it should be a pretty typical textbook retake.
Yep, nice and easy. Final 2 kills come in, Fury secure it. Buy coming back for Na'Vi. That bomb plant giving them a little bit extra cash on top of what they've got with the loss bonus. And will be a bit frustrated he didn't get this kill on Cello.
Yeah, I mean, he might feel like that. It looked like it was going to be accurate, to be honest with you. I don't even think it landed any damage, but yeah. Still always going to be a tough scenario, just trying to lurk out the B bomb site solo with the Deagle.
Yeah, so many angles you got to clear and worry about. You have to be picture perfect.
Did a damn good job. Aside from, you know, the shot.
Yeah, when it came down to that. Yuri losing half of his health. Fallen. Let's see if he has a better round this time. Looking down into the underpass for the time being. Alexi B is spamming things, making it uncomfortable for Fallen, so he decides to go and silence the in-game leader on the other side.
That's what I like from Fallen. Good work. Sticking around in con for the moment. Ema was the underpass player. He's come all the way back around, swapped it up with JL, who's just looking for that push at the moment, but Na'Vi want to make sure they can secure middle. Nothing to see over that smoke, so Cello's isolated. Oh, it's broken. Yuri sets up Cello, and no kills come out. Decent damage, but that should have been way more impactful. Still, Na'Vi cannot cross as the Furia reinforcements arrive, and there goes Ema.
Just Bit left alone now with 30 seconds left. His teammates have collapsed. Bomb is down on short. And they're all fighting him on different angles. Kesrado is the man to close it, and 6 rounds as the CT side continues to build for Furia. And they're having a great time now. You can understand why. Na'Vi, the opposite. It's another pretty flat performance coming out of Na'Vi at this point. And
let's go, boys, and listen to each other on spawn, okay? Igor was asking for flash for 10 years, no one answering to him. We just need to fucking step up now.
10 years is a long time.
Yeah, Wonderful's aged a lot.
those track in kind of the sense that we've gotten from a lot of those different listen-ins to the Na'Vi camp at this event.
I just like the at the end. That was really, you know, we've all been there. We've all listened to a sigh.
We love that noise. Okay, just dry challenge up the ramp. Fallen, who's moving away. Ema takes a tag, jumping over the top. There's JL with 2 kills with his Tech 9, and oh, this got weird.
This got real weird. Real fast. Cello, though, we know he's good on the op. We know he can wield it to success. He's got to somehow win this. Oh, good angle selected, but couldn't stop. Wonderful. And that is an unexpected round win from Na'Vi.
Yeah, very much so. Starting again, like Na'Vi or Furia didn't really realize the pacing and the scaling that Na'Vi was bringing to the table. They saw one AK challenging around the edge of the smoke, but then the Tech 9 and the P250 got close up before any of them were able to slow it down. Good hit from Na'Vi. In a map and a half where you're struggling, busting out an A-pop with Tech 9s on a low buy and stealing yourself a round. There's some of that fragging power of JL. You wanted double kill with the Tech 9
got
and
it.
around like that, jumping over the stairs.
Yeah, it's nice. Up to 3 kills now. Keeping count of that. Still got my one hand up.
Perfect.
But we're getting close to having to move on to the second hand.
That's an exciting moment in the game.
That was explosive. That was great. Well, Na'Vi have to take that chance now and run with it. You can't afford just to drop the ball instantly and allow Furia to win with the double up setup here.
This is a massive round for Na'Vi. Off the win in the last round of going into that double op setup, they've reinvested into it this round. Cello and Fallen both. So if Na'Vi can win this, Fury is out of funds, and you're looking at Na'Vi being able to scrape together an even scoreline at halftime, despite the fact that the game hasn't looked all that good for them.
Well, just one man tossing out utility in towards the A side alone. Trying to signal that there's a lot more presence coming this way than there really is. It's JL solo at A, and the rest of Na'Vi either in middle or hanging around in the T apartments. Alexi B is trying to take short control. He is going to get it eventually, just clearing that ladder room. The fight will come down to Skulls' peak, and he decides to go, and they weren't ready. Wonderful was looking the wrong way. Alexi B didn't get back in time, and Skulls has a double to put Furia in a 5v3. But Imma, he slipped through the smoke. He's got himself onto the stairway.
Yeah, but even if he gets a kill, he's never going to expect K-Serrano to be behind him. And he's not even going to get the first. Yuri's able to shut him down. Ima's had a tough time, 1 and 8.
Yeah, that was kind of the only thing that Na'Vi had going for them, that he had managed to slip through that smoke. Now that he gets nothing out of it, there really is nothing in the round for Na'Vi. And you started this round by saying this is such an important round for Na'Vi, and they just get flatlined.
Yeah, destroyed by Skulls off Catwalk. And on top of that, you don't even get anything done in terms of a couple of kills, 2 kills even. So money's going to grow for Fury. All 5 players surviving is going to be very nice for them moving forward. Bit and JL will have these AK-47s. JL can drop 1. Very curious if we see a Na'Vi buy in the next round. I think we might, just by virtue of them sitting at 3, have got to be feeling like we need more.
Yeah, you need 5 out of this. That's half realistically to feel a little bit of happiness. But Furia, we know they can be potent with the double up setup. They're wielding it again. You know, we've got Fallen and Cello on them. This has been a great day at the office for Furia. If they close this map, they find themselves in the semi-finals at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio.
Fury has done such a good job in middle in this CT half. Even when Na'Vi's been able to have some basic control and get towards Khan and Catwalk, Fury has done a good job handling it. Once again, they find the 2 opening kills, and that's half the attack. And if you're Na'Vi, it's like whatever strategy we called in this round doesn't really matter because we don't have any presence in middle. So once again, it's almost like a late mid-round recovery mission to try and establish that presence. But K-Serrano's not going to let that happen for free. In fact, he won't let it happen at all. And it's now a 5-round lead for Furia. And Na'Vi really have got not a whole lot of money to play with in this last round. Feels like Na'Vi really could use that day off.
Yeah, they really could. They had one off yesterday, right? Or they didn't have a game yesterday. The last game they played was against Liquid.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah, they would have had one yesterday.
Okay, they could use another day off.
They really could, yeah. At this point, definitely so.
And it's not completely off. They do have media.
Yeah. But it's not really an off day.
Yeah, it's not really an off day at all.
Well, last year, Furia made it to the quarterfinals of IEM Rio. They lost to Heroic, who would eventually go on to be the second-place team at the event. A win over Na'Vi today would allow them to do better than their last year's result without playing the playoff game. Now Yuri, he's lined them up. It's a double. It's JL and Imma both dead, and Bit making sure that one of those kills come back,
Damn,
but
bro.
he is just annihilated. K-Serrano is unplayable right now until Wonderful gets rid of him. Now this would be a 1v4 for Wonderful, and he's got it down into a 1v2, but he's taking a lot of damage on board, and Fallen just swings him, he just fights him. And Furia are in a fighting mood, 9-3, as they are staring at a semi-final placement here at IEM Rio.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
Come one, come all. Come check out the best Furia we've had in years. They took down FaZe, they took down Mouse, and they're on the verge of taking down the best team in the world in Na'Vi. 2-0 even. A dominant series so far from Furia. First map close, second map been a bit of a stomp.
Oh, it has been a massive stomp, and Furia loving that. There was always a feeling in this series that even if Na'Vi were to lose one map, it would be forced to a third. Furia would have to work for it, but Furia being the better squad, significantly so here on Mirage, and they are close to closing. 15-5 from the first half, Keserato. It's always great when you see him at that level. He's also got the support cast of Fallen and Yuri around him. And speaking of, Yuri has opened up the B-bomb site onto Alexi B. JL trying to compose himself, does very well indeed at doing that. It's 2 headshots locked in and at least putting Na'Vi ahead on players.
Oh, that's another one through the smoke, jumping as well. Bomb just going down now, but Keserato's put in a position where he's going to have to overextend to bring this back in their favor. They know one's coming from Catwalk. He's kind of stuck against this wall, and he's going to have to look for an opportunity to push in towards the window or the door. This is where the main thrust of the retake is happening, though.
Oh, big clear from Bit. That certainly will help matters, and Na'Vi convincingly win the pistol.
Furia is going to be punching themselves when they look at that back. Like, you don't need to lose 2 players to the Catwalk fight. Let the Catwalk player be. He's just going to tuck himself behind the corner. He's not going to be pushing forward whatsoever. He's not over in dark. He's not close enough to cause issues unless we give him the fights, which is exactly what Furia does. Yeah, when you take that fight, you're like, nah, one of these bullets is going to hit him in the head, do some damage, mess up his aim, but losing 2 kills there is just brutal. When you've got a clean opening, when you've already dropped into the bomb site, it ain't worth.
At least they got some extra cash to play with that bomb plant. So they're gonna get a Galil for Fallen. Everybody else is gonna be on Tech 9s. And there's a heap of utility available for Furia. So it's not like you have to, you're off to a guaranteed good start here, Na'Vi. You've got to worry about this force buy potential from Furia.
Well, every time they've won a pistol on Nuke, both pistols that they won, they lost the second round. So Na'Vi in the back of their heads right now is like, we can't do this again.
That can't
it won't happen 3 times
surely.
in one series.
Well, Util goes out mid. Furia did send numbers out top middle, but they've not committed to that. They've left Yuri at top mid behind the boxes, and they can go elsewhere. So they can leave him as a lurk at mid, and the rest are currently positioning him outside of B.
If Furia don't get something either in this round or in the very first gun round, if Na'Vi are able to just show like a dominant defense, I think this is going to be a comeback the whole way. Furia's got to be really careful about how this half starts.
Oh, a lot of nades being used, and Wonderful knows he's got a kill here on Yuri. So that's the mid-lurk portion gone. Furia now leaping into the B-bomb site. They've got to get a good entry here on Alexi B. It's 1 for 1. Bomb is going down. It's going to be planted, but here come Na'Vi on the retake. The rotates arrives. Dink onto its Imma. That certainly helps matters, and that kill from Skulls follows up for Furia. Na'Vi are falling apart. Imma dead. Down and out. And this 2v2 retake has become a 1v2 clutch for Wonderful. He throws himself into the bomb site. First kill is good, but once again, taking a Dink on board. 5 HP, and the grenade sent in. Good night. 10 rounds for Furia, and Na'Vi let it happen again.
It's happened one more time. The third time they've won the pistol and lost the second, and that's going to be so frustrating for this team. Blade's making a note in his book right now to have a long conversation about second rounds after this game. Damn. I gotta say, this is one, I think Cello makes the hero play. He gets that like running dink on the player in window, and when he sees Skulls kill Bit at the door, he's like, I already know I dinked this guy. I'm getting aggressive. I'm pushing in, and I'm making sure that we secure this part of the map. They recover the M4s, which gives Skulls the weapon he needs to close out the 2v2.
Furia are going back to B. They've thrown the mid smokes, but no one's going there. Instead, it's going to be a full commitment into one player. It's Alexi B.
It's been every round to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, so far so good though from JL's Deagle. It won't live on for a second frag. So now it's Alexi B that needs to deliver something out of his. And he's just put under too much pressure, too many angles he has to worry about. And B has fallen again. Na'Vi invested into this round as well. So you've got to just get out or just hope you can step up. And Imma certainly will try. He stopped Yuri from getting the bomb planted safely, and there's body shots being landed by Bit, but it hasn't really amounted to much, and it leaves Wonderful once again in an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, enough good shots from the Deagles to make this round interesting in the sense that it felt like Na'Vi at some point might have been able to turn that in their favor, whether it's off the JL Deagle or the Imma Deagle, but good job from Furia making sure that doesn't go any further than just the 2 individual kills. 11-4, and yeah, there's no really good solutions here or situations for Na'Vi, whether you want to force buy or save and go for the guns.
Well, it looks like it's going to be the full eco, so USPs are just going to sit there, and this is going to guarantee you Furia a 12th round series point. And this is about to qualify Furia into the semi-finals.
Now to send Na'Vi to the quarters. Not eliminated today, obviously. Set piece at A, they've already walked up and gotten positioning.
Good kill from Skulls, Imma to fall first.
It's such a nice culmination of some of the positive signs we've seen out of Furia in the past few months.
Sure,
As Skulls came in, as Fallen took over leadership, new coach as well.
I mean, I think we were talking about this back at Cologne when maybe it wasn't the best sort of results from Furia. We were talking about some of the events they've got coming up the rest of the year, and you're looking at Rio as one of those stops just before the major where they're always expected to put in a performance. They're always wanting to get a good performance out of the squad, and we didn't know if they were going to be able to find that form coming into this event. We wondered, oh, this could be a really, for the first time, this could be a really disappointing Rio for Furia, but they've come out and they are looking the best we've seen from them, and this is really good from Furia, especially with the major around the corner as well.
Ooh, sees the shadow. Good kill on the low HP. Wonderful. Going to try and get away with an AK-47. Got one more piece of danger, and he can't live it out. 12-4. 8 chances for Furia to book themselves into the semi-final.
I don't think anybody was even quietly optimistic about Furia coming into the event either. I think many people thought this might just be the first disappointing run, but they came out on that statement in their day one.
Well, everything that we've seen of positive signs from Furia has been like a good map, a good series, a nice upset, but they've never been able to convert that into deep runs. You haven't really seen them string those series together. This is the first time where they defeat Mouse. Now it looks like they're going to be defeating Na'Vi, beat FaZe in the best of one. So string it together. So not only do you have the good series win, you have the result it provides behind you, which you haven't had in the past. And look at Furia trading their way into this A-bomb site. Beautiful work, and one more. Wonderful sets his in-game leader up for a 1v1 clutch against Yuri.
Yuri to put his team into the semifinals. Down into the connector, he will escape with the bomb. It's going to be a long way to that B-bomb site, but there's space to play with.
And it's going to feel even longer because, yeah, he's going to run here, but you have to be a little bit concerned. If there's a player up on catwalk peeking into the A-bomb site, if that's where Alexi decided to position himself, which is not the case, but Yuri has plenty of time to find a good post plant. No kit on Alexi either. Does have a smoke.
Yeah, look at all the util that Yuri has. And Alexi's still just making sure that it's not A. So that's going to waste a few more seconds that he doesn't have. He does not have a kit on his back. He only has a smoke. And just think about the amount of positions that Alexi B must clear, that he must check.
You can't clear or check all of them. At some point, Alexi's in his head. He's like, I have no kit. I'm going to drop the smoke, and I'm going to stick to defuse and see what happens.
Well, that's what he's going to go and do. So gets onto that defuse. Hasn't stuck it, now knows where Yuri is. He goes into the swing, he's got the kill, but has he got the time? Alexi's going to give it a go. He gets on that defuse, he's going to hold it through.
Look at his
Furia
face.
know they got it. Furia know that they've got it. And they're straight into the semi-finals. An unbeaten run in the group stages from Furia. They took down FaZe, they took down Mouse, and they've now taken down Na'Vi. Furia's forces fire on to the semi-finals in Rio.
A phenomenal series for them today on a team level and also at individual level. They were on point. Fallen's off on this second map. K Serato, his group stage is probably the best he's had in a long time across these 3 matches that they've played. And all of Furia is looking good and looking ready for the big stage in their home country.
Okay, there we go. So, after what was seemingly going to be a one-sided affair, it really was, but not the side you would think it. That's because Na'Vi aren't eliminated, but they do find themselves going to a quarterfinal now rather than the semis.
Impressive win, Trace, for Furia. You know, their best win yet with this new roster taking down the world #1 and in such a convincing fashion. I mean, we were talking about Mirage Na'Vi being the best team on the world on the map. How many times have we seen them come back from a 9-3, scoreline in the first half? But today, it just wasn't the Na'Vi we were used to seeing, and Furia have been on a tear.
Yeah, I hear you talking all the time about how good Na'Vi is at playing from behind, but I mean, credit to Furia, this event, they paved their way by taking out some really heavy hitters. Na'Vi, the last one, kind of the last door that they went and, called away, but, Na'Vi just looks so bad. The only two of the 3 rounds they picked up on that T side were off the back of like a pistol round, just explosive plays that caught Furia off guard. The rest of the time, though, Furia is in full control of the entire situation. The teamwork's there. They're winning the opening duels. Everything about it looked so strong from them as a team. They look really refreshed.
Yep, and that's what we're doing around here. What's up, Gabriel? Welcome.
Congrats, bro.
Welcome. They have found their way into the semis. We're going to get a headset on him so we can start to pick his brain a little bit as to what just happened. Hello, Mr. Fallen. Welcome.
Hello, guys. Yeah, very happy. What can I say?
I'm seeing you more pumped up this tournament than you were in a long time, man. Like, how does it feel?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I feel like the team is getting into a point where we kind of are doing things very well, and we know what we expect from each other a lot. So improvements are coming and results are starting showing in. So I'm very happy.
What was the focus for you guys? Actually, what was the main difference you think in this tournament compared to the last couple of ones, right? That's enabled you to get some results as well.
Yeah, whoever has the answer for that question, you can sell it to anything in the world, because you never know when the job is going to kick in and when you're going to see the results you work so much for. And I feel like there is a lot of hype coming to Brazil. Cacerato's been playing Minds Out. He's our best player. Very important to have him playing super well. But it's not only that. It's all about having different type of strategies, change them between games, having the right reads, trusting each other. So there are a lot of things that are going our way at this time. And I feel like we're very comfortable playing, and the energy is here. So yeah, there isn't a single answer. That's the best I can give you.
Yeah, we'll take it. That's pretty good. Also, Na'Vi usually pretty good. What did you think about the Na'Vi you got in the server today?
Well, Navi is very, very strong team. Super difficult to play against. But I think like on this match, we were, I think, on the upper hand in terms of positioning ourselves. Like I could feel that their game plan was a little bit of going B on Mirage a lot on the very beginning. And luckily I was playing B with the AWP much of those times. So I felt like during the series, we kind of knew what to do and what to expect from them a lot, and that helped us. And also I think we changed our game a little bit according to other matches. I know that Blade prepares a lot for the opponents, like that they're a very good team, so you gotta bring some spicy things that you never did and stuff like that.
Yeah, when you're kind of making all these changes to your strategy as you're talking about, and you're improving on all of these things, it's kind of, there's a lot of variables that go into the wins, but the wins that you've had here were pretty high level win. It's not like you had to play against like the bottom seeded teams. Like you had to go through some tough opponents. Just to expand on what Trace asked you, yeah, you get a Na'Vi that doesn't really look like the Na'Vi. What about the other teams as well? Is it something like you felt like you were preparing for this like monumental task and it felt easy almost, or was it still a difficult challenge to get over that?
Well, it's been so long that we have been working to play like this that it definitely doesn't feel easy. It feels different. It's always tough, and I know that from a spectator point of view, you know that Na'Vi can play much better. You're used to seeing them playing super well, wrecking every game and all these things. But when you have someone on the other side putting so many problems for you and solving every single situation you want to put in the game, it becomes a harder match, So I think this game wasn't about Na'Vi not showing up. You can say that we played superb, we played so different than we play otherwise, and we played very well.
You guys play very well. You're in the playoffs. Now you get to play in this arena this weekend. Is there anything that you can tell the people down here in Brazil to come on out? Like, just come on out this weekend.
Sabadão, galera, agora estamos na semifinal, então é a hora ainda a gente fazer aqui a arena mais uma vez, e é loucura. E com a ajuda de vocês, quem sabe a gente não consegue dar mais um passinho para frente ainda, sonhar com uma final e quem sabe um título, né? Vamos aí, curtir esse momento e continuar trabalhando duro para que a gente possa viver ainda mais. Tamo junto, galera. Obrigado pela confiança sempre.
Something in the TLDR there might just be, come on out this weekend. The Intel Extreme Masters. Furia is going to be front and center. Thank you very much for joining us, Fallen.
Thank you, guys.
Let's take a look at our United States Air Force Aim High player of the match. It is just the man that we were talking about up here in Case Serato. That is Correctamundo, the man that always seems to have his crosshair in the right place.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable, the form in which he's been in this tournament, but I do have to agree with Fallen. It's not like Serato is carrying them and bailing them out of tough spots. It's like they're playing good Counter-Strike, and he's excelling within that game and within that system.
I have to agree with this. We see, even on some of these highlights that we're seeing here, we're seeing some of these setups from the teammates. So the flash into heaven, we talked about this round, K-Serato goes in there with dualies, and Navi's sitting up there like, well, what the hell, we're not expecting that. And there's all these other pushes as well. So, they're doing a lobby collapse on Nuke. They have that flash going for the ramp player first, and then the hut player, and then, you have that squeaky player as well. So, you get K-Serato coming through. It's not just him going toe-to-toe with whoever's on the other side. It's a team effort.
I think probably the biggest difference for Furia in this tournament is, unsurprisingly so, they're just a lot more locked in, like players individually, like everyone's on the top of their game, focus, communication is flowing, you're listening to your teammates, you're coming up with ideas, with solutions to things, and you could tell that they're playing with just a lot more confidence. I mean, even Fallen, you go back to the FaZe game, right, the opening best of one, he has 1 kill in the first half on T-siding, 1 in 12, 1 in 10, whatever. Second pistol round, they win it, someone gets a 4K, and they drop him the op for the second round, right? And he does some work. First gun round, he does a lot of work. He's aggressive up top mid. It's just a different mindset that Furia has had in this tournament across the board.
You want a hot take?
Oh, yeah, always.
Last time I saw a team like this, it was the Katowice major with a Polish team there.
Ooh. So, okay, I think I see where you're going for that. So you're saying...
I'm saying,
are we back?
Yes. Snacks Part 2, Rio Boogaloo.
Furia, I don't know, at this present moment, they look pretty good right now to go all the way.
Very, very convincing stuff from them today.
Yeah,
What's wrong, man?
No, I was just going to say, in a surprising twist of fate, right? Thinking this is going to make it maybe a little bit of an easier bracket during the semifinal. Well, on the other side of things, Vitality also lost.
Yeah, and you know what? We might even get a chance to sort of theorize what that might look like when it comes to the playoff brackets, but for the time being, it is the Na'Vi side. We're going to have a quick listen-in, a Kadia listen-in at that, as to what it might have sounded like in the server after today's woes.
Let's go, boys, and listen to each other on spawn, okay? Igor was asking for flash for 10 years, no one answering to him. We just need to fucking step up now. You can go B.
He broke. Two.
Survive. Contact. Survive. Take rotation, just take rotation.
He's watching me. Both connector and jungle.
HP,
One day up,
man. Hold him in.
No,
10 HP.
kitchen. And should be car.
10 HP last, Igor. You're gonna try to listen to me, bro. Just go with me with double man, we'll just smash them with enforce from main.
Damn it, Josh. Why'd you sneak that one past the keeper? Anyway, yeah, that was a good deal listening with Na'Vi. They did just take an L, but as you can see, things are a little bit frustrating around the edges.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I pointed out Tima on Mirage, right? And you could see in that one round, that's where he does his best work, right? He's on the lurk, he gets that kill, but things just weren't going their way. And it's been a long couple of months for Na'Vi as well, right? Like from tournament to tournament, we've shown all these deep runs. You're in it until the very end. So they'll also definitely benefit from having time to refresh their playbook and all of that. But you can see the frustration seeping. You know, we were talking about Fury being locked in and all of this stuff. For Na'Vi, it definitely wasn't there today.
Yeah, I mean, there were two main things I saw in that clip. One is just like that body language is everyone seemed dejected. The comms, even if people were communicating, it sounded like they didn't want to be there. Like, you know, it just sounded like, okay, where's the fire, the energy, the passion, anything? The second thing was that the first clip where Alexi B's like, they were asking for a flash for like 10 years, no one responded. We heard something similar from Vitality yesterday. I forget who was saying it, but the same thing. It's like, if I'm going to say this is the plan, say okay. Like, say that you've acknowledged that I exist, that my microphone's not muted. Just like, give me something, anything to work with. So it sounds like it's happening. Maybe it's plaguing all these top teams. You have Na'Vi and Vitality going down. Who's the third team that's going to go down to this plague of just not responding to your teammates?
And, you know, yeah, look, we can head to a break. We're going to jump all the things that are going on with the playoffs, because both those teams are there, obviously. They've locked that in. With or without a win in that matchup, it is Na'Vi and Furia heading into this very arena. But for us, we head to that break. We're going to come back. We're going to jump into our last game of the day. If you can believe it, elimination on the line for both FaZe or Mouse. And we're going to find out more about that when we return. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
JL's too damn good! A triple kill from JL. JL can't hit it! Apex, he wants it, and JL denies! JL, J-Legend, 4 kills!
JL to me is like the complete package of a player, because he'll do what the team needs, he works hard, he understands the grind that comes with it, but also he can do all the content, all the interviews, all the media. This guy can do it all, and I'm yet to see anything he can't do, but maybe that's something I should test him with. JL, aka J-Legend, he's also making banger content.
At JL60 on YouTube.
There we go.
Now running him down, he doesn't have the bullets, Chad. He has one, and that's great, but now Zerchin goes down to the Glock. Good God, if he knifes him, I'm gonna lose my marbles. Gets him up, that is the clutch from JL. 1 HP.
We don't have a lot of personalities in CS. Some people try to shy away from social media, maybe keep their comments to themselves. I try not to do that. I feel like whatever I have in my mind, I try to say, of course in a respectful manner. Sometimes people don't take it that way, but I try to be as respectful as I can. And also to add some extra pressure in the game. So if I make I wouldn't call those comments offensive, but whenever I do make one, it's just so I could have more pressure in the game. It makes it a little bit more interesting for me, for the viewer, and maybe for the person that I said it against.
They will have Alexi here in time, and with JL, oh, that's a lovely set of openers. JL one step further.
My first interaction with Blade, one of the Navi agents contacted my agent, and he told them, the Navi wants to have a talk with you. And I'm like, I don't speak Russian that well, which is the language they used back then, but I'll still give it a shot. So we go into the interview, we talk, he asked me about the game, how do I see the game, what I feel like I could bring to a team. And we did this interview in English, and I kind of understood that he wants to make an international lineup. I asked him about it, he said yes. Yeah, that's how it all began. I feel like at the start he didn't view me as a solid player, but now he looks to me as an individual that I play well in my roles, and sometimes I need some guidance and sometimes I don't, and he trusts in my ability to defend the site or make an aggressive lurk.
What can you do, JL? What can you do? Isolates, missed shot from Woxic. Zentaris to provide the covering fire, pushing in. 2 of the 3, and now it looks like JL's done it.
I think the people that didn't believe in JL didn't really fully understand his story or know his work ethic. But when you hear about his story, when you hear about the background he's come from and how much he wants this and how far he wants to go, he understands more than just playing the game. He understands what it takes to get to the level he wants to achieve, and he follows his path the way he sees it and also listens to the right people around him.
He needs to get out of the bomb site. He needs to get out right now. Oh, he crosses forward. Oh, JL!
Actually, I have no idea what makes JL so special. Maybe because I respect people around me. I try to give them not as much attention, but treat people with positivity. I always say hi to fellow players or fellow staff workers at ESL, Blast, whatever tournament we're playing in. I try to give respect, and maybe that's why people respect me back.
The bomb down, pushing through is Immer! Navi! Charging into the site! Navi refused to surrender!
Shuhei, since adding Brolan to the team, it's been constant playoffs, very good positions for you guys, trophies as well. Right now, obviously, it's a little bit of a downhill road for you guys. How is that, like, you guys managing it? How is that feeling within the team?
I think we're at a similar stage as FaZe, where we are struggling a little bit. Obviously, we're not at the results that we want to be. Yesterday, we performed really well, and today is going to be a matter of just playing a little bit better than yesterday. So we're not really focused on winning or losing. We're just focused on making sure that we're performing better than yesterday.
Are you guys feeling more pressure or stress from it all?
I think maybe there is a little bit more pressure than normal. We know that we have been going through a struggling period, so obviously that is in the back of our heads. But it's like I said, it's all about being better than yesterday.
Is it important for this game, though? Like, you already took down Complexity, and that was one that obviously struggled against in Pro League. Now you're going up against FaZe to get that win and have a huge extra confidence boost?
Yeah, we already got a huge confidence boost from yesterday after winning Complexity. It mattered a lot to us, and now winning against FaZe would mean also a huge confidence boost. And I think this is something maybe we also lacked a little bit previously, where we would meet a top team in before playoffs. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is going to be good for us. And yeah, we're expecting a good game.
What did you learn from the Complexity win in particular? Not maybe just against Complexity in the matchup, but about yourselves as a team.
We know that if we play our own Counter-Strike, mouse Counter-Strike, that we are able to win. Sometimes we get lost and we think about other stuff during the game. Maybe we prepare a little bit differently. So there's a lot of stuff we worked on behind the scenes to make sure that we are playing our own Counter-Strike and not like we need to adapt on the server. We just play what we can do.
Now, it's no secret, right? FaZe has been your kryptonite for a long time. Does this feel like now is the time to strike?
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I don't look at it that way. If we win, really nice. If not, then we're going to go back to the drawing board and see what went wrong again. So we're not going to take it too hard that much.
Is it in your minds, though? Is there a bit of a mental battle with this? Do you try to block it out?
I think it's mainly about blocking it out. Of course, it's going to be in the back of our heads. I personally didn't check how many times we lost already. I don't want to get reminded, so don't remind me. But no, I'm not focused on that. It's just another game.
I like it, man. Thank you very much.
Absolute focus. Playoffs or bust is essentially what we're looking at here with FaZe and MOUZ. And what is a rematch of Chengdu, the Intel Extreme Masters version over there in China. Now we're down in Brazil, and while the rematch is on, the implications, the ramifications are significantly higher stakes here. I got Steel down on the end, looking at Y&K in the middle. And what is, well, in the last confrontation, pretty easy to diagnose.
I think something as well to be taken into account here. This was the streak like where FaZe had all the grand finals but couldn't lift a trophy, and they did do one in Chengdu. But after this is where FaZe fell off a cliff. So I think like in the context you're thinking, it was a good result for MOUZ. They lost to FaZe no matter what, but FaZe was ripe for the taking there, right? Like that was the weakest FaZe has looked in a long time, and still MOUZ couldn't even get close to taking them down.
And we're talking about falling off a cliff as well. We talk about FaZe, how they did it. They're finding their form a little bit more recently, whereas MOUZ, it's like they peaked and everyone was calling them the #1 team in the world. They won like 2 kind of things in a row, and then that's it. It just like they disappeared off the radar. So when we're talking about, you know, day by day, we just try to be a little bit better than the last, and then like also the answer to is this the time that you're going to beat FaZe? It's like, hell yeah, like this is the time we're gonna beat FaZe. Like this is our moment. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna crush them. These guys suck. Like, where's anything? It's like, well, I don't know. If whatever happens.
If we don't, it's fine.
If we don't, yeah.
And this has just been kind of
the drawing board.
This is a bit of a storyboard, even if you look at what we've got going on here. This is the results for both these teams up to this point, or both these teams. I mean, just MOUZ, and obviously their road has been a little topsy-turvy.
I mean, both of these teams fell to Furia, right? FaZe in the opening game, MOUZ in the upper bracket game, took down Complexity yesterday in 2 overtimes, really a close affair. But I think this is, for me, similar to the FaZe Liquid matchup, right? FaZe just has the upper hand, like, and they are more comfortable, more confident on the server. Even if they start losing, they won't be hitting the panic button, right? So MOUZ will really have to be consistent throughout the game if they're going to take down FaZe here.
Well, one improvement that stands out right away is that MOUZ was actually able to beat Complexity 2-0 here. They lost 0-2 to them twice, or sorry, they lost twice at least at Pro League Season 20 a couple weeks ago. So being able to turn that around, maybe that's a start.
And it's kind of just a tag on to your point right here, Josh. You're talking about a MOUZ in which we got like the summer of MOUZ. It was kind of like, okay, these guys are unwavering. Like they are definitely in the server causing pain and destruction. And for FaZe, it was just like a constant storyline up there. But now both of these teams, are they struggle street? Are they on struggle street right now?
I mean, they're trying to find their form again, so to speak. But the thing with FaZe is they're battle-tested, right? I mean, they're a team that obviously was winning majors, Cologne, Kato, the biggest tournaments. Okay, a small roster change here and there, right? But that's always been the goal and what they've been striving for. For MOUZ, it's been, okay, we're gradually getting better, and better. We now need to start doing it on the big stage. And they did have some good wins here and there, right? Beating G2 in Cologne. Obviously, the Chengdu run where they ended up falling to FaZe in the end, losing to Navi at TWC and so on, right? Yeah, before that, the major. But I think now it's up to, okay, getting and going for some of those wins, right? Just making the playoffs anymore isn't enough for this MOUZ lineup.
I also think it's just the way that the teams have been navigating how they want to improve. So if we look at a team like FaZe, they have a fall off. You know, Rops has dropped in performance, and we've talked about it up here a few times already. But some of what they're doing is they're starting to favor maps where there's more individuality. Rops is able to have more impact. Maybe there's less on Kerrigan's shoulders as opposed to previously. And what's MOUZ's approach, though, that's different than what they were doing previous?
Yeah, that's the one that's a little bit tough to diagnose, really, because for MOUZ, right, we heard it in the Torji interview as well. We've been trying to change like the way we view the game a little bit, like some small things here and there, how we approach certain situations and whatnot, which is, you know, without knowing what exactly goes on in the team, what the communication is like, it's hard to pinpoint like when you watch them play, but obviously you're expecting an uptick in performance after those changes are being made.
And just to kind of put to scale the performance that we're talking about here, from the side of FaZe, we're looking at a FaZe that has made every IEM playoff since 2023. You know, and that might not sound all that far away, but that's a long, impressive series or streak.
It's better than I've ever done.
Yeah, fair enough, when you put it like that.
It is an impressive streak, and you know there's a lot that FaZe has that's good. So when we talk about them dropping off a cliff, it's like it really is a monumental, just like well, one thing that stands out that, wow, this team's so good. They have so many good parts. How do they fall off? But a testament to kind of them as a team is that if they're able to rebound from that, that's also a really good thing. On the flip with it, like MOUZ, it's like, I just feel like they don't have a cohesive system that they all want to buy into the same plan at the same time, outside looking in.
So issues in the camp, perhaps. Just an outside look in.
And another reason why FaZe is dominant in the matchup is the veto, right? Like,
yeah.
If you want to punish FaZe on something, it would most likely be Anubis, and that's the permaban of MOUZ, so FaZe can just get rid of Vertigo. And then on all of these maps, there's nothing where MOUZ can like clearly be like a massive advantage for them. They go for Mirage here, FaZe with the Dust 2 pick. Despite the loss to Furia, they looked really solid on it. They have a lot of variety on the map. I mean, against Liquid, the CT side, the aggression was just impeccable. And for the end, we get that nuke decider.
And one level deeper, the Vertigo ban coming out from FaZe as well. That's one of MOUZ's better maps.
Yep.
That's the one that, you know, Complexity looks to Vertigo for a map win, and MOUZ is like, no, we're going to take that from you because that's also one of our best maps. So that instantly gone is definitely going to make things more difficult.
And MOUZ having to make some changes here and there on Dust 2, right? Exertion is the long player on CT side, which feels a little bit strange, right? I feel like he's better in some rotator roles, like playmaking roles, just as a pure anchor down there. And he has been struggling a little bit in some of their games, so we'll see what the approach from FaZe is. They'll be starting on that T side.
Yeah, it's difficult if you're in the playmaker position, or that's your mindset. You always want to be a little bit more aggressive or proactive, move around and play off the info, but you don't have options when you're kind of anchored down to this one position.
Speaking of anchors, who's on their way home, gentlemen? Just pick one or the other.
Probably MOUZ, but I've been wrong with everything today, so I'm going to say
wrong
FaZe.
with everything I have said.
I've been wrong in all points of my life, and therefore, yeah. What do you got, Yenko?
I'm going with FaZe, baby.
Kind of have to at that point. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are ready to jump into, yes, that's correct, an elimination game featuring MOUZ, featuring FaZe, and our beautiful commentators. I'm sure they've been called a lot worse than that. It's Dinko and Moses.
Yeah, I think we were called Booterful yesterday by somebody.
Booterful?
Yeah, by somebody on the desk.
Yeah, I'll take it. Honestly, I'll take any compliment at this point, Jason.
Yeah, you need them. You need a few. Lift you up.
Yeah, lift me up, make me feel good.
Yeah.
You know, I'll take them. Thank you very much, Trace.
Get a little positive energy going.
You know what? MOUZ needs some uppers as well, because you know, going up against FaZe, they've never really been able to do it, Jason, and they've gone up against them quite a few times.
Yeah, but I think it's like 7-0 for the FaZe camp over the past like year and a half. It's been dominance in one way, yet another like quote unquote rivalry that is just extremely one-sided. So yeah, and on top of all of that, MOUZ these past few events have looked the weakest they have looked in a long time. That whole moniker of them being the team that never loses out in the group stage, that always makes it to the playoffs and struggles, that's gone. And not for a good reason. Not because they figured it out on the stage, but because now they're getting eliminated from group stages. Now they're not always making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. And we heard Shui before the game giving that interview with Banks saying that it's actually kind of similar for FaZe right now, right? They've had a drop off recently. They've been struggling a little bit. Similar stories for both teams coming into this game, but I think FaZe have been building in this event. I think they're looking stronger with every game that goes on. Sure, they didn't have a great opening BO1, but that can happen. I think the rest of their games, though, have been looking pretty solid.
No matter what we do, we're always in this together. Let's support each other. Let's say to each other, nice try. Hype each other the fuck up every fucking round, okay?
Yes,
no
sir.
matter if it's
Sounds
a
good
tough
to
round,
me.
or if it's an easy round one, if it's eco, full buy, I want us to be happy about every round and support each other, okay?
Okay, baby.
All right, some final words. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what MOUZ has been built on, and we see it in all the interviews. They're a close-knit group of guys that have come up through the academy system together. It's been a big point for Cyclone, the coach, of keeping this team a cohesive unit. Let's see if it pans out for him today. Brolin's going to have first contact. Exertion along the wall, swings out, 2 kills. That's Bomb coming in next. Oh, another view model where like the crosshair is just off-centered and making me dizzy.
It'd make you feel a little sick, a little queasy. That's exactly what's going down here for the side of FaZe, because the impact off the back of the platform has done very well to remove Robs. Now, Exertion has got himself a follow-up headshot and ends up being a very clean pistol. Everybody from MOUZ can be happy about that.
Yeah. Very well should be. Everyone gets a nice try after that round, or a good job.
Well, both in-game leaders, they've got something they put on their desk, you know? You've got the choked cock right up there on the screen.
Yeah, choking the chicken.
Yeah, the chicken, yes. On the screen of Shui. And then you've got Carrigan's stones, gems, etc. sitting beside him. So let's see which one's more lucky today.
Bring in the good vibes.
Yeah. So far, it's been the Stones, historically.
Yeah.
We talk about how they've played each other quite often, but the last time they played was back at Chengdu, right? And that was the final, and it was one-sided as hell. But it's been quite some time since you got to see these two rosters against each other.
Oh, okay. Sure, that's a jumping MP9 that just works out. Roland, also a jumping MP9, traded off, but good round. 2-0, and FaZe's little bit of an investment goes nowhere. Really only the scout for Kerrigan. He'll just get a MAC-10, AKs on everyone else. We're into the first gun round nice and quick.
Yeah, we are. We got there in a roundabout way.
In record timing.
Yeah. Dust 2 Mirage, you got the Pug God maps in the first two here, and then close it with Nuke. If we need to go to Nuke.
If we need to get there.
Do you think we're going to need to go to Nuke?
I hope so. This match feels like it has the potential to go through. I mean, to be fair, I thought the last series would go 3 after 3 or win the first map, so who knows at the end of the day.
This series hasn't went to 3 maps since 2023.
Okay, so we're going to try and break some trends here. Well, Shuei's got an excellent read in this round. Look how quickly with this risk he's going to be flanking and wrapping around. So again, delay tactics, drop your smokes. They would have seen the trajectory of that from Exertion over at Carr. So he's in for a fight, and he never expected Rain to be on that side. I don't think he expected the gap either. And Kerrigan is expecting the flank. Good kill, can't get the follow-up.
Yeah, I was close to getting an opportunity for a double there, but couldn't quite muster it. Now, Torsi's still going, and FaZe are obviously very aware of this. Rops is just going to keep eyes on long. Torsi goes into the open to his death, and FaZe are up into a 4 versus 2. They've got time to play with as well, so they're not forced to commit into the bomb site. A bit of a glimpse of Brolin's spot in the edge of that smoke makes it easy for Rain to take him out, and Yimpat's left alone in a 1v4.
And you should know he's going to be here just by the way this round has played out. Still a nice double kill from Yimpat, and FaZe's going to win the round. Maybe a little early for Torji on the timing to push long, but that's always a tough scenario. They know you're there, you know you have them boxed in. Got to make a decision, but Rops is ever so patient. Actually, I mean, a really good round for Mouse. I think they're going to feel like they let that one slip away with all the advantages they garnered with the push from Shuei up middle. Ooh, is that a little team damage, maybe? He got shot in the head real quickly. Yeah,
he got slowed down as well as he tried to cross.
Maybe don't give him a nice shot on that one, you know?
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be celebrating that one in the mouse cap, that's for sure. Kerrigan, he's got eyes on this tunnel push. It's coming. And Brolin is the front man that is spotted by Kerrigan. But he's worried about a potential play through short as well, or through the lower tunnels. And Kerrigan does have a lot of problems he's got to try and figure out here, because he's alone in the world and there's a lot of eyes on him. And he ends up getting taken down upon his jump up onto the Xbox. Rain spots them diving down into spawn as FaZe try to take the A bomb site. Boost up, Exertion gets put in position quickly, but Rain sits him on his ass.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and that's going to be a little frustrating. Tough now for Mouse to make this work. They've got no kits, they've got no utility. Good win. Rain on low HP, overexposed. And now all of a sudden you got 2 coming catwalk, 1 on the low ground, but Brolin falls early. The rest of his teammates still blocked off by smoke. Now they've got to try and force the issue. And Mouse, once again, it feels like you're so close. Like you have everything set up to just take your advantages in the post plant, and a little bit early from Brolin as they peek into him.
And that set Mouse's economy into a bit of a precarious position. They don't have a lot left, so an eco to come up. FaZe about to take the lead. FaZe his run at this tournament, it started with a 13-7 loss to Furia, who we now have seen take some big names along their way, also beating Mouse. And now Na'Vi, well, FaZe had to go to the best of 3s. They played against Pain. They lost a map to Pain, but were able to 2-0 Liquid yesterday. So FaZe are finding teams that have never beaten them in the group stages so far.
Which is very nice for them. And also, as you've mentioned, I mean, even going back to EPL, you started seeing a little bit more resurgent performances out of individuals. Frozen had a great ESL Pro League. Rop started showing some signs of life.
Yeah, maybe despite, not having the greatest team result, at least some of the individuals are coming.
And we'll see if they can, convert those good individual performances into a good event finish here in Rio. They've got a great chance at it. 2-2 and just pistols on the other side. Heavy emphasis towards long A to open up this Dust 2 engagement. Kerrigan's in some trouble, getting wrapped around from Catwalk. That's an AK-47 recovered for Mouse.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned Frozen. It's a great player to talk about, especially at this event, because he's the 3rd highest rated player in attendance at IEM Rio at the moment. just in behind Keserato, who's a top-rated player, and Zaiwu in second place. So Frozen's among great company up there in the top 3 spots. 1.34 rating from Frozen so far at this tournament. And it's been great because I think he's a player that's maybe garnered some criticism over the years.
Yeah, but I think...
Well, not over the year, but over the
over his
year.
time in FaZe,
Yeah.
he certainly had some. Although I think it's always an interesting conversation because I think FaZe has probably got to be one of the hardest teams to diagose the problems in terms of like
Sure.
looking down the
Who would-
roster.
yeah, exactly.
Like if you ever wanted to make a roster change in this team, it's like, who the hell are you? I don't want to have that responsibility. Who are you going to pick?
I think it's always, that's why you always see the coach is the one that kind of gets changed. But even then, it's not a lot of changes ever happen in FaZe, and for good reason.
Well, if they can find a way to continue this upward trajectory phase as we lead into the second major of the year, that's the perfect timing.
Yes, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, start peaking now so that when you get to the major, you're ready to hit your highest moment. Off peak down middle, boost it up so Brokey can get the clean shot on the cross. There's 2. He's waiting for that third peak of the AWP. But without any shot ringing out, Torji doesn't want the fight. And instead, they push lower.
Rain. Good headshot. Brolin, though. Double in towards lower tunnels. Eventually runs out of ammo as he tries to tippity tap up top mid. Here through the window, it's Yimpat to address the problem of Rops, leaving Frozen 1v3.
Good kill from Yimpat as well. I think if he doesn't get that kill, if Rops finds it, Exertion probably pushes long right into Frozen, and a good shot as Frozen comes back for the peak, and Shuei taking his own advice, making sure he hypes up the boys after a good victory. We're tied at 3.
Yeah, finally, money's back for Mouse, and they're back to winning ways. They went around off the back of the cash resurgence. FaZe, though, not short of money on the majority of players. Everybody's going to have their primary choice weapon, apart from Carrigan, who has to go down to a Tech 9, and I'm sure he'll be happy enough wielding that. Brokey on the AWP. Now, he did have a couple of games in this tournament so far where maybe he's missing shots on the AWP, but he's had stellar maps as well individually with rifles, pistols, in particular the Deagle against Liquid. Brokey can be a beast that is hard to put away. See what he can do as he gets the sniper out on the T side. Exertion applying a little bit of pressure at the long doors.
Flashbang made Brokey a little bit nervous.
Got him a little jittery.
So quiet on the map, not a whole lot of utility. 3 smokes still for FaZe is quite nice. Flashes and no HE grenades. Shuei's heard a footstep or 2 up on catwalk. So he's going to bide his time, probably wait for his moment to push Xbox and flank up Cat. We've seen him proactive in that department throughout the early stages of this half. However, with only 2 people at the A bomb site due to a 2-man B defense, Mouse might have a little weakness in the early going of this hit.
Wall of smokes erected, and Rain, blinded. Still inside of the smoke. 30 seconds remaining in the round, and a dangerous game for Rain to jump up, and he's punished by Exertion. Torsi also chiming in, and Mao has completely collapsed this phase attack. It's just Rops from long on his lurk, but it's not going to end up being impactful. He'll run away and try and save his AK, and Mao's head into the lead on Dust 2.
Oh, good shot.
That's pretty nice, isn't it?
That's a very nice shot. Yeah, I think FaZe got kind of slowed on that hit by the fact that all those flashes rang in. Rain gets blind trying to lead the way. I think everyone thinks they have to jump up to fight over that smoke because they don't really have the utility to truly take the site. They had 2 Molotovs on the execute. They had the smokes to put up the wall. They wanted to molly towards the ramp, but the only 1 flashbang is really hard to make that cross work with just the single. And now we have a double up setup for Mouse, so things might get a little more weird for FaZe.
Yeah, they have a couple of things to figure out FaZe as well. There's barely any money left, and you've got a saved AK here from Robs.
We'll keep track of when they discover that the double op is on the map, because I think you'll see FaZe speed things up when they realize there's a double AWP. You might see them kind of fall into less mid control and catwalk control in terms of just going to take a bomb site. You want to put those ops in a retake position to where you can really negate some of their ability. If they can discover it here with just Glocks, that'll be a huge benefit. Torji's got his at Xbox, and Brolin's got his in middle looking towards catwalk.
Well, they're going to know here that Mouse don't have heaps of money built up, so let's see how much damage Rops can do with his AK. Can force a few rebuys here for Mouse. That would be lovely for FaZe, just to keep that economy of their opponents modest. A lot of teams, obviously, wanting to go to a double-up setup on Dust 2.
I saw Liquid trying it a bunch this week, Ultimate and Twist, and they had a very similar setup of, you know, one kind of aggressive towards the double doors and one watching Catwalk. Well, there's Brolin's AWP. So they've seen it now.
And they're like, hang on, this guy doesn't usually AWP.
Not normally the AWPer.
A lot of cogs turning in Carrigan's head now. Brokey acting as the human bait for Rops' AK. And will the trigger discipline from the Cubby work out? No, Yimpat decides to fight. He gets a kill onto a pistol, and Frozen able to follow up. So some damage being done here for FaZe. Another kill from Rops. And yesterday against Liquid, FaZe were able to win a round with majority clocks, and they're doing it again here against Mouse. 1 AK has turned to 2 as Frozen and Rops looking to bring down Exertion, who took damage in his early fight. This is a round that Mouse shouldn't have let slip, but one that looks like it is guaranteed to be going FaZe's way. Exertion has so many angles, he's got to check out his way back into this B bomb site. He is silent, but he has no utility, and time will shortly start to tick. No one from FaZe giving him a chance. No one peeking. No one giving a look. And now Exertion must go, and that is something special. Exertion with the double to recover this mess.
Oh, that's a clutch and a half. FaZe take a gut punch after such a good round with 1 AK-47. Rops does everything you ask of him. Triple kill, cracks you into the bomb site, takes advantage of Brolin way out in the open on the B platform. But Exertion wins a 1v3. Well, you love that from a star player, bailing you out of a situation you feel like you never should have been in. Good damage done by Brokey, but would have loved that kill. No. Double up is ripped away from Mao, so it's just Torji.
Oh, sees the head of Rain, and that bullet will not connect. Despite looking close, Carrigan diving down into lower. Oh, forced with the fire, knife pulled, and Brolin will get an easy kill because of that. Great flashes, keeping Rain pinned, but eventually he'll peek out again. He's just blind most of this round. It's not going to slow him down, though. The Barbarian moves his way through short.
Quite brawly, this match in the early going of these rounds, and especially in middle. We're seeing a lot of aggression from Malz. We're seeing FaZe more than happy to take that fight. Good win from Shuhei. Got tagged up at the start of the round by Brokey's AWP, but still wins out on Rain.
Brolin around the corner. Rop's going to be felled by the rifle of Brolin, leaving just Brokey, who went for the early peek at long, and he's about to close out his round in middle. Shoei just walks in, it's a free kill. Is he trying to troll him? He's just throwing the pistol at him.
Oh, fair play.
Yeah, I like you. I would have kind of loved if Brokey just flicked him, though. That would have made me laugh a little.
Yeah, that would have actually been a funny ending as well. No matter what happened, Shuei was going to give us entertainment.
Yeah.
All right, well, first time out used by FaZe. They're down by 3. Mal's defense has been on lockdown. For the most part, they got a little sketchy with the Rops Hero AK-47. But outside of that little hiccup, it's been 4 in a row and pretty convincing at that.
Yeah, I bet FaZe are wanting that 1v2 back now. Or 1v3 rather against Exertion. No reaction, of course, from Brokey.
It's just the checkmate. It just lets him know how beat he was.
Yeah, you're done. You're done, buddy.
I like that he didn't give him time to flick up. He didn't give him time to really acknowledge the USP.
He realized there was a risk involved in that. FaZe Clan, they've gone for a half buy. They're going to leave some money left over in the bank and pull out Tech 9s and P250s. We know what they're capable of with pistols. We've seen that.
Exertion sees utility for some kind of a fast catwalk play and negates it. Exertion steps up in front of the flashbang, and those are easy kills as Kerrigan and Frozen just trying to make it through and out the doors. Should be all good from here.
No problems for Mouse spotted in this one. No potential for FaZe to build on. Nice and clean. So 7-3 scoreline. Mouse off to a really strong start on Dust 2's CT side. The map pick of FaZe coming into this series. And the vibes seem good in Mouse, or at least loud.
Yeah, they're one of the few pro teams I feel like that still maintains a pretty fun, silly atmosphere.
Yeah, they really try to
you know?
cultivate that for sure. It's nice listening to their comms. It's a little chaotic at times, though.
It is a little chaotic at times.
But they're able to keep track of it.
All right, FaZe, you got 2 rounds left to put something on the board. Show us something on this T side. Brokey, not even going to land damage on that shot to the cross, so Brolin pushes lower yet again. Deep smoke towards Suicide shows aggression. They break it open for Torji to get a peek, but nobody's home.
Ooh, Rain, what a shot, but caught by a flash. Brolin couldn't double up, but Torzi's there to make sure the trade happens. So 3v3 off the back of those early mid skirmishes.
Such good coordination from Mouse, though, to make sure those 2 kills are actually traded, especially considering the first one goes the way of FaZe and Rain. Brolin's response to that, and Torji ready for the peek off Brokey killing him. So this round slows down into a 3v3. No eyes on mid, no eyes on Catwalk. Mao's playing retake at the A bomb site. And Rops is in a strong lurk position. So I don't know if he can chill here because he's got Smoke Molly. They do also have that on the other players. There's a couple options that FaZe have with this utility.
The pack of 3 make their way through middle, but Exertion on the flank has now seen them run up towards B. This primes Yimpat, ready to go, and through the gap in the windows of the blown out car, it's a 2K for Yimpat. It's Rops with a 1v3 total. He knows he's got that player on the flank, but with 10 seconds left, he won't consider the site. Well, at least he can't even. He has to commit to the bomb plant, and that shall be denied. Haircut handed out by the Hungarian, and it is 8-3 as we get deeper into this half. Last round available, and it's looking very likely Miles will round out at 9.
I like that Torji double scoped for that shot.
Just to make sure, you know, it's right on the head.
Just to really line it up.
You know, he's a precision barber.
Mal's doing really good work. This mid aggression they've had throughout this half, whether it's a lower dark push, whether it's an alt push, whether it's the push towards top mid. It's been very effective for them. B-rush.
Yeah, it's a charge for FaZe. Desperation perhaps bottom of the barrel, and that's where they will find themselves as they are shot away by Mouse. It is a very strong CT showing from Mouse. Couple of opportunities to build on something for FaZe early, but the majority of these rounds have been comfortably on the side of the Mouse squad. Brokey, the last remaining player left, and he will not be able to do much about it. 9-3. What a statement start for Mouse as they are looking to knock FaZe down.
Mal's ending the first half on a 7-round streak on their CT side of Dust 2. They swap over to the T side. They've got a 9-3 lead over FaZe. In this battle of teams that we're looking to see who can bounce back the strongest, Mal's looking good here on map 1. It's an elimination series at IEM Rio 2024. One team moves on, one team goes home.
FaZe look dumbfounded to find themselves down at 9-3. Obviously, a pistol round win will go a long way in their hopes of pulling Dust 2 back. This is their map pick. FaZe have selected to go here. And so far, we have not been able to see why. The bomb ready to go long. There's no presence here from any of the defending players of FaZe. There's so much space to work with for Malz, and Rain is hearing that, so he's calling the information over that FaZe have got to worry about the A play.
How many can he get on the cross? Spots ahead just as it comes over. There's Kerrigan with one through the smoke. Good start. Not bad at all for FaZe. Set themselves up for a 5-on-4 advantage retake. Make that 5-on-3. Jumping shot not going to land. Shuhei gets the bomb planted at the very least.
Well, Kerrigan's chimed in another. Yeah, we seen he was stepping up against Team Liquid. He was looking real strong, and so far so good for FaZe in this pistol. Impact long. Diffuse is already through, and they don't lose a single player.
I mean, really, it's not a bad pistol round for Malz altogether. I think the one area where they fell short and just let this one slip out of their hands is you lose too many players. When you realize FaZe is playing retake, you lose way too many players. Not all of it's your fault. Kerrigan gets the first one through the smoke, right? But, man, if they're going to be playing retake, you have to be sure that you're not giving them free kills before they pull the trigger on the retake.
Obviously, a bomb plant went down. And
yeah, but I like this from Malz when you have this kind of a lead. I was actually thinking the same thing in the last series when Furia had a big lead and went for a second round buy after losing the pistol. It was like, you know, yeah, you can win. Furia did win that round.
Yeah, true.
But you have this kind of a lead, so wait for you to get the gun round. Maximize the number of full-blown gun rounds you have.
Yeah, increase those percentages in your favor, especially when you're going up against a team you've never been able to beat, right? You want to make sure you get all those chances lined up.
Honestly, the fact that Furia won their second round in this kind of a similar situation is always like the argument against that idea. And
yes,
it's,
it's true.
It's like, yeah, I guess in some ways you can't really argue against the round win, but yeah, it is a higher likelihood, I feel.
You can also put into the fact Furia won how many second rounds? Like 3 in that series?
Yeah.
So when you're seeing that go down, you really do feel confident to go for a second round buy. Broken Rain, though, could work down 2 headshots onto Exertion of Brolin. Shuhei at least chiming in something, but as expected, it's FaZe to clean up, and Kerrigan to get his triple.
Yeah, Kerrigan tapping away with that M4.
So 4 rounds separate Malz and FaZe clan now, and the buy is coming in for Malz. It's going to be a great one. They're going to have all the rifles that they want. Everybody's going to be onto an AK. They'll have plenty of utility out.
The only thing they don't have is the AWP.
Yeah, not yet.
Torji.
Can't afford that.
Could hear Kerrigan chatting about that before the round started, knowing the money, realizing they had saved with no armor.
Early presence at long for FaZe. Just trying to block that choke point early with utility. Malz make their way down mid. They do it swiftly. They've got bottom mid control. They got players now joining into lower tunnels with Impact. And Brolin's job is to make sure that no one from FaZe decides to get aggressive at long.
All right, well, you have all the opening map control you'd want if you're Malz. As you just highlighted, mid was taken quickly. You even had Exertion kind of probing and being deep on catwalk, throwing out that smoke for the cross. Start clearing out a couple details, and then Malz can see what they find. It looks like they're setting up at the moment a mid to be split. Brolin flashing Shuhei out mid. Smoke is up in CT spawn against Frozen.
Oh!
Is there a gap in that?
Yeah, a little bit to play with, and Frozen's obviously managed to use it to devastating effect because he's got a second kill out of it as well. Exertion finally treading him out, but it's not enough to keep Malz in a powerful position. With 30 seconds left, there's still 2 B defenders. One of them's Rain, but he's gone. He's completely gone, so it all falls on Robs. It rests on his shoulders, and he will not rest until all of these forces are gone. And Torzi, left with limited health, now has a 1v2, and Kerrigan is joining up with Brokey in the tunnels, and they're closer than perhaps Torzi will anticipate. He's got to worry about window and door, but both remaining players are now out through the tunnels, and Torzy will hear the sounds. You'll know they're both there, but he can't get the second. So close, agonizingly close, and Torzy will know that, but FaZe able to pick it up.
What a job done by Rops. Nice attempt from Mouse. Frozen and Rops are the two players that have the X-Factor performances. Frozen finding that gap in the smoke on Shuhei and then sliding through to find an even bigger one for a second kill. Question now becomes, even with that plant, does Mouse have the money to challenge in this? I think he got a half buy. They're going to want that ADVP out of Torji for sure. Despite the fact he did some fine work with the AK-47, even had a crack at Brokey at the end.
You aimed at him so well. Good job.
Oh, Shuhei is really liberal with the compliments.
He is.
Oh,
he fires them out left and right.
You aimed at him so well.
You put your crosshair right there, man. Right there.
Wonderful crosshair placement, Torji.
Well, a bit of a speedy play. Look at this. Miles made it moving fast. Straight out and towards the B-bomb side. Rops at the window.
Really good flashes from Mouse to make sure Rops can only get the one. However, even in a 5-on-4, even against pistols, retake can be difficult. Rops is in, almost out of ammunition. He got in very far, and the rest of FaZe following up behind him is doing God's work. No plants, nothing for Mouse, and the lead has shrunk to just 2.
Only getting 1 kill out of that from a quick play to be in. That's how quickly FaZe can get back into games. You know, they can have a terrible first half. They have a real rough time. They win the pistol in the second, and straight away, they're coming back into the game. 2 rounds the gap. A buy again for Mouse. This time, they've got that op that they were missing earlier, Jason. They've got Torzy on the sniper. And he's a bit of a hot hand in this game. He's 16-8 at the moment.
Brokey looking for someone to just cross over to Xbox real quick. No one obliging. Smoke is going to go down, so he'll change his position.
Going through the motions. Eventually their default will be complete in terms of taking short control. But they're smoked away, and Rain will defend on the ledge. They're going to respect this smoke at short.
Yeah, this will slow down for a little bit. Here's that basic fundamentals we saw in the previous round, clearing out the mid double doors as well, opening up the possibility for a mid to B split late. Didn't work the last time they ran it. Rain, from here, you imagine any contact, he drops down, but he's got no molly and he's got no smoke to really slow any progression, so got to be cautious after the fact.
Well, time is now certainly dwindling. We're at the 40-second mark, and Mao is beginning to make their moves up short. Sprinting in towards the A-bomb side now. Rain's looking for headshots, and he gets a glimpse to rip Shuhei off of short. Exertion with a double, though. He got frozen, he transferred down and spammed down Rain, who was hiding inside of the smoke. So now that puts Mal as a player up with 20 seconds left. Bomb now going down. Carrigan is completely preoccupied about Brolin's late lurk at long, but he is showing him nothing. And there's no reason to at this point because the bomb is planted.
Yeah, Brokey's already called this off. Kerrigan's going to come just investigate for fun. I think he realizes on some level he's probably getting flanked out by this lurk, and he has no chance of getting away, so why not peek into the bomb site? Good round from Mouse. Again, exertion with the big play, jumping up on top, making sure the defender's on the ramp. And I think that's part of the reason why this kind of struggle. The rain factor of not having a Molotov or a smoke doesn't give him the time that he feels safe enough to fall all the way back towards the railing, so he plays from the ramp. And gives a lot of freedom to Mouse to swing out wide on catwalk.
I would like to pick B, Camille. I have a very good position. Okay,
me and Doric and Ross anyways.
Oh, we're going to get a Torzy B peek. As long as Shuhei give him permission to do so. But I'd imagine he will.
You know, I think in-game leaders love when players have ideas like that.
Yeah. I mean, and also Torzy generally does get the freedom to do what he wants with his ult.
Well, Torji is going to take it, so Shuhei gave him the all clear. Brolin out wide. Oh, he's got 2. He's got 2. Awkward engagement. He sees all 3 out at long, but he's going to be punching himself at the moment. He wanted a second frag out of that exchange. But with the information, Mouse has moved quickly up catwalk.
Again, a bit of a duel with Carrigan. His exertion Torzi looked like he wanted to walk through the tunnels there and see if he could catch Rops, but got smoked out and held back just at the wrong time for him. So we just had to respect that smoke for the majority of this round now.
So Broki's responsibility is going to be the A-bomb site. Kerrigan is committed towards long as the smoke fades. Into the B halls we go. Frozen now at the double doors. First is his. Op shuts him down afterwards. Good trade from Torji. Broki's got one chance at it. A narrow miss, but Torji wants a second bite of the apple.
Well, he gives him a second chance, but the shots come in from Mouse. They don't even need the bomb plant. FaZe collapsed at their hands, and it's now 11-7 as Mouse start to pull away with Dust 2. FaZe looked like they were right back into it, but it's gone again. 2 rounds in a row now from Mouse's T side.
2 rounds in a row, and the all-critical round have taken the money away from FaZe. Second timeout is used so they can talk things over because they're sitting really piss poor, let's call it. 2,300 on Frozen and Rops. 3,500 on Kerrigan is the most. Rain's at 2K. So you got to decide right now if you're FaZe, if you're going to force up here, if you're going to try and leave some cash moving forward, if you decide to full save and try and make the 5-round comeback.
Yeah, tough times now for FaZe. Try and figure out a way back into this. It's almost surely going to be 12-7. Mouths with map point on Dust 2. This will be the first time Mouths have taken a map off FaZe since the CS Asia Championships 2023. It was a long time ago, almost a year. But this is a different FaZe at the moment than we've seen at different portions of this year. This is a FaZe that certainly look weak in comparison to what they can be.
In conjunction with that is the rise of all the other teams catching up to them.
Yeah, it's true.
Torji's had this long angle with the op this entire round, so the rest of Miles is just going to come up and join with them because he knows it's clear. He knows nobody's crossed a pit. He can support and hold that corner if there's a late peek.
Kerrigan jumping up, getting knocked down by Brolin. If you're just tuning in wondering the context, this is the last chance to make it into the playoffs for FaZe and Maoist. The loser of this eliminated. The winner will move to the quarterfinals. And FaZe live to play Arena Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's where they've always done their best work, and that was really the last thing they had to hang their hat on. Was no matter how rough it might look in the group stage, in the playoffs, it's a completely different team. It's a 180, but struggling to get there at this point.
Yeah, struggling.
Mouse have the opposite issue.
Yeah,
like monsters in group stages, and then you get to the playoffs, and you know they struggle on the stage. They haven't figured it out quite yet.
There's a lot of comparisons usually between the Mouse and FaZe side. A lot of people saying like Mouse is a mini FaZe in terms of you got this international squad and exciting IGL to talk about and no real standout one star.
Ooh, there
Brokey.
It goes, it works.
Yeah, it works very well. Brokey to take Shuei out. So the opening kill is there for FaZe, but it's short-lived because Brolin, attacking out of long, has taken Kerrigan with him and now spots out Rain, who's committed into the pit.
Awkward fight for both players involved. Good move, good reposition from Rain. That's actually sick. I don't think Brolin ever expects that. Nicely done.
Nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful from Rain.
Sneaky twinkle toes Rain, getting himself out of the pit into safety, and it works out very well. So FaZe now back into the player advantage position. Yimpat and Exertion applying pressure. Oh, Frozen sees the backside of Exertion, takes half of his health away. Can't be baited into a fight with Yimpat though. There's two players there. Headshot landed. Quick switch to his knife, and Yimpat gets the swing on Robs.
Why is he so good? Why is this guy so good? Oh, Brokey. Okay, that's a little awkward. Yimfat's looking back up towards top mid, so puts Torji in another 1v2 clutch. He's got one coming in the halls. He probably has an idea about that. Certainly does now with the smoke, but he can use that smoke to his advantage. And can he get the scope up? Oh. Yes, indeed.
Oh, nice shot from Torzi. This one's for the map. This one's to close dust too, and Torzi sends Mouse through 13-7. Map 1 collective versus FaZe Clan. The first time they've been able to take a map off of FaZe in just under a year. This looks different. Mouse hoping, dreaming of the playoffs here in Rio.
Sui.
Flashing tunnel.
Sui.
Boom.
Sui.
How that?
Nice! See the
Guys.
Let's fucking go, boys!
Going.
I have mid candle deck, cannot walk out anymore. Maybe reset long or tunnel.
Wait,
Okay.
Camille has my... Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Can you take it? Take.
Dennis, I killed him. I killed him through the
Good job, boys. Nice flash, Camille. Oh, what a read, bro. Easy fucking game.
Nice fucking Adam.
Fucking
Good
bot.
fucking job, baby. Keep it up.
Let's go.
You're so much better than them.
Side.
One car.
Ramp? He's ramp?
Maybe ramp now.
We're strafing it. I'm Gandalf. Holding ramp. Dead ramp.
He should be
I'll
late.
defuse. I have kids and smoke.
Too long.
Nice.
Nice, boys.
Perfect, guys. Let's go.
Only one.
Oh,
so close.
You aimed at him so well. Good job.
It's side. It's okay, Jimmy. It's unlucky.
Window now again. Flushing again.
Car one.
Boom. Flashing behind window.
Side one more.
Breaking door.
Go.
Left.
Six box.
Nice.
What do fires and dragons and all of that have to do with Dust 2 and FaZe and Mal's an elimination game? Absolutely nothing. But what we do have is exactly that in front of us. An elimination game, one where which Torzi with that last shot seals the fate of FaZe on the first map of the series here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio. Elimination and FaZe not really finding the footing they wanted in the first map of the series, Josh.
Yeah, before the series took off here, we're talking about Shui's interview and talking about where's that like passion and fire and stuff. And even in the rounds that they're losing, they're all engaged. They're all like mentally engaged. They're focused. They're all like, oh, it's all good. No worries. We'll get them next round. So things that they did well there. On top of that, we saw the cohesion. We saw the aggression, the confidence, especially on their CT side. No fear, aggressing up middle, pushing through long, connecting up that way. Mid-round pushes through either tunnels or off cat. And then when they couldn't get just quite over the line as a team, they'd also have that 1 versus 2. I think they had exertion in a 1v2. Torzi had 2 chances at it. He converted one of them, the last round of the game, for example. So Mao's looking pretty good right now, actually.
Yeah, I think they had just a really good game plan for this one, right? How to break FaZe's default. FaZe, outside of the first gun round and early on, didn't really have long spawns that much, right? Didn't go for any sort of fast B executes or anything like that up until the last round in that B rush. So outside of that, it was just trying to play default, and Mouse had really good setups to break that.
Yeah, let's look at some of the setups, some of the things that really either went really well or really bad, Yenko.
Yeah, I think you go up, right? the reset round early on, you can see just, again, default for FaZe. You will see players being spread around the map, right, going towards B tunnels. There's going to be an extra guy there trying to take control from lower. Brokey being boosted up, spotting mid, trying to find a kill early, potentially until this smoke blooms from FaZe, right? He's going to jump down, but you will see how now the players from Mouse are going to use this timing. There's also this smoke right here, which is a CT smoke, so that denies them the vision. Sometimes people use it to bait. This time they're actually going to utilize it, and Shui as well on the catwalk is going to try and help with the setup. Obviously the weak points are long and B in this situation, but that's the risk you take, the calculated gamble. And FaZe is going for sort of this slow way to clear. The molly comes in, but I feel like Mouse is really ready for all this nade util. Torji has to fall back a little bit, but this is where Shui peaks. Brolin as well from lower B doing a lot of damage, right? Torji breaks the smoke, or the smoke clears, and even now towards the tail end of that round, you could have seen Rops a little bit trying towards the B bomb side to make a play, but he was punished by Jimmy, and in the end it's just Frozen here who's going to get pushed by exertion. And that's the confidence that Josh was talking about coming into play. Despite the advantageous situation, you're still going for the aggression. So Mouse very much prepared for FaZe's T side.
And just a couple of things that Mouse did to set that up. It's very easy to block that B rush just with a molly, and then you top it up with a smoke, leave that B site, gamble off of it. Same thing with long A. If you go towards long, you throw a molly in the doors and you smoke it. If there's no flashes coming over top, you're pretty confident and safe in those types of positions. That's why sometimes on the T side, it's good to sometimes condition with a long smoke, maybe a couple flashes over, you bait out a reaction, you make people a little bit scared just to condition them. But we didn't really get to see that except for on like actual commits by FaZe.
I mean, we're essentially, when you talk about it like that, they're making sure that someone is at long. They're making sure that those players are there and maybe not on cat or maybe not watching middle, right? So
based on how the utility as the reaction from the CTs are.
Yeah.
So if the CT starts saying like, oh, there's flashes over, and they throw more of their own flashes and more of their own mollies, then you say, oh, the CTs are in a long setup right now. We know that there's a gap at, potentially at middle or at short. You can take a timing in those directions, maybe go B if you have a hard read. So that information is really good to play off of.
Which is exactly what you're looking for, is clear, concise, crisp, clean comms. Wow, that almost didn't come out anywhere near how I wanted to, but we do have a Kadia listening with FaZe on that B site and a retake.
No one out. B nice. B rush. One blind.
Out B.
I'm blind.
Breaking door, brigade, close car, flashing window.
Flash.
I did.
Flash window, guys.
I did.
Wait,
car one.
flashing window now again.
Flashing again.
Two.
Car one.
Boom.
Flashing behind window.
Side one more.
Breaking door.
Let's six box.
Nice. Good shit, Robin.
That's half by, right?
Yeah.
One Galil.
Yeah.
So what we did just watch is Dust 2. Obviously in that retake, you hear the comms there, you hear a fluid intention within the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. Against an eco, they go B. Rops, he's playing in a more of a passive position, doesn't want to die. He asks for the flashes to come in. I think that's really potent. These fast retakes, that's the best way to retake B. I think if you wait around and try to set up with everything, is usually when we see rounds break down, it's before the Ts can set up and they're constantly getting blinded, but the flashes flying over is when the CTs have the most success.
You're trying to catch them in that post-plant sort of shuffle, like where are we going to go post-plant, right?
It was even before that. They didn't even get the bomb planted. And I remember watching this live and getting a little bit nervous. I was thinking like, oh my God, they're going in, and the flashes didn't seem like they were on point. And you heard in the comms a little bit of like anxiety around like flash. I asked for a flash, and it's like, hang on, I'm about to flash. There was some sort of like, I'm ready to go, but you're not ready to flash for me moment where, and then you got the Tech 9s under the window. The bomb's not even planted yet. It got a little bit nerve-wracking for a second, but watching it back again, yeah, it looked like it was effortless almost. They did lose a couple players.
But the effort can't stop here for either side. And I think that goes without saying. Again, this is elimination for either FaZe or Mouse, depending on the outcome of our second map of the series being Mirage.
Yeah, I think for FaZe is just being able to maybe adjust a little bit better on the fly, because the round that we showed, something similar happened one or two more times in the half, and FaZe wasn't really able to fight it. Then when you look on the second half, what happened, they lose to an A execute where their opper was on B and the other one is a long spawn and a long rush. So not too much, it's just not having a bigger buffer for their own CT side that really, was the demise of FaZe on Dust 2.
Yeah, listen, it was a little bit of a bumpy ride for FaZe, but they stayed strapped in.
Oh God, here we go.
They've reached cruising altitude. It's Mirage. It's anyone's map, really. They can go any direction right now. Like FaZe, yeah, Mouse was able to take that map pick, and it looked like it was almost effortless for them with the cohesion, with the context of the situation of how they fell off a cliff and how FaZe looked like they were rebounding a little bit better. And now Mouse comes out swinging. They take that first map. But Mirage, it's still like anyone's playground.
I think for
These
FaZe,
maps
like Mouse's plan is just go in their face, you know, like get in their face, be aggressive, don't let them bully us around the server. So if you're Kerrigan, that's what you need to game plan for. Like going into Mirage, that's what you need to expect. They're going to be aggressive. So how are you going to answer that?
And Josh, just to really tie up what all those words you just used there for a second, I think what you're saying in a long, roundabout, exaggerated way is we're on for a big night. And by that, we're going to go ahead and cut to a break. So we come back, we can get Mirage. We're going to send one of these teams home. That much I can assure you at the conclusion of the series. Either way, one thing for sure, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
I wanted to ask about your roles anyway, because you're going up against certain tells of setups. Like if they double molly mid on Ancient, they're most likely going to do this, right? But like that type of an ante, because you're saying...
but I feel like you don't have too much of those tells anymore.
Okay, so because everyone's changing so often.
I feel like there is not
you
like...
won't be surprised, my friend.
Yeah?
Oh!
You won't be surprised. I feel like a lot of the times you would like throw... You would see the enemy team and they throw 2 Molotovs, but...
There are specific plays that require specific utility.
Yes.
And as much as you can mask it or you try to mask it, sometimes you just want to do this play. Like, you know, people running out cave fast to clear like street or whatever. Like on Ancient.
I don't play
right?
Yeah,
like,
but
the flash is never come, the flash is there come.
No, but I think
G2 is throwing a Molotov bucket every time they do it, for example, and you're like you see the Molotov coming in, you instantly understand what's going. I don't know how much they're doing it now.
And it's not like it's gonna happen. Like that's the most dangerous thing. You need to respect it.
Yes, exactly. So it's like they control more. If it didn't happen, it doesn't really matter. You just
but you're ready for
it.
it.
Exactly.
But I feel like in the top like 5 teams, let's say on Anubis, you guys at the start of Anubis we packed against you like to do the stair smoke and you push, but you do the stair smoke every round. So when do you push? You know, this kind of stuff. So you do have some tells but in some games we're looking at it and we're like, okay, well if this utility happens, they can be aggressive. So every time we see the smoke, guys, watch out! And at some point, just like, guys, be ready for this kind of stuff against them. And it's just like a matter of, like, obviously the map, obviously like some things are like huge tells, but I feel like we don't really have those tells when you come to playoffs, to stage games, you don't really have those like huge tells that win you around single-handedly.
Super tells probably not, but like you at least those little tells that you play a little bit more cautious about like,
I think a lot of those like
things.
if they do that kind of thing, they're 3 on B. If they do, and sometimes you can play around it, and sometimes the enemy they don't.
But it's also like what you said. But maybe it's not the round. Maybe it's like the idea that they want to do.
Yeah.
So, for example, maybe you know that whenever they do. You said double molly on Ancient. Maybe on double molly on Ancient they want to make that they play aggressive middle, but they are not. And they are 3B. And they're pushing B or A main, or it doesn't matter. It could be anything. And if you don't know the idea, you know at least that maybe they are 3 towards B, they will push sooner or later, or you're going to be ready for that.
Sounds like you have to be ready for everything though.
Welcome to the club.
future pros, I have a classic Mirage smoke for you today, and that is the mid-window smoke from T-Spawn. If you're feeling a bit too lazy to learn all the spawn smokes, or you want to smoke mid in the mid round, this should help you out. To throw this smoke, get into the corner of the bin. Aim at this point about 75% to the right of the door, then just below the middle point between the door and the roof. Then hold D to walk into the bin and jump throw. Just like that, mid should be smoked off. I see a lot of missed smokes for window, so don't be one of those people. Be one of the good ones.
You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. We've got Mouse on the brink of finally beating FaZe Clan for the first time this year. This could be something special if they're able to do it, Jason.
No, especially because it also builds upon that and gets them into the playoffs of IEM Rio. So yeah, it'd be quite nice for a number of reasons for the Mouse side of things. Less nice, obviously, for FaZe, who's been experiencing this kind of small resurgence. Dust 2, let's see if it's just a hiccup or if it's a sign that today's not their day. Mirage is picked next. Dust 2 was FaZe's pick, and Mal's just snatched that away with him with no real problem. So let's see what they've got going on here on Mirage.
Yeah, that's the worrying part about Dust 2. It was the selection of FaZe Clan, and now they're going to do the hard work on Mirage. CT side start for the side of FaZe, and Mal is starting with everyone outside of B.
Yeah, and Kerrigan was going to head to Catwalk, but he's already got 2 players aggressive there who are saying it's all clear. Nobody's home. So Kerrigan slides back into the bomb site, but he's the only defender for quite some time.
Let's see what he's able to do. He's had a couple of nice pistol rounds on the CT side with this USP Kerrigan, and not in this round. He gets annihilated by Brolin. Rolled over. Bomb planted here for Mouse, and it doesn't get much better than that. Shuei with a double at short, and FaZe are dispatched off. Mouse with a clean, quick, decisive pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. Just nice and simple. Execute onto the B bomb site, found a good timing, found FaZe running a tactic where resources were elsewhere, and a beautiful piece of aggression from Shuei as he slides up Catwalk. This could very well be a 2-0 now.
Oh, really could. It really could. I mean, Mouse Mirage, no joke. It's something. It's definitely something special, especially when Exertion was having a good game on Dust 2. That's generally a good sign. If he's having a good series, that Mirage is going to be a piece of the puzzle for
Yeah,
Mouse.
He's going to be a really important thing for FaZe to slow down to start this out. Is like, you know, yeah, he's got that confidence from having a good Dust 2. He's obviously feeling good today. He's been smiling a lot. He's going to be really proactive on the map. He's going to be challenging. He's not going to be afraid of anything. So job number 1 for FaZe is to make him a little bit hesitant. Make him kind of sit back, make him consider his options, and maybe force him away from the aggressive ones from time to time. But if you can shut him down once or twice in the first gun rounds...
If we're calm, we're in control of the game.
Yeah, let's fucking go, boys. Let's send them home this map.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Let's go.
Let's get it, guys.
All right, Torji the hype man. Let's send him home this map.
I mean, he was playing like he wanted to do that in the last map. Closed it with a clutch as well. Made sure that Dust 2 did not have any opportunities for FaZe to come back into it. And obviously having a good performance through Opera on Mirage can make a massive difference as well.
Frozen, the only investment this round for FaZe. He picked up a Deagle because he had the armor saved from the pistol.
Yeah. Let's see what Frozen can do with it. But other than that, nothing really all that exciting for FaZe. In a round like this, the B-bomb site is open at the moment.
There's no one really to investigate for Mouse in this round. They've got like no MAC-10 they can sort of send in, but with these advanced positions, it's a matter of patience. Frozen just trying to figure out what's happening. Khan gets taken down. Mouse going to start making their move just now.
Yeah, they're fighting for one of the 2 available spots in the playoffs. This is the only way of getting it for these 2 squads. The other spot in the playoffs is available to either Virtus Pro or the Mongols, which is a series that is currently ongoing on the B stream. So rounding out the groups. We're doing it soon. And IEM Rio's come around pretty quick, Jason, this time of year. And the tournament, it's also gone pretty fast as well. We're already in the final day. Playoffs. We'll take a break tomorrow, and obviously the playoffs will be ready to go. And it's always a great time when Counter-Strike comes to Brazil. Especially when Furia are in the playoffs.
Yeah, that is nice. Last time Mauza actually beat FaZe in a series was ESL Pro League Season 18. Now, for those of you paying attention, we just finished ESL Pro League Season 20 just a couple weeks back. It's literally just about a little over a year ago that Mao's last beat FaZe.
Yeah, that's pretty depressing. But it could all change today.
Quite a dry spell. In fact, that was CSGO. Wasn't even CS2.
Yeah, they haven't done it in CS2. That's crazy to think about. I remember sitting months ago, before the summer, talking about this with Launders, and we were saying, you know, FaZe or Mao's last step. You know, this is a team that they just can't shake. They just can't beat.
It's because they have that connection of like one team is like, we get 10 times better when we're on the stage. Another team is like, yeah, we get a little worse when we're on the stage.
Yeah, exactly. And they met them in the playoffs quite a few times. Obviously, in the last time they played each other was at the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu. That was earlier this year.
Chengdu?
Chengdu, yes. That's how I believe they say. Harry was teaching me, you know?
It is a Chengdu.
It's not a Chengdu.
No, but it is spelled that way.
Yeah. But, you know, gotta be right.
Things get weird. All right, well, first gun round is underway. All M4s. There's 2 kits picked up on Kerrigan and Rain. No AWP on the field for either side. And Mao's taking this a little cautiously. Robs is well exposed from a couple different angles, and Exertion just swings into that fight and gets a kill with ease.
Yeah, getting exposed in this series, he's having a rough time here.
And it happens so early that FaZe have to back off this, because you can already, I mean, if you look at the minimap, look over towards Yimfat. He's creeping up a ramp because they've seen some of that pressure. They got the kill on Rops, they saw one more, so he's like, I'll go investigate. He's not even needed because Brolin's there. So this round's just falling apart as Mao's basically just walking to bomb sites and FaZe not prepared for any of it.
Flat round from FaZe on the CT side. Kerrigan has no other option but to try and save his M4 on the other side of the map. It doesn't feel pretty, it doesn't feel nice, but it is a necessity here for Kerrigan. And it ends up being a 3-0 start here for Mao's. Really impressive stuff to kick off Mirage, and you do start to worry now for FaZe.
Yeah, and this goes back to like mentioning that Mao's is so good on this map. Like, not only do you have Exertion, who's an incredible player when it comes to challenging and taking over the center of the map. His plays up con, his plays up in window towards jungle. He loves that kind of stuff. You also have Brolin, who at different times for Mao's has been really, really effective at kind of lurking the A bomb site pretty aggressively. When he feels like he can find a 1v1 there, he will go test it. You add in Torji's AWP when he brings that out. A really tough task.
It's just a recipe for success for Mao's. A lot of positives pointing in their direction. And Kerrigan unable to save onto that M4. Exertion was on the hunt and sniffed him out in the kitchen, forced him into the open with the fire and headshots him. So nothing safe for FaZe. It goes from bad to worse. And now they're in a situation where they want to invest something. So Rain can afford an M4. Everybody else is going to either be on an MP9 or upgraded pistol with a little Kevlar sprinkled in behind it. But it is another round that looks very good to come up Mao's.
Well, we saw what they could do on Dust 2. Rob said that Hero AK-47 and almost pulled a round out of his hat. Took an Exertion 1v2 to shut it down. This time it's Rain with the Hero rifle. Was doing his best to look for a fight over in window, but smoked out for so long. Gonna have to look elsewhere.
Two players in the B-bomb site. Rain back at bench, and that is the one player you want them to come towards because he's got the rifle. Kerrigan with a 5-7 out at short. The Rain-Kerrigan combo must combine to stop what is going to be a B play from Mao's. A B split, 2 through short. They've got one in connector Exertion just to apply pressure on the lurk. We've got to see it. Oh my god, okay. That's the rifle gone. That's the job over. Kerrigan tries his best, but, I mean, what can you do if you're Rain, Jason? What can you do about that?
That rifle was very gone. I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite as dead as Rain was in this round.
Like, he was even playing like slight off angle, and you think maybe he's going to get at least a bullet off. No, just dead. Instantly. Oh. At least it was Rain, you know? That probably won't phase him too much.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
But it's like, oh, well, that happened. But it is that 4-0 start for Mouse.
Good patience from Yimfat. Finds Rops and secures an escape route for everyone, for himself especially. Yeah, 4-0. Let's see what FaZe has got in this next round. You have to imagine Brokey with 2,400 is going to have the AWP. They've got the full loss bonus, so plenty of cash for the AWP. Once that comes out, maybe FaZe can change their fortunes.
Terrorists win.
I imagine Torji with 6,500 will pick up an AWP as well, so we should get the snipers involved in more action moving forward.
Frozen up against his ex-teammates today, Mouse. We'll see what the ops can do. A double op setup, Carrigan and Baroki. Now Carrigan, now you'll be more familiar with this than I will, Jason. You know, used to be a bit of an opera, didn't he, back in the day?
Back in the day, yeah. And I mean, even in early CS:GO, this was back when we used to give players this terminology. He was like kind of a Mirage specialist when it came to opping. So got another first kill here with the AWP. Good job from Carrigan. Exertion feels the gap, reads the play, and fires off a couple of bullets into Baroki, who's got to run from the Molotov. And
got out.
By run, I mean crawl.
Kind of fumbled it on the way out, but at least he got out. And that's the difference. He couldn't live to fight another day. And he's got a headshot right onto Exertion with the big old AW. And now Torji and Brolin left in a 2 versus 3, and they don't know how close Baroki was to death. They come to this B-bomb site. It is Carrigan that must roll back those years and deliver with a sniper.
Well, they know they're going into an op. Carrigan's gave up his position. Oh, my lord. Torji tracked that the whole way. But this is a tough off angle. And Torji has the bomb, so he's got to press the issue. Bang. Now it's dropped. Kerrigan, you should be just fine. Nate comes in, but he evacuates the position. Footstep heard. Brolin taken down. What a round from Brokey with the op. Nicely done. 2 kills, put down to 11 HP early.
Well, that's a great outcome for the double op setup. You know, it gets both of those ops chime in for multi-kills in the round and get the job done for FaZe. And Brokey was so close to dying, and he delivers impact just on the brink of death. Great shots in Carrigan.
Well, Torji can afford an AWP again. FaZe able to pick his old one up and still have the double op setup, but Mouse say, fine, play with 2 ops. We'll head to the B bomb site. Unfortunately for them, Kerrigan last round had the second op. He switched to an M4. It's Rops with the secondary AWP, and they're coming right at the B bomb site. So a kill on Kerrigan would be lovely. Getting into this bomb site, forcing the op into an awkward retake, but it's not gone well to start. Brolin's here to change that, but can only get the 1.
B bomb site overwhelmed, overrun. But FaZe still have the numbers advantage into what has to be a retake attempt. The grenade does not go far enough to disperse the smoke. FaZe are still pinned at short, but they're getting steps closer and closer to the site. But that smoke fades away as Frozen's hands are busy. He is dead. Shuey on the follow-up. It's just Rops, and he can't get himself into this round. He'll retreat away with the op, and Mouse will head to 5.
Yeah, nicely done from Mouse. Really good job considering you started that out, losing a couple players, 3 versus 4 in the post plant, but such good positioning. And a nice call from Shuey in my mind of saying, all right, double ops, we'll get into a bomb site, force you to retake.
Rob's not having a good time trying to hold on to this. Finally, he deals with the threat of Exertion, who just has to give it a bit of a chuckle.
Yeah, Exertion having a little laugh, just having a good time trying to chase Rops down, bait out the shots as much as possible. Timeout used by FaZe. Conversation to be had. They've got money for a buy. Rain's got 5,600. So scraping together what they can, but it's all gone after this. I'll tell you what, this might be the event if they can't win this round. You go down 1-6 and then you're out of money and you think 1-7. That's a hard hole to climb out of on Mirage against Mouse.
I recall a little spoiler of the call there from Shuey wanting to go for the full execute over towards this A bomb site. So 2 smokes tossed in the middle just to shield them from being spotted and giving away too much information in mid. And Mouse are going to be heading everybody into this A site.
FaZe is playing a pretty passive defense at the B bomb site. They're aggressive in middle and Brokey's over in market, so he'll be able to come back pretty quickly, all things considered. Shuey's waiting for his moment, going to swing out early inside the site. Rain goes down to Brolin. Mal's trying to bully their way in once again. They come out on the losing end of the trades in the initial thrust.
Carrigan's already around the back. Look how fast he's got into this position. He's all the way behind him. That shot wasn't too far off from landing through the smoke. Shuey realizes a risk is needed to be taken, but it's not going to be able to get away as Shuey will fall. Yimpat chiming in, but remember, Carrigan's flank was everything, and it works out for a kill on Yimpat, putting it down to Torzi, who's comfortable in 1v2 clutches. We've seen it already.
That flashbang hit him in the face, though. It's going to give all the time needed for Rops to get the setup, the line, and he peeks into it.
Yeah, he's had a little bit more usage of the op than he's used to, Rops, but he's connected the shot at the end there. That's the second round for FaZe.
I know how it is, how we are there, you know what I'm saying?
It's perfect from FaZe. I mean, a lovely call in terms of the defense. Blind luck that it's called into an A execute, but you're pushing mid right at the start, so you get Carrigan to have a jump on the flank all the way around through T-spawn. He's here at a timing Yimpat didn't predict. Brokey was playing retake at the B bomb site, so even he's able to slide over pretty quickly. And even though he doesn't accomplish much, he does prevent them from taking complete control of CT spawn stairs. And FaZe gonna survive to continue fighting. Money's almost gone for Mouse. 1 AK-47 and pistols.
Execute ready to go into the B-bomb site. 2 players here. Brokey, well, they aren't blinded. He isn't blinded. He isn't forced away by smoke. Instead, it's Carrigan that'll do the brunt of the heavy lifting of stopping this attack. It's 2 kills from his M4 before he's blasted away by the Deagle and the Classic. The trademark Brokey no-scope has to be involved at some point. And finally overrun. Taken down by the Tech 9. Is there something in this round for Shuey? Yimpat, it certainly looks like it with that Deagle shot. Bomb down again, Rain to close it. And there was a glimpse of hope for Malaz, but shut immediately by FaZe.
And no bomb plant, importantly, so should be pretty much a full eco for Malaz in this round, which gives FaZe that chance to creep the scoreboard a little bit closer. 3-5 right now. They survived that nightmare round, and now they get to reap the rewards and build upon it. Nice double from Carrigan, just the pathing right into his spray for exertion with the only rifle. It's Yimpat's Deagle that provides all the strength for Malaz, but not enough.
If I reloaded that, bro.
I think we're going to be getting a little restart, it would look like.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
It does.
No one's moving. And there's the restart. Always reminds me of, you know, the athletics gun when you're about to do a sprint. You know, gun goes off.
Oh, sure.
Go a little early.
Yeah.
You ever do many athletics when you were younger, Jason?
Yeah, but never needed a starting pistol for any of them.
Really?
Yeah.
It was always pretty cool getting to do that. I felt like, you know, an actual athlete as I ran my 100 meters and
as I'm not actually an athlete.
Yeah,
it's,
I actually got disqualified from the javelin event because I was eating curry chip, which is just fries of curry. But I was eating that on the sideline because I was hungry, and I got disqualified for not being athletic.
Oh, sure.
From the javelin event, the PE teacher.
How's that make you feel?
Serious.
You actually got officially considered non-athletic.
Yeah, because I was eating fries.
On your official record, there's a piece of paper.
It was fine. You know, javelin was not an event I really enjoyed. And I got some medals and other stuff, so I'll take it. Nice. And I enjoyed that. Curry chip. You ever had a curry chip?
Probably.
Yeah, nice big, you know, chippy chips. All the Cole Palmer fans will know about that, but, you know, you just have some curry fired on top of that.
Okay.
And it's real good. You fire some cheese in there, Jason, then you're really cooking.
Yeah, it sounds like it. You guys got a whole system for that.
Yep. Well, the app-ins are needed, so it seems to be quite a serious problem.
It does. I saw someone crawl under the desk earlier, and obviously it didn't fix anything, so they're going to continue going down the checklist. They've got a whole system for this kind of thing, too.
Yeah, systems, they're really what life is all about at the end of the day. When those systems fail, we have absolute chaos.
Yeah. Where were we before systems? So Kerrigan's having a little bit of a chat, trying to diagnose this problem.
Here comes the music.
Comes at a fortunate time in the game, I think, when you're about to go into basically a full eco. It would suck if you're trying to call like a pure gun round or a really important round, but now it's like Mouse is like, yeah, we're just using Glocks in the next round. It's not a huge deal. Changing the headset, it appears.
Yeah, headset problem generally is not a fun one to have to play with. Not at all. All right, I'm giving everybody at home that, again, 3-second spoiler warning as I'm intrigued as to how the other game is going.
Oh, you updating us on which game?
That will be the Virtus Pro versus Mongols game from the B stream.
Okay.
So 3, 2, 1, and it is currently in map 2 as Virtus Pro lead the way 13-10. They beat Mongols on the map pick of Ancient. Now it's Dust 2.
That's not ideal.
And that's just really started.
Mongols is another team that seems to just like really struggle with the pressure of like the elimination matches, right?
Yeah, they do.
They get so many
They
cool
always
games,
get to the brink, don't they?
And they show they can compete with the best, and then they get put into a situation where they got to play that final match to make it into the playoffs or go home, and they struggle with it.
I remember the most heartbreaking when we were commentating in Cologne, right, against Saw. It was like the qualifier came into the playoffs, or you go down to like the lower bracket, and Blitz could have killed the diffuser, but
that's right.
Aimed at Heaven on Anubis, and they defused the bomb in front of him, and then they go on to lose that series and get eliminated from the tournament. So there's been moments for Mongols to take the next step, especially at an IEM event. Like,
I know, and everyone's pulling for him, right? Everyone's rooting for him. Everyone wants to see Mongols keep going with it.
And they've been given VP. Like, this is their best chance.
Yeah, that's fair. VP looking pretty atrocious lately. Good seeing a Jame interview, though. I haven't read it yet.
He loves giving interviews in Brazil. I'm intrigued as to what's in that, to be honest.
I've only seen the headline. I haven't read it yet, but the headline was something like, nobody in this team is safe, even me. And I was like, oh.
We're all in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Well, we'll see how the future of EP looks, as the future of our game doesn't look all that exciting because it's Glocks and a P250 here for Maus. So, yeah, I guess this is more entertaining. We just watched the static on the television, and we've turned that off as well.
This is Shui coming out of the timeout, the tech pause, and just being like, I came up with an idea during that little meditation period. Let me tell all of you my idea. I don't know what the idea is. I'm just saying, you know,
there was one
perfect moment. He was like, "We're gonna change something," because you know, I thought it was cool.
Let's take so long that FaZe players fall asleep.
Yeah,
that could be an idea.
That is an idea.
Well, you got to remember this double op setup has been a part of FaZe's game over the last few rounds, and Rops is still wielding it. So I do like that. You know, how often do you get to see Rops op?
And we've seen Maus like switch when this double op setup came into play. We saw him switch into more execute heavy styles. They did a B exec, they did an A exec, they've gone back to a B exec. And unfortunately, I don't think they've been nearly as effective as Maus would like in terms of putting these ops in an awkward situation. The rifles of FaZe are doing just enough work to kind of take away the overwhelming superiority of AKs in the post plant against the ops.
Let's fucking close out the late rounds, boys. We're playing so much better than them, to be honest.
Yeah.
Nothing is working for them.
Yeah.
All right, you put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Just close out the late rounds. I mean, it's understandable they have been playing better than FaZe.
It is that simple.
Getting themselves into strong positions in the early stages of the round. Now they got to know they're going up against this double op setup. How do they approach it? Just going to the default for now, and Brolin's back at T-spawn, just making sure no one's hunting him, no one's pushing. He's now retreating. He's going to gain, or rather rejoin his teammates elsewhere on the map.
Oh, they're going to walk right into Rops' crosshair. Missed shot. He's in trouble. Climbs the ladder. Molotov, but they're going to come right through it. Torji fighting in the flames and actually not even taking as much damage as I would have expected. And Kerrigan caught on a timing. Coming through the smoke is Yimpat, and that's the B bomb site. Lost Rain goes down next, and there is no access here for FaZe.
Unfortunate timing for Kerrigan to take his position and try and jump up onto the ledge. Just as soon as he does that, obviously multiple Maus players come streaming in towards him, and Rops, you can see the problem when that op doesn't work for him. When he misses the shot, he doesn't have any potential to handle the pressure being put into the ladder room.
I love Shui, man. He'd be a fun person to play a game of Counter-Strike with. He's just a beautiful voice. That's beautiful. That'll make you feel good when you're standing around him. Done what the in-game leader needed. You closed out the late round. And everything worked exactly by design. No hiccups whatsoever for Maus. 6-4 lead.
Nice, boys. Beautiful Counter-Strike right now.
That's what I want for my teammates. That's exactly what I want for my teammates. If you guys play with me in a matchmaking game,
be nice.
No, just tell me it's beautiful Counter-Strike. Just
It's like Jason gets 1 kill, you tell him it's beautiful, all right?
Yeah,
no matter how bad it was.
No matter how bad, that's all you need. Sometimes you fake it till you make it. Good entrance from Shuei provided. Rops gets another kill, but he's brought down by Torji.
He's gonna go again. Oh, Brokey this time was
Bombs
on the other
catwalk.
side. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. They've got to try and get that back, and they will very swiftly. So Shuei picks it up, sprinting back over to the B-bomb site, and Yimpat.
Oh, dear.
Yimpat right in the window. Oh, no, not comfortable for Yimpat, but at least he's able to get away. And that grenade, that is beefy. That is a beautiful brisket sandwich of beef right there on the 2 players. And they're left retreating. At least one of them. Brokey going for a reposition. Rops not buying it. He's just going to wait here. He's hoping that those steps on the runaway baits a player in, but Rops is about to get flanked. They've come through the other door, and Brokey's decided, yep, can't really do too much about this. I'm going to retreat, and it's 7 rounds to 4. Mao's in complete control.
I'm surprised they even considered going for it in that 2v2 after that nade lands. It took like 70 HP off of Brokey, something crazy like that. But, I mean, there's no money in the FaZe camp, so saving this off is massive. But even if you just had 1 M4 left over, even if Rops had backed off and been like, you know what, this ain't worth it anymore. Got a little extra to fight with. Small run from FaZe, but it's short-lived. Only 3 rounds in a row. Ooh.
Catwalk, catwalk. Nice.
Last round of the half. FaZe desperately looking for that 5th. They're a map down in this elimination game at IEM Rio. FaZe have struggled in Rio when they were at the top of the world, coming in as defending champions from the Antwerp Major to the Rio Major. They were incapable of making it far at all. They went out last 0-3 in their group, and last year wasn't a great result either for them. They traveled out to Rio at a time where they were just finishing up at the RMRs, where they had to go to the last chance just to get into the Major. And now this year, they've come back, and again, it looks like it's going to be a troublesome time. Rain walking in towards Brolin. No, get away. Slow burner this round.
It's going to be a split through Con, as we can tell. Smoke just went down, defensively deployed. Footstep made, so Rops knows 1 is in Con. Going to play behind the smoke with his MP9 close up, can't handle it. Good kill from Rain, but traded back. MP9's doing some work, though, and FaZe still in this.
20 seconds. That's all that's left in this round for Mouse as they get into the bomb site. Missed shots from Brokey. It's getting a little uncomfortable. That's the bomb. And Shuei realized he needed to go aggressive and get that kill with 10 seconds left. The bomb plant has to start soon, and no one's on it. Shuei finally putting that bomb down, but now he's got to clutch it. He's all on his own. 1v2 for the in-game leader, and he can't stop Frozen. It'll be another round secured right at the end for FaZe. They have so much work to do to bounce back, battle back, and try and stay alive here in Rio. Maoists are in pole position.
been over a year since Mao's beat FaZe, and they're just 6 rounds away from accomplishing that here at IEM Rio. 7-5 is the score coming into the second half. This win for Mao's on Mirage would eliminate FaZe from the tournament and move Mao's into the playoffs.
Well, a lot on the line, a lot to be excited about if you're a Mouse fan at the moment. But let's see if they can get the job done. FaZe, notoriously difficult to put away, but they haven't shown us that life yet. They haven't shown us something in this series to believe that is possible. But let's see if this second half will change that fact. As FaZe set up for an A play in this pistol, smoke's going out, flash will follow, and all 5 players about to attack into this Mouse defense.
Well, they had a smoke for the Molotov, so it seems like they're well prepared. That's a beautiful shot. That's a beautiful way to build upon it.
And that's a beautiful round win.
That's the pistol round, and there we go.
That happened all so fast. Effective from FaZe. That's exactly the outcome that you want when you set up a round like this. When you have it execute, the smoke's popping in, everybody charging in. This is exactly how you envision it happening. You get all the clean entries, you dominate them, and you get a pistol round victory.
Give me a ninja exertion. Just give me a try.
A 10-second ninja. That's ambitious.
And a 5-on-1.
Let me save that wish for another day, Jason.
Yeah, we'll try again later. Well, great pistol from FaZe.
Yeah, and they're quick to buy. So Mac-10s on 2 Galils and AK. Mao's obviously nothing. Oh, okay. Brolin's buying.
Yeah, right at the end.
Okay, here we go. Force buy for Mao's.
Yeah, it's coming in late. Even Torji investing as well. Is leaving $900 to help try and get the AWP on a little bit earlier.
Because this was so late, I don't believe there's an idea behind it, but maybe they can figure it out as they go.
Well, maybe they came up with the idea very late, and they were like, okay, we like that, let's buy.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. I've sold it to you.
I bought it.
Back in the room.
Pre-ordered it. Let's see if it works out for Mouse. Let's see if that idea is something that they'll put in the cookbook. Ooh, blind. Exertion taking a few steps back.
The important thing for Mouse is going to be getting some information. You're not likely to win this round if you can't get a cheat on where you need to be. And they don't really have a whole lot of people in position or trying for that information, which means Brolin and Shuei are just alone at this A bomb site. It's a full execute coming in. Torji can hustle over, but he's got no nades. He's only got a 5-7.
So what you're telling me is it doesn't look likely Shuei's going to be able to do enough for Brolin here to stop this FaZe attack. Well, you would be right.
Yeah.
And it just gets a little bit worse with every second that ticks on for Mouse, unable to make the most out of this situation. Brolin getting 1 kill on his MP9, but no one else until Yimpat.
Yeah, and Rain did a good job of stalling them out in middle, grabbing his 1 kill, doing some damage, but just mostly making them waste time clearing him out. So it'll be tied up at 7. Yimpat and Exertion might set up for some exit kills, but no attempt to go for this round whatsoever. And then they'll be saving in the next. But yeah, you could see, like, if you're going to go for that second round buy, at some point, yeah, there needs to be a play to get information, or you just need to do a blind stack somewhere, but that kind of standard setup from Mouse isn't going to do anything against a full exec.
Well, Exertion, oh god, that's really quick reactions from Carrigan. At least Yimpat's able to finish off the damage that Exertion was able to dish out, and Yimpat will save his Kevlar and helmet. And the 5-7 smoke.
Yeah, pretty good kills. Obviously, the T-side economy is not as punishing as the CT, so not the biggest deal in the world, but it's still good to get them. Prevent that money from getting too crazy. Brolin did everything he could, but not a lot of safety in those boards. So heading into round 15.
Yeah, 5-7s, P250, that's what Mouse have to play with, and they have one less player instantly. So FaZe about to take the lead. And you wouldn't say that FaZe have had the best Mirage here, right? You wouldn't say they're playing their best game whatsoever, but the fact that they're going back into the lead just proves to you that even at this level, they're staying competitive against Mouse in this game.
Yeah, you know, I think they did okay, all things considered. The double-up setup showed some strength to it there
yeah, that was
for
cool.
A stretch. Yeah, that was good. Just, I mean, you know, Mouse abused the economy a little bit early, but nicely done from FaZe to keep themselves close to come back this quickly, right?
Yeah, and the start of the second half, obviously, has been fantastic.
You won that low buy in the final round of the first half as well with MP9s. You had a couple good things in there if you're FaZe.
Now they've got the lead. We'll see what they can do with it.
You said the third map in the series would be Nuke, correct?
That would be correct, Jason. Nuke is the third map, yeah.
All right.
I would love to go there. I think that would be a really exciting finish. I would guarantee you Mouse would hate to go there.
They're going for this right at the end.
Well, not going to work out too well for them. Shuey, he's got to enter the site. But you've got to worry about Carrigan and Palace, and he should be the insurance policy. Yimpat doing as much damage as he can, gets one extra kill on the way out, but FaZe into the lead.
Yeah, got a couple nice kills right at garbage time. Op comes out for Torji. He saved the money specifically for the AWP, so good maths from him. M4 is picked up on the defense around it. 1 round deficit for Mouse. Still 6 rounds away from that 2-0 sweep of FaZe eliminating them. But now that the op is out, they can open up the playbook a bit more. FaZe not doing a default. Coming right to the A bomb site out of the gate. Brolin's playing very far back. Towards triple boxes. Shuey and Khan, Torji and Window. And Brolin's gonna need some assistance.
Tapping through the smoke. Brolin doing a little bit of damage onto Rain and Frozen. Grenade flies over and hits the chest of Brolin, but FaZe have occupied the A-bomb site with the majority of their forces. Rain gets that kill through that smoke as it disperses for long enough to catch Torzi. Plant locked in on default, and we've got Mouse either saving or going for this retake in a 4v5.
I think they're all here close enough. You can see if you get something, and Brolin's provided it. Frozen stuck behind the boxes. No more nades or Molotovs to flush him out as well. He's going to be a really impactful player at the late stages of this round. There's 2 kits available for Mouse, and here's the retake.
Well, smoke goes down a ramp, and Brokey doesn't want to play in behind, so he gets up on towards the top of Tetris, and it's going to be nothing from him. But Shuey and Brolin both go down, this time at the hands of Carrigan and Frozen, and with the time ticking on, it is getting rough here for Mouse, but they suddenly find kills right at the end. Brokey with another no-scope, but the time is the problem. And Yimpat has to run away through spawn to hang on to the AWP for Mouse, and FaZe keep going. It's a 9th now on the board.
That got quite sketchy, though. If Mouse is going for that, if he doesn't get that last kill, Jimmy's running into the bomb site, you know, and he's got time with a kit to defuse. It's still, in this round, all 5 players go down. So despite the victories non-stop for FaZe to open up this half, now 4 in a row in the second half, they don't have a whole lot of money to play with, and I think that might be very influential until how Mouse chooses to invest in this round, because they're giving it everything.
Oh, missed shot from Torzi. Would love to get that one back.
Yeah, he missed that one at ticket with the broken smoke. That one he won't miss. 3rd time's the charm.
Well, I guess he did get it back in a way, didn't he? He got a second attempt at it. As that smoking connector is blown open by his own design, and Exertion nipping in, taking away Brokey, and dropping back into cover. It's not the start FaZe would have hoped for, but it's one they have to work with, and Rops will take the first step at pulling FaZe back into the round.
Yeah, it feels like Catwalk is closed up until that smoke plumes, though, so Torji might have to find a new position. Thankfully, Shuey's on top of things, pushes up towards the Catwalk corner, and Rops has no idea. So B is well defended, and the bomb is dropped on Catwalk. Kerrigan coming from middle. It's Frozen, who's got no idea about Jimpat. Good kill, and that's it. And we'll see. This can be the moment that Mouse's defense snaps into place, and they just run it all the way back. Because FaZe is going to have no money. So you have an easy round coming up next in which to build some momentum off this victory.
There's the second attempt. On from Torzi.
He's had a couple of those moments, Frozen. I've seen him get frustrated a few times in this series. We saw a clip earlier of him calming after he died and just looking extremely frustrated as well.
Yeah, I guess when things aren't going swimmingly, and it's obviously a very tense game with everything on the line, you know, it's either you get this win, you get into the playoffs, or you're going home.
I feel like I probably shouldn't be, but I am a little surprised to see FaZe investing here. They're fully investing. So Tech-9s, P250, Deagle on Brokey, armor and utility. They're just going into it with pistols. They're going to try and steal one away.
What's the risk with this then?
Well, I mean, if you lose this, the next round is obviously going to be the save. Or depending on how many kills you get, maybe you decided to do another half-buy. But mean, again, this would be tied up, and then you'd have no money, and Mouse is taking the lead, and then you're playing from behind. So let's see what FaZe can do here. Only a 1-round losing bonus. So it didn't feel like they would have had a great buy in the next round that would be worth saving. They were huddled around 2K.
Oh, well, Carrigan's play out of Palace has proven to be fruitless. Brolin peeking in towards middle. It's 1-for-1 against Rops. They've thrown out their utility. There's only one smoke and one flash left. The smokes went down out market window short and out towards A, but FaZe have decided not to play with any of them yet, and that does leave it all on Frozen with utility. And they've got to play a 3v4. They're in a player deficit situation, and they're going back to an A finish with just under 1 minute left on this clock. Doesn't seem too likely that FaZe are going to be able to pull this off, but we've said that before about FaZe. They can do miraculous things with these little pistols.
I mean, the attention is going to be on Shuhei and Torji. You can't make any massive mistakes. And it looks like they won't be. Shuhei dinked, but he's fine with it. He's got his kill. He knows it's time for Torji's play. And all that's left is to try and get the bomb plant. Swing it around. Frozen thinks he's stuck it. Or Torji thinks he's stuck it. Frozen gets the kill, but we're tied up at 9.
Yeah, I'm sure Frozen wishes the bomb didn't come out into his hands as he peeked that, but even then it would have been tough.
Yeah, now you save. So Malz, this is the easy round where you think it's going to be 10-9. Malz is starting to have a good amount of cash, and if they survive this one with 4 or 5 players up, they've got another buy behind them.
Yeah, money's growing exponentially. And they really should keep the majority of their forces alive in this round because there's barely any investment. There's one P250 thrown into the mix here for FaZe. This should be easy pickings for Malz. Looking to get their first win against FaZe in a year. Sure, there'll be a big relief as well if they're capable of taking them down today. Just finally, we've done it. Took a long time.
I feel like there's been a lot of those curses getting figured out recently. Back at Pro League, we had oh, why is my brain just stopped right now?
No, you just brought the point.
Well, Malz might be able to upset FaZe when you change that. Well, we had the Na'Vi beating the best of 5 thing.
Yes, and then we got
had Na'Vi beating Spirit, who they'd really had a test of.
That was it, okay. And obviously, but we got new ones beginning, you know? It's Liquid unable to beat FaZe. It's Malz about to shake off the curse. Keeping numbers up. So far, so good for Malz. Nice and clean. In fact...
Okay, Torji.
Yeah, that is a little wild. That's the only way they lose a player is because he just jumps over Tetris. He's laughing about it.
He's a psychopath. He's a madman.
Yeah. Well, double figures now for Malz. 10-9 scoreline.
I'm sure I'm like, stop laughing, dude. That's like $2,900 I got to spend now.
But it was funny, though. I mean, we all know that being funny is worth every bad decision.
That is a good point. It's all about making the moments. That is a nice laugh. I'll give him that.
Shuhei just not with a slight smile whatsoever about that. At least he entertained himself. And that's a skill.
All right, well, we got some aggression. A very important round. Exertion playing behind the catwalk smoke. Timing on this is everything because no one's making a move from FaZe around that smoke. Now he can hear it.
Sorry guys. I went for the ecos.
First off.
Yes, he did. A really important round here, though. And Malz coming out on top. His Rops left low in HP and now no longer walking on the server. An 11th round now picked up for Malz off the back of that. And it is comfortable. It is clean to kick off the start.
Sorry, guys. I went for the ecos. With a P2K jumping.
With an AWP on his back. Don't forget about that.
You didn't just go for the eco kills.
You went for something, all right.
You went for like the Tony Hawk kills.
I like it. I appreciate it. Tony Hawk is pretty awesome.
Kerrigan and Brokey. Any damage, anything positive to take from this round would be great. Easy line for Torji, though, and Kerrigan's checking catwalk. 5 players survive, and Mouse is now rich.
They got cash for days. Speaking of Tony Hawk, do you see his son married Kurt Cobain's daughter?
I did see that.
That's something. That's a collision of worlds.
90s celebrities. The children of 90s celebrities. 11-9. Second timeout used by FaZe. Not even close to the bomb site. They would have loved to plant.
Yeah, that would have actually burst their money up enough to get close enough to get a decent purchase here, but now they're just sitting with a little bit under the money. 30K average here for the side of FaZe.
And a loss in the, I mean, the loss bonus is maxed out now. Obviously wasn't in this previous round, so once again, FaZe is going to go for a half buy. Trying to leave enough cash for the final round if they're to lose it. 4 in a row for Malz. But not a whole lot positive to take away in those 4 rounds for FaZe, where you could say this kind of worked. There was an idea here. This got really close. This trade was impactful. FaZe gonna have to rely on this low buy magic that they've got going for them.
Sprinting into beat. First headshot is Exertions. Yimpat will claim the second, and FaZe have been stalled out. 3 players left. The Sting is completely out of this attack, and it's just a spam battle through the smoke with 5-7s.
I can't believe Yimpat's still up here fighting. Smoke's about to fade, so he backs off. Good timing on that.
He had it all calculated, but as soon as he does fall back, Rayleigh's ready to take him down with a Tech 9. So he walks away with something, but look at this. Shuei, he's got the retreat.
Yeah, but you don't go in. You do
go in.
Don't go in. Don't go in.
Why did he go in? Well, because he didn't really expect him to be close, I'd imagine.
And now they have the escape route, but that's why you don't go in, because you have no idea what's on the other side. So now it's a scramble. It's a little bit weird. Things come down to timings. This one works out for Brolin, and a good information position for Exertion. Does he hear the footsteps? Trying to get close to that wall to hear him running through T-spawn. They know what's likely happening, but he didn't actually hear it. Brolin's in position, though. Oh, no. Don't do this.
Well, if he commits to the right wall, it's okay. And he does get to the right wall in time. It's the first for Brolin, but he won't sink the second, and Rops now with a clutch. Now, there is a master in the clutch of alive right now, and that is Rops. He'll go back and fight Torzi at jungle, but there is a flank coming through Palace, and Torzi just needs to stay alive.
But because this flank is going to take so long, I feel like Rops, of all people, there's going to be a system and an alarm bell that's like, oh, there it is, flank, check the flank, just looks towards a ramp, and he's got so much time to move and maneuver.
And he gets out towards CT. If he gets around the corner at CT, it's a powerful position. But sees Exertion come out of Palace, and Rops is one away. One away from an important clutch here for FaZe. And the Master is about to strike again. Torzi taps the defuse. Time is going. Nice shot from Torzi. He flicks up onto Rops. And that is 12 rounds claimed with a quick shot on the sniper.
Bro, I feel like Rops just hung in the air.
He was in the air for a long time.
I feel like he just like froze in the middle of the air. But look, the big takeaway, you have to do this. Against FaZe, I know they're kind of diminished at the moment. I know they don't have that same kind of luster around that they have. But you cannot give Rops this chance in a 1v3 where you've been scrambling and moving around the map and your forces aren't all together. It's isolated. Oh, we came back to it. You give the mistakes over. Like if you're Shuhei, you cannot push into that in that halls. If you're Brolin, play Ticket. You can take that same fight from Ticket, get the kill, and be safe. And you still maintain a position to help out your teammates. They gave Rops every opportunity, every chance that he needed to win that clutch. They're very fortunate Torji hits that shot when he does.
FaZe Clan against the ropes, about to be eliminated here in Rio. To miss out on the playoffs again, and the curse in Brazil to continue for the FaZe Clan. Torzi's flick back up towards the top may have just been enough to get Mao's a victory here. 4 players positioned outside of the A-bomb site. Is Carrigan solo walking down mid? That is one way to open up the round for Carrigan. Rops is with him, and that works out real well for FaZe as the A attack is completely overrun, and that is perfect from Carrigan.
It's time to save for Mouse. Whatever they think, if it's possible, if they want to go for it, bad idea. Make sure the money, preserve the money at all costs. Last thing you want in this situation is be looking at a 12-11 scoreline and you don't have the funds to get what you want. So keep these rifles in hand. Op is even preserved, which is very lovely from Exertion. but you're right. Kerrigan does it all himself. You combine that with the fact that FaZe just doing a 4-man walk-up of the A ramp, nice and simple, and it works.
I mean, how many times have we been here? How many times have we seen one team claim map point against FaZe and watch that dwindle away at greater scorelines? We've seen it recently on this very map, most famously against Liquid. You can't count FaZe out if they just have to win 3 rounds back. You know, this is a situation they have been in multiple times, and they have proven that they are capable of coming back, even when you doubt them, even when they have shown 0 signs.
Sure, and then now tournament life's on the line as well, so all the pressure in the world to make this comeback happen. Just 2 rounds away. Kerrigan gave you the first one. Look at this hero performance. Sees a little glimpse in the smoke, and then follows it up with a low peek from Shuhei. Allows Rops to peek out with his teammates coming up ramp. And that's how it all comes crumbling down. Round 23.
Xerxin playing a dangerous game, but one that could work out very well for him.
Oh my god.
Those bullets close to his head, so he decides, I don't want any of that smoke. I'm gonna...
Dude, he's rolling so many dice during this.
Oh my god, he really is.
He's dodging every bullet that's coming through, but one of those connects, and it's a bad time. He's at least kept information on Catwalk that no one's here, so now Torji's line becomes really effective to pass that intel along. Bomb is up in B halls.
Oh, smoke blasted open. Torji flicked to the wrong side, and Rain was revealed to his crosshair, but a slow creep from FaZe ever closer to the B-bomb site. Fire tickles the toes of Kerrigan, forces him back. Exertion gambles with his life. He's lucky twice. He gets 1 kill out of it. Kerrigan stopping him from getting a multi-frag, and Yimpat, usually so reliable, he is again. He gets 1 kill, tries to come back for the second, but unable to do so. And it's Kerrigan and Rain with a double combo, taking 2 lives away in an instant. And Rain stands to fight, but can't stop Shuhei. It has to be a 2v2 with Shuhei and Brolin up against Rops and Kerrigan to close this one out for Mouse here and now. They're coming close to the market. Kerrigan's low on health. That's going to burn him out. Kerrigan needs to get away, and he just about stays alive. Rops is in a perfect position, though. Not read by Shuhei. And Brolin is now left going for this, but Rops denies, and FaZe are bringing it back. 1 round left in regulation, and FaZe want overtime. They can smell it because Mouse's money is not in a good spot.
Not as much laughter coming out from the Mouse team now. It got real quick, didn't it? 12 to 11. They've got cash, you're right, it's not pretty. They've got the off out. Shuhei's going to be a little bit diminished, but this is a buy they can still win.
They can put it together. Shuhei's got to go to a 5-7, but they take the sacrifice to get the AWP out. They put it in Torzi's hands, knowing it can make the difference. We've seen it in clutches in this series. We've seen him just be so impactful in those moments. And perhaps the decision to get that AWP out on him could be the one that wins this for Mouse.
Oh, I like this play, though. Exertion setting up Yimpat about halfway up these B halls. Deep flashbang to clear out the kitchen, sees nothing. Nobody from FaZe heard that piece of information either. 3 players to defend the A bomb site. Exertion slides over, can watch window. You've got the best setup possibly, and the execute is coming right at you.
The pack of FaZe wait to pounce, and they are pushing. They're going aggressive on this, and now FaZe coming around the corner. Will they clear it? Shuhei goes down first. Brolin can't muster a multi-kill. Frozen is swift in the response for FaZe, and 4 players versus 3. Exertion on the bench, taken out by Frozen, and FaZe have once again done it. They pulled it back into overtime, and it's Torzi down through the smoke, chased away by the Glock of Frozen. FaZe will not die. It is Yimpat left. He goes through the motions, he'll go through the formalities, but FaZe know they're inches away from overtime. They were on the brink of collapse, but stabilized themselves at the right time. It began with Kerrigan charging down mid and Solo taking matters into his own hands. And no one wants to give this up. No one wants to give him a chance. And Frozen's demand to close it. 12 to 12. We're in overtime. And Mouse couldn't put them to bed.
Oh, they're going to really feel like they let that one slip away. Really feel like those last 3 rounds, they had some chances and just gave them up. FaZe doing like they always do, being hard to put down, hard to eliminate. Good trades on A ramp and moving into the bomb site. It's all a scramble from that position. Exertion is desperately trying to get involved through the smoke. Yeah, well, that's a difference of in-game leaders. Stress on one, celebration on the other.
And you know you've just activated FaZe's trap card, right? You've just put them into the next gear.
Well, also, like, when they got their backs against the wall, you saw, especially Kerrigan, just being way more assertive on the map, taking a lot more space, being far less cautious than they had been leading up to that point. Mouse previously had been stepping up to put a stop to that and slow it down. FaZe have had pretty much free reign.
Nice shot from Robs. Kerrigan again, into the window. Mouse not really able to handle this change-up. And the momentum shift into FaZe's hands. Torzy at least stopping Robs. But the bomb is making its way ever closer to that A site. And Brokey will be the man to plant it.
They're so far out of position. You still want to go for it because it's overtime and you've got the cash. But can you get any of the kills that actually make it believable?
You know you can't go through the murder hole, so everybody has to go through CT spawn. Everybody has to come in from the same angle, and FaZe are very aware of that.
And smoke is just used to get them out of CT spawn, not to throw on the bomb. And at this point, it's almost like, I know you have a lot of money, but there's no reason to go for this. You ain't winning it whatsoever. Exertion stuck in the back of the bomb site. Frozen finds him through the smoke. FaZe take a one-round lead. It's 4 rounds in a row for FaZe on T-side Mirage.
Using their overtime timeout immediately after the first round of OT. Mouse looking to get Cyclone onto the mic. His boys are rattled. I'm sure of feeling the FaZe hit.
Got to be a really nice conversation from Cyclone to get Mouse back into things.
Oh yeah.
Got to get him back in the mood to put a stop to some of these plays that FaZe are making. The Kerrigan boost up into the window. Rops just holding that angle on A ramp. That round, 2 easy opening kills found, and all of a sudden, Mouse once again, just like the round before, had been playing 3v5 out of the gate. 16 is the winning number in this first round of overtime.
The FaZe clan take the first step towards it. Exertion pushing into Palace, doesn't want to force the issue too much. You don't want to be the one to offer up an easy opening kill to FaZe. A slower start to this round. But a B lean from FaZe. The setup here is Impact jump spotting towards his op out short.
Wanted some information in middle, so Shui takes that peek with cover of a couple flashbangs and a Molotov in the underpass. Sees nothing. But there is FaZe presence. It's moving in late. Robson frozen. With Rain and Kerrigan up top.
Rops into the window. Torzy to catch first blood. The FaZe in the final 20 seconds, sprinting into the A-bomb side. Exertion on the double kill. Shui holds for 1, and much stronger as the streak of T-round wins is brought to a close. Mao's finally standing up.
Yep, that's the round they needed all along. And this time, they go very, very passive. Deep into the bomb sites, letting FaZe have whatever they want, just trying to keep track with information plays. But importantly, the reason they go so passive is not wanting to lose those players super early. That's a couple rounds they were punished by just dropping players so quick that there's no chance to recover. So now they don't even give FaZe those opportunities, let them peek into their positions. And then go aggressive in this next round. All picks off Rain again. I don't know if he spotted Shui pushed up towards the top of the ramp.
It's Back-to-back opening kills from Torsi onto Rain, and this time faster from FaZe. They want to try and break through this B bomb site. Yimpat putting a lot of pressure on himself on that peak, but he's down and out after one. Rob's fighting back, keeping FaZe in this fight. It's a 2K from Robs. He nearly gets a third, but it has to be Brokey to make that happen. And it would be a 1v3 if Brokey is capable of winning this round alone. Another chance, but not the shot landing.
Careful, boys. Brokey has over a minute. He's going to be looking for your peaks. He's going to be looking for that.
He's worried about Short. He doesn't have the info. They're both there, but Brolin moves into the open, and he will drop Brokey. Mouse will round out the first half of overtime ahead.
I want to pick BMs. Come here. I will kill him, but I need the BMs first.
Okay, listen.
Torji calling that he wants to peek B. Shuhei trying to build a tactic around the idea. Seven rounds Mal's got on their T-side Mirage in the first half.
It was a strong T-side showing from Malice. Two more, and they have beaten FaZe. A feat that they have not been capable of this year. Grenade lands at the backside of Torsi. Rops aggressive in top middle, detected by Yimpat, but he couldn't save his teammate. And has to settle for the trade kill.
Torji got hit by the initial Molotov being thrown in, so he didn't quite get the timing on that peak we heard him call out for in the freeze time. 4-on-4 with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. FaZe gonna stand pat. Really big lean for the B-bomb site and for middle. One on catwalk, one in ladder room, one in market. That's Brokey's op. With Rain playing retake way back at ticket at the A site. And Mouse is coming right at the more heavily defended bomb site at the moment. So you have to feel like, Brolin, your job is to chuck out some utility, make it look like we're ending A. I don't think he's going to commit with it. And considering Rain's retake, I don't think this is going to force any move.
Well, let's see if well, they know now that the B attack is coming. Carrigan repositions underneath the window. Exertion and Yimpat both going down to the hands of FaZe players, and it does leave Torsi and Brolin alone, and they're separated from one another. So Torsi's on an island at B. Brolin loses his life at top mid, and FaZe close to tie up the scoreline 14-14. This game keeps on going.
Feels like there wasn't a whole lot of a plan in that round for Mouse around Torji's B peak, right? It's like they set that up with the flashbang that he called for. He got in position, held it for about 20 seconds, but when that exchange goes down in mid, between Rops and Shuhei, that then Yimpat trades, there's no one else really applying pressure anywhere on them. Everyone else is still just kind of waiting. And then it's like, all right, let's fall into a B hit.
The tense, quiet start of the round in terms of kills so far. No first blood drawn yet, but just signs of utility being put in place in mid. Top connector smoke out. Shuhei looked to try and get into it, but he's fended off by that Molotov.
It's all posturing with utility at the moment. You can see smoke comes up in con, Molotov comes up right behind it, and they're hoping when it fades they can break open that smoke with the nade to catch somebody, but nobody's home quite yet. Mal's being patient. Everyone's looking for a mistake that nobody's providing. And in the late stages of this map, Mouse is going to have the advantage both in player count and now also utility.
Exertion, timing, looks away at the wrong time. Rob's able to peek him, and it's all collapsing here as Robs gets a double kill. Carrigan's been dealt with though. This is an important fight and Brokey wins it. Robs, again, just getting the most out of his sidearm. A good clearance from Brokey, and FaZe Clan are up to map point.
But my god, Rops is a beast. Clears out window. You had 2 more kills on that on con. Absolutely perfect. Brokey was feeling the pressure. You could see him with the AWP pushing up towards A ramp because he didn't want to have to worry about them wrapping around behind him. He gets a kill himself. Brokey finds the opener. And Mal's ain't able to get anything done after the fact.
Yeah, Robs has just leveled up. He's completely leveled up. 26 kills right now. He is just destroying Mal's.
FaZe found some life in that comeback to force overtime.
And they're looking to ride that wave to victory. Mao's about to go for an execute.
Yes, sir. Keep fucking believing.
Fuck's the other guy?
Here comes the execute straight in. It's going to be Rain with the first. Brokey on the follow-up phase are 3 kills away from drawing us to map 3. They are so close, and they now surely have done it. It is only Brolin left with a 1v3 ahead of him. And you know how difficult FaZe are to put away. Mouse know that better than most. And FaZe take this battle to nuke. They will not go out of Rio without a fight. They still have a chance, a dream of the playoffs.
Just when you thought Mouse had this series locked in, well, that's just not going to be the case now, is it? Because FaZe Clan push us into a third after a grueling overtime for both sides. It's Kerrigan and company. They keep that composure and push us on into Nuke. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters on the final day of what is a group stage here in Rio.
A nice little stab there from Kerrigan at the end, you know, as it all cut away. That's the Mouse we know. He says, right? So a little bit of a choke, is that what he's implying over there? And FaZe, again, just don't want to go down.
When we were looking at that game, just like Mao's let it slip. They were doing such a good job of not letting FaZe get any ground in the map. And, you know, we saw FaZe earlier in this tournament against Pain on this map where they look completely disjointed on their T sides, moving around. They'd have one guy going up cat, one up connector, one out A. It just didn't look like there was any cohesion, but a complete night and day difference between that game and this game, because they looked like they knew exactly where they wanted to go. Their spacing was good. Their timings were good. When they wanted to do the B splits, they made sure that they were together. They got the trades that they needed. And same thing with the A splits, especially with those window boosts. They did it time and time again, and they found a lot of success with it, not only in like the overall macro, but the individuals were able to get all the value they got from it, especially like Kerrigan for one of them.
And just in map 2 alone, we're looking at a map where pistols were split. The conversions were made. We're talking about running up 4 on either side. And then that response comes in. So tell me a storyline, or tell me how it makes sense. sense, Yanko.
Yeah, I think Kerrigan this time around was, ready for some of that aggression early on. That's why he just was faking mid-default. They would pop onto the side, win the first gun round, even though they lost everyone. I think losing all players was a little bit of a problem in terms of the economy. But again, once they went back to sort of some of those defaults, MOUZ was just relentless in trying to break that and focusing a lot on mid. So it was a little bit of back and forth in that regard in the second half, and then Kerrigan just sort of leading the way with some of those entries, and Rops stepping up towards the tail end of that game. He was lights out.
And speaking of Rops, like when we talk about Rops, he hasn't had a lot of chance to be impactful, but on a map like Mirage, especially when the rest of his team's doing a good enough job, like we talked about Kerrigan, he's running up middle, he's getting these openings, he gets a trade on some of these rounds as well. He's not even getting just like a one kill, then he goes down. He's getting like a multi-frags as well, and we saw that, I think, one of the last rounds of regulation as well. You're talking about faking middle and then going somewhere else. He'll just run up mid by himself and gets 2. So, you have the openings from Kerrigan, and then you have Rops in a position where now he's in a situation that he can have good positioning and close out the round as well, and he gets to regain his former glory.
Yeah, that impact. That's where I think a lot of people started to draw a line or a question in the sand, like, where's Rops? Where's the Rops that was promised, or the one that we'd seen? But
I couldn't smell what the Rops was cooking.
Is it all just smoke? Is it all just smoke?
I think it was just weird to me when I look back. MOUZ is 12-9 up, and that happens off of a Torji sort of insane flick onto Rops in the clutch towards CT spawn, and that's where MOUZ take a timeout.
Yeah.
Why do you take a timeout after you were just the ones to win the... I think FaZe might have had one more left in the pocket, but okay, at least make them use it. I think you doing that sort of does them a favor, lets Kerrigan sort of take a breather, think a little bit, lets the players reset, him make a call, and from that point on, FaZe wins the last 3 rounds to take it into OT.
The thing is, though, even though FaZe did win the last 3 rounds, MOUZ, it's not like they had bad plans. Like, we saw one of those last rounds, for example, Jimfat gets boosted up into the B apps. They clear it instantly early on. They shift the second B player over to the mid window. They have 3 players on A ready to receive the A hit that's coming from FaZe. And yet, FaZe, they just execute their plan. They just run in and run them down. It's like you have all the info. You can't convert with it, though.
But again, we find ourselves in that precarious situation, which is Nuke, being the third map, of course, and we know what FaZe is capable of doing on Nuke, and what MOUZ has in their pocket at any given moment, it seems like. For both teams, this could very well, it will be the last map for one of these 2 teams, but at this moment, this junction, this is probably the best battle we can get.
Yeah, and let's see how hard this loss will hit MOUZ, right?
Yeah.
Like being ahead, not being able to close out, now you have to play a whole new map. It seems like their philosophy is the same for this whole series, right? Like just aggression on the CT side and being disruptive, right? And we saw Kerrigan had slightly better answers on Mirage compared to Dust 2. Will he be able to complete the puzzle on Nuke?
Yeah, I'm almost worried that, like, if MOUZ, for example, they win the knife or they start CT side and then FaZe comes out swinging, keeps that momentum going, wins that pistol and starts to snowball, it's going to be hard for them to recover, as opposed to, like, if MOUZ were supposed to start on the T side. But then, again, if they can't get anything going, that's not good either. I guess in essence, this is looking scary for MOUZ. They had a really good chance to close it out. And we saw other teams recently also be up 12-9 on maps, such as Mirage. I think Vitality lost that against G2 not too long ago as well. It's like those are the worst types of matches to lose. You're on the cusp of booking your way into playoffs, into the arena. All you need is literally one more round. You lose 3 in a row, then you go to OT, you lose those, and now you're facing elimination now on the last map of a BO3, and it's like, it's the end of the day.
Let's run it right back to that knife round you're talking about. You win the knife, where do you want to start? What do you want to do here if you're FaZe Clan?
I think you definitely start on the CT side, right? It's the easier side. You put the pressure on the side of MOUZ to figure out things, to come up with answers, and you have faith in your T side, right? You know how many rounds you need to work with in the second half to get the job done.
I like for Nuke, starting on that CT side, in general, I like to do the comebacks on the CT side, knowing exactly how many rounds you have to work with. Do we need to budget and save for the ops? Do we have rounds that we can just like do an eco or something like that? I feel like it's easier on the CT side to do that, whereas if you're on the first half, you might be like, do we need a force buy here? Do we get MP9s? Or am I going to take one more save round for an op? And it really comes down to some of these situations where, yeah, so many people force buy because the MP9s are so strong in this, and you can break the smokes open and do all these lobby crunches that CT teams, I feel like, are just always just forced into buying and constantly doing these pushes or aggressive plays.
Over and over and over again.
Yes.
And something that I can continue to drill in you at home is this. This is our bracket for Group B. Just to give you a quick little update as to what's going on, all things Intel Extreme Masters Rio. It is VP beating the Mongols, and that will be the end of the Mongols in Rio, but for VP, a lifeline? What do you want to call it?
Yeah, I mean, somehow they're in the playoffs, right? They haven't been looking too hot lately. They lose to the Mongols in the best of one. Then in the lower bracket, they beat 9Z Astralis and then Mongols again. And yeah, they'll be playing against Na'Vi in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, good luck with that. Whoever's got to stack up against Na'Vi right now. Well, anyway, we'll go down that path a different time. Let's go ahead and head to this break so that we can get this series back underway. We have just one map remaining here on the A-Stream group stage. That's right. It's either going to be that of FaZe heading home or Mouse, and at this point, there's only one way to decide it. That's on Nuke. So, just so you're reminded, it's the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be right back after this.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey guys, I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good. And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course, they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting. And I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously, it's not my fault giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2. And yeah, it's like 2 versus 3. And I was pretty tilted here on Surgeon because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know. And I was like, I will just kill him and try to clutch this 1-on-3 because why is he trash talking to me, you know? Like, I wanted to show him that I am the dog in the house, you know? But basically, Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play. Like, this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lover, and actually if you put a gravity here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates, like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Surgeon. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Shuri obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
Hey Future Pros, stopping an A-rush on Nuke can be vital to your team's success. So let's look at the door molly, which is a staple piece of utility when playing the map. To throw this molly, you should always be the first one up the ladders to heaven. When at the top and while running, aim your crosshair at this point shown. There can be a bit of variance here, so don't worry about being 100% aligned, as you don't have a lot of time for this. Then keep running and throw the molly. Sometimes the T's are committed to the A rush, so be wary of a smoke extinguish, as this will be a good sign that the T's are coming.
Well, we've had a classic occur here in this series. FaZe Clan up against the ropes, just about to be eliminated, and then suddenly they lock in, Jason. They get the job done, they pull it back to overtime, they're able to close out Mirage, and now we take this show to Nuke, the final map for the final playoff spot here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
And you have to think, too, it's pretty crazy. The conversation that FaZe would have had between these maps, between maps 2 and 3, has to have been, let's not wait to get to this point, because when they got down 9-12, they flipped the switch, and all of a sudden, FaZe became aggressive, became assertive, forced overtime, won in overtime. But if you think about the series as a whole, up until 9-12, or up until overtime really on Mirage, they've been playing from behind the whole time. They got battered by Mirage on Dust 2 for a long period. Mirage looked like it was going a similar fashion as well. FaZe have to be saying, let's come out with that mentality. Let's come out with that attitude instead of waiting until the end of the map.
Damage being done to Brokey. He's down to 2 HP as he'll retreat into the site, but there's no stopping. This Mal's attack is here, and it's Exertion with a double headshot opener, or rather just double kill, and Yimpat's alongside of it. It's now Robson and Raid left doing what they can, but there's nothing that they will be able to muster. Mal's win the pistol with a straight hit in towards the A site.
Good pistol. We've seen how many times the T pistol round can have an impact in these halves. You know, just having that luxury of, you know, you have to convert the second as well, but having those 3 rounds to start the map is such a huge benefit later on if you run into trouble, so only need to scrape together 1 or 2 more. So nice pistol round, good entries from Exertion. But FaZe coming back into this, they've got all MP9s, no nades, no utility. I don't even know what you do. Do you lobby crunch? Do you just go really fast? Do you try and play a standard round with all these SMGs, catch them off guard?
Oh, looks like a little hut push being set up for Frozen and Carrigan. You would imagine that would converge with the ramp play.
Yeah, they're not crunching lobby. What they're doing is setting up in an advanced position, so if there is a play towards the upper bomb site, they're in positions that will catch Mal's off guard. You won't expect
to surprise them.
Yeah, you won't expect them to be... I mean, you'll clear hut to a certain extent. You might not expect 2. Puts a lot of pressure on Rain to have impact in his position, though.
Diving into the main position, Rain with a double. Carrigan's also assisted in terms of making work done with his MP9. It is utter collapse for Mouse, and the MP9s come out on top.
Yeah, Carrigan loves that. That's a very bold call for FaZe to make in round 2. And they don't just wait for Mouse to come at them. When the utility gets thrown outside, they actually push forward. They know there's going to be a certain amount of players, a certain amount of resources for Mouse elsewhere. And you got to give so much credit to Rain. I said his position was going to be important. I didn't think he was going to deliver a double kill. Beautiful work with the MP9 to set up a round 2 conversion.
Nice, man! He took the kill. Nice!
Yeah, they know how important that round is. To get a good start here on Nuke. On their CT side, Mouse investing back. Obviously, if they lose this, they're going to end up probably conceding 2 more. And FaZe will be given the idyllic beginnings to this final map. One of the main storylines we've had today is Mao's are in search of their first win versus FaZe this year. And they're so close to getting it done, and this is a great start to this round. It's so sick. Torzi and Exertion able to find 2 openers, and FaZe are down to 3. It's never easy. It's never comfortable.
Oh. And Exertion got the M4 and survives. And you spot the aggression up secret from Carrigan. He's going to get tagged down. He's going to be taken out. This is ugly for FaZe.
Oh, Rops, he's come up secret. He's got to try and recover this round for FaZe, but there's so much work to be done for the 2 remaining CTs of Frozen and Rops.
And there's nowhere else Rops can go from here. Like, he knows there's one back behind red box at this point. Bomb's planted at the upper site. And Mouse are happy to just keep FaZe at bay from even attempting the retake. So, round 2 conversion. Now a round 3 conversion from Mouse.
Oh, scrappy start to the game. There was a great opportunity there for FaZe, but they have not been able to capitalize upon it. And Mao has been able to fight back. Now, question is, with these 2 save rifles, do FaZe want to go for a buy again? You've got 3k on Brokey. Could you be enticed into a purchase? Well, if you lose another rifle, probably not. And Rops is about to be peeked by Shuei. He'll hang on to his life for that kill at least. And there's no push from Yimpat following up.
It's kind of a bummer how that round came to pass if you're FaZe, because Brokey's trying to provide assistance from lockers to his teammate. I believe it was Rain over in Mini again, like fighting around a smoke. And I think Brokey sticking around for that fight to try and get Rain out alive is what exposed him to the scout that picked him off. So he's just trying to be a good teammate, you know? He's trying to do everything right.
Sometimes you just got to be selfish and life works out for you.
Yeah, good luck, bro. I'm out.
Well, they have gone for the investment. As you can understand, you know, 2 save weapons, you have enough money to throw in a few MP9s there, and you know that Maos are not in a good position economically yet either. So this is the Force Buy Wars in full effect right now, and FaZe have a chance to bounce back again. Rops is going to go into the ramp room. He's going to play behind that smoke. Timer on the play, especially when bullets start firing through it.
Exertion making his move alone outside. He had the smoke wall set up, waits for it to be broken open. Now he comes back and starts crossing towards Secret. Mal's going to try and connect the 2 prongs of this attack via ramp room. 1 for 1 from Rops. Brokey steps up next. That flashbang just drops in front of his face and deleted.
Yeah, it's a perfect flashbang. Brokey can't do anything about that, and he was one of the other primary weapon holders. He had a premium M4 in his hands.
Oh, are they coming back to upper?
Looks like a bomb.
Yeah, Exertion's going midi.
Impact coming heaven.
Yeah, but they're in hut. Kerrigan's in hut. If he can get this kill and stay alive, oh no, he couldn't get it done. Now just 1 player. Frozen falls next.
And Rain's nowhere to be seen, so Miles able to withstand. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline to kick off Nuke.
Yeah, and they get it back, right? They won the pistol. They're going to have that nice start. They lost the second. That's a bummer, and you feel like things are going to get a little sketchy, and then you take it right back by winning the next 2. Now it's FaZe who's in that awkward money situation where really they won't have a full economy ready to go for like another 2 rounds. Pretty deep, like halfway through this half.
Yeah, and we know how important rounds can be on the T side, especially when you pick them up early. We've seen teams get the first 3 rounds of a game on the T side of Nuke and not necessarily have the greatest gun rounds or game plan, but because they got those first 3 at the start of the half.
You steal 1 here, or you figure it out in the last round, yeah.
It ends up giving them a decent half going into the second, right? And we've seen teams win with that. And Maos have been given a massive opportunity here to really pad themselves with a beautiful T start. Torzy's really been making that scout work. But you're right, this did feel like a moment that could have still happened for FaZe if Kerrigan gets that kill, because they had pushed into the hut and the bomb would have been down.
It would have taken a lot more, but yeah, that's the first frag that would have been pretty critical to secure a safe position. So just the M4 on Rain, he's going to take that to the upper bomb site. Should be, this is, if Mal's survive this one, they're setting themselves up so nicely for this T half. Rain's going to go investigate Squeak Door. Kerrigan trying to walk through the smoke outside to find a little angle. Spotted by Brolin. Easy kill as he comes through. Meanwhile, Rain has taken control of Squeak Door.
A quick flick through social media between maps, and you will find many a FaZe Clan fan talking about the emotional roller coaster they're on being a fan of this team, and it's understandable. You know, you just see them about to get knocked out, and then suddenly there's some life in them. It's hard to ever give up on them, isn't it?
It's understandable, but I don't feel bad.
No.
You guys deserve some stress. That fan base has had some of the most success in the past year and a half, 2 years of Counter-Strike, so, you know, it's your time to just sit back.
Be a little stressed sometimes.
Yeah. Enjoy it.
Yeah. It's the journey that really is the exciting part.
Mouse is making moves, and they haven't had anyone in lobby for quite some time, so Jimmy's being very, very cautious about this. as he should be.
Yeah, that's the main danger
Especially because his teammates haven't encountered any resistance. They've gone through ramp room in the lower bomb, so no one's home. So this has got to be alarm bells for Yimfat, where he's just saying, they're elsewhere. They're probably push lobby. Now he spots the gun barrel. He's just holding for the rotations through vent, but he knows he's got to be careful about rain.
Yeah, that's the main play he wants to take down. It's the rifle. Oh, he's got a chance, but he really fluffs his lines. Eventually composes himself to the kill on Rain. The rifle's now being picked up into Rops' hands instead, and he'll use that to devastating effect upon Yimpat. So an AK and an M4 to be saved over for FaZe. You enjoy that.
Oh, no, you for sure love it. If they can keep it. Oh, which they do. Brokey just managed to cross. Frozen's next, and he might have to get away from the bomb blast, but Exertion doesn't want to fight. So, actually, this is a really nice round for FaZe, getting away with 3 rifles. They brought one of them in, but a free M4, a free AK-47, as you said. That's going to go a long way to helping ease some of the economic punishment they have from going back and forth so much to start this half.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's
basically another buy round.
It's a loan from Mouse.
It's like a yeah,
small loan of $1 million.
Gifted buy round. Here we go. Galil still in the hands of Shuei. No ops out on either team. FaZe looking to try and get out of this hole. Mouse has called for a very fast play from Exertion in towards Hunt. Oh, they don't expect it. You can tell the way he's moving. Kerrigan had no idea.
Pretty negative start of the round here for FaZe. Now they got to deal with the attack in towards the upper bomb side. Exertion's coming out first, and he's down to the hands of Rain. Froze is still doing decent work from the back of the side, but it's only 1 kill before he's traded out. But look at this from Brokey. Oh, he takes the risk. He goes through with a distraction from Heaven. It wasn't even Brokey that got that second kill. It was Rops who overperforms. And now Shuei's been spotted, his shoe shot at, and he's finished off by Rops as well. Gotta say, Rops has had one hell of a start here. 9-2 despite being behind. He's had a really strong start individually.
It's another one of those rounds. I feel like Malice have so many of these, and maybe this is just an experience of playing against FaZe, where it's like they have all the control in the world, and it feels like they have the round pretty damn secure just up until they don't, and then they just lose it.
Good fucking swarm!
Good swarm. So everyone coming into this bomb site, throwing bodies at the problem to delay things until Rops and Brokey can arrive. Okay, a little bit delayed and slow coming out of Heaven. They got caught on each other, but nothing fast in that position, so no big deal. 4v5 converted by FaZe in the previous round.
Oh, Rain getting caught, committed to red. Exertion on the opener.
Can't drop another 5-on-4.
It's another situation. Mouse found themselves a player ahead, but the player that has been their reckoning, the player that has been their doom is Rops, and he's not alone. He's got Brokey holding ramp with him. They know the problem is Exertion, and Brokey, it is brazen. It doesn't work out for him. He goes around the corner. Exertion knocks his head right off. Now 4v3. With a bomb planted down on B, it doesn't seem like this is a tantalizing prospect whatsoever for FaZe, so they're going to start backing away. Steps being taken to safety. And rounds are up to 5.
And this is where those saved rifles come into play, because Rops has 3,300, Rain has 1,600. They can drop one rifle over. Rain will be able to buy. And that's all cash they wouldn't have had if they didn't get those rifles. But credit to Mouse. Every time there's an obstacle thrown in their face, losing the second round, losing the previous round, they've responded immediately after this to make sure FaZe's defense can't get any kind of momentum, any kind of flow going.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, this was the unfortunate loss of the AWP. And Neo getting on the mic. First time out used for FaZe. 5-2 down on the deciding map of the all-deciding game of the groups. Winner goes to the playoffs, into the quarterfinals. Loser goes home.
Neo's being pretty damn vocal as well on the mic. I always get the sense with FaZe that Kerrigan can do most of the work that you need, with how experienced and how good he is at it. When Neo, opens his mouth, he's got a plan. He's got something in his head of something that he's seen, a tactic specifically that he wants to try and run. So let's see what FaZe come into this with. They do have the AWP on Brokey finally. AWP on Torji as well comes in round 8.
Great for Brokey to still have that despite losing the AWP in the previous round. And it's going out straight away for Mouse. They'll heat things up for Rain in main. And now we've got Robs already down lower, smashing open that window and attempting to get towards Secret. Rain being disruptive, blasting open the smoke. He'll actually see players behind it. Oh, good spam. Exertion finally is on the receiving end of the opening kill of the round.
All right, one drops. Brolin aggressively wants that fight. He's got it. Good peek from Kerrigan, though. Rain had to have known that was coming, and now Frozen outside. Shui did slide in towards Mini, so he's got a freebie.
Yeah, he's got a freebie locked in. Now Shui, Yimpat left alone. 2v3. Make it 2v2 with that kill from Yimpat outside. Minute 4 seconds left in this round, and the bomb in the back of Shui. We're anticipating an A finish, as that is the only pathway they really have. They could go down the vent, of course, but risk involved in that.
Brokey's clearing out them wrapping back from T spawn area.
Ooh, we'll get eyes on this.
He got the timing perfect.
Yeah, good timing for Brokey. Impact going down, leaving it all on Shui. He's got a Molotov on his back and some time to play with.
No, and this makes sense. He wants to try and eliminate the AWP. He wants to try and find this lobby player. At least turn this into a 1v1. But now that Brokey's kind of disappeared, at this point, you don't have any information if you're Shui. You've lost it all. You knew one was lobby. He's gone now. He could be anywhere. Yeah, the other player can be anywhere. You saw him last outside locker, like, what, 30, 40 seconds ago?
So he commits to the plant. Carrigan getting closer. Shui pulls out the AK. Good read on the position, but just could not get the kill. Carrigan comes out on top of that duel. And FaZe able to turn it back in their favor.
Still money for the Mouse side of things, especially with that plant. Extra $800 goes a long way.
It's like opening frag on Exertion.
And he's trying to spam the AWP too. That's just unlucky for Exertion. Rain had no idea he was there, but he takes those.
Give me that kill, bro.
Well been there.
Yeah, he was close.
Run it back again. FaZe have almost done it. They've almost taken the economy away from this Mouse T side. They've had to fight hard for it.
Exertion down into the side. Oh, that is one hell of a lineup. 2 kills for Exertion. Brokey and Frozen both dead in an instant. And the trade from Rain really does not matter. A burst into A and success for Mouse found.
So I just said this a couple rounds ago. Every time Mouse hit an obstacle and FaZe show some resistance, they respond perfectly. And once again, Mouse lose a round and just delete FaZe in the next one. It's not even a conversation.
FaZe have been unable to get 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's 3 isolated rounds that they've won. And look at their money. It's not like that's pretty. And now they have no losing bonus as well. Previously, they had some built up, but not this time.
I'll tell you what's pretty, though. The amount of rounds Mouse have gotten the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, that's the next point of this is, does FaZe feel like they're so far gone that they have to buy in the next round? You're going to have these 2 M4s, 1,400. You can drop 1 more.
I mean, that damage from Robs at the end is massive. He gets a 2K, 1 player goes down to the bomb.
You're right, you're buying now. You get that many kills, 1 player, I think if you're FaZe, you have to buy. Drop an M4 over, drop a FAMAS or an SMG, buy up around it, whatever you can. At the 6-3 scoreline.
You need round wins at this point, obviously, and they've been few and far between. 11-3 still from Robs, that's crazy, considering the scoreline. Yeah, still a chance, you know, FaZe win this. Money still won't be pretty in the follow-up round from Mouse. Still a decent opportunity to round this half out with a respectable scoreline. Slow walk into the ramp room. Rob's taking the first peek. Brokey, he'll be next up. He's got the MP9 grenade combo. Enough damage done for that MP9 to finish off Brolin. And they're thinking about trying to peek into this. Flash is going in to try and assist that, but no one from Mouse wants to commit too far around the corner. because they've got space to play with.
And now that they're locked out, it's all down to Shuhei and Exertion. These are the two most advanced positions. Exertion is just going to pause in this corner. Is Rain looking for that? He might be. Shuhei, do you have a chance on top of the hut? Yep, there's Rain finding Exertion outside, and Shuhei looks away at the wrong moment. Good timing from Kerrigan. But those were the last options for Mouse to find an avenue into this round.
So the damage done from Rops on the way out in the last round, including the bomb going off and taking an extra Mouse player out of that, allows this buy to come back in and put Mouse on the brink of collapse economically again. But Yimpat still fighting. He took a lot of damage in that engagement though, and he's down to 14. 28 seconds left. They'll go back to ramp, and Rops is ready. Torsi's down. Round is done as Yimpat topples at the hands of Brokey. A 4th round for FaZe. The decision to buy. Kerrigan calls for 2 more.
And that actually should set them up nicely to even up the scoreboard and going into halftime as well. Mals have nothing to work with. Torji's got a little bit of money. Everyone else at 1,1800. It might force them into a buy as well because they've only got 1 round of losing bonus. So if you're FaZe, you're sat here and you're like, this is great. Like we get to play against 2 force buys to close out the half.
Good shit. One good round. Important to take this round. Two more guys. They'll buy it here for sure.
And we knows a buy is coming up. He is right. There's Galil on Torji's hands. There's Tech9s, Deagles. So it's Shuhei and Yimpat decide to buy here, but they don't have a lot of money to be go around here on the side of Mouse. FaZe are aware of what they're going up against and know that if they win this, it is an easy path to a tied scoreline going into the second half. It's impressive how quickly it can turn from a disastrous half into something salvageable.
Yeah, it never looked like FaZe was actually going to get a grip on this half. Very impressive that they've managed to come out on the other side. Well, I guess they're not truly out of it just yet.
They're not out yet. They haven't won 2 rounds in a row, Jason. Still haven't.
But I mean, come on. They got some Tech9s on the other side.
Well, who knows? Who knows at this point? Exertion's outside. Torsi's at red. Shuei's with them. Waterfall smoke deployed at main. Flash set up. Brokey forced behind the corner. Goes for a tap. He goes down. Rain had to follow up and get an important trade kill, but now he's under a lot of pressure and he's lost a lot of his health. It's 40, down to 18 in fact. Rob's doing what he can, but these Tech9s, they're coming out on top. And FaZe, this was their golden ticket, their opportunity back into this half, but it is slowly, well not slowly, it is quickly falling out of their hands. It's just Kerrigan left, and that grenade lands right on Torsi's head. He wanted 2 more. He's got to get it himself. Yimpat on the other side as Kerrigan tracks him. But Yimpat goes into the credit card. Kerrigan reads that possibility and he sees his backside. Kerrigan saves the round for FaZe. Oh, that so easily could have gone the other way.
It feels like it should have. The only real positive Kerrigan had going for him in the 1v2 is the fact that the bomb is dropped at the single box. They had to come to him. And a smoke that was supposed to allow them some safety when the nade kill comes out is a detriment to Yimpat. It makes him completely oblivious to Kerrigan's movements. Well-constructed clutch from a very experienced player. And that's got FaZe on 5. Very similar buy to the last round, and we're going to the upper bomb site very quickly. This time Kerrigan, he opens the round, and so does Frozen.
Well, Kerrigan's got 1 more, and this is the expected outcome after winning the previous. FaZe looking to tie things up, 6-6. Not the cleanest half of Counter-Strike, but certainly effective in being able to run this back. But Torsi, speaking of running back, he's got himself another kill here. That piece of utility, it turns out to be useless. He's got a lot of time here, Jason, 1:20.
Yeah, and this is the only option he has to play this 1v2. Everything is going to be down to timing, so he's got to use this clock as an ally. And low HP, but if you get some fortunate timings with the AWP, especially on the first one, you give yourself at least a fighting chance.
Yeah, and Torchi's been partial to a 1v2.
And denying information of where he is to FaZe is primary goal.
All the time in the world.
Yeah, but you're not... Even if he gets the first, you're not breaking this setup with an AWP.
Yeah, this is such a hard angle to clear, and given that he's so low in health, 1 bullet will just sink him. FaZe Clan are about to confirm themselves that 6th round, but he's got Rain, and now looking for another. So Torsi just taking a second to breathe. He doesn't know where his opponent is, but eventually Robs from the rafters does get that 6th round. FaZe had to fight so hard to make 6 out of this. Is it enough? We'll find out.
main clear. One close main.
Yeah. Hey? Yeah. I'm coming heaven.
Nice! Give me that kill, bro!
Anti-camel, you called well.
Fucking good round, boys. It's all good. I got spammed through the smoke, guys. That's it.
Last year, FaZe missed out on the playoffs at IEM Rio. They're looking to try and change that fact today. One spot available left in the playoffs, and Mouse and FaZe are still even at this point of the game. 6-6 is going into the second half of Nuke. T-side now for FaZe. We'll see what Carrigan's able to cook up.
Now for the moment, everyone outside. Nothing spotted. Torji's going to be looking for it. There's the information. Bomb has crossed. Oh, he's got two at credit wrapping around him. He's not going to get away. Brolin does respond. That's Rops to go down. But FaZe have taken control of the outer yard, and it's up to Mouse to figure out where they need to be positioned after this.
Sure, he'll drop down into the site. This does give space for FaZe to play with at the top of heaven. Frozen clearing out hell, making sure no one's around the lockers. No one's causing any problems down here. And Brokey has found himself at the top of the ladder. Here comes a Brolin fight that he can't win. Frozen revealed around the corner. Brolin seeing that he wasn't alone. Now Yimpat's hearing steps, charging down to B, but can he deal with it? Spins back. Oh! What is that from Yimpat? That is something special yet again from Yimpat, and he can't quite believe the play that he's just pulled off.
Dude, that looked like he had a 180 spin bind. Like,
he just straight up turned back like a robot.
That is mental. What a time to deliver a pistol round like this. I can't even comprehend it. Brokey probably can't even comprehend it. He gave me old WTF there.
Yeah, he can't believe it. No one can.
Vibes are back, baby. Let's roll. Mouse with both pistols in this deciding map. There was the back and forth affair to start the first half.
Out of thin air, just out of nothing. FaZe looked like they had done everything they needed.
They did, except kill Jimmy.
And that proved very difficult. FaZe stunned, left with Glocks and a Deagle. Brolin waits at Secret Star's exertion alongside of him. It's lovely, it's clean. It's Mouse making sure they don't lose anybody else than one. And it's an 8th round locked in.
They might have even been more aggressive on that. They didn't have the information that it was just unarmored Glocks. There was one Deagle in the field of play, so just being cautious. But now we get into the gun rounds. The AK-47s come out for FaZe Clan as they try and come back. This is going to have to be a masterclass from Kerrigan to call his team to win 7 rounds on a T-side if they want to win in regulation. Without a pistol round.
Yeah, that's a tough detail. Well, Kerrigan's given all of the smokes. It's his job, it's his duty to make sure that those smokes go down outside.
Oh, good shot from Torji. Rob's out in the open, punished. 5-on-4 early in the all-crucial first gun round.
Oh, that grenade did not disperse the smoke the way Torji was hoping.
Yeah, a little too much mustard on that hot dog.
Mustard sucks.
He'll back away.
Rain ever closer down the stairway.
Bomb's falling back towards lobby, so Kerrigan's trying to reset this round. He's like, you know what? We've got people in the right position. Smokes are fading. This isn't feeling great to me, so leave Rain over in secret. Brokey's even sliding back now. They might try and pull Rain towards mini or outside as a lurk late in this round. Or see if he can wreak some havoc down in secret. at least get spotted by the jumping exertion so Brolin feels secure in his rotation.
Oh, now he's seen his head. Rain's going to start stepping forward. Brolin's inside of the vent. Exertion down on the stairway. It's not a comfortable place to be if you're Rain, but somehow it's worked out. Perfect timing. Comes back to the angle. Exertion goes down, but it's all coming up Mouse. It's all Mouse right now in that kill feed. A sea of blue as they go to 9.
Torji just got 3 kills with the, Shuei just got 3 kills with the MP9, so he's rich. He's got tons
loaded,
of money. He
yeah.
just brought up a bunch of bonus money, but that's an emphatic victory for Mouse in a very critical round. In FaZe, that's not the feel-good round you want to start this comeback. Remember, they've got to win 7 in the gun rounds.
Nice, Camille! Fucking sick, bro!
And now they're all hyping each other up. They're keeping the good vibes. They're keeping the energy high. As Mouse once again see the light at the end of the tunnel. FaZe find themselves on Kevlar and Tech9s again. They've got leftover cash. That'll come for the next buy round, but they can always pose a threat in these kind of situations. But Rops, he goes down to Torzi. This AWP has been the key to unlock so many rounds for Mouse.
Yeah, he's been doing good work with it. He's been mobile with it as well, which is going to be hard for FaZe to read moving forward. Nuke's one of those maps. It always sucks when you have you're facing an AWPer on the CT side that's feeling confident, feeling mobile to go multiple places. You never know when his aggressive peak is going to come in. You never know if he'll be just holding an angle far back. And Torji's very, very good at that style. If you think back to some of his Inferno games, he's always been very good at being mobile between the shots.
Yeah, dynamic sniper.
16 kills for Torji.
Well, FaZe return to rifles on every player, but they don't have an AWPer to talk about. They got Brokey on a Galil.
I'm running out of asphalt, my man. Don't have a lot of time to get back in this game.
There's not a lot of time, but FaZe always leave it to the last second. But how many times can they rely upon that? Rain crosses. Try and get over to a secret. Frozen's made it down as well. And this is the change up in position again from Torzi. He's spotted out towards A.
But nobody's dropped. Oh, this is so risky for Torji. Yeah, but it's the timing before they've actually crossed. That Molotov lets him know he's safe, that nobody's actually gotten over. So holding the line. Question is, what can he get after this? If he hits this shot, which he will.
He's going back. He wants to hold the same angle again. Frozen peeks into it. Torji is their reckoning. 2 players down for FaZe again. Under a minute left. Nice shot from Carrigan. That has to be the sign to go. There has to be more than that, though. And Brolin making sure that Brokey doesn't get past. Bomb rolls to his feet. And FaZe fall to 2 players. Make it 1. Carrigan, the last remaining player at Hut. There's nothing that Finn can do. He will fall. 11 rounds. Mao starting to get to the end of this.
Yeah, this time Mao's not going to give any chances for FaZe to come back on this map. They learned their lesson on Mirage, that you don't give FaZe that little bit of space they need to get into the game. And Torji especially is making sure that they're shut down. Every single gun round he's had impact. Every single round he's had the AWP in his hands. I think this is the 3rd one. He's had influence on the round. It's beautiful work so far. And Mao's just 2 rounds away from the playoffs of IEM Rio.
Mal's in search of the stage in which they pulled off one of the exciting upsets as a young squad at the Major versus Cloud9. Not Cloud9 out of that event, and a lot of people thought at the Major that Cloud9 were one of the teams that could go on to win it, but Mal's impressed. And they look to return 2 years on. FaZe down on pistols. Tech9's P250.
Yeah, they need some of the magic. They've won a couple of these throughout this series when they've needed it. None more necessary than this one. Utility towards the upper bomb site. I think this is a fake, though. It's going to be heading towards ramp room. Carrigan just wants to sell it, and he will with a kill. But now Yimpat's under some pressure. He grabbed one. There's a little bit of chaos everywhere, and amidst all of it, it clears the man advantage to Maus. And Torji says, you know what? On second thought, I don't want to peek that. I don't want to risk this. And on third thought, I want to go back to it.
Yeah, on third thought, I'll get the kill. But Rob's left now. Torji eventually. is going to be tapped away by the Tech-9.
Yeah, but again, it's Rops. It's Rops you've given a chance in the clutch. He's got the bomb on his back, and he's got a minute to work with, and he can pick up an AWP.
So he's got more utility, an AWP, and time on the clock. Let's see what Rops is capable of pulling off in this situation.
I feel like one play that I see players go to a lot nowadays with this kind of utility as well over in ramp room, like go chuck a smoke and a Molotov into that lower bomb site, come back up and see if you get anyone to move on the flank towards ramp room or just head up towards heaven. 30 seconds, so running out of time and going to start running out of options as that clock dwindles a little bit lower.
Might have to just commit to this B bomb site, yeah, at this point with the limited time. So he's got the utility at least to smoke out whatever he wants. And he's also got that Molotov, but we'll see if he elects to use it. Rops is going to descend down into the site, clear out decon, make sure no one's there ready to punish him, and use the smoke as cover in the site. Exertions at the double doors. Rops is hoping he can catch a peek, but time! He has to plant right now! And he gets on it in the last second, but cancels it for the shot, and Brolin never swung that door. Never, ever give the chance to Rops. And the time fades away, and FaZe are starting to fade away here in Rio.
Oh, that's actually kind of worst case scenario. Rops is $1,800 heading into this.
Oh,
but
God.
You're exactly right. This is why you don't give Rops the space, because he almost put that together. If Frozen bites on that fake tap, there's a real world where he just straight up wins that clutch.
It is kind of crazy with how much consistency Rops can find himself in winnable situations and clutches. The man just had a Tech-9, and he was going up against 3 players on the other side, fully kitted.
Well, now he's only got a Tech-9 again. So let's see what he's got. Shuei shuts down Kerrigan, who's running out of Squeak Door. The op lands on Rops, and all of a sudden, 5-on-3. Brought a little bit back by Rain, but it's not going well. This is looking like Maus, for the first time, are going to beat FaZe in a series in CS2 and book a ticket into the playoffs on top of it.
Brokey and Rain, the only 2 players that can stop that from happening in this instant. And Shuei was looking the wrong way, so Brokey's gone in. He's actually taken that kill back. He took damage, sure, and both remaining FaZe players are low.
I'm so confused why Shuei was committed to watching outside when you had Yimfad in this position who could cover the wraparound in towards Mini.
Had to be a miscalm or lack of calm, perhaps, but...
Yeah, maybe it was calmed and just didn't go in the ears.
Towards his wedding in the vent, FaZe have gone silent. They know they've got time. And Rain is walking outside, has not been detected by Yimpat, but is about to be. But Rain just got into safety. He just got into main. And he's looking to move in tandem with Brokey, who now walks out of Squeaky Door. Brokey moves into the site, but Yimpat moves in behind them. The flank, it's perfect. Yimpat punctures the brain of Brokey, leaving just Rain alone. FaZe have never had a good run in Rio, and it's looking like it's about to come to a close. But Rain has the bomb in his back, and he gets down the vent. Yimpat with a quick rotation down through ramp. He's going to have a chance at that, but he decides to not throw it. Rain on low HP is given an opportunity, and he peeks out with a headshot. FaZe not dead yet. He had the nade, he had the winning recipe. If he tosses that in, Rain goes down, FaZe are knocked out, Maus get the win, but he didn't use the utility.
Well, part of it is you don't know if he's actually peeking when you get down there, right? I expected like a jiggle peek to see it was clear, and then you chuck the nade out behind the silo. Either way, the fact that FaZe finds a way out of this round is pretty insane.
This surely can't be the beginning.
Beautiful shot from Rain. There's so much money. Actually, I said that. There was a lot of money. I don't know where it all went for Maus. They fully invest in this, and afterwards it starts to get a little bit haggard. But there's no universe you can imagine in which there's a 6-round run from FaZe on the T side.
I can imagine the universe, actually. I've just seen it too many times. I cannot. It's a pretty unlikely universe, Jason, but it's one that does exist in the realms of possibility.
No. Maus just ran off 6 in a row to start this, and they were dominant.
Don't you tempt them.
Outside of the pistol round, they lost 3 players across 4 gun rounds. Like, they were too dominant.
What was that liquid score again?
That was a different map, so it doesn't count.
Well, let's see how this goes. Smoke to disperse, or rather, grenade to disperse the smokes outside. And Rain is going to cross in behind them regardless, down secret. Brokey still at red. So early positioning being taken by FaZe. First fight goes down. It's Robs to win it against Shuai. He just peeked out of Hut. He peeked into the in-game leader of Mouse and he knocked him on his ass. But Torsi, he's been so good in the second half of the AWP. He's been so good all day long. And Brolin's there with him. So Mouse are now a player up.
Oh, damn. Exertion. All right. Nice spray control on Rops on top of the silo. But now the X Factor becomes this position from Frozen, already encroaching up top on the roof. Heaven is exposed. It's a weakness. And Brokey will clear this.
No, he will not. He will quick switch at the wrong time, and that surely is the sentence to death. Frozen, is now the last remaining player with 30 seconds, no bomb possession, and 4 Mouse players to collect. Just looking impossible now for FaZe. The run in Rio will come to an end. They will miss out on the playoffs. And for the first time in CS2, and for the first time this year, Mouse have finally beaten FaZe Clan. They have finally beaten the team that has been a problem for them time and time again, who has knocked them out of playoffs of Intel Extreme Masters, that beat them in the grand finals at IEM Chengdu. And for FaZe, they will not see the playoffs. Mouse return to the stage in Rio.
And they get their Hunter moment. Nobody beats Mouse 8 times in a row. They finally taken him down. It's a good win for Mouse. For FaZe, I think there's still going to be so much frustration because despite like the steps forward, the positive signs, the improvement that we've seen over the past few events, the results really still haven't been there to back it up. And that's got to be a hard thing to swallow for players of this caliber and players of this pedigree. But for now, Mouse is going to be the winner in this one, and a playoff spot booked in the quarterfinals. They'll be facing off against Vitality on Friday. That's a tough affair as well, but they've already taken down FaZe, so got to be feeling good. We got Trace and the boys ready on the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason and Dinko. Of course, we look at this a little bit sombering tone from the FaZe side for the FaZe fans. However, for Mouse, rejoice. Rejoice you will, because, yeah, you finally overcome this big hurdle known as FaZe Clan.
They basically won a BO5 as well. Like, they had the 12-9 lead up on that Mirage game, and it's almost like they just wanted to get an extra rep in and see and prove that they can do it 3 maps.
And lo and behold, they did, Yanko. They did do it after all.
Yeah, absolutely. The better team on you. Cryface couldn't really get it going in the first or the second half early on, losing either the second round, right, or the round to Jimmy. I mean, in the second half, that was just incredible. They looked in a prime position to win the T-Pistol round, but didn't happen. And from that point on, it was just Mouse really playing really tight and disciplined, and for the side of the FaZe Clan guys, you know, they couldn't find any openings whatsoever.
Just imagine you get the knife, you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna start CT. Okay guys, pistol's so important. You go in, you win pistol, like, yeah guys, we're doing so good. And then you get just instantly 4-spot on that next round. I mean, I feel like we saw at least 3 4-spy rounds in that first half going either way for both teams. It's just like, it's so absurd how often we're seeing that these days. But I guess that's just part of the meta, part of the, like, how the maps play out and the power of like the MP9 and the Tech 9s and everything like that.
I think also Rain and Brokey in some of those rounds, I mean, both T side and CT side, right, like dying maybe a little bit cheaply in some of the situations, right, instead of gathering some more information. Just also weren't on point really on that nuke map in some of the fights that they would usually win. It wasn't going their way, and ultimately, you know, it felt like that was a big difference as well compared to some of the previous games.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Brokey, I think it's not just like this series or this map, but overall this event, it feels like he doesn't know how to aim until he gets to those stage games, and here's just like another perfect example of that. He had plenty of opportunity, but just wasn't able to capitalize. Someone that was able to capitalize, though.
Exertion, my man.
Hello guys.
What's going on, buddy? Rough day, tough day, stressful? Tell me about today.
Good day. We beat FaZe. Big elephant in the room, of course, coming into the series. Yeah, I'm just super happy we did it today.
For you guys, you know, it seemed like the plan going into today was just to get in their face, you know, play with no respect, try to disrupt them. Was that how it actually was? Can you tell us a little bit about what the approach was?
I mean, you are right, but I think that if you look at the complexity game we played exactly the same. I think that we just had a change of mindset. We obviously are not playing as good as we should the last few months, and yeah, we just are playing Mouse CS, as we like to call it. It's brawly, it's chaos, it's a lot of duels, and yeah, I don't think it was specific to FaZe, but of course it helped that we were super confident today.
So let me just ask you this, man, because we just saw Jimpat do that ridiculous stuff in ramp room, like just going down the ramp. What does that feel like when you're sat there like, well, I guess we won that round? That's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, I was alive during that pistol, for example, but I mean, he's just magic, this kid, I know. Every time I just see what he does, our coach's reaction, I just know he did something crazy, you know, so yeah, he's super good.
Bringing it back to what you were saying about you guys are Maus, you guys play in that chaos. I remember a soundbite from, I believe it was Pro League, you're playing against Complexity and you're like, I think it was you saying like, you don't want to play out, you don't feel comfortable, you don't want to play out all these like mid-round situations, you just want to be more aggressive. Is that something that you guys as a team have been working on, like in terms of, because we saw it all throughout today, Mirage does too, you guys were aggressive on that CT side, not really giving them a lot of space. Was that something that you specifically worked on, or is it that you just prefer to play out those like aggressive styles and not be in a lot of these mid-round situations?
Well, I think that we proved over the last year that we can be like elite in both the styles, because I think that we're very versatile as a team. And yeah, I mean, I think that of course we had some talks about it. Obviously that clip versus Complexity, I think it was taken a bit out of context maybe, because basically I said it because I felt like we were not really playing good early rounds, and I just felt that in my mid-rotation I was kind of all the time behind executes, and I kind of wanted to force myself in the game, if that makes sense. So I think it was more individual in that voice comms, but yeah, I mean in general, of course, that we have a super young team, we have great individual levels, so I think we should and we will use our advantage against any team that comes up against us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had them on the ropes on that Mirage, 12-9, and you couldn't quite close it out, even though you guys had like pretty good setups. I think you got that boost up on Yimfat onto upper B, got all that info, got that A stack, but then FaZe were able to still just execute through it. What was the hurdle just getting over the finish line there?
Well, of course, it was a really close game. It's not like we were stomping them until then, of course. So, I mean, they played good, I think, those last rounds. And obviously, maybe some experience came in, maybe some mental thoughts that we had as a team. But at the end of the day, I think that our reset outside was super important. And yeah, of course, I would have wished to close it earlier. I think that we did play a Mirage better than them today. And I think we deserved that 2-0. But of course, you cannot do anything about it now. And I'm just happy we won.
Well, yeah, you definitely won, which means the floor is yours. So, I mean, you beat FaZe today. You might as well tell people what they need to hear about anything at all you can think of. Come on down to Rio. Come watch the tournament with us this weekend. Come to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it would be super exciting for me if I would see more fans than the Rio Major, because obviously I played in the semi-final there and I felt like the experience could have been a bit better. So yeah, I mean, just looking forward, and hopefully I will humbly request that you guys come support us and other teams as well, and overall just give us a good experience, because I know that you guys can be crazy.
Yeah, I like that. Very well put. Thank you for your time, Exertion.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, man. No problem. Speaking of time and time again, this other gentleman, we know him as Torzy. He's going to be our United States Air Force Aim High player of that match, 61-44. Impact felt in those opening duels, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you look on the CT side of Nuke, right, where Maus was able to close it out, it was Torzy with Impact in all the gun rounds. First gun round finds the opening, really disrupts the plan for FaZe Clan. Second gun round finds a double kill, you know, down Secret. So he did a great job of positioning himself in a way where he can be a menace and find those kills and be disruptive.
I saw the warm-up he was doing. He was hitting some really good shots with the op here, and I'm going to have to steal that workout, whatever warm-up routine he's doing, catching some balls, basically tennis balls from one of his teammates.
Like a reaction test,
Yeah,
right?
reaction test. Drop a tennis ball from either the left or the right hand, and then he has to go, and from on top, he has to go and grab it as before it drops and hits the ground.
So if you didn't know any better, and
so you're going to go and grab some balls?
Grab some balls.
Nice.
If you didn't know any better and you just tuned in, Josh was just about to do the Macarena live on air. Just kidding, we're not doing that. What we will do is kind of bring the tone back down a little bit. I know that we're all having fun and everybody's having a good time, except for these next gentlemen, because FaZe Clan are going home.
FaZe try to fight back hard here against Maus, but that's the end of their run here when it comes to Rio. Carry on. First, let me ask you just how tough was this series to play against Maus?
I mean, they played super well on those two, had a good game plan and shut us down on the T side, but I think overall we were not there today, and they play without fear. You could feel in the way they're playing. I thought like we would turn around on Nuke a little bit, but yeah, Nuke has been a problem for us the past 3 months. We have been trying to work on it, and we tried to bring it in as a third map as well. In the end, they play better than us. I think that's simple to say that they were the better team today, and sometimes it goes that way.
Overall, looking at your run here at Rio, is there positives to take away from this? Is it maybe more negative because you made it to playoffs when it came to Copenhagen? How do you view it?
I think this is kind of pretty negative. I think this is the first time we missed a playoff event this year. So that's pretty disappointing. But in the end, we lose to a better ranked team than us right now. We have problems beating the top tier teams, and it's just part of the game. I think individually, I didn't feel like we were there today. And when you want to beat one of the best teams in the world, like top 5 team, you need to be there individually. But because I'm better tactical and so on. But in the end, I think we just lost a lot of duels, and yeah, couldn't really find the solution on T-side, those two, obviously.
We keep talking about this, not beating a top 5 team, right? Is it starting to maybe get into the minds at all? Because I would say you guys are a mentally strong team. You fought through some of the craziest games we've seen. But like, does this start to play a factor in things?
I don't think so. I mean, depends how you look at how we lose. I don't feel like we're throwing it away this game. Like, we don't even get close to T-side nuke. C-side nuke was obviously not good enough. We couldn't control the economy and win the most important rounds. I'm proud how we fight better on Mirage, because maybe if it was about top 5 team, maybe we're giving up there. But I still think we see signs of life. But we don't feel like we're at full force. And yeah, some of the players probably didn't have the best event either. It's just part of the game. We need to, right now, it just feels like we need to peak as a team, as an individual, for us to win the games, and we don't do that right now. We don't have high enough floor, in my opinion.
Is that something you can work on in terms of finding when to peak, especially maybe looking towards the major or world final, just going forward? Now you've got a bit more time as well.
I mean, it's been a grind, right, for us since especially play break. I mean, how many times have we talked after a loss, right? Yeah. I can't keep saying the same things, right? We are working. I still think we're playing a little bit better now than when we looked 2 months ago. But it is, most important thing is that we managed to qualify for major right now. We have to be honest, the best of ones can be dangerous if we don't come with the right mindset. So I tried to bring the energy, a lot of hype today, just to make sure that's not a factor in how the game went. But that's not all. I also need to make some great calls, and today wasn't a good day. And if you want to qualify for major, we need, of course, to step a little bit more up. And like I said, raise our floor. I think that's my main concern right now. We don't have high enough floor when we don't hit our A game.
It's not what FaZe wanted here in Rio, but we know one thing for sure: they always come back stronger. We'll have to wait and see.
And I do admire, Kerrigan coming on and giving us such poignant words. There's a lot of things to kind of digest and look at when you take a loss as a team. But in this instance, for FaZe, almost strangers to the L's.
Yeah, I think he is right, but the floor more so in the individual level of the players than the floor in terms of their structure, right, in their foundation. I think they have solid structure, and the things that they're trying to do on the map make sense. But when guys come in and start struggling like Rain and Brokey in this instance, or whether it's Frozen on some other occasions, right, that's the problem. Robs has finally lifted his form, seems to be coming back into the old Robs that we know, and if you could get some more consistent output from someone like Brokey, I think that is key to FaZe having some better results.
Well, I think it's what Kerrigan said there in that interview anyways, is that MOUZ was the better team. And when we look at a team like FaZe, they have really good individuals, but I don't know if they help each other. And we rolled the clip where they're asking for the flashes to go in for that B retake on Dust 2 and everything like that, but they don't have as many like set smaller piece plays where it's just like 2-man or 3-man plays to insert a person in this position or get this person set up or go for this pick and then fall back. I feel like other teams in the top 10 have those smaller bite-sized plays, and FaZe is lacking those. It's oftentimes just like you go here and you're so good at just locking this area down or doing this thing that you can get away with it. But what happens when you're not getting away with it? What happens when Brokey's not hitting his shots or Rob's not hitting his timings? Like, we look at Kerrigan, he actually individually performed pretty well here. He got a lot of impact, especially on that T side, to open rounds up. But even with him contributing, it's still not enough to get them as a team over the finish line.
Yeah, and that's where we kind of have to leave that one for FaZe. Of course, we did say goodbye, but that just sets us up for the playoff bracket, baby. So let's go ahead and run that one right on the screen so we can get into the nitty-gritty of what brought us all here to Rio to begin with. Okay, Yanko, at first glances, thoughts, questions, comments, or even concerns?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you weren't paying attention to Rio the past 2 years, you'd be surprised to see Fury and Heroic in the playoffs or straight into the semis, but they're household names when it comes to this tournament. But yeah, both Na'Vi and Vitality losing today to Fury and Heroic were the two upset results, I think is fair to say. So they will start from the quarterfinals, but due to the fact that they both lost, they're still on the opposite sides of the bracket, the number 1 and the number 2 ranked team. And yeah, that bracket over there with Vitality, MOUZ, and Fury, that's going to be a bloodbath.
path.
It's going to be much harder on that top side than like the Na'Vi side. Seems like it's pretty straightforward. Na'Vi take out the VP, move on forwards, but then like Vitality, you never really know what's going to happen between them and Mouse with how good Mouse is looking recently, and Vitality is kind of all over the place. But then you also have Furia sitting there waiting in that semi, and you never will really know what's going to happen until you see what happens when that crowd shows up.
Yeah, when this crowd shows up, and we've seen it, we've been here front row to it, it gets a little rowdy in here, and I'm talking about it gets real loud. And I guess Harry would say loud and proud, or whatever he says about that. Nonetheless, we're done with the group stage, gentlemen. So I want to thank you also for your time. I want to thank you for watching at home. And I also want to let you know that we still have a lot more Counter-Strike to put away and put in front of you. And that's going to be on Friday when our playoffs begin here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. So without any further ado, allow me to tell you all, it's time for a good night.
You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. You wanted violence. You wanted violence. I've got nothing to lose, mistreated for a long time, sick of abuse. Stick a dynamite, roll tight, lighten the fuse. Gunpowder in a landmine, now it's your move. I'm giving you a head start, watch your back. You're just cutting me a clear path for the attack. I was choking on a short leash till it snapped. There's a panic in your eyes, now they're fading to black. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me, but it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight, fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. Violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. Manhunt ready to go, cheap shots throwing bombs. I'll be hacking the bone. Haymakers when the gloves drop, I'm gonna throw. Can't stop cause it's all just part of the show. I'm telling you to run fast, you're gonna pay. I've been sitting for a long time, open the cage. I've been waiting for revenge, for the look on your face. Searching for a sign, I've been counting the days. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me, but it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight, fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you. Listen to this arena sing! No way! Magic! Have you ever seen something like that?
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astrolix with it! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from